Chapter 563. Pai Lupi angrily glared at Li Wangyu. He knew that this wasn't the place to talk, so he indicated for Li Wangyu to follow him back to Taiji Palace. As for the hand-cranked generator, Pai Lupi had Mitua bring it back. Li Wangyu saw that it was still early, so he hurriedly called out to the other scions and had them arrange for the farmers to start digging excrement today. They didn't want to waste any more of their time to earn money. As for Ho Junji, his expression was constantly shifting. Standing among the officials, he gave Li Wangyu an extremely unfriendly look. Li Wangyu would occasionally meet his gaze, and when he saw this expression, not only did he not fear it, he even smiled even more happily. After following Pai Lupi back to Taiji Palace's administrative hall, Pai Lupi had Mitua bring the hand-cranked generator over and walked around the wooden box a few times. After asking Li Wangyu, he indicated for Mitua to open the wooden box. After carefully examining the structure, he couldn't help but be disappointed. As expected, it wasn't some divine treasure. It was just some copper wire wrapped around a magnet, and it didn't have any mysterious energy. In truth, this was the second hand-cranked generator that Li Wangyu had built. The one made of silver wire was still in his residence, and it was powered by water to charge his mobile phone. This was just a backup, so it didn't matter if Pai Lupi took it apart. Pai Lupi couldn't figure out what it was, so he turned to Li Wangyu and asked, "Zio, what's the use of this thing?" Li Wangyu spread out his hands. "Uncle, you've also seen it. This little nephew named this thing a hand-cranked generator. As for its use, it's naturally capable of producing electricity." "What use does this electricity have? Can't it distinguish between good and evil and detect lies?" Pai Lupi was still unwilling to give up. If there really was something that could do this, it would be far too useful to him. Li Wangyu couldn't help but sweat. This superstitious person who didn't understand science was too stubborn. "Uncle, this thing can only produce electricity. It can't distinguish between good and evil." Pai Lupi did not believe him and asked, "Then what happened in the Hall of Chang and County just now? Why aren't those farmers afraid of this electricity?" "Hee, uncle, those farmers have smeared beeswax on their hands to block out the lightning." "Oh. Beeswax had such an effect? Isn't that person afraid of being struck by lightning?" Li Wangyu was speechless. He didn't expect Pai Lupi to be so imaginative. Imagine a person covered in beeswax going out to be struck by lightning on a stormy day. That scene was simply too beautiful. He hurriedly shook his head. "Uncle, the electric light produced by this hand-cranked generator is just a drop in the ocean compared to thunder and lightning. The power is completely different. Applying beeswax on my hands can isolate the electricity from the hand-cranked generator, but it can't isolate the lightning." Li Wangyu gave Pai Lupi a general knowledge of electricity. Pai Lupi listened with great interest. Pai Lupi even let Mitua and a few of his servants have a taste of being electrocuted. Mitua kept looking at Li Wangyu with resentful eyes. "Zio, what other use does this electricity have other than electrocuting people?" Nothing." Li Wangyu also had a headache. He really couldn't think of any use for electricity in the Tang dynasty. Other than the unique mobile phone and speaker in the hands of his beautiful boss, there were no other electrical appliances. As for light bulbs and the like, that was not something he could make, let alone other electrical appliances. These things really had no use for the Tang dynasty. Hearing Li Wangyu's reply, Pai Lupi couldn't help but be greatly disappointed. After fiddling with the hand-cranked generator for a while, Pai Lupi lost interest and turned to Li Wangyu. "Zio, what's going on with Na Luohui? A lowly person dares to oppose you, the county earl who founded the country?" "Uncle, Na Luohui is naturally a minor character not worth mentioning. But uncle should also be able to see that there's someone supporting him to oppose me." "Who is it?" Li Wangyu grinned. "Isn't it obvious? Uncle, today, in the hall and in the Chang and County Yamen, only Duke Lu has been unwilling to let this nephew off." Pai Lupi nodded slightly at these words. He could naturally see through Ho Junji's actions. He just wanted to verify it with Li Wangyu. "Zio, enough. We will find an opportunity to resolve the conflict between you and Junji. Junji suffered a great loss in the gambling match, so it's normal for him to harbor some resentment. Pai Lupi naturally did not wish for Ho Junji and Li Wangyu to go too far. Ho Junji had always been trusted by Pai Lupi and was one of his trusted generals, and Li Wangyu's status in his heart went without saying. For Pai Lupi, the relationship between the two of them was like palm to palm. If they went too far, it would not look good on his face. Pai Lupi still believed that Ho Junji was opposing Li Wangyu only because he had lost the gambling match. Upon hearing Pai Lupi's words, Li Wangyu immediately began to consider whether or not he should give Ho Junji a bad look. Pai Lupi's trust in Ho Junji was unquestionable. 2 years later, Li Jing, the war god of the Tang dynasty, had been forced to abdicate and give the post of Minister of War to Ho Junji. Li Wangyu truly did not wish to see Ho Junji's authority grow. This was not a good thing for him. After making up his mind, Li Wangyu whispered to Pai Lupi, "Uncle, I'm afraid that you're wrong. Duke Lu is making things difficult for this nephew not because of that gambling match, but because of profit." "Oh? What do you mean?" "Uncle, you also know that those 300 toilets make no less than 200,000 strings of coins a year from the excrement sales. This nephew has already reported this to Aunt, and we plan to use it all to help the orphans and widows." Pai Lupi nodded and praised, "Not bad. Maid Guanyin has already informed us of this matter. Zio, for you to be so righteous, us have a whole new level of respect for you. Caring for the young, supporting the old, helping the poor, and alleviating the sick are all acts of benevolence that benefit the country and the people. Brat, this time, you didn't mess around with those profligates. Once your Wangyu Charity Hall is established, we will inform Duke Dai to hand over 20% of the annual lottery earnings to the charity hall so that it can be used to help the people." Li Wangyu hurriedly bowed. "This nephew thanks uncle on behalf of the people. However, uncle, this nephew doesn't care about the 200,000 strings of coins, but there are people who care about wealth." Pai Lupi couldn't help but glare at him. "You're saying that Junji is eyeing your excrement sales? How is that possible? He's the mighty Duke Lu, so how could he do such a thing for some money?" "Hee, uncle, this nephew isn't speaking nonsense. Uncle, do you know why that Luo Hui is acquainted with Duke Lu? Why would he listen to Duke Lu's orders and do such an absurd thing? Why?" "Horse dung. Horse dung. What does that mean?" Pai Lupi didn't understand. In a few words, Li Wangyu explained how the Tang dynasty's army sold horse dung for public use. Pai Lupi had also heard of this matter, but he didn't think much of it. "Zio, are you accusing Junji of embezzling horse dung money?" Li Wangyu shook his head. "Uncle, this nephew only feels that this is most likely the case. Whether it's true or not, uncle will know once he investigates. This nephew has asked Ching Chumo and the others. Uncle Cheng and Uncle Yuchi sell horse dung every year and earn 40 to 50,000 strings of coins, all of which are used by the army. As for whether Duke Lu's right guard is the same, this nephew doesn't know." Pai Lupi naturally heard Li Wanyu's words, and he paced back and forth in the hall with a dark expression. Then, he beckoned me Tuo over. "Have the 100 Cavalry Department search through Luo Hui's residence and see if there are any accounting books or the like." "Yes." Mi Tuo naturally left to carry out the order. Li Wangyu inwardly chuckled. He naturally knew that this matter wouldn't be able to topple Ho Junji. Let alone embezzling some horse dung money, even when Ho Junji had destroyed Gaochang and taken the spoils of war that should have been offered to Pai Lupi still hadn't done anything to him. But planting a thorn in Pai Lupi's heart was also good. Perhaps in the 4th year of Jingguan, Ho Junji's appointment as Minister of War might be overturned because of this unremarkable horse dung. Chapter 564. In Guangda Lane, near the western market of Chang'an, a group of 100 cavalry officers smashed open the gate of the Luo residence and charged in. Before Luo Hui's family, stewards, and servants knew what was going on, they were all taken away by the 100 cavalry officers, imprisoned, and interrogated. Luo Hui's wealth, which he had worked so hard to accumulate, was confiscated and his residence sealed. But Luo Hui's whereabouts were unknown, and he had never been captured. All the provinces and counties of the Tang dynasty had posted notices for Luo Hui's arrest, but he seemed to have vanished from the face of the earth. Li Wangyu wondered if Hou Junji had killed Luo Hui to silence him. Li Wangyu felt no sympathy for Luo Hui's plight, nor did he care whether Hou Junji's account books had been found in Luo Hui's residence. That was not important. And even if they did, so what? Given Pai Lupi's trust in Hou Junji would only receive a reprimand and a fine of copper for embezzling some dung money. Li Wangyu and Pai Lupi had reported on Hou Junji mainly so that the Pai Lupi would think that Hou Junji was greedy, and thus lay the groundwork for the future. Now that Hou Junji and Luo Hui were no longer obstructing them, the farmers of Hu County could enter Cheng and to harvest dung. Every day, a steady stream of jinkala would be transported to the provinces and counties around Cheng, and in exchange for coppers. By the time all this was done, it was already the 10th month of autumn, the most important day of the year in the Tang dynasty. But this year, the plague of locusts had caused the farmers of the Guangzhou circuit to miss out on the joy of harvests. On the contrary, all the families were sighing in despair. The wheat fields that had once yielded 1 dan per mu were now only able to harvest 4 or 5 bushels. In fact, many fields had only harvested 2 or 3 bushels this year. With such a small harvest, not to mention paying the rent, it was not even enough for the family's rations for the coming year. Ma Zhou submitted a memorial to the Pai Lupi requesting that the land rent for this year's Guangzhou circuit be reduced. Pai Lupi nodded his head in agreement. He issued an edict to the Guangzhou Pass prefectures and counties to waive the land rent, and issued a general amnesty to the people. The autumn harvest had nothing to do with the people of Hu County. With Yang Quan's full cooperation, the 100,000 people of Hu County all switched to winter rice. Originally, the commoners were uneasy and felt that this matter was not reliable. After farming for his entire life, this was the first time he sowed rice seedlings in September. Many farmers were sobbing as they sowed the seeds. They felt that the seedlings would not survive at all. However, to everyone's surprise, the rice seedlings that were sown in the fields all survived. Now, the rice sprouts in the fields were green, giving the people of Hu County a glimmer of hope. Of the hundreds of villages in Hu County, the only one that hadn't switched to planting rice and was now entering the autumn harvest season was Dingzhou village. The ducks that Li Wangyu had fed back then had made great contributions on the battlefield. In the surrounding villages, the wheat fields in Dingzhou village were basically preserved. At most, the wheat fields in Dingzhou village were reduced by 20 to 20%. Therefore, when the government of Hu County ordered people to burn the wheat fields and switch to rice, they only bypassed Dingzhou village's fields. Since ancient times, China had placed great importance on agriculture. Even though the farmers of Dingzhou village no longer relied on the crops in the fields to make a living, when the autumn harvest came, everyone still went to the fields to harvest the year's worth of hard work. Even in the future, those well-dressed white-collar workers who were born in the countryside and worked in office buildings in various cities would still ask for leave during the autumn harvest and run back to their hometown to help harvest the wheat and rice. This was already a deep-rooted belief in the hearts of the Chinese. Li Wangyu was naturally aware of this as well. Now that he had many people in his residence, he naturally had to help the village. Early in the morning of the autumn harvest, Li Wangyu led Niu Wu and Niu Yong, as well as a group of servants to the fields in the village to help harvest the wheat. Even his beautiful superior led the old steward, Perrin, Aphrodite, and a group of maidservants to help. Some delivered water, while others followed to pick up the wheat. It was very lively. Li Wangyu symbolically harvested a few clumps of wheat before he was so tired that he was sweating profusely. He felt like he couldn't even straighten his back. The old village chief hurriedly advised him to rest at the side. His beautiful superior waved at him from under the shade of a tree. Didn't someone boast to me that he was a village boy? Why can't you do it after just a few times? Your body is really weak. Li Wangyu was so angry that he almost wanted to drag her back to his residence to prove his ability after being teased by his beautiful superior for being weak. However, this was clearly just a thought. Li Wangyu rolled his eyes at her. Nonsense. When I was young, my family harvested by hand, but it wasn't my turn to work at that time. By the time I grew up, the village was already harvesting mechanically. Every year during the autumn harvest, there would be an army of harvesters that would come to work with harvesters. They would only harvest 100 pieces of wheat per moo. Who would be so full as to put in the effort to harvest? Sophistry. In the end, you are too weak. With your small body, I don't know where you got the courage to kill 3 Japanese in a row. The beautiful superior changed the topic and brought up this matter again, making Li Wangyu very embarrassed. He could only touch his nose and not say anything. That day in the prison, he drew his sword and killed 3 Japanese. Naturally, the beautiful superior knew about it immediately. Because of this, the beautiful superior was so scared that she couldn't sleep well for several nights. She had nightmares and had to comfort Perrin, who was also scared. After seeing Li Wangyu again, the beautiful superior couldn't care less about being reserved. She directly threw herself into his arms and cried for a long time. This let Li Wangyu experience the feeling of holding a soft jade in his arms. However, after the beautiful superior vented her emotions, she showed her female power and pulled Li Wangyu's ear for a long time. Only when Li Wangyu repeatedly promised that he wouldn't be so impulsive in the future did she let him go. Therefore, when the beautiful superior brought up this matter again, Li Wangyu could only keep quiet to avoid provoking her again. With nearly 100 people from Li Wangyu's residence helping to harvest, in addition to the threshing machine that Li Wangyu made, the harvest in the village was very fast. Buckets of wheat were put into sacks and pulled by carriages back to the granaries of the various residences in the village. These 2 days, the village was very lively. Everyone's face was full of smiles. The autumn harvest always made people happy. However, the old villager found Li Wangyu again. Lang Jun, now that the autumn harvest is over, when do you think is appropriate to send this year's land rent to the residents? The old man's words made Li Wangyu stunned for a moment before he reacted. Currently, Dingzhou village was under the jurisdiction of him, the county head. Now, the villagers didn't have to pay rent to the government. Instead, they handed it to him, the master. Li Wangyu hurriedly waved his hand at the old man. What's there to pay? Keep it for yourself. Do you think I'm lacking in your trifles? Keep it for yourself. In the future, the village won't collect land tax. His words naturally scared the old villager. He waved his hand again and again. You can't do that. You can't do that. It's against the rules. Lang Jun, how can you not collect land tax? This. The old housekeeper Li Heng was also happy. He pushed the old villager. You're a farmer. What are you talking about? This old man now worries about how to stack the copper coins in the residence every day. How can I have the time to care about the food and cloth that you pay? Do you want to tire this old man to death? If Lang Jun says he won't accept it, then he won't accept it. Don't talk about it anymore. Li Heng and the old villager were also joking. After moving to Dingzhou village for more than half a year, the 2 old men's relationship was quite close. They often met to drink wine and chat. Now that the residents didn't lack anything, and his Lang Jun had been promoted to county head, Li Heng was full of energy every day. His originally white hair had become a lot darker, and he looked a lot younger. The old villager naturally didn't get angry at his words. He could only sigh in his heart that Dingzhou village's ancestors were blessing them to meet a master like Li Wangyu. It was a blessing that they had cultivated for several generations. After repeatedly thanking Li Wangyu on behalf of the villagers, the old villager looked at Li Heng and suddenly grinned. Housekeeper Li, how old are you this year? Li Heng was stunned. He didn't understand why the old villager asked this question. This old man is 48 years old. His words, however, gave Li Wangyu a shock. Damn, Li Heng is only 48 years old? He always thought that this old man, oh, no, it should be uncle, was over 60 years old. Chapter 565. The Tang people were different from the later generations. Due to the good medical conditions and adequate nutrition, 48-year-old people were considered middle-aged at most. The World Health Organization of the later generations even classified people under 44 as youths, and 45 to 59 as middle-aged people. Li Heng was 48 years old, which meant that he had just entered middle age. Li Wangyu also remembered that historians had studied the average lifespan of the ancient people. During the Sui and Tang dynasties, the average lifespan was only 40 years old. Li Heng was 48 years old, which was not considered young in the eyes of the Tang people. As for the long-lived elders like Yu Shinan and Sun Simiao, they were already considered to be Ren Rui and could not be lumped together. Perhaps it was because of a lifetime of hard work, but in Li Wangyu's eyes, the 48-year-old Li Heng was as old as a 60-year-old man in the future. He had never asked about Li Heng's age, and the original owner of his body did not seem to know either. He only knew that when Li Heng was born, he was already an elder in the family and had served Li Zhou for many years. However, like Li Heng, he did not understand why the old village chief asked about Li Heng's age. The old village chief laughed. "Housekeeper Li, you haven't married yet, right? You should have seen the wife of the Zhao family in the village, right? She is 33 years old now, and she is also very beautiful. In the early years, her husband was also a government soldier, but he was unlucky and did not come back. This wife of the Zhao family raised her daughter and has been a widow ever since. Now this wife of the Zhao family has taken a fancy to you, old man. I just don't know if you are a good man or..." The old village chief did not finish his words, but Li Wangyu and Li Heng immediately understood what he meant. Was he trying to be a matchmaker? As for whether Li Heng was a good man or a slave, this was naturally a prerequisite for the wife of the Zhao family to be willing to remarry. If Li Heng was a slave, then this wife of the Zhao family, no matter how much she secretly admired Li Heng, would not choose to marry him. After all, if she married a slave, she and her descendants would all become slaves. Without waiting for Li Heng to speak, Li Wangyu immediately nodded repeatedly. "Good status, of course it's good status. Li Heng is only my residence's housekeeper, not a servant." "Old village chief, is that Madame Zhao the mother of that Madame Zhao who once sold me a pig?" "Exactly. And that little Miss Zhao is a diligent and dutiful girl. Madame Zhao also looks decent." "Li Heng, isn't this too convenient for you? Now I have a wife and a daughter." Li Heng's face turned red when he heard their words. "No, Lang Jun, I can't do that." "Why not? Are you looking down on that Zhao family's wife, or do you dislike other people's daughters?" Li Wangyu glared at him. Li Heng quickly waved his hand. "No, I don't mind." "Old slave means, what slave? I've already given you your discharge papers. Don't talk nonsense. Go to the county yamen today and find Registrar Lu to go through the procedures. If you can't do it, don't return home." Previously, when they were still at the old residence in Hu County, Yang Quan wanted to collect his debt, but Li Wangyu released all of the servants in the residence. This angered Yang Quan so much that he almost died. At that time, the discharge papers he wrote to Li Heng were torn to shreds by this stubborn old man. At that time, Li Wangyu couldn't do anything about it. However, ever since he was conferred a title and paid off his debt, he wrote another discharge papers for Li Heng. However, Li Heng didn't want to remove his status, so he kept delaying going to the county yamen to go through the procedures. Li Wangyu then looked at the old village chief. "Village chief, I'll agree to this on behalf of Li Heng. I'll have to trouble you to ask Zhao family's wife. If there's no problem, I'll have a matchmaker go to her house and give her 3 betrothal gifts so that Li Heng can marry her." The old village chief grinned and said, "A widow's family doesn't need any betrothal gifts. A banquet is enough. Zhao family's wife is naturally willing. It's her fortune to be able to marry stewardly. Leave this matter to the old me. I guarantee it'll be done properly." Li Heng's face turned even redder when he saw his Lang Jun and the old village chief talking about his wife in just a few words. "That won't do. This old man is already so old. How can I delay Zhao family's wife?" Li Wangyu didn't bother to pay attention to him. He went to discuss with the old village chief how to give the betrothal gifts and how to pick up the bride. After the discussion, Li Wangyu was full of joy. When he was about to call everyone back to the mansion, he felt that the troops behind him seemed to be looking at him. He turned his head and saw a few resentful eyes looking at him. What did this mean? Li Wangyu was frightened by the eyes of his troops. It took a long time for him to react. Damn, when these old bachelors heard that Li Heng was going to marry a wife, they all wanted to marry a wife, right? Damn, he seemed to have promised them that he would introduce a palace maid to them to be their wives. He had long forgotten this matter. Well, a man can't live without integrity. As a master, he couldn't deceive the troops. Li Wangyu didn't go back to the mansion. Seeing that it was still early, he led the troops to Chang'an City. In the legislative hall, Pai Lupi was reading the memorials and dealing with official business. When he heard that Li Wangyu wanted to see him, he was very surprised. Zio, how come you have time to come to the palace to see me today? What's the matter? Li Wangyu touched his nose and smiled. Nothing, nothing. I just miss uncle, so I came to the palace to see you. Pai Lupi looked up and glanced at him with a faint smile. Is there really nothing? If there's nothing, then you can go back. I have to deal with official business and have no time to chat with you. Li Wangyu was speechless. F***ck, can't you be more polite? He racked his brains and thought about how to ask Pai Lupi for the 73 palace maids. If he directly asked, he was afraid that Pai Lupi would beat him up. That day, in order to recruit the troops, he boasted that he would match them with palace maids as their wives. But this matter was simple and difficult at the same time. Although there were thousands of palace maids in the Taiji Palace, not everyone could spy on them. Usually, Pai Lupi would only reward those who had done meritorious service with a few beautiful palace maids. There were many palace maids in the Taiji Palace who were willing to marry out of the palace. Not to mention the 73rd place, even the 730th place could be easily gathered. But the key point was, how could Pai Lupi give so many palace maids to Li Wangyu for no reason? Not to mention that they were betrothed to his troops. If this matter was spread out, where would Pai Lupi put his face? So Li Wangyu naturally couldn't just directly ask Pai Lupi for palace maids. He had to use a roundabout way to save the country. He rolled his eyes a few times and came up with a plan in his mind. Uncle, I came to the palace today because I have something to report to you. Speak. Uncle, in 2 months, it will be your birthday. I want to give you a special birthday gift, so I came to the palace today to borrow some people from you. Pai Lupi's birthday was on the 5th day of the 12th month, which was the 22nd day of the 12th month of the lunar calendar. There were only 2 months left until now. Li Wangyu's words aroused Pai Lupi's interest. He put down the memorial in his hand and said with a smile, Ziyu is thoughtful. What do you want to give me? What kind of people do you want to borrow? Hee, uncle, wouldn't it be meaningless to talk about the birthday gift? Please allow this nephew to keep it a secret and give uncle a surprise on uncle's birthday, okay? I want to borrow 300 palace maids to prepare the birthday gift. Pai Lupi didn't think much of Li Wangyu's words. He only raised his head and laughed loudly. Good, good. Then I will wait for Ziyu's gift. What palace maids do you need? You can tell me Tua and choose them yourself. Thank you, uncle. Li Wangyu hurriedly bowed, but his heart was blooming with joy. Chapter 566. After Li Wangyu thanked Pai Lupi, he asked, Uncle, if these palace maids are disobedient, do I have the right to punish them? Pai Lupi didn't take it seriously and waved his hand at him. I'll leave them to you. Naturally, you can punish them however you want. Anyone who refuses to obey will be beaten to death. Li Wangyu had been waiting for him to say this. After thanking Pai Lupi again, he hurriedly pulled me Tua out of the hall of government and prepared to select palace maids. May I ask, County Uncle Hu, what kind of palace maids do you need? I'll send someone to inform them in advance. Li Wangyu chuckled. Naturally, I need someone who can sing and dance and who is good at all kinds of musical instruments. As for their age, they can't be too young. It would be best if they are at least 20 years old. It would be best if they are palace maids who are willing to leave the palace to marry. His words stunned me to awe. He didn't understand what Li Wangyu meant. It was easy to understand that he needed someone who could sing and dance and know how to play musical instruments. However, he needed someone who was old and willing to leave the palace to marry. What was this for? What did this have to do with giving Pai Lupi a birthday gift? County uncle who, how come I don't understand what you're saying? Don't ask. This is a secret. A secret, you know. I didn't even tell the saint when he asked. If I told him, there would be no surprise. Li Wangyu wasn't willing to tell me Tuo the truth. Naturally, he vaguely sent him away. Mi Tuo had no choice but to follow Li Wangyu's instructions and take him to Taichung Temple. He picked out 300 palace maids who were good at singing and dancing and were willing to marry and handed them to Li Wangyu to take out of the palace. Seeing Li Wangyu enter Taiji Palace and come out with hundreds of beautiful women following behind him, Niu Wu and his troops, who were waiting for Li Wangyu outside the palace gate, widened their eyes. Li Wangyu kicked Niu Wu angrily. It's fine if they look, but you have a wife. What are you looking at? Be careful, I'll talk to your grandmother when we get back. Lang Jun, don't, hee, I'm just taking a look for my brothers, hee. Niu Wu hurriedly smiled and begged for mercy. Li Wangyu angrily glared at him. Quickly go to the East Market and ask the villagers to bring the carriages here. Otherwise, we won't be able to return to Dingzhou village today. Lang Jun, are you letting the young ladies sit in that four-wheeled carriage? Those are carts for transporting goods. Niu Wu mumbled. Nonsense, if we don't take those four-wheeled carriages, are you going to carry them back? There are 300 palace maids here, where am I going to find so many horses? Why don't you ask the farmers to prepare some benches and other things and put them in the carriage? That's right, someone should go back first and inform Lady Su and Li Heng to make preparations. These 300 palace maids will be staying in the residence for 2 to 3 months. Niu Wu naturally could only follow Li Wangyu's instructions. He arranged for a troop to go back to Dingzhou village to report, and then hurried to the Shun Feng Carriage Company in the East Market. While waiting for the carriage to arrive, Li Wangyu suddenly thought, should I make four-wheeled carriages for customers? Previously, he had asked Carpenter Lu to make many luxurious versions of the four-wheeled carriages, and gave them to the dukes, including Empress Zhongsun, and received the appreciation and gratitude of everyone. Now in Chang'an City, there were more and more people who commissioned craftsmen to make these four-wheeled carriages. However, the customers were all nobles and rich businessmen. In Chang'an City, ordinary people still relied on the number 11 bus to travel and relied on walking. After all, there were only a few people who could afford to raise mules and horses. In such a big city like Chang'an, even if one went out of the city to buy something in the East Market and West Market, it would take half a day to walk. Li Wangyu thought that the reason why the East Market and West Market opened at noon was that the customers left early in the morning. By the time they reached the East Market and West Market, it would be noon. The public transportation system seemed to be a money-making business. Now that there were more and more carriages in the Shun Feng Carriage Company, there were not enough for the villagers of Dingzhou village. The beautiful boss had also recruited coachmen several times. The coachmen who came to apply came in an endless stream. After all, the income of the coachmen of the carriage company was very enviable. The business of the carriage company was getting bigger and bigger. The range of transportation was as far as Yinzhou. The beautiful boss was going to continue to expand the range of transportation. The farther the transportation distance, the more money they could make, but the less time the villagers of Dingzhou village could go home. Li Wangyu recently felt that he often did not see young and strong people in the village. This was not what he wanted to see. Therefore, he had been thinking about how to help the villagers find a job that could make money and did not have to travel far. Today, he had to transport 300 palace maids back to the village, which gave him an idea. This bus was also a profitable business. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu told the troops and turned back to the Taiji Palace. In the legislative hall, Pai Lupi was surprised to see Li Wangyu return. Zio, is there anything else? Uncle, I just thought of something and came to report it to you. What is it? Uncle, the population of Chang'an City is close to 1 million. However, there are only a few people who can raise mules and horses. In Noda's Chang and city, it is inconvenient for the people to travel. It is very distressing. Pai Lupi heard this and was slightly stunned. Then, he slowly nodded. Zio, you are right. I have heard that many people are complaining about this. However, I have no choice. Chang and city is so big. I can't send a horse and a mule to each of them. Li Wangyu rubbed his hands and laughed. Uncle, I have a way to solve the problem of the people of Chang and city. Are you interested? Pai Lupi asked curiously, what is it? Tell me quickly. Public carriage. What is a public carriage? Pai Lupi did not understand. He understood the word public. The records of the Grand Historian explained it as, the law belongs to the emperor and the world is public. Which means publicly owned, public. But how did the carriages become public? Uncle, I plan to build a batch of carriages with built-in benches for people to sit in. They will follow a fixed route in Chang and city. When the people need it, they can raise their hands and call for a stop. When they reach their destination, they can get off at any time. The fare is also very cheap. I think 2 coins per person will be enough. In this way, the problem of the people of Chang and city being difficult to travel can be solved. Pai Lupi carefully thought about Li Wanyo's words. He nodded and then shook his head. Zio, your idea is very good. With this public carriage, the problem of the people of Chang and city being difficult to travel can be solved. However, I don't think it is too little to only charge 2 coins for the public carriage. Isn't it too little? I am afraid it is not enough for the coachman's monthly salary and the horse's fodder. With only your subsidy, I am worried that the public carriage will not be able to operate for long. It is better to charge more. Pai Lupi's words made Li Wangyu roll his eyes. In the future, the public carriage was only $2. If he charged 2 coins, it would be equivalent to $8 in the future. Pai Lupi actually thought it was too little. He despised him. He could only patiently explain. Uncle, 2 coins may seem little, but sand accumulates into a tower. A 4-wheeled carriage can carry 10 people without any problem. In Noda's Chang and city, investing in 200 public carriages is not much at all. In other words, these carriages only need to make 1 trip for 4 strings of copper coins. However, the passengers can get on and off at any time. Regardless of distance, it is 2 coins. In addition, the carriages will be on the road from the opening of the gate to the beating of the drum. I estimate that with 200 public carriages, the daily income will not be less than 100 strings of copper coins. It is enough to cover expenses. Pai Lupi was slightly surprised. He did not expect to earn so much. That's right. In that case, Zio, quickly build these public carriages. I am looking forward to it. Li Wangyu smiled and said, Uncle, I want to ask you for an imperial edict. What imperial edict? Hehe, exclusive rights in Chang and city. Chapter 567. Li Wangyu had asked Pai Lupi for exclusive rights because he was afraid that others would see the benefits and also build carriages to compete with him. This public carriage was the private land that he had prepared for the villagers of Dingzhou village. Naturally, he would not let others have a share of the profits. Not only the public carriages in Chang and city, but also between Hu County and Chang and city, he planned to open public carriages for the people to travel. Pai Lupi naturally saw through his thoughts. He could not help but shake his head and smile bitterly. Zio, you are really thinking about the future of your villagers. Hehe, uncle, no matter what, the villagers of Dingzhou village are business partners with Ant. We should take care of them. Li Wangyu smiled slyly. He was not wrong. The royal family owned 50% of the shares of Shun Feng Carriage Company, Li Wangyu owned 30%, and the remaining 20% belonged to Chang and's Chou family and Dingzhou village. A small shareholder was still a shareholder. Alright, this public carriage is your idea, so I will do as you wish. Only your family is allowed in Chang and city, but I also have a condition. Uncle, please say it. Since you said that 2 coins is enough, then after the public carriage is put into use, the price cannot be raised. How about it? Are you willing to agree? Li Wangyu nodded repeatedly. Of course, I can guarantee it. Pai Lupi nodded with satisfaction and agreed to Li Wangyu's request. Although he had never seen a public carriage before, he could imagine the many benefits it would bring to the city. It would be convenient for the people to travel, and the people in the city would come and go more frequently. The vitality of Chang and city would also naturally increase. Pai Lupi thought about Li Wangyu's suggestion of a public carriage and secretly praised him. He felt that his nephew was indeed a genius. No one in the world could compare to his quick thinking. Chang and city was not easy to live in, and it had been difficult for the people to travel for a long time. However, none of the civil and military officials in the court could think of such an inconceivable method like his 16-year-old nephew. Pai Lupi picked up a brush and wrote the words, "public carriage," on the paper. He looked around and was very satisfied. "Zio, I will give you this calligraphy. Don't let me down." Li Wangyu quickly took Pai Lupi's calligraphy with both hands. "Uncle, don't worry, within 10 days, this public carriage will appear in Chang and city. I can guarantee it." In fact, public carriages were not the ideas of Li Wangyu. Public carriages appeared in Paris as early as the 19th century. The appearance of public horse carriages also promoted the development of the city, shortening the distance between the city and the neighboring villages, and increasing the frequency of travel. After bidding farewell to Li Er and leaving the Taiji Palace, Niu Wu returned with several dozen carriages. With the help of Wuha's palace, Wuha, 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 Wuha Wuha Wuha, Wuha Wuha, and Wuha, Wuha. Lai Hat's palace guards were even more attentive. They rode their horses around the carriages and chatted cheerfully with the Wuha maids. It was very lively. Li Wangyu shook his head. This group of old bachelors was really too unreserved. After the carriages returned to Dingzhou village, the beautiful superior asked Li Heng and the palace maids to settle down the 300 Wuha maids. She pulled Li Wangyu to the side. "Wangyu, why did you bring so many Wuha maids back?" The beautiful superior's face was slightly ugly. Li Wangyu hurriedly explained the matter. In the end, he sighed and said, "It's really too difficult for me to be the master. I have to worry so much about the marriage of the palace guards. Of these 300 Wuha maids, I'll see who is willing to marry those old bachelors and let them stay. I plan to let the others rehearse a program. In 2 months, on Li Shimen's birthday, I'll send them to celebrate his birthday." After figuring out Li Wangyu's plan and knowing that she had misunderstood him, the beautiful superior stuck out her tongue in embarrassment. She thought that Li Wangyu felt that there weren't enough women in the palace and asked Pai Lupi to expand his harem. When Li Wangyu saw the change in her expression, he knew that the beautiful superior had misunderstood. He couldn't help but feign anger and said, "F***ck. Changqing, you don't think that I plan to bring these 300 Wuha maids back to enjoy myself, do you? You're too evil." "Bah, I don't think that way. Don't talk nonsense." The beautiful superior's face reddened. She quickly changed the topic. "Wangyu, your idea is pretty good. But these Wuha maids aren't people that you can privately keep, right? Aren't you afraid that Li Shimen will settle accounts with you?" "Hee, I've already thought about it. I've asked him before. If these Wuha maids are disobedient, will they be at my disposal? When the time comes, I'll say that those Wuha maids didn't listen to this count's words and were punished by me. I'll punish them by marrying them to the troops in my palace and forbidding them from returning to the palace in the future. Wahahaha, Li Shimen can't go back on his words, right? Letting me deal with them is his golden mouth and jade words." The beautiful superior speechlessly rolled her eyes. "You can think of it. You see, Li Shimen will definitely settle accounts with you. Hee, who cares about him? Anyway, when the time comes, they will be married. Can he still take them back?" Li Wangyu said indifferently. "Then what program are you going to let these Wuha maids rehearse?" "I haven't thought about it yet. Song and dance? Choir? You help me think about it again. Anyway, it's as lively as possible. I'm afraid that I can't suppress Li Shimin and his group of country bumpkins. The beautiful superior was speechless. This guy really doesn't treat the emperor as a cadre. By the way, Chongqing, I thought of another idea today. Li Wangyu talked about the public carriage again, but the beautiful superior nodded repeatedly. This is a good idea. Chang'an City is too big. Without horses, it's really difficult to move around. I think the public carriage will work. Are you going to let the villagers of Dingzhou village drive the public carriage? Well, I think so. Now they often have to run long-distance transportation. Once they go out, they can't go home for a few days. It's very hard. It's far better to drive the public carriage in Chang'an City. It's close to Dingzhou village and can go back and forth every day. Li Wangyu said. The beautiful superior nodded. I think this is a good idea. In a while, let someone invite the old village chief and the others to discuss this matter. Since you promised Li Shimin to start operating within 10 days, then hurry up. Li Wangyu naturally had no objection. He immediately asked someone to invite the old village chief and the others. Not long after, the old village chief, Carpenter Lu, and several respected old people in the village came to his mansion. Lang Jun, you summoned old me and the others. Is there anything you need? Li Wangyu smiled and showed the calligraphy written by Pai Lupi to everyone. Village chief, elders, this is the calligraphy written by the sage. Today, I've invited all of you here because I want to change the livelihood of the villagers to operate the public horse carriages. His words made the old village chief and the others look at each other. Public horse carriages were something that no one had heard of before. From Li Wangyu's words, it seemed that he didn't intend to let the young men in the village work as drivers for the four-wheeled carriage. This caused everyone to feel a little hesitant. The villagers drove the carriages. Although it was hard, the income was quite good. They could earn 200 coins a day and 6 rounds of cash a month, which was the same as the monthly salary of the second-class leaders in the imperial court. If they were to run the public carriage business, would they still be able to make such a profit? But since this matter was proposed by Li Wangyu, the old village chief and the others naturally had no reason to refuse. The old village chief gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement. We'll do as you say. Dingzhou village won't dare to talk nonsense. Lang Jun, don't worry. If anyone has the slightest complaint, old me will personally beat that bastard to death. Yes, the village chief is right. Whoever has complaints will be driven out of the village. We don't want such an ungrateful person in Dingzhou village. A group of old people in the village echoed. Li Wangyu was stunned at first, then he laughed loudly. Chapter 568. Li Wangyu's laughter made the old villager and the others confused. They didn't understand what was so funny about what they said. Their beautiful boss also covered her mouth and chuckled. Old men, you don't think that operating this public carriage is not profitable, do you? The old villager and Carpenter Lu looked at each other and felt that they might have misunderstood. The old villager hurriedly cupped his hands to Li Wangyu and said, Old me and the others are slow-witted. Please enlighten us. They really didn't know what Li Wangyu meant by public carriage. Li Wangyu reached out and handed over a drawing. It was a simple sketch that he had just drawn. The drawing was still a four-wheeled carriage. The difference was that the carriage was very tall, enough for a person to stand in. There were 2 benches on both sides and some wooden poles in the middle of the carriage. Carpenter Lu looked at it for a long time and didn't understand. This carriage was obviously not used to transport goods. However, it was completely different from the luxury carriages that Li Wangyu had asked him to build. Not only was it very simple, but he also didn't understand what the wooden poles in the middle were for. Lang Jun, what is this public carriage for? Old me is slow-witted. I don't understand, the old villager asked. Li Wangyu smiled and said, It's for transporting people. The seats on both sides are for passengers to sit and rest. The wooden pole in the middle is for people to stand in the carriage and hold onto it to avoid falling. Carpenter Lu finally understood after Li Wangyu's explanation. but he still asked doubtfully, Lang Jun, this public carriage is used to transport people? What is it used for? Li Wangyu smiled and explained the concept of the public carriage to the old villager and the others. They finally understood and couldn't help but applaud. Good, this idea is really good. Old me has been to Chang'an City several times. It is really too big. It takes a few hours to walk from the city to the East City. Leng Juan's idea is really good. This public carriage will definitely be popular. Yes, that's right. Lang Jun is indeed a literary star that descended from the heavens. You can even think of such a method. TSK. This public carriage is really something. The old villager was a little confused. Lang Jun, isn't it too cheap to only charge 2 copper coins each time? Li Wangyu was speechless. Why was this old man the same as Pai Lupi? They all felt that 2 copper coins was too little. He could only calculate the expected income of the public carriage for the old villager and the others. Only then did these old men become happy. As long as this public carriage could make money, they believed that Li Wangyu would definitely not mistreat the farmers. In the end, Li Wangyu said, the public carriage in Chang'an City. I intend to cooperate with the village in this business. What do you think of it? Lang Jun, you are flattering us. How can we refuse? Old me and the other 127 villagers thank you for your kindness, Lang Jun. The old villager hurriedly bowed to express his gratitude. He naturally knew that Li Wangyu was giving money to their village again. That's good. In that case, the cost of building the carriage and buying the horses will be paid by me. As for the income, let's split it 50-50. My mansion and the village will each take half. As for how much the villagers who drive the carriage will take, I'll leave it to you to discuss. Li Wangyu's words shocked the old villager. He hurriedly stood up and waved his hands to refuse. Lang Jun, we can't do that. We can't do that. The village can take 10%. How can we share it 50-50 with you? It doesn't make sense. Yes, Lang Jun, it's too much. We can't do that. Lang Jun, how can we just sit back and reap the benefits when you pay all the capital? We can't do that. Li Wangyu rubbed his temples. This group of old men was too stubborn. Well, the village will also pay half of the capital, and then we'll split it 50-50. That's it. If you say one more word, I won't do this business. Dingzhou village was not short of money now. Back then, the Chiu family took out a large amount of copper coins to buy 10% of the shares from the old villager. In addition to the share from the carriage company for half a year, the village's public account was full of money. When the old villager saw that Li Wangyu was so determined, they could only thank Li Wangyu again and settle this matter. Carpenter Lu patted his chest and said, Old me will immediately go back and start building the carriage. I guarantee that it won't delay Lang Jun's business. Nowadays, Li Wangyu asked Carpenter Lu to build more and more things. Even the surrounding villages came to look for Carpenter Lu to build their own water carts, carriages, and other things. Carpenter Lu also had a keen eye. He simply recruited many apprentices from the village and the surrounding villages and set up the first carpentry workshop in Dingzhou village. His 3 sons all became masters in the workshop. They led a group of apprentices to build all kinds of things. The business was doing quite well. Among the villagers of Dingzhou village, there were close to 200 coachmen in the Shun Feng carriage company. Within 10 days, Carpenter Lu's workshop naturally could not build so many public carriages. However, Li Wangyu was not in a hurry. He pushed all 200 public carriages to Chang'an City. After 10 days, there would be about 50 public carriages on the road to meet the initial demand. After the matter of opening public carriages in Chang'an City was confirmed, the villagers of Dingzhou village were naturally all smiles. Driving a public carriage in Chang'an City was much better than running on the road in the rain and wind every day. Moreover, they did not have to travel far. They could drive the carriage back to Dingzhou village after getting off work every day. Why not? Li Wangyu also went to Chang'an City a few times in the past few days. he found Shui Zhua and Lu Dehaying. The three of them followed the map of Chang and city and planned a preliminary route for public carriage operation. Shui Zhua and Lu Dehang were completely convinced by Li Wangyou's ability to create trouble. These things happened one after another. The storm of building toilets in Chang and city had just passed a few days ago. This county earl who created a public carriage. However, Shui Zhua and Lu Dehang, the two county magistrates of Chang and city, had to admit that Li Wangyu created good things. Not to mention the toilets. Since the 300 toilets were put into use, and with the supervision of the Yamen runners and the marquis, the situation of people urinating everywhere was no longer there. There were no yellow and white things in the streets and alleys. Even the flies and mosquitoes had decreased a lot. This public carriage was even better. It only cost 2 coins to make it convenient for people to travel. Naturally, it was a good thing for the country and the people. However, the two of them did not understand why Li Wangyu had to define the route of public carriages with such strange names as First Road Public Carriage and Second Road Public Carriage. Li Wangyu was too lazy to explain. Of course, this was just his bad taste acting up. Li Wangyu was never tired of being able to bring about all kinds of shadows of later generations in the Tang dynasty. Shui Zhua and Lu Dehang did not delve into why these public carriages had to be called First Road Public Carriage. They just raised a question, which made Li Wangyu depressed. County Earl who, most of the people here are illiterate. Even if you write Second Road on the carriage, I'm afraid it won't work, right? Not to mention the carriage stop you mentioned. No one will be able to understand the words on it. Li Wangyu was speechless. Damn, I forgot about this. Nowadays, illiterates were everywhere in the Tang dynasty. Chapter 569. The earliest tram in China was put into use in Tianjin in 1900. At that time, the literacy rate of the people in Tianjin was not much better than that of the Tang dynasty. Therefore, they did not use numbers to distinguish the lines, but instead used colors. Red, yellow, blue, green, white, flower, and purple. 7 tram lines ran through the main bustling roads in Tianjin. As for the term certain road that people in later generations were used to, it actually originated from England and was translated from English as route. In the face of Shui Zhua and Lu Dehang's questions, Li Wangyu could only shake his head and suggest using colors to distinguish the public carriage lines. This made Shui Zhua and Lu Dehang applaud. The people were illiterate, so colors were the most convenient way to distinguish. After the three of them discussed, they arranged 3 horizontal and 3 vertical routes in noticed Chang and city, and a circular route between West City and East City. There were a total of 7 public carriage lines, which corresponded to the 7 colors of red, yellow, blue, green, white, black, and purple. After the discussion, Shui Zhua and Lu Dehang were responsible for arranging the bailiffs to post notices in each lane, informing the people that the public carriage was about to be put into operation and the route map of the 7 routes. This immediately became the hottest topic in Chang and city. Everyone talked about the public carriage when they met. Delang, have you heard? County Count who came up with something new again. I know. You're talking about the public carriage, right? This is something new. The county magistrate said that you can ride a horse carriage for 2 copper coins. Is there such a good thing? Won't County Count who suffer a loss? Who knows? Anyway, County Count who doesn't lack money. He can afford it. If this is true, I have to thank County Count who. This is good for us. Of course. My mother has always wanted to go to Xuandu Temple to burn incense. I'm an unfilial son. I can't borrow a carriage, and my mother's legs are inconvenient, so I haven't been able to go. If the public carriage is real, then it is the blessing of the Tao ancestor. I can bring me to the Xiandu Temple. Just wait. The bailiff said that the public carriage will be in operation in 5 days. I asked clearly, this blue plate carriage has to go from the Qixia Gate Street in front of our inner square to the Golden Light Gate Street. If we change to a red plate carriage, we can go directly to the East Market or the West Market. It is too convenient to buy things. In fact, compared to the original 100 copper coins price for an ox cart that could carry a load of 100 caddies and travel 50 kilometers in the Tang dynasty, the 2 copper coins public carriage fare was not cheap. However, the starting price for an ox cart was 50 copper coins. Regardless of whether the distance was less than 50 li, the price was still the same. In this way, 2 copper coins for a ride in a carriage was much cheaper. The average monthly income of the people in Chang'an was consistent. 2 coins was not a low cost, but the enthusiasm and expectation of the public carriage did not diminish. Li Wangyu, on the other hand, was busy letting the villagers of Dingzhou village familiarize themselves with the route, giving them pre-job training, arranging for the purchase of horses, adjusting the public carriages. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye after a series of tasks were completed. Early in the morning drum of Chang'an city had just been beaten and the gate was opened. The old soldier guarding the gate saw many people pouring out of the gate and standing on the street outside the gate, looking around. Have they come? Have they come? Have you seen them? It can't be that early, right? The gate has just opened. Let's wait a little longer. Did the announcement say today? Yes, today is the day. The old soldier was puzzled. He went forward and asked, "Everyone, what are you waiting for?" "Waiting for the public carriage." "May I ask what a public carriage is?" The old soldier did not understand and continued to ask. His words made the people around him laugh. "This soldier, have you not been in Chang'an city these days?" The old soldier nodded. "A few days ago, I asked for leave to go back to my hometown to attend a funeral. I only returned to Chang'an city yesterday." "No wonder you don't know about this. This public carriage is a new thing made by the county count. It is the carriage that carries passengers. It travels along 7 fixed routes in Chang'an city. Anyone who needs to take a carriage can wave for the carriage to stop. When they arrive at their destination, they can get off at any time. The fare is only 2 copper coins each time." The people in the square immediately explained enthusiastically. The old soldier was surprised. "There's such a good thing? Does the county count have so much gold in his manor that he has nowhere to spend it? When I go off duty later, I'll give it a try." That's what everyone is thinking. Look, aren't we all waiting for the public carriage to arrive? Everyone raised their heads in anticipation. Suddenly, someone shouted, "It's here, it's here. The green carriage is the public carriage passing by our square. I see the sign on the carriage." Everyone looked in the direction he was pointing. It was a 4-wheeled carriage that was slowly approaching. The carriage was taller than a normal carriage. There was a green sign on top of it. On the sign, there were 4 large words written in white, "Public Carriage." Naturally, this was Pai Lupi's handwriting. Li Wangyu had shamelessly printed the sign on the public carriage. Everyone hurriedly waved their arms, indicating that they wanted to get on the carriage. However, the carriage did not stop. As it slowly drove past the crowd, the driver helplessly said, "I'm sorry, everyone. The carriage is full. Please wait for the next one." His words naturally caused an uproar among the crowd. Then, those who reacted quickly turned around and ran in the direction of the carriage. This public carriage could only seat about 10 people. Just in front of their square, there were no less than 100 people waiting to try it. How long would they have to wait? Moreover, there were other squares in front of their square. They might as well run a few steps and stop the carriage in front of them. The people who managed to stop the public carriage with great difficulty excitedly raised 2 copper coins and asked the driver, "Is this 2 copper coins? I'm going to Shi City." The farmer of Dingzhou village smiled and nodded. "Yes, 2 copper coins. Just throw it in this box." At the entrance of every public carriage, there was a large locked box. There was a hole in the top for inserting coins. This was the money box that Li Wangyu had created. It was directly in place. No one is selling tickets. The people curiously threw in 2 Kaiyuan Tongbao coins and boarded the carriage. Even if there were no more seats and they could only stand in the middle of the carriage, they still enjoyed it. Regardless of whether they knew each other or not, they excitedly chatted about the novelty of this public carriage. The public carriage became popular on the first day of operation in Chang'an City. Carpenter Lu, his 3 sons, and a group of apprentices worked overtime for 10 days, but they only managed to build 50 carriages. There were a total of 7 routes in Chang'an City. On average, each route could only allocate 7 to 8 carriages. Even if all the carriages were filled, they could only transport 500 to 600 people at a time. There were millions of people in Chang'an City. Even if 1% of the people needed to travel, it would still be 10,000 people. These 50 carriages were just a drop in the bucket. The 50 farmers of Dingzhou village had not rested from morning till night. It was only when the evening drums sounded and the carriages stopped operating that they realized that they had not even eaten for the entire day. Everyone was so hungry that their chests were sticking to their backs. However, they were unusually excited. After everyone drove the carriages back to Dingzhou village, they opened the money box and counted. Everyone was shocked. In almost every carriage's money box, there was no less than 1 copper coin. The final tally of the 50 or so carriages was about 60 strings of coins. Even Li Wangyu did not expect such a profit. It was more than double what he had expected. Chapter 570. His beautiful boss solved the problem for Li Wangyu when there were not enough public carriages. She transferred more than 100 freight carriages from SF Express and sent them to Carpenter Lu's workshop to reinstall the carriages on the chassis of the freight carriages. As a result, there were more and more public carriages running on the streets of Chang'an City in a few days. After the people who wanted to try the new things experienced the novelty of the public carriages, they did not rush to take the carriages. Gradually, the operation of the public carriages returned to normal. But even so, after a month, the 200 public carriages actually earned a total of more than 4,000 strings of copper coins. This frightened the old village chief and the others. According to the agreement between Li Wangyu and the village, half of the copper coins, more than 2,000 strings of copper coins, would belong to the village. In a year, the village would get more than 20,000 strings of copper coins. Even if the 127 families in Dingzhou village shared the income, each family would get more than 180 strings of copper coins, which was more than 10 strings of copper coins per month. The old villager suddenly felt that the money was too hot. If he counted the dividends from the Shunfeng Express Carriage Company, wouldn't every family in Dingzhou village be able to get about 300 strings of copper coins in a year? Were they still villagers? Even the merchants in Chang'an City who opened shops could not earn more than 300 strings of copper coins a year. The old villager looked at the account book in his hand with a headache. He simply turned his head and asked to see Li Wangyu. After hearing the old villager's worries, Li Wangyu could not help but laugh. "Villager, just keep the money. You should distribute it. Why are you hiding it? I want to make Dingzhou village the richest village in the Tang dynasty and make those people jealous. Lang Jun, this money is too much," the old villager said with a bitter face. Li Heng could not help but say, "You old man, don't be long-winded. This money is not for you alone. It's for the 127 families in the village. Did I bite your hand when I had too much money? Or what? You talk too much. Hurry up and leave. Don't disturb Lang Jun. Lang Jun doesn't have time to care about such a small matter like you. I'm still busy thinking about the birthday celebration for the saint." After being scolded by Li Heng, the old villager naturally couldn't say anything more. He could only thank Li Wangyu again and leave. As for the villagers, they were all dumbstruck when they found out about the profits. Who would have thought that more than half a year ago, Dingzhou village, which was still like mud, was now not only living in brightly lit, tile-roofed houses, but also earning more than 20 strings of copper coins every month. This kind of thing was something that he didn't even dare to dream about back then. None of the villagers dared to disturb Li Wangyu. They simply ran silently to the front door of Li Wangyu's mansion and kowtowed to it. When Li Wangyu found out about this, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he could only follow the villagers. Just as Li Heng said, he was busy. The 300 palace maids that he had tricked, from Pai Lupi were actually taken by the group of thirsty, old bachelors in his mansion in just 10 days. When Li Wangyu saw his 73 troops, each leading a shy palace maid to kneel in front of him and beg for his help, he couldn't help but feel his temples throbbing a few times. This group of old hooligans, damn, they really acted too quickly. When he thought about how he still hadn't coaxed his beautiful boss to bed and carried out some healthy physical and mental exercise, Li Wangyu felt stifled. Why were these palace maids and young ladies so unreserved? How could he let these old hooligans get what they wanted so easily? Li Wangyu didn't think about it. These palace maids that he had brought out from the palace originally wanted to leave the palace to marry people. Now that they had finally left the tightly guarded Taiji Palace, how could they be willing to go back? If it weren't for the fact that Li Wangyu only had 73 troops in his mansion and that the other servants and palace maids didn't take a fancy to them, perhaps none of the 300 people would be able to return. At that time, he really wouldn't be able to explain to Pai Lupi. He couldn't be thick-skinned and tell Pai Lupi that the 300 palace maids were disobedient and had been punished to marry people, right? It would be strange if Pai Lupi didn't explode. However, these palace maids were originally tricked out by him, intending to find a groom for these troops. Now that other people were interested in each other, he naturally couldn't do something that would spoil the mood. All right, all of you get up. I'll approve your marriage. As for the saint, I'll explain it to him. When the 73 of you sought refuge with me, I said that I would give each of you a house. This lord naturally can't go back on his words. Coincidentally, I built more than 100 houses in Dingzhou village, so I'll give them to your own family. Li Wangyu's words naturally made the troops overjoyed, and they kowtowed again and again. As for the 73 palace maids, their faces were filled with joy, and many of them were crying tears of joy. These days, they had already seen the various benefits of Dingzhou village. They were even more envious of the palace maids who could marry the old soldiers in the village. Many of the palace maids were familiar with the 3,000 palace maids that Pai Lupi had moved out of the palace, and naturally, they had been guests in their new homes. They yearned for those well-equipped houses. They had also looked forward to being able to leave the palace and live in such a house, but it was just a dream. They didn't expect that today, their dreams would come true. How could they not be excited? When Li Wangyu was building Dingzhou village, he had originally planned for 120 houses. However, later on, when he thought that he would recruit more troops, he had to prepare houses for them. Thus, he asked the Ministry of Works to expand the construction area and built more than 100 houses. He didn't expect that it would come in handy today. The two brothers, Niu Yong and Niu Wu, had already moved into the new house with their wives. They usually took turns to guard Li Wangyu's residence, and after their shift, they could go home and be intimate with their wives. These two were quite capable. Now that the two wives of the Niu family were pregnant, Niu Yong and Niu Wu were smiling from ear to ear all day long. A few days later, Dingzhou village became lively again. This time, 73 newlyweds were getting married. This scale surpassed the first marriage between the old soldiers and Niu Yong and Niu Wu. The wedding banquet was held in the village for 3 consecutive days. The main character was naturally the pig slaughtering feast that everyone ate 100 times. Now, it was naturally not Li Wangyu's turn to cook. Naturally, the kitchen maids in the residence would do it for him. If he, the county earl who founded the country, personally cooked, it was likely that everyone in the village would dare to eat. In fact, there were 74 newlyweds getting married. The marriage between Li Heng and Lady Zhao had also been settled. However, Lady Zhao refused to wear a green wedding dress with the palace maids and put on a gold foil flower ornament. In her words, she was a widow, and it was her second marriage. If she did this, people would laugh at her. Li Heng was even more thin-skinned. He was afraid that people would laugh at him for being old and shameless, so he was unwilling to organize the wedding. Li Wangyu couldn't persuade the two of them, so he could only give up. During the collective wedding, he toasted the two newlyweds, a few more cups, and it was considered a banquet. However, that night, Lady Zhao moved into Li Heng's room, which made Li Wangyu laugh secretly. As for Lady Zhao's daughter, Lady Zhao, she was already married. Moreover, she was married to a man from Dingzhou village. Li Wangyu couldn't help but ridicule him for being a beast. Such a young girl actually got married to another man. After dealing with these trivial matters, Li Wangyu began to ponder about what kind of program he should let the remaining 227 palace maids rehearse so that they could open the eyes of these country bumpkins of the Tang dynasty during Pai Lupi's birthday. Chapter 571. Li Wangyu racked his brains for several days and finally figured out what to let the 227 palace maids perform. However, when he brought his idea to his beautiful superior to discuss it, he received a big roll of her eyes. "Wangyu, are you sure you want to perform this for Li Shimin? Can they accept it?" Li Wangyu felt strange and asked back, "Why not?" The beautiful superior speechlessly put her hand to her forehead. "Okay, since you say it's okay, then it's okay. Hee, Chongqing, you have to do this. I'll leave the rehearsal to you." "I can't teach them, right?" "I can't either." The beautiful superior glared at him angrily. "You only know how to be lazy. No, you've wronged me. Can't I prepare the ultimate weapon? Hee, when the time comes, I'll definitely shock these bumpkins." Li Wangyu certainly wouldn't admit that he was being lazy. "Humph, I'd be a fool to believe you." It wasn't strange that the beautiful superior would think this way. Li Wangyu was indeed quite lazy. Although he came up with ideas one after another, this guy was only responsible for starting the fire and didn't care about the aftermath. The many things he created and the subsequent troublesome matters were all thrown to others to handle. The Shun Feng Carriage Company and the lingerie shop were managed by his beautiful superior. The brewery was directly handed over to the palace eunuchs, and he was only responsible for the dividends. The coining workshop and weapon forging workshop were given to Yen Liben. The beverage vending machine in Cheng and was given to Cho Kuan. The winter rice planting in Hu County was given to Yang Zhua, and many of the troublesome matters were given to Yang Zhua. The matters of the charity hall and toilet cleaning were given to the playboys. Even the public carriage was given to the old village chief and the others, and he was too lazy to interfere. The beautiful superior was too lazy to say anything more about his laziness. She wrinkled her delicate nose and made a face at him. Then, she went to find the palace maids. Li Wangyu looked at the beautiful figure of the beautiful superior as she left and laughed. He knew that the beautiful superior would definitely not be tired of this matter. Although the beautiful superior had always shown the image of a strong woman, she was actually very artistic in her bones. Otherwise, she wouldn't have learned belly dancing back then and could dance so well. Besides, if he didn't hand this matter over to his beautiful superior and went to rehearse the program for the 227 beautiful and charming palace maids, he was afraid that he would be hunted down by his beautiful superior. Besides, he was not idle. He planned to make a secret weapon during Pai Lupi's birthday to shock the country bumpkins of the Tang dynasty. This secret weapon was the fireworks. The earliest fireworks in China appeared in the Song dynasty. During the Xuanhe period of the northern Song dynasty, there were already large-scale fireworks. As for the explosive rods used in the Tang dynasty to seal saltpeter into bamboo tubes, they were still a bit far from fireworks. The word fireworks in the Tang poems did not refer to the fireworks of the later generations, but to the beautiful scenery or brothels. For example, Li Bai's poem, "My Old Friend Left the Yellow Crane Tower," fireworks went down to Yangzhou in March. The fireworks in the poem were referring to spring. Tangshi said, "There are no fireworks on the plug. Ning Si Chie's color." It was referring to the brothels. Fireworks were actually black gunpowder mixed with different metal powders. When the different metal powders burned and produced a chemical reaction, they would show different colors. Li Wangyu previously thought that the explosive rods were not lively enough. On a whim, he had already made black gunpowder. To make fireworks, as long as different metal powders were added to the black gunpowder, it would show different colors. However, the Tang dynasty did not have as many metal elements as the later generations. Li Wangyu could use them to make fireworks, so he could only make a few simple colors. For example, if iron powder was added, it would emit yellow fireworks. If copper powder was added, it would appear green. Even so, Li Wangyu felt that as long as he could make fireworks, it would be enough to shock Pai Lupi and the officials. However, how to make fireworks made Li Wangyu scratch his head. He only knew the general principle and had never really done it in the later generations. Fortunately, it was still early, so he was not in a hurry. He could slowly experiment. He led Niu Wu and Niu Yong to a secluded place in the mansion. After fiddling with it for a few days, Li Wangyu still could not make fireworks. This made Li Wangyu very depressed. Today, the fireworks experiment failed again. Li Wangyu simply gave up and ran to Dingzhou village to relax. He chatted and laughed with the villagers and ants along the way. He greeted them and chatted about daily life. He also taught the naughty children in the village a lesson. Li Wangyu's depressed mood improved again. He walked around the village with his hands behind his back. Unexpectedly, he saw his old butler Li Heng arguing with the old village chief. Li Wangyu was curious and secretly walked over. He wanted to hear what the two old men were arguing about. No, this is not negotiable. The manor's cowherd is lent to the village for farming. How can you use it to push the mill? Don't you have a dozen cows in your village? Why do you still want to use the manor's cows? Li Heng's loud voice did not wait for Li Wangyu to come closer. The old village chief laughed and said, "The cows in the village are all old. How can they do this kind of work? The cows will not break even if they are used. You old thing, why are you so stingy? Bah, you old fellow. The village has so many copper coins in the public account. Go to Chang and city's mule market and buy some cows. Hee, Lengjuan's manor has 20 cows. They are all raised in the village. Why waste copper coins to buy cows? Even if you have some money, you don't dare to be so extravagant." The old village chief continued to persuade, "Why don't we pay Lang Jun the rent of the cows?" "Humph, who cares about your copper coins? You are an old farmer. Haven't you heard of it? In the winter of October, farming cows are cold. Building palaces is cold. Now it is already October. How can we still let the cows work? This is the time to conserve energy." Li Wangyu sneaked behind the two and listened to the conversation between the two old men. He could not help but laugh out loud. His sudden voice startled Li Heng and the old village chief. When they saw that it was Li Wangyu, they hurriedly saluted. Li Wangyu smiled and waved his hand. "I say, you two, do you have nothing better to do? It's just a matter of a few cows. Is there a need to be like this?" The old village chief laughed and said, "Lang Jun, please don't laugh at us. Housekeeper Li is deliberately making things difficult for me. This old man is too petty. Didn't I win some money from him in Mahjong yesterday? Is he deliberately going against me today?" Li Heng was exposed by the old village chief in front of Li Wangyu. He could not help but blush. "Nonsense, am I such a stingy person? Humph, yesterday I just had bad luck. What's there to be proud of? Not stingy. Just now, you said that old me could not use the cows to push the mill." The old village chief did not spare Li Heng and continued to expose him. Li Heng was so angry that he almost rolled up his sleeves and fought with the old man. Li Wangyu also knew that the two old men were purely teasing him. He was too lazy to care about them. Just as he was about to continue walking, he took 2 steps and suddenly turned back. "Muramesa, are the rollers and mills in the village all pushed by big animals?" The old village chief did not understand, so he nodded and replied, "Yes, this is thanks to Langjuan's 20 cows. Otherwise, the village's 10 old cows would not be willing to let them push the rollers and mills. In the past, when it was busy, the villagers pushed by themselves." Li Wangyu could not help but laugh. "So that's how it is. Li Heng, we will not lend our cows to the village to push the mill." His words suddenly stunned the old village chief and Li Heng. Li Heng quickly said, "Lang Jun, the village does not have big animals. How can we push the mill?" Old slave was just teasing the village chief. "Don't take it seriously." The old village chief did not know what to say. He could only rub his hands and look at Li Wangyu. He did not understand what he meant. Now the village was naturally not as poor as before. They could not afford to buy cows. The old village chief just did not understand why Li Wangyu suddenly said this. Li Wangyu laughed and said, "Li Heng, Muramesa, I have a way to grind rice and flour without manpower. Do you believe me?" His words naturally made Li Heng and the old village chief look at each other. They did not know how to respond. Chapter 572. Li Heng and the old villager naturally didn't believe Li Wangyu's words. Millstone can grind rice and flour by itself? Wouldn't that be like becoming an immortal? The rollers used by farmers to grind rice were all made of heavy, large stones. They were composed of a roller and a millstone. They were specially used to remove the husks of rice and wheat. The stone mill was composed of 2 round stones. The grain would enter the middle of the 2 layers through the hole at the top and move out along the grain. When it rolled through the 2 layers, it would be ground into powder. These 2 tools were not light at all. Without 7 or 8 strong men, they couldn't be lifted. Without the use of manpower or animal power, Li Heng and the old villager couldn't imagine how to move them. If someone else had said this to them, the old villager would have spat on that person's face. Was he dreaming? Was he talking in his sleep? But these words were said by their own Lang Jun. The 2 didn't know how to respond, so they couldn't help but keep quiet with a bitter face. When Li Wangyu saw the 2 old men's wrinkled faces, he knew that they didn't believe what he said. He couldn't help but smile even more happily. "What? You don't believe me? Well, why don't we make a bet? If I can't make the millstone that doesn't need manpower or animal power, I will personally cook a delicious meal and treat you 2 to wine. How about it? But if I can make it, hee hee." Li Heng and the old villager looked at each other and couldn't help but say, "If you can make it, Lang Jun, what do you want? If you can make it, you old thing, obediently move out of the mansion and live in the courtyard. How about it? Do you want to bet?" Li Wangyu gave the mansion to Niu Yong, Niu Wu, and a group of troops. Naturally, the mansion of the old housekeeper, Li Heng, was included. However, this old man was very stubborn. He said that he was the housekeeper of Lai Hot, so there was no reason for him to move out. He insisted on staying in the mansion. If Li Heng was not married, Li Wangyu would naturally let him be. But now, since Li Heng had become a good citizen, married Lady Zhao, and still lived in his own mansion, it didn't seem like a home at all. This old man didn't care, but he couldn't let that Madame Zhao suffer. It was precisely because Li Wangyu had thought of this that he deliberately proposed the bet with Li Heng. Seeing that it had nothing to do with him, the old villager quickly nodded in agreement. If he won, he could get a delicious meal personally cooked by Li Wangyu. If he lost, it would be even better. It would be very convenient for the village to grind rice and flour in the future. "Lang Jun, it's a deal then." "Hee hee, we'll bet with you." "It's a deal." Li Heng couldn't help but push the old villager. "Go away, what does it have to do with you? You old thing, what right do you have to make decisions for me? Heh heh, you don't know how to appreciate good intentions. Lang Jun is obviously doing it for your own good, but you're still being unreasonable." The old villager sneered and turned to Li Wangyu. "Lang Jun, don't pay attention to this stubborn old man. We'll bet with you. I wonder how long it will take for you to make the mill you mentioned." Li Wangyu stretched out 3 fingers, "At most 3 days." "Old me, on behalf of the villagers, thank you, Lang Jun." The old villager also understood now. Although it sounded difficult to understand that the mill could turn by itself. But since this was said by Li Wangyu and he said it so firmly, it must be true. The old villager looked at Li Heng again and said with a smile, "Lang Jun, don't worry. In 3 days, I'll lead the villagers to help housekeeper Li move." Li Heng glared at him, so angry that he couldn't speak. Li Wangyu laughed, "That's good. In that case, I'll go to Carpenter Lu's workshop and ask him to start building immediately." After he finished speaking, he didn't wait for Li Heng to speak again. He turned and left, leaving the old housekeeper Li Heng in a mess in the wind, When Li Wangyu said that it didn't need to store up energy and could grind rice and flour by itself, he was naturally referring to the water mill and the water mill. He had forgotten about these two good things before, but after being reminded by the old villager and Li Heng's words, he remembered them. Building a water mill was simply a piece of cake for the current Dingzhou village. The reason why Li Wangyu said that 3 days would be enough was that Carpenter Lu's workshop already had water wheels of various sizes. The water wheel was the key to driving the stone mill. As for the other things, it was just a simple transmission device that converted the kinetic energy from the water wheel's rotation to drive the heavy stone mill. After carefully studying Li Wangyu's drawing of the water mill, Carpenter Lu couldn't help but slap the table in praise. Lang Jun, your water mill is too amazing. Why didn't I think that since the water can drive the water wheel to a high place, it can also drive the stone mill to rotate? Li Wangyu asked, how is it? How long will it take to build the water mill? Very fast. 2 to 3 days will be enough. The water wheel and stone mill are ready-made. We only need to build the transmission device. In addition, it's easy to build a water mill next to the Gan River. I'll let my 3 sons lead people to build the water mill now. I'll ride a horse to Hu County and find a blacksmith to build the rotating iron axes. Li Wangyu nodded and told Carpenter Lu to hurry up and build the water mill in 3 days. He didn't want to waste time and give Li Heng an excuse to refuse to move. With Li Wangyu's instructions, Carpenter Lu naturally didn't dare to waste time. He let his sons and apprentices put down their work and quickly built the water mill. The villagers didn't know what Carpenter Lu and the others were busy with by the Gan River. They only knew that they had taken away the large stone mill used by the village to grind flour, causing many villagers who were waiting to grind flour to complain. Some people even ran to the old village chief to complain, but they were scolded by the old man and told that they would know in 3 days. The villagers didn't know what was going on and discussed it. It wasn't until 3 days later that the old village chief knocked on the gong and loudly called everyone to go to the water mill that everyone gathered around. Miramesa, what did you say just now? What did Lang Jun build for us? Water mill. You idiot. It's a mill that doesn't need human labor and animal labor. It can turn on its own. The old village chief laughed. Everyone doubted their own ears. Miramesa, did you say something wrong? Don't joke with us. The mill is so heavy. How can it turn on its own without human labor and animal labor? That's right. How is that possible? The large stone mill in the village required 2 oxen to move. It doesn't need oxen to pull it or people to push it. Did Lang Jun cast a spell on the stone mill? The old village chief knocked a chestnut on the head of the youth in front of him. You idiot, how can Lang Jun be wrong? I went to take a look. It's a mill that uses a water wheel to move it. Despite his explanation, the villagers still shook their heads. It's good that the water wheel can carry water, but the stone mill is so heavy. How can the water wheel move it? That's right. The small stones by the river can't be washed away by the river. It takes 7 or 8 strong men to lift the stone mill. How can a water wheel move it? The villagers didn't believe him, but they still followed the old village chief to the water mill by the Gan River. When they saw the large stone mill that Carpenter Lu had taken away spinning under the water wheel, they were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped. Chapter 573. The water mill was installed with the stone mill that Carpenter Lu had dismantled from the village. The stone mill was huge, with a diameter of about 1.5 meters. Originally, it would have required 2 bulls to pull it. But now, what appeared in front of everyone's eyes was a millstone that was constantly rotating under the push of the water wheel. Oh my God, so this water can really move the millstone? You idiot, didn't the village chief say it just now? This is something that Lang Jun made, so how can it be wrong? Bah, you seem to be doubting it just now, right? Hee hee, no, you heard wrong. How can I doubt Lang Jun's words? Tisk tsk, not using mules, horses, or oxen to pull the mill is really convenient and convenient. A villager immediately discovered the benefits of the water mill. Using animals to pull the mill not only required a lot of effort to drive the animals, but people also had to follow the animals and walk around the millstone. Grinding a dough of grain was not easy at all. Every time a dough of grain was ground, the animals had to rest. After all, even oxen would get tired. If they used manpower to move the mill, they could only move a small mill. This kind of large mill could not be moved by humans. Moreover, if they used manpower to move it, the efficiency would be even slower. With this water-powered stone mill, one person could grind grain. Moreover, there was no need to move at all. They only needed to continuously add grain to the stone mill. It was really much easier. Just as the villagers were discussing excitedly around the water mill, someone suddenly rushed out of the water mill. Someone curiously shouted, "Zhao Sanlang, why are you running? Go back and move the grain. Come and grind the flour." After being reminded by his words, the villagers immediately reacted. They stopped watching the water mill and all turned to run back to their houses. Not long after, there was a long line outside the water mill. Whether they needed to grind flour or not, they used wheelbarrows to transport a dough of grain, intending to try out the benefits of the water mill. The efficiency of the huge stone mill when grinding grain was astonishing. If a dough of grain was ground into flour, it could be ground once in more than 10 minutes. However, to grind it into fine flour, it usually needed to be ground at least twice. That would only take half an hour. Furthermore, this water mill didn't need to rest. It could grind continuously, so its efficiency was naturally very high. When Li Wangyu led Li Heng to inspect the water mill, the villagers of Dingzhou village crowded around and bowed to him. "Lang Jun, this water mill is really useful." "Thank you, Lang Jun." "Thank you, Lang Jun." "Lang Jun, look, this is the mill that I just made. It's so white and fine. This water mill is really too good. It doesn't take any effort at all. It only took a moment to grind it out." Zhao Sanlang, who ran the fastest, squeezed through the crowd and grabbed a handful of freshly ground flour as he spoke to Li Wangyu. "Huh, that's good. I didn't let Carpenter Lu work hard in vain." Li Wangyu laughed and nudged Li Heng with his elbow. "How about it? If you're willing to bet, you have to admit defeat, right? Today, I will move to your courtyard. Don't be so long-winded." Li Heng had no choice but to nod silently. The water mill of Dingzhou village became the busiest place in the village. For the entire day, as long as the villagers had free time, they would run to the water mill and stare at the spinning millstone without blinking. The news quickly spread from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100. After receiving the news, Yang Quan once again rode a horse and rushed from Hu County to Dingzhou village. He went straight to the water mill. "Zio, why didn't you tell your elder brother that you made such a good thing?" Yang Quan squatted in front of the water mill without a care for his image. He carefully inspected the water mill before pulling Li Wangyu to complain. Then, he stretched out his hand and asked, "Where is the blueprint for this water mill?" Li Wangyu rolled his eyes speechlessly. Aren't these officials of the Tang dynasty too self-conscious? Why do I feel like I owe them something? Hee, brother Shuqing, what do you want the blueprint for? Li Wangyu pretended to be ignorant and asked back. Yang Quan was familiar with him, so naturally, he wouldn't fall for his trick. Of course it's to promote the construction of this water mill in all the villages in Hu County. Zio, don't tell me you want to ask me for money again? You are the dignified county magistrate of Hu County, yet you have the nerve to ask. Li Wangyu asked curiously, why should I have the nerve? Brother Shuqing, friendship is friendship, business is business. If you want the blueprint for the water mill, give me something in exchange for it. Yang Quan pretended to be angry and said, all right, I'll give you this 100 or so catty. How about it? Li Wangyu looked at Yang Quan from head to toe and shook his head. No, you're too old. It's not worth much. His words almost made Yang Quan's nose crooked from anger. He breathed heavily and said, tell me, what do you want to do this time? Li Wangyu was waiting for him to say this. He laughed mischievously and said, not much, not much. I'm not greedy. Help me repair the road in exchange. How about it? Yang Quan was stunned. Repair the road? Repair what road? The road from Dingzhou village to Hu County. You're the dignified county magistrate of Hu County. Haven't you noticed that this road is too lousy? Every time it rains, it becomes a muddy pond. I can't even go out. That road should have been repaired long ago. Speaking of this matter, Li Wangyu had a stomach full of complaints. The road from Dingzhou village to Hu County was not an official road and lacked maintenance. Now, it was already in tatters. Moreover, the road was narrow and could only accommodate one horse carriage. If there was a horse carriage coming from the opposite side, they had to find a wide place to pass. It was fine if they traveled on horseback, but if they sat in a horse carriage, they would feel dizzy from the bumps and it was really torturous. Now that Dingzhou village was getting richer and there were more and more horse carriages, it was time for the road to be repaired. Li Wangyu had been thinking about this for a long time. When he met Yang Quan today, he casually brought it up. Yang Zhua, on the other hand, was shocked by his words. Zio, you're asking for too much. You actually want me to build a road that's 20 li long for a water mill blueprint? Do you know how much it will cost to repair this road? Brother Shuqing, you're the dignified county magistrate of Hu County, the Ming House. How can you be so stingy? TSK, forget it. I know that you, the Ming House magistrate, are also poor. I won't bicker with you. I'll pay for the cost of repairing the road myself. However, you have to mobilize the laborers in the county to help me repair the road. Is that okay? When Li Wangyu ridiculed him for being poor, Yang Quan was speechless. However, he could agree to Li Wangyu's conditions. After all, the laborers recruited by the county every year were used to build and maintain various facilities in the county. Of course, it was also okay to let these laborers repair the road. Moreover, since Li Wangyu said that he would pay for all the expenses, Yang Quan had no reason to refuse. He pondered for a moment and nodded. Okay, I can agree to this condition. Seeing that he agreed, Li Wangyu quickly added, I want to double the width of this road. The county will have to settle the land that the roadbed occupies. You. Yang Quan almost wanted to blow his beard again. However, when he thought about it, there weren't many farmlands on both sides of the road from Hu County to Dingzhou village. Even if the roadbed was doubled, he estimated that the compensation from the county would only be around 100 mu. After doing this calculation, Yang Quan decided to endure it. In any case, this road really did need to be repaired. Especially now that Pai Lupi came to Dingzhou village from time to time, the road was too bad. It really couldn't be justified. Seeing that Yang Quan nodded in agreement, Li Wangyu opened his mouth to speak again. This time, Yang Quan couldn't hold back anymore. His saliva almost sprayed on Li Wangyu's face. Zio, that's enough. Li Wangyu shrugged. Hee, Brother Shuqing, why are you in such a hurry? I mean, I'll treat you to a drink. Chapter 574. At Li Wangyu's residence, Yang Quan drank and chatted merrily with Li Wangyu. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, he returned to the county office with the blueprints for the water mill. It was currently the slack season, so enlisting laborers wasn't too troublesome. Yang Quan didn't go back on his word. He quickly recruited 5,000 laborers from the county and had the bailiffs and scribes lead them to begin repairing the road from Dingzhou village to Hu County. Although the laborers didn't need to be paid, Li Wangyu still had to pay for their meals. Li Wangyu naturally wasn't stingy with the copper coins. 3 meals a day, he provided the laborers with good food and drinks, including meat and fish. The laborers who came to repair the road were very grateful for County Count Hu's generosity, so they put in even more effort in repairing the road. 20 li wasn't very long. The 5,000 laborers were divided into 10 groups. Under the direction of the craftsmen sent by the county office, they started working in 10 different places. Each group of 500 people was responsible for repairing the road, and the distance was only 1 kilometer. In the Tang dynasty, the most physically exhausting part of building roads was tamping down the earth. It required countless strong men to continuously lift up heavy wooden stakes, raise them up high, and then drop them down, repeatedly smash them into the ground to tamp down the road, and then use stone rollers to roll them back and forth. Finally, firewood was placed on top of the road and the road was burned. This way, grass and insects wouldn't grow, and the road was sturdy and durable. According to Yang Zhua and the craftsmen sent by Hu County to direct the construction of the road, this 20-li long road would take 3 to 4 months to complete. A laborer's year of service was 20 days. Yang Quan estimated that they would need to recruit 4 or 5 laborers in shifts to satisfy Li Wangyu's needs. However, Li Wangyu didn't allow them to repair the road like this. He only had the laborers fill up the road and then use stone rollers to tamp it down. He also used 4-wheeled carriages to bring over crushed stones from the quarry and lay them on top of the road. Regarding this, the craftsman in charge of the road couldn't help but advise, County Count Hu, this road isn't tamped down, but the speed is fast. But once it rained, the road would be washed away. Even if the road is paved with these stones, once those carriages are crushed, they will still sink into the stones. The road can't be built this way. Li Wangyu shook his head and smiled. It's okay. I'm going to put a layer of mirage mud on the road. Isn't that enough? What? Spreading mirage mud on the ground? Isn't this too extravagant? The craftsmen naturally knew what mirage mud was, but they had never thought of using such precious mirage mud on the road. In his opinion, wasn't this a prodigal son? The craftsman complained in his heart. In Chang'an, it was rumored that County Count Hu was a prodigal son. It seemed that the rumors were true. What was the difference between paving a road with mirage mud and paving a road with money? However, Li Wangyu was the one spending the money anyway. Since he was willing to spend it on this path, Blacksmith naturally couldn't say much. Besides, he was also very curious about what it would be like to spread the mirage mud on the road. What he didn't know was that in fact, Li Wangyu was also complaining in his heart that the Ministry of Works and the work supervisor of the Tang dynasty were too unreliable. The method of how to fire the volcanic ash in place of cement had long been given to the Ministry of Works and the work supervisor. However, half a year had passed, and the production had not increased at all. Wasn't it just calcining lime and clay in a kiln? It was such a simple thing, but it took so long. This cement had not been popularized in the Tang dynasty, and it was still a rare thing. Li Wangyu didn't know that although lime was not a rare thing in the Tang dynasty, the production was not high. After all, lime could only be obtained by craftsmen mining limestone and calcining it. The efficiency of large-scale industrial production could not be compared with the efficiency of modern times. That was to say, County Count Hu was now influential enough, and Yen Liben was mediating for him in the work supervisor. Otherwise, even if he spent money, he couldn't get so much cement to pave the road. In order to build this 20 miles long road, Li Wangyu pestered and pestered endlessly. From the Ministry of Works and the General Supervisor, he obtained 20,000 stones of mirage mud. 20,000 dan, which was only 2,000 tons, cost Li Wangyu 10,000 strings of cash, which was equivalent to 5 strings of cash per ton of cement. Li Wangyu was very unhappy about this, but there was nothing he could do about it. In modern times, cement was only 400 to 500 strings of cash per ton, but these 5 strings of cash were equivalent to 20,000 strings of cash in modern times. It was really a sky-high price. As for the food expenses of the laborers, the cost of the materials for building the road, and so on, it added up to more than 10,000 strings of cash. Li Wangyu threw out more than 20,000 strings of copper coins for the short journey of 20 li, under the circumstances where the laborer didn't need to pay wages. Fortunately, he didn't lack money. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to build a cement road so extravagantly. The price was not cheap. In modern times, building a 4-meter-wide village road with concrete cost about 300,000 strings of cash per kilometer. And Li Wangyu spent 20,000 strings of cash to build this 10-li road, which was equivalent to 80 million in modern times. The cost of 8 million per kilometer was an astronomical price. With enough financial support and the laborers' hard work, a never-before-seen cement road appeared in the Tang dynasty in a short 20 days. Huxin County Count Li Wangyu was squandering again. This news quickly spread through Hu County, and even into Cheng and Pai Lupi's ears. Everyone had different reactions to this. Some shook their heads and sighed, some were envious, and some were expectant. On the day that the new road was completed, not only was Dingzhou village in an uproar, but the villagers of Hu County and the surrounding villages also flocked to see this squandering road. That's right, the 20 li road from Hu County to Dingzhou village was now jokingly called the squandering road by the people of Hu County. Spending 20,000 strings of cash to build a 10 li road was simply too outrageous. If this wasn't squandering, then what was? But when the people crowded around this squandering road, they were all stupefied. This was a road. It looked like a road paved with grayish-white stone slabs. This was truly beyond the imagination of the Tang people. Although Li Wangyu had already handed over cement to the imperial court, it was still rarely seen among the common people, much less used to pave roads. The common people had never seen a road paved with cement, and they had never imagined that it would look like this. An elderly man smashed his crutch on the cement road a few times in disbelief. Not only was there no dent, his hand went numb from the impact. This is an immortal art. This road is clearly paved with stone slabs. Great-grandfather, this is mirage mud. Do you know what mirage mud is? It was made by the Count of Hu County. After the mirage mud dries up, it becomes this kind of mud. It's incomparably hard and impervious to fire and water. It's truly miraculous, someone explained to the old man. A busybody immediately ran over to fetch a bucket of water and poured it over the road. The crowd watched as the water did not seep into the road. Instead, it flowed to the sides of the road and into the drainage ditches. The remaining water stains on the cement road quickly evaporated under the sunlight, leaving not a single trace of water behind. There were also 4 grooves in the cement road, with wooden tracks embedded in them. These were tracks designed for carriages, and they were called tracks. Of course, things like tracks were not invented by Li Wangyu. Tracks had already appeared in the Qin dynasty. These wooden tracks would hold the wheels of the carriages. They were smooth, allowing the carriages to move very quickly. These tracks were similar to the tracks of the Tang dynasty, but they were smoother and smoother. While the people of Hu County were marveling at this squandering road, another group of people had set out from Cheng and was heading straight for this road. Chapter 575. The person who came was Pai Lupi. He led a group of civil and military officials to visit Li Wangyu's prodigal road. Li Wangyu had already mentioned to Pai Lupi and the others about using mirage mud to build roads. However, no one took it to heart. In the eyes of Pai Lupi and the others, such precious mirage mud should be used to build city walls and fortresses. Only then would they be impregnable. He didn't think it would be beneficial to use it to build roads. He even thought it was a waste. Today, Pai Lupi and the officials were discussing matters in the morning court when Mitua came to report that Li Wangyu's 20 li long mirage mud road was open to traffic today. Although Pai Lupi thought it was a waste to use mirage mud to build roads, he was very curious about the road built with mirage mud. Therefore, under the urging of Cheng Yaojin and the others, he simply stopped the morning court and led the officials directly to Hu County to watch the fun. When they arrived at the cement road outside Hu County, it was already as lively as the Lantern Festival. The cement road was full of people who came to watch the fun. Although Pai Lupi was the emperor of the Tang dynasty, and the officials and nobles were also a group of people with the highest status in the Tang dynasty, when they saw the cement road, their reaction was not much better than the crowd of Hu County people. The group of civil and military officials, when faced with this unprecedented cement road, couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Cheng Yaojin even jumped down from his horse and stomped on the road a few times with his feet. Son of a bitch, Zio is really generous. This mirage mud is actually used to pave the road? My goodness, this road is really solid. No matter how hard the road is, it's not as good as this mirage mud. Yuchi Jingda, Qin Xiong, and the other generals were also shocked by the road that was as flat as a stone slab. Some people even pulled out the sabers at their waists and slashed the road. Duan Luen, the Minister of Works, carefully inspected the cement road beneath his feet. He then turned his head and called for a carriage. He had the carriage drive up and down the road a few times. After the series of tests were completed, he turned his head to Pai Lupi and praised, "Your Majesty, County Count Huxian's Mirage Mud Road is incredible." The road was flat, and the carriage was even faster than before. This subject has tested it just now. Compared to the official road, the speed of the carriage can be increased by almost 10%, and it is very stable. Not only does it save on horsepower, the carriage can also carry more goods. Amazing. Pai Lupi nodded. When Ziyu said that this mirage mud could be used to pave the road, I didn't think so. But I didn't expect that the road paved with mirage mud would be so incredible. It was really beyond my expectations. Duan Qing, the production of the mirage mud needs to be increased as soon as possible. Duan Luen smiled bitterly, "Your Majesty, I naturally know the benefits of the mirage mud, but the production of lime is limited. This subject has already ordered people to do their best to mine the limestone and burn it. The main reason is that the limestone mine is remote and inconvenient to transport." Li Wangyu, who had rushed over after receiving the news to welcome Pai Lupi and the others, heard Duan Luen's words and couldn't help but be surprised. In his memories, China was an important source of limestone. Almost every province and city had limestone mines. In particular, Guangzhong Road, which was located in the modern Shaanxi province, had the largest limestone reserves in the country, close to 5 billion tons. Duan Luen actually said that the limestone mine was remote and inconvenient to transport? Could it be that the limestone mines haven't been discovered yet? This was interesting. Li Wangyu rubbed his chin and felt that he could make a move. It seemed to be a good business. Not to mention the large mines far away, he didn't have enough manpower or machinery to mine them. However, Li Wangyu remembered that there was a limestone mine in Hu County. Back then, the limestone mining companies in Hu County didn't pay attention to environmental protection and crazily mined. At one time, there were close to 1,000 mining companies and thousands of lime kilns. After more than 10 years of vicious mining, the pollution caused by the production of these companies caused the surrounding people to suffer greatly. After the TV interview was broadcasted on TV, it caused a huge social reaction. Li Wangyu also remembered the existence of the limestone mine in Hu County after watching that news program. However, now wasn't the time to talk about this. It was better to find someone to explore the mine and confirm its location. After Li Wangyu remembered this matter, he greeted Pai Lupi and the others and introduced them to the cement road. "Zio, I heard that you spent 20,000 strings of cash to build this road. Do you know what the people of Hu County call this road?" Li Wangyu laughed and said, "Hee, I know. It's the road of squandering. I think it's pretty good. Building a road and squandering is a good thing. If Yang Mingfu, Chui Ming House, and Lu Ming House are willing, I'm even willing to use my own money to build the road from Hu County to Cheng and into a mirage mud road like this. What does Uncle think?" His words moved Pai Lupi. The road from Hu County to Dingzhou village was only 20 li. Moreover, only Dingzhou village and the villages along the road would benefit from it. However, if they wanted to build the road from Hu County to Chang'an, it would be too valuable. As the southern gate of Chang'an, Hu County was an important connection to Izhou. Moreover, due to the high price of housing in Chang'an, many merchants set up their workshops in Hu County. Every day, countless carriages and caravans traveled between Hu County and Chang'an. In fact, after seeing the cement road built by Li Wangyu, Pai Lupi had already thought about how spectacular it would be if such a road could be built throughout the Tang dynasty. However, 20,000 yuan to build 20 kilometers of road was such an expensive price that it directly discouraged Pai Lupi from building the road. How many official roads were there in the Tang dynasty? If all the roads were to be built at this price, the Tang dynasty would probably become the first dynasty to go bankrupt because of road construction. Now that Li Wangyu proposed to use his own money to repair the 80 li road from Hu County to Chang'an, Pai Lupi was naturally happy to see it happen. If 20 li cost 20,000 strings of cash, wouldn't 80 li cost 80,000 strings of cash? Moreover, the official road from Hu County to Cheng and was incomparable to the small road from Dingzhou village. It was at least twice as wide as the Mirage mud road in front of them. Based on this calculation, it would probably cost no less than 100,000 strings of coins to build this 80-mile-long road, or even more. Li Wangyu was willing to pay for this. Whether it was Pai Lupi or the civil and military officials, no one was unwilling. Yang Quan, Cui Zhua, and Lu Deheng looked at each other and immediately stood up. Your Majesty, we naturally agree. If the Count of Hu County is willing to pay for the construction of the official road from Hu County to Cheng'an, we will take care of all the enlistment without any objections. Pai Lupi nodded slightly and looked at Li Wangyu. Zio, have you thought it through? Are you willing to pay for the construction of the official road from Cheng'an to Hu County? Li Wangyu's smile became even brighter. Uncle, I naturally can pay for the construction. However, if I spend a lot of money to build this official road, there should be some benefits, right? Pai Lupi was slightly stunned. What benefits do you want? Hee, not much, not much. I only want 100 copper coins. Chapter 576. Li Wangyu's words stunned Pai Lupi and the officials. They thought that there was something wrong with their ears. Only 100 copper coins? What the hell? What kind of condition was this? Li Wangyu calmly explained, Uncle, if I were to pay for the construction of this official road, the people would naturally be free to use it. However, shouldn't I pay a fee for the carriages of the merchants that come and go? 100 copper coins per carriage shouldn't be too much, right? His words made the officials and Pai Lupi even more confused. Many of them immediately began to silently calculate how much profit Li Wangyu could make by proposing this. At present, there were no less than 1,000 carriages going back and forth between Cheng'an and Hu County every day. 100 copper coins per carriage really wasn't much. When Li Wangyu ate breakfast with Niu Yong, Niu Wu, and the others at Chongren Square, he spent more than 100 copper coins. The officials secretly pondered. Was it a lot to pay 100 copper coins to travel on such a flat Mirage mud road? 1,000 carriages could collect 100 copper coins in a day. In a year, they could collect 30,000 strings of copper coins. Even if the road required 100,000 strings of copper coins, it would only take 3 years to recoup the investment. After that, it would be a net profit. The officials silently calculated in their hearts and suddenly realized that Li Wangyu wanted to build this road. The profits were too great. Wang Renyu, Zheng Yuanshou, and the other influential figures looked at each other and stood up to express their opposition. Your Majesty, you can't do this. How can the official road become a private road and collect fees? County Count whose words are incorrect. Your Majesty, you can't do this. If the official road becomes a private road, what kind of scandal is this? If you want to collect 100 copper coins per journey for 80 li, Your Majesty, how is this different from highway robbery? Nowadays, there are no fees on the official road. That's right, Your Majesty. How can we let County Count who exploit the people like this? The private road they were talking about was a privately built road. In the Tang dynasty, privately built roads had already been charged for the passage of pedestrians. Pai Lupi was originally somewhat tempted, but after being persuaded by Wang Renyu and the others, he couldn't help but hesitate. Zio, 100 coins seems a little too much. Li Wangyu had a very reluctant expression on his face. Then what about 50 copper coins? Can I charge you 50 copper coins? Wang Renyu and the others naturally shook their heads. No, 50 coins is still too much. The common people have worked so hard. It's inappropriate to exploit them like this. In fact, they didn't care how much they charged. In short, they couldn't let Li Wangyu build this road to make money. Even Wang Renyu, Zheng Yuanshou, and the others were already wondering if the counties where their families were located could use this method to build Mirage mud roads and then charge a fee. This seemed to be a good deal. Although the initial investment was huge, they could reap rich returns for many years. Li Wangyu could only shrug his shoulders in response to Wang Renyu and the other patriarchs' objections. If that's the case, then forget it. The money in my residence doesn't grow on trees. I can't just throw it into the water and listen to the sound. In fact, Li Wangyu didn't really want to build the official road between Hu County and Chang'an. Before the production of cement in the Tang dynasty increased substantially and the price of cement lowered, the cost of building cement roads was too high. It was simply a thankless act. The purpose of his words just now was to plant a seed in Pai Lupi's heart. He wanted to let him know that building roads wasn't just a matter of losing money, but also had great potential. As the saying goes, if you want to be rich, you have to build roads first. This saying was absolutely correct. Li Wangyu felt that as long as he found the location of a lime mine in Hu County, the production of lime would naturally gradually increase. As the production of cement increased, wouldn't it be logical to use cement to build roads? He didn't think there was anything wrong with charging for road building. Although free things were good, seeing the profits would make the Tang dynasty pay attention to road building. As for charging 100 copper coins for 80 li of road, it was indeed too expensive. In Li Wangyu's view, charging 10 copper coins for every 200 li of cement highway was quite reasonable. On average, 1 copper coin per kilometer was equivalent to 8 or 9 times the highway charging standard of later generations. Once several cement highways were built in the Tang dynasty, the economy of the Tang dynasty would inevitably become more prosperous and the national power would become more prosperous. This was all foreseeable. However, this matter wasn't urgent. It was better to take it slowly. Pai Lupi didn't mention the road building anymore. He and the other officials were in high spirits. They carefully observed the Mirage mud road several times. They even pulled Xing Yaojin and the others to gallop back and forth on the 20 li of cement road several times. The iron horseshoes collided with the cement road, constantly producing crisp sounds of hooves. It was very pleasant to the ears. After Pai Lupi had his fill, he called the officials to return to Chang'an. Although he didn't say anything before leaving, it was obvious that Pai Lupi had remembered this cement road in his heart. For a long time after that, the prodigal road built by Li Wangyu with a huge sum of money became the favorite place of the people of Hu County. Every day, many busybodies would go there to watch the fun. It was called the Internet Celebrity Road. Even in Chang'an, many people would ride horses to see it. Some people even used stones to knock on the road to test if it was really as indestructible as the rumors said. Yang Quan was afraid that people would destroy the road, so he had no choice but to arrange for the Yamen runners to maintain order on the cement road every day. After more than half a month, it wasn't until the middle of the 11th month of the second year of Zhengguan that the popularity of the prodigal road slowly dissipated. There were no longer many onlookers. Li Wangyu was living a carefree life now. He had already fiddled with the fireworks and was waiting for Pai Lupi's birthday to show them. The more than 200 palace maids also had their beautiful superiors to arrange daily rehearsals for them. He didn't need to worry about them. Things went his way one after another. Back then, he had impulsively submitted a memorial to Pai Lupi to have the 100,000 people of Hu County switch to planting rice. Originally, he wasn't sure about this, but now, there seemed to be signs of success. The winter rice that had been sown actually started to sprout in the winter. This made Yang Quan, the county magistrate, overjoyed. Every day, he would ride his horse to each village and personally go down to the fields to check on the rice seedlings. According to the estimates of the experienced farmers in the county, in another 40 to 50 days, the rice in Hu County would ripen and be ready for harvest. After receiving this news, Li Wangyu let out a sigh of relief. It was as if a stone had been lifted from his heart. To be honest, if these rice plants had failed, Li Wangyu really didn't know how to face the people of Hu County. It wasn't that he couldn't support the 100,000 people, but that he couldn't face the disappointed gazes of the people. However, Li Wangyu's leisurely days didn't last long. The old immortal son Simiao came looking for him. Trouble had come knocking. Chapter 577. On this day, Li Wangyu had nothing to do, so he led Niu Wu and a group of troops to watch the palace maids rehearse. Lang Jun, Are you planning to let these palace maids perform this on the saint's birthday? I'm afraid it's inappropriate. Niu Wu didn't even blink as he questioned Li Wangyu's decision. Li Wangyu kicked him in the butt angrily. Please wipe the saliva off the corner of your mouth before you say something more convincing. Niu Wu hurriedly wiped the corner of his mouth with his sleeve, but found nothing. Lang Jun, you're lying to me again. Where's the saliva? Humph, is that so? Then I'll have Xia Sanyang take a look and confirm whether or not you're drooling. The Xia Sanyang Li Wangyu mentioned was Niu Wu's beautiful palace maid wife. These two wives of Niu Yong and Niu Wu were born in Taiji Palace. Not only were they good at singing and dancing, but they could also write and draw. In this era where illiterates were everywhere, they were already considered high-end elites. Their beautiful boss was getting busier and busier, so she naturally needed people to help her. Strictly speaking, Perrin and Aphrodite were still in the category of illiterates. Needless to say, Perrin was naturally illiterate. When she was with Li Wangyu, she learned a little. If it was according to the standards of the Tang dynasty, Perrin was actually literate because she could write her own name. In the Tang dynasty, it was recognized that those who could write their own name were not illiterates. As for Aphrodite, although she could speak fluent Chinese, she couldn't write. According to the standards of the Tang dynasty, she was a standard illiterate. Even if she had received excellent education in Byzantium, it was useless. Therefore, Perrin and Aphrodite were still bitterly learning to read from their beautiful boss. Niu Yong's wife, Su Qiao, Niu Wu's wife, Xia Sanyang, and the dozen or so palace maids who married into Dingzhou village were in high demand in the eyes of their beautiful boss. What was the most precious thing in the 17th century? Talents. In the eyes of her beautiful superior, this group of palace maids who could write and calculate were the talents of the Tang dynasty. Under her persuasion, all the palace maids abandoned their families and husbands, one after another. They no longer stayed in the courtyard to take care of their husbands and children. Instead, they followed their beautiful superior and worked for her. These dozen or so former palace maids were all regarded as capable assistants by their beautiful superiors. Many palace maids were even appointed by their beautiful superior as stewards of the carriage business and lingerie shop. They helped their beautiful superior to manage these businesses. Every day, just like their beautiful superior, they took the carriage to and fro between Chang'an and Dingzhou village every day. In the Tang dynasty, there were women who went out to work, but it was not the norm. How could this group of newly married old soldiers be willing to let their beautiful wives go out every day? Niu Yong, Niu Wu, and the old soldiers in the village complained about this. They even complained to Li Wangyu in private a few times. However, when they found that the monthly salary that their wives brought back was higher than theirs, these old soldiers could only shut up obediently. Moreover, this group of women now had the support of their beautiful superior. Whether it was Niu Yong, Niu Wu, or the old soldiers, they did not dare to offend their beautiful superior. As for their own wives, they had no right to speak. In this regard, Li Wangyu was heartless and laughed very happily. Wahahaha, it's time for you old men to experience the miserable situation of men in the future in advance. Now, when their beautiful superior went out, she was followed by a group of beautiful stewards and assistants. How impressive! As the 73 troops married palace maids again, Li Wangyu could foresee that the group of women around their beautiful superior would continue to grow. Now, even though the two daughters-in-law of the Niu family, Su Qiao and Xia Sanyang, were pregnant, they still followed their beautiful superior and helped her do things. When he heard Li Wangyu's words, Niu Wu immediately stopped smiling and replied seriously, Lang Jun, your idea is really amazing. The sage will definitely like it. Get lost. Li Wangyu was too lazy to pay attention to this guy. He turned his head and continued to watch the palace maids rehearse. Needless to say, in the future, he had never received such treatment. More than 200 graceful and beautiful women in thin clothes were twisting their bodies seductively in front of him. It was really a rare sight. Li Wangyu, Niu Wu, and the troops were watching happily. Then, they saw their beautiful superior leading her group of female assistants over. Is it nice? Li Wangyu subconsciously wanted to reply that it was nice, but his strong desire to live made him change his words. It's okay. The dance team is not neat enough. Changqing, you have to supervise them and be strict with them. The sage's birthday is in a month. I don't dare to delay. Time is tight and the task is urgent. I'll leave it to you. I just came to see how the rehearsal is going. Since there are no problems, I'll leave first. After Li Wangyu finished speaking, he prepared to lead Niu Wu and the troops to retreat. However, he heard his beautiful superior instruct Su Qiao and the others, in the future, when the palace maids are training, pay attention to the door. Don't let some people peep at the palace maids. Humph, big pig trotter. Her words almost made Li Wangyu stumble and fall. He didn't dare to say more and quickly pulled Niu Wu and the others away. Lang Jun, why did Lady Su say that you're a big pig trotter? Niu Wu asked Li Wangyu, touching a sore spot. Shut up. She was talking about you. Li Wangyu was so angry that he kicked this guy twice to vent his anger. While he was playing with Niu Wu, he saw the old housekeeper Li Heng hurriedly come over. Lang Jun, I saw that old immortal son sent someone to ask you to go to the Taoist temple. He said that he has something important to tell you. When Li Wangyu heard this, he felt that it was strange. Why was Sun Simiao looking for him? Li Wangyu had already asked the supervising craftsman to make the microscope that Sun Simiao wanted and send it to the Taoist temple. Although the magnification wasn't high, Li Wangyu estimated that it was at most 40 to 50 times magnification. It was similar to the simple microscopes used by elementary school students in the future to do scientific experiments. They could barely see the microorganisms in the water. Li Wangyu really didn't know how to make a lens with a bigger magnification. He could only ask the supervising craftsman to continue to study how to increase the magnification of the microscope. Even so, the simple microscope that was sent to the Taoist temple shocked Sun Simiao and he treated it like a divine weapon. Especially when the old Taoist saw the magnified scenes in his hair, blood, water, and leaves under Li Wangyu's guidance, he became even more obsessed. He hugged the microscope every day and refused to let go. Recently, the old Taoist didn't find trouble with Li Wangyu. He spent every day in the Taoist temple doing his scientific research. Since Sun Simiao was looking for him, Li Wangyu naturally wouldn't delay. He immediately rode to the Taoist temple. When he entered the Taoist temple, Sun Simiao's disciples naturally led him to the old Taoist. Zio, you came at the right time. The penicillin you mentioned before, this poor Taoist has made it. Sun Simiao's words struck Li Wangyu like lightning. What? Penicillin was made? Chapter 578. Sun Simiao's words made Li Wangyu's voice tremble uncontrollably. Old immortal son, what did you say? Penicillin is the miracle drug you mentioned. I made it according to your method, but I don't know how to use it. Zio, please explain it in detail, Sun Simiao said with a smile while twirling his beard. Li Wangyu fell to the floor, his lips trembling. It's really penicillin? Old immortal son, you can't joke about this. Have you tested the efficacy of the drug? The method of making penicillin that he gave to Sun Simiao was just something he learned from the TV series. Whether it was true or not, or if the scriptwriter made it up, he didn't know. The reason why he told Sun Simiao this was that he wanted to keep the old Taoist so that he and his beautiful boss could have a medical insurance. Secondly, he also had the mentality that Sun Simiao, the king of medicine, could really make penicillin. However, Li Wangyu didn't have much hope for this. After all, it was more than 1,000 years in advance. With the current technological strength of the Tang dynasty, it was really incredible to make a miracle drug like penicillin. Therefore, when Sun Simiao said that he made penicillin, Li Wangyu lost his composure. Well, according to what Zio said before, I took out the infected filth from the patients and smeared it on the crystal. Penicillin was also smeared on it. Now that 7 days have passed, there is no penicillin in the areas smeared with penicillin. According to what Zio said before, this should be a success, right? I also looked under the microscope. The areas smeared with penicillin are indeed free of grape-like bacteria. Sun Simiao said and pointed to the microscope, indicating Li Wangyu to look at it himself. Li Wangyu didn't say anything. He rushed in front of the microscope and adjusted the eyepiece. On the crystal that was used as the objective lens, he could clearly see the boundary. The areas smeared with penicillin were clean, but outside were piled up grape-like bacteria. Li Wangyu remembered that this was Staphylococcus, the most common type of pyogenic coccus. There was no doubt that Sun Simiao's penicillin was effective. Li Wangyu's fingers trembled. Penicillin was a miracle drug that could save lives. This was especially true in the Tang dynasty. Son, old immortal son, it's really penicillin. You really made it. Old immortal, you really are the king of medicine. Li Wangyu was so excited that he even called out Sun Simiao's honorific title. Regarding this, Sun Simiao only twirled his beard and laughed heartily. Zio, you're exaggerating. I'm not some medicine king. Ziyu, please tell us how to use this penicillin. Injections. Li Wangyu answered matter-of-factly. Sun Simiao was puzzled. What is an injection? Li Wangyu was dumbfounded. Injection was to use a syringe to inject medicine into the body. But in the Tang dynasty, where would they find syringes and needles? The syringe was simple, so he could make do with a bamboo tube. Li Wangyu estimated that with Carpenter Lu's skills, it wouldn't be a problem to make some bamboo syringes out of bamboo. Although they wouldn't be as transparent as glass in the future, they could still be used. The troublesome part was the needles. This thing had to be hollow and so small. Li Wangyu wasn't confident that the craftsmen of the Tang dynasty could make such a delicate needle. He could only go to the construction bureau and discuss with the craftsmen to see if they could make the needles. Li Wangyu pondered for a moment and was about to explain to Sun Simiao what a syringe was and what an injection was when he saw one of Sun Simiao's disciples hurriedly walk in. Grandmaster, there's a guest. Sun Simiao frowned unhappily. Didn't I say that there won't be any guests? Can't you see that I'm talking business with Count Who? The disciple hesitated for a moment before continuing. It's Mr. Treasure. He said that he wants to reason with Grandmaster and seek justice for his disciple. Li Wangyu was confused. What kind of trouble did Sun Simiao get himself into? Why would someone want to seek justice for his disciple? Sun Simiao frowned. When did I bully his disciple? What justice do I want? Mr. Treasure said that Gung Hong, who was beaten to death by the sage, Gung Fengyu, was his disciple. Sun Simiao's disciple's words stunned Li Wangyu. Gung Hong, Gung Fengyu, had been beaten to death by the Pai Lupi because he had colluded with the aristocratic families to force the Pai Lupi to abdicate. What did this have to do with Sun Simiao? Who was this Mr. Treasure? Was he also a doctor? Li Wangyu felt that this name sounded familiar, but he couldn't remember. He asked Sun Simiao, old immortal's son, who is this Mr. Treasure? Sun Simiao shook his head with a bitter smile and explained, Sigh, Mr. Treasure is also a famous doctor. His surname is Zhang, and his name is Treasure. His courtesy name is Tan, and he is from Liang. Mr. Treasure is now 70 years old. He used to be an official in the imperial court, serving as an official of the Honglu Temple. Now, he has resigned and returned home. I don't know why you are looking for me today. What does Gung Hong's death have to do with me? Li Wangyu heard this and remembered that Zhang Treasure was also a famous doctor in the early Tang dynasty. There were records of him in history, but he didn't expect Gung Hong to be his disciple. Old immortal son, there must be some misunderstanding? Maybe so. Zio, sit for a while. I will be back soon. Sun Simiao stood up and prepared to meet Zhang Treasure with his disciple. Li Wangyu thought that Gung Hong's death seemed to have something to do with him, so he stood up as well. Old immortal son, I will go with you. If there is any misunderstanding, I can help you explain. Sun Simiao didn't refuse. He nodded slightly and walked out. Li Wangyu quickly followed. Under the guidance of Sun Simiao's disciple, the two went to the Taoist temple's guest room. In the room sat an old man with white hair and beard. There were a few middle-aged men serving him. When the old man saw Sun Simiao appear, he coldly snorted. "Greetings, Taoist Sunday. I came here uninvited today to demand an explanation for my disappointing disciple." Sun Simiao wasn't annoyed by his attitude. "Mr. Treasure, there must be some misunderstanding. The death of your disciple, Gung Hong, has nothing to do with me." "How can it have nothing to do with you? It was you who misled the saint. That's why he beat my poor disciple to death in anger. As an elder, how can you deny it like this?" Li Wangyu was also confused. He couldn't help but interrupt. "Mr. Treasure, Gung Hong's death was entirely his own fault. What does it have to do with old immortal Sun? Even if old immortal Sun cured the crown prince's intestinal blockage, it has nothing to do with Gung Hong's death. How can old immortal Sun be blamed?" Zhang Baozong was very unhappy with Li Wangyu's words. "I'm talking to Taoist Sunday. Who are you to interrupt? Taoist Sun, is this how you teach your disciples?" Sun Simiao twirled his beard and smiled. "Huh, I can't teach a disciple like County Count Hu. Mr. Treasure, you have misunderstood. This is the founding County Count of County Count Hu, Li Wangyu." "Oh. You are Li Wangyu? That's great. I don't have to make another trip. Today, I want to talk to you." After Zhang Baozong heard Li Wangyu's identity, he didn't change his attitude. Instead, he glared at Li Wangyu and became more and more impolite. Li Wangyu, on the other hand, was stunned. Wasn't this person taking him too seriously? What arrogance! Chapter 579. Li Wangyu naturally did not know that Zhang Baozong, as a famous doctor, was sought after by many. Moreover, he had once been an official of the Honglu Temple, a third-rank official who had retired. Naturally, he did not think much of Li Wangyu, a fourth-rank official who had founded the country. Zhang Baozong was now 70 years old and was known as a famous doctor, a godly doctor. This caused this old man to develop a bad temper. Li Wangyu was slightly startled by Zhang Baozong's words. "Mr. Baozong, I respect you as an old man, but you cannot speak carelessly. Gung Hong clearly said that the crown prince had passed away in front of hundreds of officials and saints at the Taiji Palace. This angered the saint and caused him to be beaten to death. What does this have to do with me and old immortal Sun?" Zhang Baozong's temper was even worse. He slapped the table and said angrily, "Nonsense. If you and Taoist Sun did not purposely hide the crown prince's illness and mislead my disciple, how would he have angered the saint?" The old man's words made Li Wangyu so angry that he laughed. This was really Zhu Beiji's way of putting the blame on others. Gung Hong's medical skills were not good and he was stubborn. He was not willing to cooperate with him to save Li Qingxian. Now, Zhang Baozong was actually using this as an excuse to criticize him and Sun Simiao. He was truly shameless. Not to mention that it was Pai Lupi who personally gave the order to seal off Li Qingxian's illness. Even if he purposely did not let Gung Hong know, so what? What obligation did he have to explain Li Qingxian's condition to Gung Hong, the imperial physician of the Shangyao Bureau? Who did this Zhang Baozong think his disciple was? Zhang Baozong was still unwilling to let it go. He pointed at Sun Simiao and impolitely criticized, "Taoist Sun, you only accidentally cured the crown prince's intestinal abscess. Why did you kill my disciple?" Sun Simiao was a monk and could not be bothered to argue with him. He only calmly cupped his hands and bowed, "Immeasurable deity, Mr. Baozong has misunderstood." Misunderstood? What did I misunderstand? My disciple is the Taoist of the Medicine Bureau. It is his duty to treat the crown prince. Even if you have cured the crown prince, you should still inform him. Taoist Sun, do you dare to say that you didn't purposely conceal the method to cure the intestinal abscess and purposely seal the crown prince's illness so that my disciple, Gung Hong, would misjudge the crown prince's illness and ultimately cause my disciple's death? Li Wangyu really didn't know what to say. Was this old man crazy? Should everyone in the world follow his wishes? Why didn't he just ascend to heaven? Li Wangyu wasn't going to be polite either. He flung his robe and stood up. Since Mr. Treasure thinks so, then there's nothing more to say. If Mr. Treasure thinks that old immortal Sun and I deliberately killed Gung Hong, you can go to the censorate to complain. You don't have to come here and show off your eloquence. Zhang Baozong was very old, and his temper was even worse. When he heard Li Wangyou's words, he was so angry that he stomped his feet. Young man, how could you not know how to respect your elders? Is this how you talk to this old man? Don't think that just because you're the founding uncle, you can be so unscrupulous. Li Wangyou ignored his clamor and turned to Sun Simiao. Old immortal Sun, let's go. There's nothing to say to this kind of person. Sun Simiao nodded silently and turned to leave. Stop. This old man hasn't finished speaking. Zhang Baozong was even more angry and raised his voice. This old man must seek justice for my disciple. After you killed my disciple, everyone in Chang and city is saying that you, Daoist son, have better medical skills and are the best doctor in the world. And my Zhang family's medical skills are useless. This is simply outrageous. This old man wants to compete with you in medical skills, Daoist son, to prove my Zhang family's medical skills. Daoist son, do you dare to accept the challenge? When Li Wangyou heard his words, he somewhat understood in his heart. This Zhang Baozong didn't want to seek justice for his disciple, Gung Hong. He clearly felt that Gung Hong didn't cure Crown Prince Li Qingxian and was beaten to death, which made his Zhang family lose face. This was why he shamelessly ran back to Chang and city from his hometown, Liang City, to find trouble with Sun Simiao. In reality, he just wanted to make a name for himself. This Zhang Baozong was so old, but he still cared so much about fame. This made Li Wangyou a little surprised. However, Li Wangyou felt that he wanted to compete with Sun Simiao in medical skills. That was purely looking for trouble. Although Zhang Baozong was considered a famous doctor in the beginning of the Tang dynasty and had left his name in history, compared to the king of medicine, he was not just a little bit inferior. How could he compare? Li Wangyou couldn't help but laugh at Zhang Baozong's words. How can the light of a firefly compete with the brilliance of the sun and the moon? Old immortal Sun's medical skills are not something you, Mr. Baozong, can compare to. You're thinking well. If you lose, it's okay. If you win, you can spread the news everywhere. Make a name for your Zhang family. But what right does old immortal Sun have to compete with you in medical skills? Do you think it's honorable to win? You really don't know what you're talking about. County count who? You're also responsible for the death of my disciple, Gung Hong. This old man hasn't even argued with you. How dare you humiliate this old man like this? Humiliate? Ha! Li Wangyou was too lazy to say anything more. Sun Simiao naturally didn't want to say anything more. To him, a medical competition was extremely boring. If he had the time, he might as well experiment with the efficacy of penicillin. Immeasurable celestial venerable, Mr. Baozong, this is just a misunderstanding. Let's not talk about it anymore. I also feel very sorry for your disciple's death, but it really has nothing to do with me. I ask Mr. Baozong not to harp on this matter anymore. It's getting late. Mr. Baozong, you should return to Chang and city as soon as possible. Sun Simiao ordered him to leave. Zhang Baozong stood up with the help of several middle-aged disciples beside him. He laughed and said, Daoist son, this old man respects you as a senior in the medical field, but if you're going to be such a coward, this old man will be very disappointed. I didn't expect the world-renowned priest's son to not even have the guts to compete with this old man in medical skills. Huh, this is really interesting. Interesting. Sun Simiao wasn't moved by Zhang Baozong's mockery. He was almost 100 years old. What hadn't he seen? Zhang Baozong's provocation wasn't even worth mentioning. Sun Simiao's disciples and grand-disciples, on the other hand, glared at Zhang Baozong after hearing his words. But because of their status, they didn't dare to speak up. But while Sun Simiao could tolerate it, Li Wangyou couldn't. How could the medicine king, Sun Simiao, be humiliated by Zhang Baozong? Li Wangyou flashed in front of Zhang Baozong and said, Haha, Mr. Baozong, it's not impossible for you to compete in medical skills. But I don't think you have the right to compete with old immortal Sunday. How about this? I also know a little about medical skills. Since you keep saying that I have to take responsibility for Gung Hong's death, then that's great. Let me and old immortal Sun's disciples compete in medical skills with you, Mr. Baozong. How about it? No. Sun Simiao said anxiously. Zhang Baozong curled his lips in disdain and said, County Count Hu, when it comes to medical skills, you don't have the right. Oh. Is that so? But everyone in Cheng and City says that I, Li Wangyu, am also a divine doctor. Go and ask the people, do they know you, Mr. Baozong? It seems like I'm at a disadvantage if I compete with you in medical skills, Li Wangyu said mockingly. He wasn't wrong. Zhang Baozong's reputation was mostly among the court officials and aristocratic families. The Zhang family had never treated the common people, so how could they have any reputation among the common people? Li Wangyu's words almost angered the old man to death. Zhang Baozong stared at Li Wangyu and panted heavily. Chapter 580. Li Wangyu's words infuriated Zhang Baozong. Good, good. Since County Count Huxian says so, then this old man will compete with you first. I'll send someone to inform the patient. In 3 days, we'll take turns treating patients at the Imperial Physician Bureau. Whoever cures the most patients in 10 days wins. How about it? The Imperial Physician Bureau's Imperial Physician Medallion and Imperial Physician Deputy can bear witness. Li Wangyu naturally didn't object. He nodded with an expression that said, as long as you're happy. Sun Simiao became anxious and tried to dissuade him. Zio, why bother? This competition is meaningless. Don't fight with Mr. Baozong. Mr. Baozong, your disciple's death was a misunderstanding. It has nothing to do with me and Mr. Baozong. Let's just drop the matter of the competition. Zhang Baozong shook his head. No. Since Mr. Baozong wants to compete with me, how can I drop the matter? Li Wangyu also smiled and comforted Sun Simiao. Old immortal Sun, I'll accept this. There's no need to worry. Sun Simiao saw that the two sides were determined to compete and could only sigh. Zhang Baozong turned to Li Wangyu and said, since it's a competition of medical skills, there needs to be a prize. If I lose, I'll immediately scram back to Liang and never treat patients again. I wonder what prize Mr. Baozong will offer if you lose. Li Wangyu looked at him indifferently. Mr. Baozong, what do you want? Why don't you just say it? Mr. Baozong, if you lose, have Lu Shenwei resign from his position as Imperial Physician of the Shangyao Bureau and recommend my disciple for the position. In addition, teach my disciple the method to treat intestinal ulcers. Li Wangyu couldn't help but smile at Zhang Baozong's words. All right, no problem. However, since you want Brother Shenwei's position, I'll compete with Mr. Baozong with him. I'm sure Mr. Baozong won't mind, right? As you wish. Zhang Baozong didn't seem to mind. Zhang Baozong naturally knew about Sun Simiao's disciple, Lu Shenwei. Although his medical skills weren't bad, Zhang Baozong believed that he could crush him in the art of medicine. Chinese medicine was extensive and profound, and it relied on the accumulation of experience. Especially in the Tang dynasty, Chinese medicine did not have a strong theoretical system. Most of the time, doctors still relied on their own years of experience. This was also known as experimental medicine. Zhang Baozong was 70 years old this year. He had seen patients all his life, so his medical experience was naturally rich. Moreover, he was from a medical family. Through several generations of medical practice, he had summed up many effective treatment plans and secret prescriptions. This was also the reason why Zhang Baozong dared to challenge Sun Simiao. Although Sun Simiao was older, he might not have been practicing medicine longer than Zhang Baozong. After all, Sun Simiao was only from an ordinary farmer's family and did not have any family inheritance. He started practicing medicine at the age of 18 and started treating his neighbors in his 20s. He had been practicing medicine for more than 60 years. Zhang Baozong, on the other hand, started from the beginning. He memorized all kinds of medical books and the names of medicinal herbs. When he was 12 or 13 years old, he had already started to treat patients. Until now, he had been practicing medicine for more than 60 years. That was why Zhang Baozong was confident that his medical skills were not weaker than Sun Simiao's. In fact, he might even be stronger than Sun Simiao because he had his family's inheritance to rely on. As for Lu Shenwei, although he was the imperial physician of the medicine bureau, he was only in his 40s and had only been practicing medicine for less than 10 years. As for Li Wangyu, Zhang Baozong did not place him in his heart. Even if the rumors were amazing, and even if Li Wangyu started learning medicine in his mother's womb, Zhang Baozong did not feel that Li Wangyu had any profound medical skills. Actually, Zhang Baozong wasn't wrong about this. Li Wangyu naturally didn't know any medical skills. The reason why he dared to challenge Zhang Baozong was because he was relying on surgery, alcohol, and penicillin. If it wasn't for Sun Simiao coming up with penicillin, Li Wangyu would have no choice but to keep his mouth shut and ignore Zhang Baozong. But since he had a miracle medicine, like penicillin, Li Wangyu would feel sorry for his identity as a transmigrator if he did not show off. It wasn't that penicillin could cure all diseases, but with the miraculous effects of penicillin and Lu Shenwei's medical skills, Li Wangyu didn't believe that he couldn't win against Zhang Baozong. It wasn't that TCM wasn't advanced or brilliant. At least in this era, TCM was far more advanced than any other medicine in the world. It was only in modern times that Western medicine developed along with anatomy, pathology, and pharmaceutics. In the 20th century, it was closely combined with modern science and technology. With the birth of systematic medicine, it developed into modern medicine. Even so, TCM didn't disappear. On the contrary, it continued to develop after introducing modern medical concepts. From this, one could see the greatness of Chinese civilization. As the saying went, TCM treated the root and Western medicine treated the symptoms. Naturally, TCM had its own unique points. But penicillin was a modern medicine that could directly destroy the cell walls of bacteria. Its effects weren't something that Tang Dynasty medicine could compare to. After all, the Tang people didn't even know what bacteria were. It was unrealistic to expect TCM to be able to quickly kill bacteria and reduce inflammation. Li Wangyu's eyes darted around before he said, "But if that's all there is to this competition, then it's meaningless. Why don't we increase the stakes? If Brother Shenwei and I lose, I'll kowtow to Mr. Baozong in front of all the officials and give you 10,000 taels of gold as compensation. But if Mr. Baozong loses..." His conditions naturally made Zhang Baozong raise his eyebrows. Whether it was 10,000 taels of gold or Li Wangyu kowtowing in front of everyone, it was very tempting to him. Zhang Baozong subconsciously asked, "What if I lose?" "Hee, if Mr. Baozong loses, you'll kowtow to old immortal Sun and take him as your master. You'll serve old immortal Sun in the Xianwei temple. How about it? Mr. Baozong, do you dare to make a bet?" Li Wangyu's words made Zhang Baozong's teeth ache. He was already 70 years old and had countless disciples and grand disciples behind him. Asking him to take Sun Simiao as his master? He couldn't bring himself to do that. Seeing Zhang Baozong remain silent for a long time, Li Wangyu couldn't help but chuckle. What? Does Mr. Baozong not have the confidence to win against Brother Shenwei and me? If that's the case, then let's just forget about this medical competition. County Count Hu, you don't need to use words to provoke me. I've lived for more than 70 years and have walked more bridges than you have roads. It's not up to a junior like you to tell me what to do. Since County Count Hu insists on giving this old man tens of thousands of taels of gold, how could this old man not agree? All right, we'll do as County Count Hu says. If I lose, I'll take Daoist Sun as my master. Seeing that Zhang Baozong had actually agreed to his conditions, Li Wangyu's smile grew even wider. That's good. Then let's write down the terms of the bet so that no one will regret it in the future. That's how it should be. County Count Hu, you should prepare the gold early. Zhang Baozong didn't back down. Under Sun Simiao's witness, both sides wrote down the terms of the bet, signed their signatures, and slapped their palms together to swear an oath. They agreed to compete in the Imperial Medical Department in Chang, and 3 days later. Chapter 581. After Zhang Baozong left, supported by several disciples, Sun Simiao couldn't help but frown as he looked at Li Wangyu. Zio, why do you have to do this? Even I might not be able to beat Mr. Baozong with his medical skills, let alone Shen Wei. How did you and Shen Wei beat Mr. Baozong? Li Wangyu chuckled and said, didn't you lend me the courage, old immortal son? Sun Simiao was confused. What does this have to do with me? Hee, if it weren't for you, old immortal son, how would I dare to make such a bet? Oh. Zio, you're so confident in this penicillin? It hasn't been used on patients yet. Sun Simiao still felt that this was inappropriate. Li Wangyu could only shrug. The Tang dynasty didn't have the conditions for pharmacological experiments, so there was nothing to say. They could just do clinical experiments. Anyway, it couldn't be too bad. Just like when Niu Yong was injured. If he didn't have the cephalosporin, wouldn't he have to watch Niu Yong die from inflammation? Besides, there was a penicillin skin test, which could effectively prevent the patient from going into anaphylactic shock. Old immortal son, don't worry. I know how to use this penicillin. I'll go to Chang'an first and tell you the details when I come back. Li Wangyu didn't have time to talk to Sun Simiao. He just asked Sun Simiao to prepare the penicillin for him. He had to go to Chang'an immediately and find the craftsman to make the needles. Without the syringe, even the penicillin would be useless. After all, the penicillin produced by Sun Simiao was a medicine, not a pill that could be taken orally. There was no other way except for intramuscular injection. After leaving the Xianwei temple, Li Wangyu led Niu Wu and a few troops straight to Chang'an. He was now familiar with the Xianwei temple. The officials and craftsmen in the Xianwei temple naturally knew that County Count who was here to make something new. Sure enough, when Li Wangyu found the craftsmen and told them his request, all of them were depressed. Who was confident that they could make such a delicate thing? An old craftsman pondered for a moment and asked, County Count who, can this item be made of gold? Gold? Making needles? Li Wangyu felt a headache coming on. However, as long as he could make a suitable needle, he didn't care too much. If it was gold, then so be it. But, can it be made of gold? Yes, I was thinking that gold is on the soft side. I will first beat the gold into gold foil, then wrap it around the copper wire and beat it into the needle-like shape you need, County Count who. Finally, I will take out the copper wire and form the hollow needle you need. Li Wangyu pondered for a moment. It was feasible, but he asked doubtfully, won't a needle made of pure gold be very soft? Can it pierce into the human body? I'll add silver to it later to strengthen it. That's good. Then start forging immediately. You must forge it for me within 3 days. This lord will reward you handsomely. With Li Wangyu's words, the craftsmen nodded and patted their chests, promising that they would make it within 3 days. Now, the craftsmen who were about to become supervisors were all willing to work for Li Wangyu. The biggest reason was that he gave them a lot of rewards. These craftsmen were all registered craftsmen and only had a meager salary every month. As for those craftsmen who helped Li Wangyu was never stingy with his money. He gave the craftsmen who helped Li Wangyu polish the microscope lens 100 strings of copper coins as a reward. With such a material incentive, these craftsmen were naturally willing to work hard for Li Wangyu. With the craftsman's guarantee, Li Wangyu was relieved. He ran to the Shangyao bureau and found Lu Shenwei, informing him of today's matter. When Lu Shenwei heard Zhang Baozong speak to his master in such a manner, he was so angry that he stomped his feet and scolded Zhang Baozong for being disrespectful. Zio, I will do my best in the competition with that old thief. I won't let my master be humiliated. Lu Shenwei said and then looked at Li Wangyu with some worry. However, Zio, you are still a bit rash. You shouldn't have made such a bet with that old thief. If you lose, it doesn't matter if I become the imperial physician of the Shangyao Bureau or not. However, you will lose 10,000 taels of gold and even have to kowtow to that old thief. How can you accept that? Hee, brother Shenwei, that's why you have to win. Li Wangyu smiled. Lu Shenwei couldn't help but be a bit surprised. Zio, although I am confident in my medical skills, that old thief has been practicing medicine his entire life. His medical skills aren't inferior to my master's. I'm afraid. Li Wangyu's smile became even more brilliant. Brother Shenwei, do you remember why old immortal's son went to Dingzhou village to build a microscope? Lu Shenwei didn't understand what he meant, but he still nodded. Naturally, it's to study your microscope. Zio, the microscope you made for your master is really good. Hee, when will you make one for me? Li Wangyu was speechless. This guy was still thinking about the microscope. He rolled his eyes. Other than the microscope? Other than the microscope? Then it's penicillin. In order to create the penicillin you mentioned, my master spent a lot of effort. Now. Lu Shenwei suddenly understood. He widened his eyes in disbelief. Zio, you mean, my master has developed penicillin? Ha, that's right. Li Wangyu pretended to pull out the folding fan at his waist. With a swoosh, he opened it and made it look like a feather fan. Otherwise, how would I go and bet with that Baozong on medical skills? It's not like you don't know my skills. How would I know any medical skills? However, with this penicillin and Brother Shenwei's medical skills, that Baozong will definitely suffer a great loss. Lu Shenwei nodded excitedly. If that penicillin really has the effect you mentioned, then that old thief, Zhang Baozong, will definitely suffer. He suddenly thought of something and looked at Li Wangyu in confusion. Zio, why do you want that old thief to become the master's disciple if he loses? Wouldn't that be letting that old thief off easy? I have my own reasons for this. Anyway, it's not a bad thing. Moreover, although this Zhang Baozong is a little narrow-minded, his medical skills are quite good. If he becomes the master of old immortal's son, it won't be a disgrace to him. The reason why Li Wangyu proposed the condition of becoming Sun Simiao's disciple to Zhang Baozong was naturally not to humiliate him. Instead, it was because he had his eyes on Zhang Baozong's disciples. Every time Li Wangyu saw Niu Yang's single arm and the old soldiers in Dingzhou village who were crippled, he felt his heart ache. Since ancient times, the so-called military doctors in Huaxia were unreliable existences. More than half of the old soldiers' disabilities were caused by quacks. However, Li Wangyu knew that Pai Lupi would continue to send soldiers to the outside world in the future. He could not stop this, nor could he stop it. Therefore, he wanted to do something for the soldiers who were fighting for the Tang dynasty. Surgery, alcohol, and penicillin were all good medical skills and medicines that could save the lives of countless soldiers. However, no matter how good the medical skills and medicines were, they still needed people to carry them out. The Tang dynasty was not like the modern era where there were enough medical personnel. Therefore, besides thinking about Sun Simiao's disciples, Li Wangyu also thought about Zhang Baozong's disciples. As long as Zhang Baozong kowtowed and became his disciple, wouldn't his disciples and grand-disciples all be brought in by Li Wangyu? However, Li Wangyu naturally would not tell Lu Shenwei about this. Lu Shenwei did not think too much about it. After confirming that he would compete with Zhang Baozong 3 days later, he simply took a leave of absence from the Shanyao bureau and ran back to Dingzhou village with Li Wangyu to consult his master, Sun Simiao, and sharpen his spear before the battle. 3 days passed quickly, and the day of the duel had arrived. Chapter 582. The Imperial Medical Department of the Tang Dynasty was not only a hospital that treated the officials, but it was also the earliest and largest medical school in the history of the world. It had both medical treatment and teaching. During the Tang Dynasty, the Imperial Medical Department had more than 300 teachers and students. The head of the Imperial Medical Department was the Imperial Medical Officer, and the deputy was the Imperial Medical Assistant. Under them were the doctors, teaching assistants, teachers, and workers. The Imperial Medical Department had 2 departments, medicine and pharmacy. Under the medical department, there were 4 departments, medicine, acupuncture, massage, and curses. The medicine department naturally taught medical skills. Needless to say, acupuncture and massage were taught, and massage techniques were taught. What made Li Wangyu the most speechless was the curses department. Only a ghost would know what curses were used for. What was even more unexpected was that even the king of medicine, Sun Simiao, actually thought that the forbidden spell, the body of the forbidden spell, is mysterious, and it is unreasonable to talk about it in detail. Therefore, it cannot be deduced. But if it is executed according to the method, the effect will be shown. Well, who asked the medicine king Sun Simiao to be a Taoist? It was reasonable for him to believe in these supernatural things. However, Li Wangyu swore that if he ever got sick in the future, and anyone tried to cure him with some bullshit curse, he would definitely throw that person out. After the Imperial Medical Department's Imperial Medical Officer received Zhang Baozong's notice, he was ecstatic and immediately expressed his full cooperation. His only request was to allow the medical department's teachers and students to watch the competition between Zhang Baozong, Li Wangyu, and Lu Shenwei. Zhang Baozong naturally nodded in agreement. He originally wanted to come to Chang'an City to rebuild the Zhang family's medical reputation and eliminate the negative influence brought by his disciple, Gung Hong. As for Li Wangyu and Lu Shenwei, they naturally did not have any reason to refuse. On the day of the competition, the close to 200 teachers and students of the Imperial Physician Department had already left the Imperial Physician Department early to welcome the arrival of Zhang Baozong, Li Wangyu, and Lu Shenwei. Li Wangyu and Lu Shenwei led Niu Wu and a group of troops to the Taichung Temple's Imperial Physician Bureau. When they saw this scene, Li Wangyu couldn't help but be stunned. The only thing missing was holding fresh flowers and shouting, "Welcome, welcome, a warm welcome." Weren't these imperial physicians and medical students a little too enthusiastic? How could he know that not to mention a godly doctor like Zhang Baozong, even Lu Shenwei, who was now the imperial physician of the Shanyao Bureau, was considered a great doctor in the eyes of the Imperial Physician Order and the medical students and teachers. To be able to watch such a doctor treat patients for 10 days was an absolutely rare opportunity, so they naturally cherished it. When Zhang Baozong led a few disciples over, the group of teachers and students of the Imperial Medical Department became even more enthusiastic. They clustered around Zhang Baozong and walked into the Imperial Medical Department. "Mr. Treasure, I have already informed the patients' families to come to the Imperial Medical Department for consultation starting today. How does Mr. Treasure plan to compete with Count Huxian and Lu Fengyu?" The Imperial physician asked politely. Zhang Baozong arrogantly looked at Li Wangyu. Count Hu, you can speak." "I don't care." Li Wangyu smiled and said, "It's simple. Since it's a competition, then the patients' families will naturally come in. We will examine them one by one and write out a prescription. The patients can choose whose prescription they want to use. In short, whoever cures the most patients in 10 days will win. How about it? Does Mr. Treasure have any objections?" "Sure." Li Wangyu's smile became even more brilliant. "Since it's like this, then let's begin. Mr. Treasure is the elder. As the saying goes, the elder goes first, and the younger comes later. Mr. Treasure will examine the patients first, and Brother Shenwei and I will examine them later." Zhang Baozong naturally had no objections. He led the way to the Imperial Medical Department's main hall. In the large main hall, Zhang Baozong, Li Wangyu, and Lu Shenwei sat on the left and right, waiting for the patients to come in for consultation. As for the 200 or so teachers and students of the Imperial Medical Department, they filled the originally spacious main hall to the brim. It was very lively. "Imperial Physician Order, please invite the patients in." Zhang Baozong greeted after sitting down. Immediately, a doctor from the Imperial Medical Department trotted out to invite the patients in for consultation. Li Wangyu found it very interesting that the medical students of the Imperial Medical Department were called doctors. These patients were all notified in advance by the Imperial Medical Department to come for consultation today. Most of them were patients who came to the Imperial Medical Department to seek treatment and medicine, but the Imperial Medical Department was helpless to treat them. The Imperial Medical Department was not open to the citizens of Chang'an City. Those who could come for consultation were the officials of the Imperial Court and their relatives, the generals of the Imperial Army, and the officials of the Yamen. The first patient was invited in by a doctor from the Imperial Medical Department. It was a lieutenant of the Right Imperial Army. The lieutenant's face was ashen. After bowing to Zhang Baozong, he sat in front of a few tables. Zhang Baozong extended 2 fingers and placed them on the lieutenant's pulse. However, his brows quickly furrowed. He asked about the lieutenant's condition and shook his head helplessly in the end. Sigh, this is a dirty disease. There's no medicine that can cure this disease. This old man wants to help, but there's nothing I can do. Zhang Baozong's words made the surrounding teachers and students of the Imperial Medical Department shake their heads. Seeking prostitutes was the synonym for visiting prostitutes in ancient times. Sexually transmitted diseases in ancient times were also collectively known as prostitutes. It was rumored that Hua Tuo could cure this disease. It was even rumored that Hua Tuo could revive those who have fallen off. This was impossible. Unless Hua Tuo was a doctor from the future and used cloning technology to achieve this. In short, other than the legendary Hua Tuo who could cure prostitutes, there was no medicine that could cure this disease in ancient times. In fact, the lieutenant had already sought out various doctors. Whether it was the Imperial Medical Department or the Luoyuan medical workers in the streets, he had received the same answer. Today, he had also heard that Zhang Baozong was coming to the Imperial Medical Department to treat patients. Thus, he came to give it a try with a sliver of hope. Hearing Zhang Baozong's words, the lieutenant's face became even more ashen. He stood up silently, bowed to Zhang Baozong, and prepared to leave. Wait, Lieutenant, why don't you come to Lu Fengyu for treatment? When Li Wangyu saw that the lieutenant was about to leave, he hurriedly called out to him. When the lieutenant heard this, he couldn't help but reveal a pleasantly surprised expression. May I ask if Lu Fengyu can cure this disease? Before Li Wangyu and Lu Shenwei could speak, Zhang Baozong couldn't help but sneer. This old man has practiced medicine for more than 60 years, but I've never heard of this disease being cured. County Count, why do you have to be so stubborn and let this patient's family have hope and then be disappointed? This isn't something the School of Medicine does. Zhang Baozong's words made the Imperial Medical Department's Imperial Physician Order, as well as the teachers and students, nod inwardly. They felt that he was right. As the School of Medicine, a wise man once said, as long as one is a doctor, one must be gentle and elegant by nature, humble and courteous by action, gentle by action, not arrogant and not pretentious. Since they knew that this disease couldn't be cured, they naturally shouldn't let the patient's family have hope and then be disappointed. This was truly immoral. However, Li Wangyu chuckled and said, Sir Baozong, if you can't cure it, how do you know that Lu Fengyu can't? Don't make a fool of yourself because the disease is small, and don't shrink back because the disease is serious. When Sir Baozong heard that it was a disease of the School of Medicine, he shook his head and sighed. This isn't something the School of Medicine does either. His words left Zhang Baozong speechless. He could only coldly snort. County Count Hu, you have a sharp tongue. This old man wants to see how you and Lu Fengyu will cure this disease of the School of Medicine. Chapter 583. In response to Zhang Baozong's words, Li Wangyu was too lazy to even lift his eyelids. He waved his hand at the military officer. The military officer held on to a trace of hope as he walked towards Li Wangyu and Lu Shenwei. He bowed and said, Lu Fengyu, please diagnose me. Lu Shenwei gestured for him to sit down and took his pulse. After a round of diagnosis, he nodded his head and said, there's no mistake. It's indeed a venereal disease. Lu Shenwei's words made the military officer's face turn even uglier. He silently stood up and cupped his hands towards the two of them before preparing to leave. Li Wangyu asked curiously, where are you going? Are you not going to treat this disease? What? County Count Hu, what did you just say? The military officer, who was just about to leave, was stunned by Li Wangyu's words. He turned his head in disbelief and asked, My disease can still be treated? Yes. Li Wangyu nodded his head with certainty. Wasn't it just venereal disease? There was no syphilis in China in this era. It was probably gonorrhea, and penicillin was the cure. Li Wangyu was even secretly delighted. What a coincidence. He had encountered such a good start. Venereal disease was an incurable disease in ancient times, but an antibiotic like penicillin was the cure for it. Even Lu Xunwei was taken aback by his words. He moved closer to Li Wangyou's ear and whispered, "Zio, you're not joking? Can penicillin really cure venereal disease?" "Brother Xunwei, don't worry. Naturally, it can. I guarantee it." When Lu Xunwei heard this, his face also lit up with joy. However, Li Wangyou's words had caused an uproar in the Imperial Physician Department's hall. Over 200 teachers and students of the Imperial Physician Department were all whispering to each other as they discussed spiritedly. "Doctor, may I ask if there's any precedent for what County Count Hu said about curing venereal disease?" "Sigh, apart from the rumors of divine physician Hua Tuo's medical skills, I've never heard of anyone curing venereal disease." County Count Hu's words. The doctor didn't continue speaking, but he kept shaking his head to show his attitude. He clearly didn't believe Li Wangyu. "That's right. We've also read many medical books, but have we ever heard of this flower being able to cure anything? I'm afraid that County Count Hu's words aren't true. Even Mr. Treasure said that flower willow could not be cured. Could it be that Lu Fengyu's medical skills are better than Mr. Treasure's? It's hard to say. Could it be that Lu Fengyu has the 15 lost secret prescriptions of Huatua? Lu Fengyu's teacher is Sun Simiao, Sun Daoist. But it's not impossible." The words of the Imperial Medical Department's teachers and students naturally entered the ears of the lieutenant, causing the pleasant surprise that had just appeared on his face to suddenly freeze. Zhang Baozong was so agitated by Li Wangyou's words that he stood up abruptly. Ridiculous. It was ridiculous. How could such a disease be cured? County Count Hu, how dare you speak such nonsense? His words caused the lieutenant to lose his soul. He turned around and was about to leave. Li Wangyu completely ignored the questioning voices of the crowd. He pretended that he hadn't heard Zhang Baozong's words. He smiled at the lieutenant, revealing 8 spotlessly white teeth. "If this lord says it can be cured, then it can be cured. Do you believe what they say and prepare to go back and wait for death, or do you prepare to have Lu Fengyu treat you? Choose for yourself." The lieutenant naturally didn't believe Li Wangyou's words. But who would be willing to wait for death? Even if there was only a 1% chance, he still hoped that his illness could be cured. The lieutenant directly knelt down in front of Lu Xunwei and Li Wangyu. I'll treat it. Lu Fengyu, please treat me." Li Wangyu laughed loudly. "No need to be so courteous. Get up. Lu Fengyu can treat you right now." Yes. "Lu Fengyu, please give me medicine and write a prescription for me." Li Wangyu waved his hand. "There's no need to take medicine. A few injections will be enough." The lieutenant and everyone in the Imperial Medical Department were dumbfounded. A few injections? What did that mean? Could it be acupuncture? Could this be used to treat a willow disease? Zhang Baozong's face was filled with disdain. Preposterous. Acupuncture can treat a willow disease? That's nonsense. Imperial Medical Officer, you're also a medical student. Have you heard of this before? The Imperial Medical Officer slowly shook his head. This kind of thing, even in ancient books and legends, had never been heard of. It was rumored that Hua Tuo could treat a willow disease. He had 15 secret prescriptions, but it wasn't something that could be cured with acupuncture. Under everyone's astonished gaze, they saw Lu Xunwei take out a bamboo tube and put a golden needle on it. "Come, let's do a skin test first. Let's see if you can get an injection." Li Wangyu indicated for the lieutenant to roll up his sleeves. After that, he let Lu Xunwei use alcohol to disinfect his arm. Then, he inserted the needle into the lieutenant's forearm and injected a small amount of penicillin. Before the appearance of cephalosporin, China's hospitals had to do a skin test before injecting penicillin. The purpose was to prevent the patient from going into anaphylactic shock. The reason why a skin test was required was because China's medical standards weren't high back then. The purity of the penicillin wasn't high, and the quality wasn't pure enough. At that time, the penicillin imported from the West didn't require a skin test. But now, Sun Simiao used a local method to make penicillin, so there was no need to talk about the purity. Who knew how many problems would occur if the lieutenant injected penicillin without a skin test? After Lu Shenwei pulled out the needle, the lieutenant and everyone else were confused. They had never heard of such a treatment method. The imperial medical officer walked over and bowed to Li Wangyu. "May I ask what you're doing?" "I'm giving him a skin test." What's a skin test?" To treat a willow disease, you have to inject penicillin, a divine medicine developed by Sun Daozhang. Old immortal Sunday penicillin is a divine medicine that's worth more than gold. However, penicillin also has side effects. Not everyone can bear its medicinal power. Therefore, we have to do a skin test on the wrist and inner arm first. Only those who don't have a reaction can continue to inject penicillin. The imperial medical officer was confused. He didn't understand what side effects were, but he roughly understood the meaning. It was probably the meaning of medicine is 30% poison. As for penicillin, he had never heard of such a strange name. But after hearing Li Wangyu's words, he was even more interested. He quickly asked, "May I know what diseases Sun Daozhang's penicillin can cure?" "Diarrhea, lower blood pressure, various blood diseases, coughing, cold attacking the lungs, wind and heat attacking the lungs, turbid phlegm blocking the lungs, willow disease, 7-day wind, these diseases can all be cured by penicillin." Li Wangyu recited a lot of diseases, which made the imperial medical officer and everyone else dumbfounded. The diseases he mentioned were pneumonia, septicemia, and the like in the Tang dynasty. In order to know the names of these diseases, he asked Lu Shenwei for a long time before he finally understood the names of the diseases in the Tang dynasty. As for why he knew that these diseases could be cured, wasn't it because of the box of cephalosporin that was already eaten by his beautiful superior? Although the cephalosporin was eaten, he didn't throw away the packaging and instructions. The effects of penicillin and cephalosporin were roughly the same. He confirmed the diseases that penicillin could cure according to the instructions of cephalosporin. Li Wangyu's words made more than 200 teachers and students of the Imperial Medical Department look at each other in dismay. They didn't know what to say. If penicillin could cure so many diseases, it was really a divine medicine. It should be worth more than gold. But could such a medicine really exist? Could this be a miraculous elixir bestowed by the gods? Chapter 584. Actually, in the Tang dynasty, giving patients a skin test was also a risky thing to do. Not to mention the crude self-made penicillin, even in the later generations of Huaxia, there were patients who died from anaphylactic shock when medical conditions were not perfect. And among those patients who died, 25% of them died from shock during the skin test. Of course, compared to the patients saved by penicillin, this side effect was negligible. In the Tang dynasty, many diseases did not have penicillin, and the mortality rate was 100%. This was also the reason why Li Wangyu dared to directly use penicillin to treat patients. Since he would be waiting for death if he did not use penicillin, he might as well take a gamble and have a high chance of survival. After giving the lieutenant the skin test, Li Wangyu was also a bit nervous. This was the first time penicillin was used, and no one knew what would happen. Although anaphylactic shock or even death were rare, it was a small probability event. But if it really happened, there was nothing they could do, and they could only watch the lieutenant die. After all, if the patient in the later generations went into anaphylactic shock, they could be injected with epinephrine for emergency treatment. But in the Tang dynasty, there was no such thing as epinephrine. If something really happened, there was nothing they could do, and they could only watch. Fortunately, after a quarter of an hour, there was no reaction at the inner part of the lieutenant's arm where the skin test was carried out. This meant that the skin test was negative, and the injection could be carried out. If there was a bulge, red flush, or lump, it was a positive reaction, and the injection of penicillin could not be carried out. Li Wangyu carefully looked at the lieutenant's arm and nodded to Lu Shenwei. "Brother Shenwei, it's negative, and the injection can be carried out." He had already taught Lu Shenwei the common knowledge of injecting penicillin. Lu Shenwei nodded and took out the bamboo syringe again, preparing to inject the drug. Come here, take off your pants, reveal your buttocks, and sit sideways on this stool. Lu Shenwei's words made the lieutenant dumbfounded. Was he really treating a patient? He even thought that there were some homosexual men in the military. Although he was not a homosexual, he had a rough idea. Hearing Lu Shenwei's words, the lieutenant not only did he not untie his pants, he even tightened his grip on his pants and looked at Lu Shenwei with vigilance. Lu Fengyu, I have to take off my pants to treat a patient? Not only the lieutenant, but also the 200 teachers and students of the Imperial Medical Department in the hall were dumbfounded, and Zhang Baozong was also confused. To treat a patient to take off his pants? Who had seen such a thing? But even if Lu Fengyu was gay, he wouldn't go so far as to display it in front of these 200 people, right? Lu Shenwei still hadn't realized what the captain and everyone else's gazes meant. Seeing the captain dilly-dallying, he impatiently shouted, "Hurry up, what are you dawdling for? Do you still want to treat the patient?" Lu Shenwei, 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 Lu, Shenwei, 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 to Shenwei, Lu, Shenwei, Lu, Shenwei, Shenwei, Lu, Shenwei. Lu Shenwei, Lu, Shenwei, 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 Lu, Shenwei, Shenwei, Lu, Shenwei, were, Shenwei, and Lu, Shenwei, Lu, Shenwei. Although they were all men, the lieutenant's face immediately turned green when he exposed his butt to hundreds of people. But as a patient, he did not have any human rights to speak of, so he could only endure and close his eyes, pretending that he did not know anything. Naturally, only Lu Shenwei was responsible for giving injections to the patient. Of course, Li Wangyu was the one who taught Lu Shenwei how to give injections. Actually, how could Li Wangyu know anything about it? At most, he knew that he had to empty the air in the syringe before injecting. He was not a medical student. His so-called injection experience was only the experience of going to the hospital and being injected with needles and seeing how the young nurses operated. Li Wangyu did not care too much. He roughly explained how to inject the medicine into the patient, then asked Niu Wu to catch a pig and let Lu Shenwei experiment on it himself. Lu Shenwei was helpless against Li Wangyu's unreliable teaching method. But he could only follow Li Wangyu's instructions and continuously insert needles into the pig's butt. Today, Lu Shenwei was like a duck being driven onto a perch. It was his first time using needles on a living person. If the lieutenant knew that Lu Fengyu had only injected a pig's butt before, would he immediately jump up and run away? If it was the future, Li Wangyu and Lu Shenwei's unreliable medical practice method would definitely be arrested and charged with illegal medical practice. But fortunately, it was 1,300 years ago. Not only did no one find trouble with them, but the teachers and students of the Tang dynasty's highest medical school were also watching Lu Shenwei's every move with eyes full of curiosity. Lu Shenwei wiped the lieutenant's butt with alcohol and did not hesitate to insert the syringe into the lieutenant's body. He crudely pressed the syringe and injected the medicine into the lieutenant's body. Even though the lieutenant was a man who had been through a mountain of swords and a sea of blood and didn't even frown when he was stabbed, he still cried out in pain. Beads of sweat immediately dripped down from his forehead. Li Wangyu watched Lu Shenwei's operation from the side and also broke out in cold sweat. If I get sick in the future, I will definitely not let this guy give me injections. It's really too scary. In the future, the nurses were very gentle when giving injections. Even the skilled nurses did not feel anything when giving injections. But Lu Shenwei's actions were so fierce that it was as if he had killed the lieutenant's father. It was too scary. Inside the bamboo syringe, Lu Shenwei pushed the medicine all the way to the bottom. Then, he heroically pulled out the golden needle. Li Wangyu dared to swear that the lieutenant's butt was bleeding from the place where the needle had been inserted. Lu Shenwei followed Li Wangyu's instructions and took out the golden needle. He then threw it into alcohol to soak and disinfect it. There was no other way. In 3 days, the supervising craftsman had only made 3 golden needles. Moreover, this was made of gold. It was impossible to use it as a one-time use, right? He could only use it repeatedly after disinfecting it. As for the bamboo syringe, this thing was not rare. Lu Shenwei casually threw it to the side. All right, come back tomorrow at this time. Inject penicillin for a few days and your flower will be fine. But remember, before you recover, you are not allowed to sleep together. Also, don't go to those brothels in the future. Lu Shenwei bluntly lectured him. The lieutenant naturally nodded. After thanking Li Wangyu and Lu Shenwei again and again, he limped out of the door. He had no choice but to limp. His butt was really too painful. After the lieutenant left, the group of students from the Imperial Medical Department immediately turned on their curious baby mode and continuously threw out all kinds of questions. Lu Fengyu, that's it? He doesn't need to take medicine anymore? Is this penicillin so magical? It can cure a flower in just a few days? Lu Fengyu, may I ask what this bamboo syringe is? Lu Fengyu, facing this situation, Zhang Baozong's face was as calm as water. He only coldly snorted, "Humph, you don't know what you're talking about. You actually believe such nonsense?" This old man doesn't believe that penicillin has such an effect. That injection is even more inexplicable. When did such a treatment method appear in the medical records? Li Wangyu was too lazy to refute. Whether it was useful or not, they would know in a few days. After a long time, Zhang Baozong was finally dissatisfied and ordered the Imperial Medical Department to invite the next patient in for examination. Chapter 585. The next person to enter was an old man. Li Wangyu didn't recognize him, but from his robes, he could tell that he was a sixth-rank official from the Tang dynasty. Zhang Baozong checked the old man's pulse and confirmed that he had a disharmony in his spleen and stomach. It was dysentery. Zhang Baozong twirled his beard and smiled. Your illness is dysentery, but it's not hard to treat. You just need to take the milk decoction and you'll be fine. The old man thanked him again and again, but dysentery was not easy to treat. At the very least, many of the doctors in the Imperial Physician Bureau were unable to treat this illness. That was why he hurried over when he heard that Zhang Baozong and Lu Fengyu were in the Imperial Physician Bureau. Seeing that Zhang Baozong could treat it, he was overjoyed and asked Zhang Baozong to write a prescription for him. Zhang Baozong was not in a hurry. He twirled his beard and smiled. There's no rush. Today, I'm competing with Lu Fengyu and Count Huxian. You should ask Lu Fengyu to treat you again. The old man could only listen to Zhang Baozong and ask Lu Shenwei to treat him again. Dysentery was not something that could be cured by penicillin. However, Lu Shenwei was not a quack. As Sun Simiao's eldest disciple, dysentery was not a problem for him. However, as mentioned before, there was only one patient. It was up to the patient to decide who would treat him. The old man hesitated for a moment before bowing apologetically to Lu Shenwei and Li Wangyu. He still asked Zhang Baozong to write down a prescription for him. It wasn't that he didn't trust Lu Shenwei, but that he trusted Zhang Baozong more. Although Lu Shenwei was a doctor of the Imperial Physician Bureau, Zhang Baozong was famous for being a divine doctor. His disciple, Gung Hong, was also a doctor of the Imperial Physician Bureau. Secondly, in the profession of doctors, especially traditional Chinese medicine, the older they were, the more popular they were. Even in the future, patients were still more willing to find an old Chinese doctor to treat them. In response, Li Wangyu could only shrug his shoulders helplessly and decline to comment. After sending off the grateful old man, Zhang Baozong twirled his beard in satisfaction. The teachers and students of the Imperial Physician Bureau were all busy writing down Zhang Baozong's prescription. What Li Wangyu didn't expect was that the following day would be the same. All of the patients chose to have Zhang Baozong examine them. This caused Zhang Baozong's expression to become even more complacent, while Lu Shenwei could do nothing about it. Zio, your idea is not reliable. All the patients have gone to that old bastard for treatment. If this goes on, the two of us will definitely lose in 10 days. Li Wangyu was also depressed. He really didn't expect this. He didn't expect that even though he had created a dragon saber like penicillin, it would be useless. Those patients would rather go to that old man Zhang Baozong for treatment than have Lu Shenwei treat them. Even if there were some patients who could recover in a day or two after injecting penicillin, no matter how much Li Wangyu tried to persuade them, it was useless. Li Wangyu was overconfident because he had penicillin in his hands. If he had known earlier, he would have treated one patient each with Zhang Baozong. Then, he would not have ended up in this situation where there were no patients coming for consultation. For an entire day, he and Lu Shenwei could only watch as the patients ran to the old man Zhang Baokang to seek medical treatment. Even the teachers and students of the Imperial Physician Department gathered behind Zhang Baozong with pen and paper in hand. They earnestly took notes, afraid that they would miss the opportunity to learn from a famous doctor. It wasn't until the evening drums sounded and everyone prepared to disperse that Zhang Baozong stood up with the help of his disciples. After all, he was an old man in his 70s. When had he ever seen so many patients in a single day? The old man was quite tired. However, even if his body was tired, Zhang Baozong's mood was quite cheerful. He looked at Li Wangyu and Lu Shenwei and didn't forget to ridicule them. How are the results of County Count Hu and Lu Fengyu today? Oh, I forgot that the two of you only saw one patient today. Huh, this is quite interesting. Even a flower can be treated. I'm looking forward to that lieutenant's recovery. With regards to Zhang Baozong's mocking words, it was rare for Li Wangyu to not reply back. He only indifferently glanced at the smug old man, then pulled the indignant Lu Shenwei and quickly left. Now that the situation was better than the person, there was no point in saying those words. It would only add to the ridicule. Li Wangyu could only pray that tomorrow's patients wouldn't be so deceitful. In any case, he and Lu Shenwei would at least have a chance to perform. Who knew that the situation would be the same the next day? The only exception was when the lieutenant came for an injection, which attracted the attention of the teachers and students of the Imperial Physician Department. At other times, there was practically no one around Li Wangyu and Lu Shenwei. Those patients who couldn't be cured by the Imperial Physician Department all came because of Zhang Baozong's reputation. Even if there were illnesses that Zhang Baozong couldn't treat, Lu Shenwei couldn't do anything either. Most of these were chronic diseases of the elderly. Li Wangyu, who had penicillin in his hands, could only sigh in helplessness. After all, penicillin was only an antibiotic. It wasn't a miraculous medicine or an immortal treasure that could cure all diseases. For those chronic diseases of the elderly, penicillin really didn't have any effect. Another day passed, and Lu Shenwei was a bit better than the day before. At least 2 or 3 more patients still believed in Feng Yu's reputation and asked Lu Shenwei to treat them. On Zhang Baozong's side, there were another dozen or so patients seeking medical treatment. Not to mention the number of people who were ultimately cured, just the number of patients Zhang Baozong had seen was 30 or 40. On the other hand, Li Wangyu and Lu Shenwei's side only had 3 or 4 people. This naturally made Zhang Baozong smile even more proudly. Before leaving, he didn't forget to ridicule Li Wangyu. County Count Huxian, don't forget about the 10,000 taels of gold. Although I'm not greedy for money, it would be disrespectful to refuse someone who insisted on giving me 10,000 taels of gold. County Count Huxian's family is large, and it's rumored in Cheng, and that the County Count Huxian's mansion has mountains of gold and silver. Presumably, losing some gold to me is nothing to County Count Huxian. Lu Shenwei was so angry at the old man's words that he almost wanted to roll up his sleeves, but Li Wangyu pulled him back and said indifferently, "Mr. Baozong, have you never heard of it? As the saying goes, winning first doesn't count, winning later is gold. Everything will be clear in 10 days. Li Wangyu appeared very calm, but in his heart, he was extremely anxious. He was already thinking that if the situation was the same tomorrow, he would have to find Xing Chumo and the others and have them arrange for some patients to come in and treat as medical fraud. Otherwise, if he lost like this, not only would he lose his wife and soldiers, but his original plan would also be ruined. But no one expected that on the 3rd day, when everyone once again gathered in the hall of the Imperial Physician Department to prepare for the day's treatment, a person would suddenly rush in from outside the doors of the Imperial Physician Department. As he ran, he loudly shouted, "Godly doctor, godly doctor. You really are a godly doctor in the world. Dao Zhu is in the world, godly doctor, please accept my bow." This commotion not only attracted the attention of the patients waiting to be treated in the Imperial Medical Department, but also the hundreds of teachers and students of the Imperial Medical Department in the main hall who heard the commotion. Chapter 586. The one who shouted, "Godly doctor," and ran in was the officer who had been injected with penicillin for 2 days. Li Wangyu and Lu Shunwei were also stunned. What did this guy mean by shouting that? Could it be that his disease had been cured? Under everyone's astonished gazes, the officer ran in front of Li Wangyu and Lu Shunwei and directly knelt down in front of them. Count who, Lu Shunwei, the two of you are truly godly doctors. I've recovered, I've recovered. I've really recovered. Who said that there was no cure for this disease? Bah, I'll blind his dog eyes. After the officer finished speaking, he turned his head and glared at Zhang Baozong, his eyes full of disdain. Even Li Wangyu was stunned by his words. Sun Simiao's penicillin was so effective. Gonorrhea was cured after 2 days of injections. How could he know that even in the future, patients who had gonorrhea for the first time would recover after 3 or 4 days of injections of penicillin? And to the people of the Tang dynasty, who had never used antibiotics, the effects of this medicine were immediate. Its effects were completely incomparable to those of the future. When Lu Shunwei heard this, his expression also changed. He quickly pulled the officer over and checked his pulse. He even had the officer untie his belt and take off his pants to check. The teachers and students of the Imperial Medical Department were also shocked by the officer's words. Everyone knew that there was no cure for the disease of promiscuity. When Li Wangyu and Lu Shunwei said that it could be cured, no one actually believed them. Even though they had seen Lu Shunwei inject the officer twice, they still didn't believe that there was such a thing. As for Li Wangyu's penicillin, they were even more skeptical and felt that it was an exaggeration. The teachers and students of the Imperial Medical Department couldn't be blamed for thinking this way. If a doctor in the future claimed that he had a godly medicine that could cure cancer and that he only needed a few injections, no one would believe him either. Not mocking him like Zhang Baozong was already showing respect to Li Wangyu, the founding uncle of the nation, and to Lu Shunwei, the Minister of Medicine. More than 200 people once again gathered around, surrounding the lieutenants so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Pairs of burning gazes, as if they were studying a rare treasure, were all directed towards the lieutenant's lower body. This time, the lieutenant didn't feel embarrassed. Instead, he acted like a valiant soldier showing off his meritorious service. He proudly revealed his lower body and twirled it left and right to show off to everyone. Li Wangyu was speechless. He couldn't bear to look anymore and quickly turned his head away. However, everyone, including Lu Shunwei and the group of teachers and students from the Imperial Physician Department, was watching very carefully, afraid that they would miss a single detail. Tisk, there's no swelling, it's eroded. The eroded area has already scabbed off and new flesh has grown out. This flower is really cured. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Doctor, how do you explain this? Isn't Hua Lu incurable? Perhaps it was a misdiagnosis? This person doesn't have Hua Lu's disease. The doctor from the Imperial Physician Department didn't know how to answer. Impossible. Mr. Baozong and Lu Fengyu both confirmed without a doubt that this person's lower body was red and swollen 2 days ago. If it wasn't Hua Lu's disease, then what was it? Could it be that Mr. Baozong made a misdiagnosis? Mr. Baozong said Hua Lu incurable. This lieutenant only had 2 days, so how did he recover from Hua Lu's disease? This. Everyone couldn't come up with an answer. They all turned their heads to look at Zhang Baozong. They wanted to see how Zhang Baozong, who had said with certainty that Hua Lu was incurable, would answer. When the lieutenant rushed in, Zhang Baozong naturally heard his words. His heart couldn't help but thump as he felt that things weren't going well. At this moment, he couldn't care less. With the help of his disciples, he stood up, separated the crowd, and squeezed his way to the lieutenant's side. The old man couldn't care about anything else. He pulled the lieutenant's hand over and checked his pulse. After a while, he squatted down and carefully sized up the lieutenant's lower body. How is it? Zhang Baozong, 3 days ago, you kept saying that I was incurable. What else do you have to say now? Bah, quack. The lieutenant's saliva was about to spray onto Zhang Baozong's face. However, although his words were unpleasant, Zhang Baozong had no words to refute. 3 days ago, he was indeed the one who said Hua Lu incurable. He even mocked Li Wangyu and Lu Shenwei. If this lieutenant was serious and really beat Zhang Baozong up, others wouldn't be able to say anything. After all, it was fine if you couldn't treat the illness and couldn't cure it, but you even advised the patient to go to other people for treatment. You even mocked and ridiculed him. This was asking for a beating. If it was an ordinary doctor, this lieutenant might really beat him up. It was only because Zhang Baozong was old and was once a minister of the Honglu Temple, a major third-rank official, that he didn't beat him up. Zhang Baozong had nothing to say in the face of this iron-like fact. He still couldn't understand why Hua Lu's disease could be cured. He didn't say anything about the lieutenant's ridicule. He walked back to his seat with the help of his disciples. The teachers and students of the Imperial Physician Bureau were originally skeptical about penicillin, but now that the facts were in front of them, who wouldn't believe it? The lieutenant who had been sentenced to death by Zhang Baozong had miraculously recovered after just 2 injections. The mental impact of this was no less than an atomic bomb explosion. The lieutenant put on his clothes again and repeatedly thanked Li Wangyu and Lu Shenwei before walking out of the Imperial Physician Bureau's main hall with his head held high. Everyone, don't believe that old swindler Zhang Baozong. Bah, he's a quack. I accidentally contracted Hua Lu, and that old swindler actually said that I was incurable. In the end, Lu Fengyu and the Count of Huxin gave me 2 injections. In just 2 days, I was completely healed. Lu Fengyu is the divine doctor. Everyone, if you want to go in for treatment, you must open your eyes wide. Don't be fooled by those quacks. The lieutenant shouted at the crowd of patients waiting in the Imperial Physician Bureau, causing the patients and their family members to cry out in alarm. Lang Jun, are you serious? Nonsense, several hundred people in the Imperial Physician Bureau said it with their own eyes. How could it be false? If you don't believe me, you can ask the doctors, workers, and doctors of the Imperial Physician Bureau to see if I'm lying. If I'm lying, let the heavens strike me with 5 bolts of lightning and I'll die a horrible death. Hearing him swear like this, a patient's family immediately asked the doctors and doctors they were familiar with in the Imperial Physician Bureau. The people in the Imperial Physician Bureau naturally replied truthfully. 3 days ago, when this lieutenant had come for treatment, Zhang Baozong and Lu Shenwei had diagnosed him as Hua Lu. Zhang Baozong's claim that he was incurable was also not wrong. As for his complete recovery today, it was even more true. After receiving the testimonies of the doctors and doctors of the Imperial Physician Bureau, the patients waiting for treatment couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. This matter was actually true. Wasn't that Zhang Baozong a famous doctor? Was he also just someone who stole from the world? The lieutenant's words angered Zhang Baozong's disciples to the point that they almost wanted to charge out and fight him to the death. He had repeatedly reprimanded their teacher as an old swindler and a quack. How could they endure this? Zhang Baozong's face was also deathly pale, but he still had a bit of reason left. He firmly held on to his disciples, not allowing them to go out and cause more trouble. This time, he had truly made a mistake. He had never expected that Li Wangyu and Lu Shenwei would be able to cure an illness that no one in the world could. Was that penicillin really a divine medicine? Chapter 587. Due to the disturbance caused by the lieutenant, the patients who came for Zhang Baozong hesitated. Who would want to seek treatment from a quack? Furthermore, there were many teachers and students in the Imperial Physician Bureau as witnesses. Thus, today's consultation was different from the previous 2 days. Although there were still many patients who trusted Zhang Baozong's medical skills, there were more and more patients who turned to Zhang Baozong for consultation under the influence of the lieutenant. They were basically on par with Zhang Baozong. However, these patients were all suffering from ordinary illnesses and didn't need the precious antibiotic penicillin. This made Li Wangyu feel regretful. He couldn't wait to see a few patients on the verge of death so that everyone could witness the miraculous effects of penicillin. However, Li Wangyu could only think about it. How could he choose patients when he was in the consultation room? Naturally, he would treat any patient that came. Even if he was anxious, there was nothing he could do. Just before the drum of dusk sounded, the last patient who came late was carefully helped into the lobby by the doctors of the Imperial Medical Department. When Li Wangyu and the others saw this person, they immediately stood up and greeted him. Even Zhang Baozong, who was in his 70s, quickly stood up and greeted him. The person who came was the honorable physician, Duke Song, Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu was also a legendary figure in the Tang dynasty. He was the seventh son of Xiao Chua, Emperor Liang of the Southern Dynasty, and the younger brother of Empress Xiao of the Sui Dynasty. Xiao Yu was upright and outspoken. After Pai Lupi ascended the throne, he served as the prime minister 6 times and was removed from office 6 times. He was even demoted from his title by the Pai Lupi and exiled from Chang'an City. He was also one of the 24 meritorious officials in the Lingyan Pavilion. Li Wangyu naturally knew such a big shot. When he saw that the old man came to see him, he naturally treated him with respect. At this moment, Xiao Yu was removed from office once again. He had no official position, but everyone still respected him. Speaking of which, Xiao Yu's career was bumpy. In the first year of Zhongguan, Xiao Yu served as the left servant of the minister for the 2nd time and served as the prime minister for the 2nd time. In the end, Xiao Yu was impeached after only 5 months as the prime minister. The reason was that he asked Tang Jian, who was on a diplomatic mission to the Turkic Empire, to bring a letter to his sister, Empress Xiao, who was taking refuge in the Turkic Empire. In the end, this matter was exposed. It was said that Xiao Yu was secretly communicating with the former empress. As a result, the strict and upright Xiao Yu, who refused to tolerate the shortcomings of others, was once again removed from his position by Pai Lupi. Li Wangyu knew that Xiao Yu would soon be revived by Pai Lupi and become the prime minister for the 3rd time. Master Xiao, where are you feeling unwell today? Zhang Baozong went over to greet him politely. Thank you for your trouble, Duke Zhang. This old man has been coughing for the past few days and has symptoms of fever. When I cough, my lungs hurt. Coughing less sputum with traces of blood in the sputum and sore throat. I've been ill for some time now, and I can't recover from it. The doctors from the Medicine Bureau and the Imperial Physician Bureau have already taken a look at me. I've drunk a lot of medicine, but I don't see any improvement. I'll have to trouble Mr. Zhang to treat this old man, Xiao Yu said weakly with an ugly expression. As Xiao Yu explained his condition to Zhang Baozong, he coughed violently. Li Wangyu was afraid that he would cough out his lungs. Zhang Baozong invited Xiao Yu to sit down and carefully checked his pulse. After a while, he slowly said, Master Xiao, this cough of yours is caused by an evil wind entering your body, causing your lungs' qi to go up in reverse. It's an illness caused by wind and heat attacking your lungs. This illness is very troublesome and requires meditation. It's hard to recover in a short period of time. This old man will prescribe a bowl of mulberry apricot soup for you later. You can drink it for a few days and see the effects. Li Wangyu only understood half of it. The medical terms of the Tang dynasty were really hard to pronounce. He secretly asked Lu Shenwei, Brother Shenwei, what kind of illness is wind and heat attacking the lungs? It's a type of cough. It's usually accompanied by symptoms of fever and chest pain when coughing. Li Wangyu still didn't understand Lu Shenwei's explanation. However, there would be fever, cough, sputum, and even lung pain. Damn, this can't be pneumonia, right? If it's really pneumonia, then it's simple. Penicillin can treat the illness. He carefully recalled that there was no such thing as pneumonia in Chinese medicine since ancient times. Instead, it was replaced by coughing. Looking at Xiao Yu's symptoms, it should be the pneumonia that Western medicine spoke of. Li Wangyu couldn't help asking Lu Shenwei, is this illness hard to treat? Lu Shenwei bitterly shook his head, it's a troublesome illness caused by wind and heat attacking the lungs. If Master Xiao can't recover, it's easy for him to develop tuberculosis. If that happens, even a deity won't be able to save him. As for Master Zhao's illness, the sage had already ordered me to treat him. I've also prescribed him mulberry apricot soup, but it didn't have any effect. When Li Wangyu heard this, he pondered in his heart. In history, Xiao Yu didn't have a short life. He only died in the 22nd year of Zhengguan. At that time, he was already 74 years old. The old man's pneumonia should be able to be treated, but the process would definitely be painful. Pneumonia wasn't a terminal illness in the Tang dynasty, but it wasn't easy to treat. There were many patients who died from coughing and pneumonia. It seemed that he needed to convince Xiao Yu to receive a penicillin injection. The influence of being able to quickly treat Xiao Yu's illness was much greater than treating a military officer. On the other side, Xiao Yu couldn't help but shake his head after hearing Zhang Baozong's words, "I won't hide it from Sir Zhang. Lu Fengyu had already prescribed me mulberry apricot soup, but it didn't improve. That's why I wanted to ask Sir Zhang to treat me today. If it's mulberry apricot soup, then there's no need to trouble Sir Zhang." Mulberry apricot soup had the effect of clearing drains and warming dryness, moistening the lungs, and stopping coughing. It was usually used to treat the illness caused by wind and heat attacking the lungs. Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Zhang Baozong's face wrinkled as he racked his brains. Aside from mulberry apricot soup, what other ancient prescriptions were suitable? Li Wangyu suddenly spoke up and cupped his hands towards Xiao Yu. "Master Xiao, Lu Fengyu's teacher, Sun Simiao, has developed a new divine medicine, penicillin. It has a miraculous effect on treating the illness caused by wind and heat attacking the lungs." "Oh. Is what County Count who said true?" When Lu Fengyu examined me, he didn't mention this matter. Xiao Yu was naturally interested when he heard Li Wangyu's words. This medicine was developed by old immortal Sun a few days ago." "Oh. That's interesting." Xiao Yu didn't think much of it. Even though he wasn't a doctor, he knew that this medicine had been passed down from his predecessors. After countless attempts and refinements by countless doctors, the prescription had finally been passed down to this day. Although Sun Simiao was known as a divine doctor, Xiao Yu didn't have much confidence in this so-called new medicine that had just been developed. He also didn't want to become a lab rat himself. Seeing Xiao Yu's disinterest, Li Wangyu hurriedly continued, "Does Master Xiao not believe in the medicine's effects? 3 days ago, there was a military officer who was infected with a venereal disease. This was an incurable disease. There is no cure, but he only had to inject penicillin for 2 days to recover. This is the miraculous effect of penicillin. If Master Xiao doesn't believe me, you can ask the Imperial Physician Medallion and the various doctors to see if I, Li Wangyu, am lying." His words moved Xiao Yu somewhat. He had naturally heard of the incurable disease and knew that it couldn't be cured. If penicillin could even cure an incurable disease, then it wouldn't be impossible for it to cure his lung disease. Thinking of this, Xiao Yu wanted to nod and try the new medicine. However, Zhang Baozong suddenly said, "Wait." Chapter 588. "Wait, County Count who, Old Master Zhao's status is different. How many people have you used this penicillin on? How dare you use it on Old Master Xiao? If something goes wrong, can you bear the responsibility, County Count who?" "Lu Fengyu, let me ask you, are there any precedents for the illnesses that County Count who says can be cured by penicillin? How many patients have you cured?" Zhang Baozong's question was not wrong. Although Xiao Yu had been removed from his position as Prime Minister by Pai Lupi, he was not an ordinary person. Given his status, he could not be treated lightly. Zhang Baozong's words made Lu Shenwei's face turn red. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. Although he was not happy with Zhang Baozong, he was a kind and honest person, so he could not lie. For Lu Shenwei to go against his conscience and say that penicillin had saved countless lives, he couldn't say such nonsense. Zhang Baozong was old and experienced. When he saw Lu Shenwei's stammering appearance, how could he not understand? Perhaps this penicillin had never been used on a patient before. Even if it was used to cure that military officer, it might be the first time it was used. His guess was right. It was the first time that penicillin had been used on a patient to treat the lieutenant. Although the effects were surprisingly good, how could he say that penicillin could cure the illnesses that Li Wangyu claimed it could? Li Wangyu felt a bit of a headache when he heard Zhang Baozong's question. If it was a normal patient, he would have dared to pat his chest and say that he could cure them. However, Xiao Yu's status was honorable. How could he make such a promise? There was no proof. However, this was not a problem for Li Wangyu. He was determined to use penicillin to treat Xiao Yu's illness. Mr. Baozong is indeed experienced and prudent. Your words are not wrong. However, just as Mr. Baozong said, this penicillin has not been used on patients with wind heat disease. However, Li Wangyu purposely paused here. His words caused Xiao Yu, who was full of anticipation, to turn cold. Naturally, he wouldn't be willing to test this new medicine and become a guinea pig. However, when he heard Li Wangyu say, "But," a glimmer of hope appeared in his heart. He hurriedly asked, Count who, but what? But it's not hard to prove. Li Wangyu smiled and said, in Chang'an, there are naturally many patients who suffer from wind heat disease. As long as we find some patients who are willing to be treated by Lu Fengyu and inject penicillin, Master Xiao will be able to see the effect in a few days. At that time, won't Master Xiao be at ease and allow Lu Fengyu to boldly drug him? Li Wangyu's words made Xiao Yu's eyes light up. He nodded repeatedly. Count who, if that's the case, I'm naturally willing. Zhang Baozong's face darkened. That was not what he meant. If he followed Li Wangyu's plan and found those patients to be cured by penicillin, wouldn't he be looking for trouble? He and Li Wangyu were betting on who could cure more patients in 10 days. Now, most of the patients came to him for treatment. How could he be willing to give Li Wangyu such an opportunity to add more battle results? However, before Zhang Baozong could think of a reason to stop him, he heard the imperial physician clap his hands and cheer. Good, this is good. Let's leave this matter to the imperial physician department. Everyone, please wait for a moment. I'll have the doctors go to those houses to find patients with wind heat disease and bring them to Lu Fengyu for treatment. In the Imperial Physician Department, there were more than 100 doctors in the medical department. In the Tang Dynasty, it was not easy to become a doctor recognized by the imperial court. After the basic courses such as Su Wen and Shen Nong's Herbal Classic, they had to study specialized courses. According to the Tang Dynasty's 6 classics, it took 7 years for physical treatment, 5 years for minor ailments, and 2 years for ear, mouth, and teeth diseases. In other words, these doctors had to study in the Imperial Physician Department for 2 to 7 years according to the subject. Moreover, the Imperial Physician Department had strict requirements. There were examinations every month, every quarter, and every year. According to the Tang Dynasty's 6 classics, it was recorded that there was a monthly examination for the doctor, a quarterly examination for the imperial physician, and a year-end examination for the Grand Minister. If one's skills were too good, he would be replaced by an official. If one did not succeed after 9 years of study, he would be forced to retire. If one did not succeed after 9 years, he would be expelled. This was much stricter than the university in the future. Studying medicine was not just about studying. One had to have enough clinical experience. However, what kind of place was the Imperial Physician Department? It was for treating the families of officials. How could they let these doctors who were still studying treat the patients' families? Therefore, the doctors of the Imperial Physician Department were arranged to treat patients in the various medicine shops in Chang and city. Although the doctors of the Imperial Physician Department were medical students, they had received formal medical education and training. Their standards were much better than those of Lu Yan's medical workers. These doctors of the Imperial Physician Department were naturally loved by the people of Chang and city when they went to practice in the medicine shops. They were also very clear about which patients were in the various medicine shops in Chang and city. As soon as the Imperial Physician said this, a few doctors of the Imperial Physician Department immediately stood up and bowed. Replying to the Imperial Physician Department, Mr. Xiao, the Count of Huxian, and Lu Fengyu, I know of a patient with wind heat disease in his lungs. His family is poor and has no money to treat him. If Lu Fengyu is willing to treat him, he will definitely be willing. I also know of a patient with wind heat disease in his lungs. The words of the doctors made Xiao Yu overjoyed. He looked at Li Wangyu expectantly. Li Wangyu naturally would not refuse. He smiled and nodded. Then I'll have to trouble you to quickly invite the patients' families over. We can test the medicine today. If it's fast, we will see the results in 2 or 3 days. The Imperial Physician Department immediately nodded and arranged carriages for the doctors. He asked them to bring the patients' families to the Imperial Physician Department. The doctors immediately took the order and ran out. Not long after, the carriages arranged by the Imperial Physician Department came back and brought back 4 or 5 patients. These patients were all ordinary people of Chang'an City. They suffered from wind-heat disease in their lungs and had no money to treat it. They were basically waiting for death. They heard that Feng Yu of the Shangyao Medical Department was willing to treat them for free. There was no reason for them to refuse. As for what medicine was used and whether it was a new medicine, they did not care at all. Since they were waiting for death if they did not treat it, they were naturally willing to give it a try. Zhang Baozong's face was gloomy. He checked the patient's pulse one by one and confirmed that their symptoms were similar to Xiao Yu's. They were all wind-heat disease in their lungs. Lu Shenwei also checked the patient's symptoms and nodded to Li Wangyu. Zio, these people all have the same symptoms. They are the same as Mr. Zhao's. Okay, then let's give them a skin test first. Li Wangyu did not hesitate. Although it seemed a little immoral to experiment on ordinary people, in fact, with the medical conditions of the Tang dynasty, his willingness to treat these dying people was already a bodhisattva's kindness. Even if there was an accident during the treatment, the patients' families could not say anything except kowtowing to them and thanking them. Medical trouble? There was no need to think about this kind of thing. It would never happen in the Tang dynasty. Under Xiao Yu's eager gaze, Lu Shenwei once again gave the patients a skin test of penicillin in front of everyone. However, an accident happened this time. Chapter 589. The few patients who underwent the skin test were all negative and could receive penicillin injections. However, there was a middle-aged man who was coughing non-stop and had a red hue on his arm. This was a positive reaction to penicillin. Naturally, he could not continue injecting penicillin or he would die. Li Wangyu shook his head regretfully. Patient, please go back. This penicillin is not suitable for your treatment. Hearing that he could not receive Li Wangyu's treatment, the middle-aged man fell to his knees in front of Li Wangyu. He coughed non-stop and kowtowed repeatedly. Please have mercy, please have mercy. Please save me. Cough cough. I'm willing to take the medicine regardless of the consequences. Please don't let me go back and wait for death. Cough cough, cough, I'd rather take the medicine. Even if I die because of it, I won't say a word. Li Wangyu continued to shake his head. Since the penicillin skin test was positive, he could not continue injecting penicillin. Otherwise, he would not be saving people, but harming people. Anaphylactic shock could really kill people. Li Wangyu remembered that when he was young, his mother had a colleague who passed away from anaphylactic shock due to penicillin injection. His mother had been talking about this matter from time to time many years later. It was a pity. Although it was an accident with a small probability, since the skin test showed a positive reaction, he could not continue injecting penicillin. But no matter how Li Wangyu refused, the middle-aged man only begged bitterly and kowtowed with his head banging loudly on the ground in a very sorrowful manner. Lu Shenwei looked at the pitiful man from the side and understood his feelings. If it were not for a wealthy family like Xiao Yu, who had doctors from the Imperial Physician Bureau and the Shangyao Bureau to treat him and take all kinds of medicine, the wind-heat disease would be fatal. As for these ordinary people, they would only be treated by Lu Yan's doctors from the pharmacy. Not to mention their medical skills, just the cost of seeing a doctor and getting medicine was unbearable. It was not an exaggeration to say that pneumonia in the Tang dynasty was not an incurable disease, but it was not much different from a terminal illness. It was just waiting for death. Zio, are you sure it's positive? Didn't you tell me that there's another type of false positive reaction in the skin test? Lu Shenwei asked in a low voice. Li Wangyu was stunned by his question. He had indeed told Lu Shenwei that the results of the skin test were mostly negative, positive, and false positive. In fact, there were not many people who were allergic to penicillin. He seemed to remember that in his previous life, only about 10% of the people showed a positive reaction in skin test, and most of them were false positives. The proportion of people who were really allergic to penicillin was only about 1%. However, he only knew how it was done, not why it was done. Other than knowing that no reaction was negative and could be injected, how could he know what kind of reaction was a false positive? What was positive? To be on the safe side, Li Wangyu naturally categorized all those who had a reaction to the skin test as positive and did not inject them. This was the safest method. Li Wangyu was at a loss for words, not knowing how to answer. He took a closer look at the middle-aged man's arm. There was only a redness, and there didn't seem to be any other symptoms. Li Wangyu hesitated for a moment, not knowing what to do. The middle-aged man begged bitterly, and even Xiao Yu couldn't bear it. Count Huxian, can this person really not be treated with medicine? I feel that he's quite pitiful. If you send him back, he won't live for long. How about you write a life and death contract and have him sign it? Then, Lu Fengyu can treat him as he pleases. If something happens, you can't blame Count Huxian and Lu Fengyu. When the middle-aged man heard Xiao Yu's words, he quickly replied, this lowly one is willing. Cough, cough, willing. Cough, cough, cough. As long as esteemed one is willing to treat me, even if I can't be cured and something happens, I won't complain. At this point, Li Wangyu simply made up his mind, gritted his teeth, and nodded in agreement. That's good. Go and find your family members and tell them about the risks of the treatment. If something happens, you can't blame us. Of course, of course. Many thanks, esteemed one. When the middle-aged man heard that Li Wangyu had relented, he quickly got up from the ground and ran to the Imperial Physician Department's main hall to call for his family. Soon, a woman followed the middle-aged man into the main hall. She hadn't even wiped away the tears on her face when she knelt in front of Li Wangyu and the others. Esteemed one, please treat my husband. Regardless of life or death, if anything happens, this lowly woman will not complain. This was clearly the middle-aged man's wife. In response to her words, Li Wangyu could only shake his head and sigh. Now that things had come to this, he could only brace himself and try to see if the middle-aged man's life was tough or not. If it was a false positive reaction, then there would be no problem. If it was a positive reaction, then it would be difficult for even a deity to save him. He could only watch as the middle-aged man died. Once again, he told the couple about the possible reactions that might occur after the injection of penicillin. In the end, he asked the doctor from the Imperial Medical Department to help the middle-aged couple write a life and death contract and let them sign it with their fingerprints. After a while, Li Wangyu indicated for the woman to leave. Lu Shenwei began to prepare the medicine for the pneumonia patients. It was still the same procedure. Although the patients were baffled that they had to take off their pants in public, they didn't dare to disobey. However, they didn't dare to disobey. They could only take turns to take off their pants under the watchful eyes of hundreds of people and let Lu Shenwei inject them with injections. Xiao Yu was also watching from the side. It was his first time seeing such an injection method, so he was puzzled. The imperial physician beside him had already seen it twice, so he had a rough understanding of it. He quickly explained to Xiao Yu, Old Master Xiao, the medicine developed by Old Immortal's son is different from ordinary medicine. The needle is hollow, so the medicine can be injected directly into the patient's body through the bamboo tube. Is this medicine really so miraculous? I'm not sure about other illnesses. However, one of the military officers was infected with the flower willow, and he indeed recovered in 2 days. This lowly official and everyone in the Imperial Medical Department can testify to this. Xiao Yu nodded his head and continued to watch Lu Shenwei inject the patients. It was still the same crude action. Li Wangyu couldn't help sweating in his heart. He couldn't bear to watch. Even Xiao Yu, who was watching from the side, couldn't help knitting his brows when he saw the patient's painful expression. He was clearly shocked by Lu Shenwei's injection method. After the pneumonia patients were done with their injections, it was the middle-aged man's turn. Li Wangyu hesitated for a while before he nodded his head to Lu Shenwei, indicating for him to inject penicillin. At this moment, everyone became nervous. For a moment, no one spoke in the Imperial Physician Department's hall as they nervously stared at Lu Shenwei and the middle-aged man. This made Lu Shenwei a little nervous. He held the syringe on the middle-aged man's butt for a long time, but he didn't manage to inject it. Everyone's gazes followed the syringe in Lu Shenwei's hand. Just when they were nervous, the middle-aged man suddenly opened his mouth and howled. It scared Lu Shenwei so much that his hand trembled and he almost stabbed the needle into the back of his hand. Chapter 590. Lu Shenwei came back to his senses. He hadn't inserted the needle yet, so why was this man screaming? He angrily slapped the middle-aged man's head. What the hell are you screaming for? I haven't inserted the needle yet. When the middle-aged man heard this, he was stunned for a moment before he muttered, I saw those people before. When they sat down, they all screamed like that. I thought it was a rule. His words caused everyone to be stunned for a moment before they burst into laughter. The tense atmosphere from before dissipated quite a bit. Lu Shenwei was so angry that his face turned red. Without thinking, he directly inserted the needle into the middle-aged man's butt. Ah! This time, the middle-aged man screamed again. He finally understood why those people had screamed when they were treating him. It really was F***ing painful. Under Lu Shenwei's violent actions, a syringe of penicillin was quickly injected into the middle-aged man's body. Li Wangyu gestured for him to put on his pants. Go and call your wife in. Let's stay here for a while. If you're fine in an hour, you'll be considered to have passed through the gates of hell. Whether or not you can live will depend on your fate. The middle-aged man had already mentally prepared himself. To him, if he couldn't treat this illness, he would only be waiting for death when he returned. He would also be a burden to his family. It would be better to end it today. If he could live, then he would have a free life. If he couldn't, then his wife would suffer less. He respectfully knelt down and kowtowed to Li Wangyu and Lu Shenwei. Then, he left the main hall to find his wife. Outside the main hall, his wife had been silently crying. When she saw him come out, she hurriedly went forward to support him. Dalong, how are you? Did the noble person give you medicine? Do you feel unwell? The middle-aged man nodded. Wait for an hour. If I can live, then I can probably keep my life. If. Sigh, my wife, I've dragged you down. If something happens, cough, 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 you should take the children with you before marrying. I only have one request. Can you find someone who treats the children well? Dalong, what nonsense are you talking about? If you're gone, I'll naturally raise the children. If you go there, wait for me. I'll look for you after I raise the child. The woman cried miserably. Her hands gripped the middle-aged man's sleeves tightly, unwilling to let go. It was as if her husband would leave her if she let go. Just like that, the two of them supported each other and stood outside the lobby of the Imperial Medical Department, crying and talking at the same time. Seeing this, Li Wangyu and the others felt uncomfortable in their hearts. Lu Shenwei even felt that the corners of his eyes were a little wet. He couldn't help but ask, Zio, what if there's really an allergic reaction like you said? Is there no way to save him? Li Wangyu slowly shook his head. The Tang dynasty only had such medical facilities. How could they save him? He couldn't bear to look at the couple any longer, so he simply turned his head away and cupped his hands towards Xiao Yu. Master Xiao, I estimate that the patients will recover in 2 to 3 days if they're quick, or 4 to 5 days if they're slow. Master Xiao, you can continue to take the decoction for the next few days. When you see the effect in a few days, you can rest assured and use the medicine. He didn't expect that the old man, Xiao Yu, would suddenly roll up his sleeves. Come, do that skin test for this old man. Master Xiao, what do you mean by this? Li Wangyu didn't react for a moment. Injection of penicillin. This old man doesn't need to wait for those patients to recover. This old man has been open and above board all my life, but I almost made a big mistake today. Since those commoners can use the medicine, why can't this old man use it? It's beneath me to let others test the medicine for this old man. But this old man doesn't regret it. If it can cure those patients, it'll be a good story. Come, Lu Fengyu, do the skin test for this old man. Xiao Yu's words shocked Zhang Baozong, the imperial medical officer, and the others. They all tried to dissuade him. Master Xiao, you can't. You can wait a few more days. It won't be too late to use the medicine after the effects of the medicine have taken effect. Master Xiao, please reconsider. This penicillin is a new medicine. It's better to wait. Xiao Yu shook his head firmly. This old man is already ashamed to let the commoners test the medicine. Everyone, please don't try to dissuade me. Since this medicine can be used by the commoners, why can't this old man use it? Lu Fengyu, please do the skin test for this old man. Lu Shenwei hesitated. Giving acupuncture to commoners was different from giving acupuncture to a big shot like Xiao Yu. Li Wangyu, on the other hand, solemnly bowed to Xiao Yu. Master Xiao is righteous. This penicillin is a good medicine. If it's promoted, it can save countless lives. Since Master Xiao dares to test the medicine for the common people, how can we not take responsibility? He turned his head to look at Lu Shenwei. Brother Shenwei, please do the skin test for Master Xiao. If there's any accident, I'll go and ask for forgiveness from the saints. Li Wangyou's words made Lu Shenwei's eyes turn red. Zio, what are you saying? I'm the one who used this medicine. Naturally, I'll take responsibility for it. What does it have to do with you? Go away. This matter has nothing to do with you. After he finished speaking, he pushed Li Wangyu to the side and picked up a bottle of alcohol to disinfect Xiao Yu's wrist. Xiao Yu twirled his beard and laughed. What does this have to do with the two of you? I'm the one who let you use this medicine. If there's any problem, I'll take responsibility for it. Everyone, listen carefully. If anything happens after I use this medicine, it has nothing to do with Count Huxian or Lu Fengyu. I ask that you all testify when the time comes. Xiao Yu's words moved the faces of the teachers and students of the Imperial Physician Bureau. They all bowed to him. Master Xiao is righteous. Zhang Baozong and the Imperial Physician Bureau could only look at each other and sigh. They didn't say anything to stop him. Lu Shenwei steadied his mind and, in a rare moment of gentleness, pierced the needle into the skin above Xiao Yu's wrist and injected some penicillin medicine. A doctor from the Imperial Physician Bureau came forward and helped Xiao Yu to the side to rest. The atmosphere in the hall was a bit tense. After 15 minutes, Li Wangyu came forward to check. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh. It was negative, no reaction at all. He suppressed his excitement and nodded to Lu Shenwei. Brother Shenwei, it's negative. When the teachers and students of the Imperial Physician Bureau heard this, they all clapped and cheered. The tense atmosphere in the hall relaxed. Master Xiao, please untie your belt. I'll give you the medicine and the needles. Lu Shenwei also let out a long sigh and smiled at Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu laughed loudly. I never thought that there would be a time when I would take off my clothes in front of everyone. Why are you all staring at me? I'm not that little girl from Peace Square. Scram, 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 scram to the side. His joke caused everyone to laugh. They were too embarrassed to look at the old man's butt, so they all cast sidelong glances at him. After Lu Shenwei injected Xiao Yu with the penicillin, he instructed, Master Xiao, please continue to drink the mulberry apricot soup. Drink more warm water and eat less spicy food. Remember to keep warm to prevent catching a cold. In a few days, you should be able to recover from your wind heat disease. Good, good. I want to see how miraculous Daoist Sun's medicine is. Haha. Li Wangyu let Xiao Yu rest in the hall for another 15 minutes. When he saw that there were no adverse reactions, he prepared to send him out. Just as she was about to help Xiao Yu out of the hall, a doctor from the Imperial Physician Department suddenly cried out in alarm, "Oh no!" Chapter 591. Oh no, an hour has already passed. Why hasn't the patient appeared yet? Could it be? The doctor from the Imperial Medical Department suddenly spoke up, reminding everyone of the middle-aged man who had signed the life and death contract. According to Li Wangyu, if nothing happened in an hour, then everything would be fine. Everyone had been busy giving Xiao Yu injections and had forgotten about this matter. With the doctor's reminder, everyone suddenly came to their senses. Li Wangyu slapped his forehead. Damn it, how could they have completely forgotten about the middle-aged man? Just as he was about to run over to check on the middle-aged man's condition, he heard a woman's heart-wrenching cries coming from outside the Imperial Medical Department's lobby. Li Wangyu's heart sank. Oh no. Everyone in the Imperial Medical Department was in a mess as they rushed out of the lobby. When everyone rushed out of the lobby, they didn't see the scene of the middle-aged man collapsing to the ground as they had imagined. At this moment, the couple outside the lobby were hugging each other and crying bitterly. F***ck, isn't everything fine? What's the meaning of crying so sadly? Li Wangyu couldn't help but feel speechless. He had thought that the middle-aged man had already gone into shock due to the penicillin allergy. Are the two of you crying in grief here? Why are you crying all of a sudden? An Imperial Medical Department doctor couldn't help but reprimand them. Suddenly awakened by his words, the wailing couple looked up in shock. They didn't know when the two of them had been surrounded by people, but they couldn't help but be shocked. Replying to noble sir, this lowly one and my wife were only grieving for a moment and couldn't control ourselves. Please forgive us for disturbing you. Seeing that this lowly one doesn't have long to live, please don't blame my wife. She was just sad for a moment. Li Wangyu was so angry that he laughed. Get lost, get lost. What do you mean you don't have long to live? Didn't I say it before? You'll be fine in an hour and your illness will be cured. What are you yelling for? Go back. Remember to come back tomorrow at this time to continue the injection. In a few days, your lung disease will be cured. What? Noble lady, please don't lie to this lowly one. Will this lowly one really not die? The middle-aged man could not help but tremble as he spoke. His wife grabbed his sleeve tightly. Not only did she not stop crying, she cried even louder. Dalong, did you hear what Guiran said? You won't die, you won't die. Li Wangyu rolled his eyes speechlessly. This middle-aged man really had a false positive penicillin skin test. He only decided to take the risk because he saw that there was only a red flush on her wrist and no hard lumps. Now that the middle-aged man was fine, his pneumonia would naturally be cured. The couple wailed for a long time before finally venting the misery in their hearts that had been pent up for many days. The two of them knelt down again and kowtowed respectfully to the crowd. Only then did they support each other and leave. Li Wangyu looked at their backs and could not help but shake his head and sigh. Everything about the Tang dynasty was good, but the medical conditions were really speechless. It was just pneumonia, but in the Tang dynasty, it was enough to destroy a family. As for penicillin, although Sun Simiao had developed it, there was no way to mass-produce it. Not only was the effect of the artificial small-scale production unstable, but it was also difficult to popularize. Li Wangyu could foresee that penicillin would only be used by the rich and powerful for a long time in the future. As for the common people, it was impossible to even think about it. Li Wangyu had never thought about how to make penicillin. It was not that he was reluctant, but that he did not dare. It was very difficult to extract penicillin, and the effect of artificially extracted penicillin was also unstable. If he had not observed that the staphylococci were really killed under the microscope, he would not have dared to use penicillin on the patient. Even so, it was still a great risk. If he had rashly spread the extraction method of penicillin, he really did not know how many people would have died. There were not many doctors in the Tang dynasty who could be relied on. While Li Wangyu was sighing, Xiao Yu twirled his beard and smiled. County Count Hu, Lu Fengyu, you have saved this couple. It is also a great merit. Lord Xiao is too kind. Speaking of which, it is also Lord Zhao's credit. This old man is ashamed to accept such praise. It was just a moment of selfishness, but this old man is also gratified to have such a good result. Everyone chatted and sighed before dispersing. However, just as Li Wangyu returned to his residence in Kaihua Square, he was summoned to the Taiji Palace by a servant sent by Pai Lupi. Naturally, the 100 Cavalry Department had already reported to Pai Lupi about the bet between him and Zhang Baozong in the Imperial Medical Department. Pai Lupi originally thought that Li Wangyu had gone crazy when he dragged Lu Shenwei to compete with Zhang Baozong. However, when Pai Lupi found out that Li Wangyu had used the miracle drug penicillin on the patient's family, he could not help but be shocked. Early on, when Li Wangyu had performed an appendectomy to cure Li Qingxian, he had already reported to Pai Lupi about the miracle drug penicillin. At the time, he had only said that Sun Simiao was still in the process of developing it. Pai Lupi had also been very excited by the described curative effects. He had even given Sun Simiao quite a few copper coins for research purposes. He had not expected that the penicillin that Li Wangyu had said could prevent wound infections would be developed by Sun Simiao just like that. Pai Lupi had originally planned to wait and see what the effects of the penicillin were. However, he had not expected that the penicillin that he had only thought of as preventing wound infections would actually be able to cure a flower willow disease. He immediately ordered people to summon that military officer into the palace and have the doctors of the Shangyao Bureau examine him again. After confirming that he had truly recovered, Pai Lupi's opinion of penicillin increased by several degrees. When the 100 Horsemen Department came to inform him that the Count of Huxian wanted to use penicillin to cure Xiao Yu's wind heat disease, Pai Lupi could no longer sit still. He did not care that the evening drum had already been sounded in Chang'an. He ordered Mitua to send people to summon Li Wangyu into the palace. In the Taiji Palace's Yinyang Hall, Li Wangyu respectfully bowed to Pai Lupi. He smiled and asked, "Uncle, for you to summon me into the palace in such a hurry, is there a reason?" "Humph, you scoundrel. If penicillin is so important, why didn't you inform me?" Li Wangyu laughed awkwardly and said, "Hee, uncle, this penicillin has just been developed by old Immortal's son and its effects have not been confirmed. How could I rashly report it to uncle? I originally wanted to wait until I finished my competition with Zhang Baozong and saw the actual effects of penicillin before reporting to uncle." "That's enough. Hurry up and tell me clearly. What are the effects of penicillin? You scoundrel, you have some guts. You actually dared to use a newly developed medicine on Master Xiao. If something bad happened to him, I'd like to see how you'll explain it to Uncle Xiao." Pai Lupi glared at him unhappily. Li Wangyu rubbed his nose and said, "Uncle, wasn't that because Master Xiao was righteous and could not bear to see the commoners test medicine on him?" He saw that Pai Lupi was about to blow his beard and glare again, so he quickly changed the topic. "Uncle, this penicillin is a rare and good thing. Apart from what I said before, it can prevent wounds from getting infected. It can also cure all kinds of illnesses." Li Wangyu explained everything he knew about the illnesses that penicillin could cure to Pai Lupi. After listening, Pai Lupi was flabbergasted. This penicillin is truly a miracle medicine. "Zio, how much does penicillin cost? Can it be mass-produced?" When Li Wangyu heard this, he could not help but smile bitterly and shake his head. "Uncle, this is the biggest problem. Penicillin is not easy to extract and its price is high. It's comparable to gold. It's really difficult to popularize." Pai Lupi was not very disappointed when he heard this. He just sighed and said, "Since it's a miracle medicine, it's rare and expensive. That's normal. It's just a pity. I originally thought that if this medicine could be popularized in the army, the casualties of the Tang dynasty's soldiers would be reduced by 70 to 80%. Sigh, what a pity." Li Wangyu slowly shook his head. "Uncle, that's not necessarily true." Chapter 592. Whether it was Li Yuan or Pai Lupi, they were both emperors on horseback, so they placed a lot of importance on military matters. The Great Tang had set down strict laws to protect the wounded soldiers and provide compensation for their families. For example, when it came to the injured soldiers on the battlefield, the Tang dynasty laws clearly stated, everyone is on guard. If an official or a servant is sick and the head of the department does not ask for medical treatment, the person will be whipped 40 times. If the deceased is killed, the disciple will be imprisoned for a year. In other words, whether it was on the battlefield or at the border, if a soldier was injured and did not receive timely treatment, his superiors would be punished. If the person died because of this, the person responsible could be sentenced to a year in prison. The military also had specialized statistics and records, including the number of injured soldiers, their conditions, and their recovery, to manage the injured soldiers. There was also a rule in the military: if a sick child is abandoned and is not taken care of or fed, the inspector and the person responsible for the sick child will each be caned 100 times. If a sick child is buried alive, they will be beheaded. As for the injured or dead soldiers, there were also detailed plans for their families. Whether it was money, cloth, land, cattle, tax relief, or even official positions, there were many more. From this, it could be seen how much importance Pai Lupi placed on the injured soldiers in the military. Pai Lupi was still regretting that he could not use a miracle drug like penicillin to reduce the casualties in the military. Li Wangyo's "not necessarily" made Pai Lupi unconsciously raise his eyebrows. Ziyu, what do you mean? Are there other ways to reduce the casualties in the military? Yes, uncle. As long as there are first aid, disinfection, and bandages on the battlefield, it might not lead to a large number of deaths due to injuries. I estimate that it should be possible to reduce the casualty rate by 50%. Pai Lupi asked, the disinfection that Ziyu mentioned, is it the alcohol you used when you operated on Qingxian last time? Yes, using alcohol to disinfect and bandage first aid on the battlefield can definitely reduce a lot of casualties. However, there were too few doctors in the army, and their medical skills were worrisome. Little nephew earnestly requests uncle to establish a military medical system and set up a military medical department to train military doctors and paramedics to learn first aid on the battlefield, suturing surgery, disinfection, and other medical skills to save the lives of our Tang Dynasty's soldiers. Uncle, don't let the soldiers bleed and cry. Li Wangyo's words were sincere. What he said about the poor medical system in the Tang Dynasty was also true. The Tang system was installed. Military doctors were sent by the Taichung Temple, but the number was pitifully small. For every 500 men and above in the marching army and military service area, one physician is usually assigned. If there were more than 5,000 people, they would be given to 2 people. Henceforth, he led 5,000 men plus 1 man. Every doctor will be given 2, to reduce the number of injured doctors. An army of 5,000 with only 2 physicians. What use would they be in a war? Not to mention the extremely crude medical skills and treatment conditions. It was estimated that if they just sprinkled a handful of the so-called golden sore ointment on the wound, it would be considered a cure. Whether or not the soldiers could survive after being injured would depend on the heavens. Pai Lupi frowned. Zio, I can understand the military doctors you mentioned. Are you referring to the doctors assigned to the army? What do you mean by paramedics? Uncle, paramedics are also soldiers. In addition to carrying weapons and attacking with the army, they also need to carry medicine packs with them, including bandages, alcohol, golden sore ointment, and other first aid medicines. These paramedics need to learn first aid on the battlefield. When someone is injured, the paramedics can immediately stop the bleeding and send the injured to the rear for military doctors to treat. In my opinion, every 100 men in a brigade can be assigned 2 paramedics. In this way, the casualties on the battlefield will be greatly reduced. After hearing his words, Pai Lupi couldn't help but stand up and pace back and forth. After a long time, Pai Lupi slowly shook his head. Zio, your idea is very good. I think the paramedics you mentioned are very good, but it will be difficult to realize. Uncle, why is that? My Tang Dynasty has hundreds of thousands of government soldiers. According to your idea, how many paramedics do we need? At least tens of thousands, right? With so many soldiers who can save the injured, do you think I can copy Han Xian and conjure up soldiers out of beans? Even if we recruit soldiers who are slightly literate and train them, where would we find so many medical doctors to teach them first aid? Pai Lupi's words were also true. The literacy rate in the Tang dynasty was very low, and there were even fewer scholars who were willing to study medicine. Even the imperial medical department only had a few hundred students. Among them, there were no more than 100 medical students. And these people still had to study for 7 years before they could graduate. Teaching medicine to a few hundred people was completely different from teaching medicine to tens of thousands. Even if Pai Lupi wanted tens of thousands of paramedics, he couldn't find enough people to train them. Li Wangyu laughed and suddenly changed the topic. Uncle, do you know why I made a bet with Mr. Treasure? Oh. Why? Pai Lupi didn't understand why he suddenly brought it up. Li Wangyu laughed mischievously. Hey, uncle, I heard that Mr. Treasure has taken in countless disciples. In the Zhang clan, there are hundreds of disciples and grand disciples. Does uncle know about this? Pai Lupi nodded, and then his eyes lit up. He seemed to understand Li Wangyu's meaning. Uncle, old immortal son has also taught more than a dozen disciples and grand disciples. Aren't these doctors ready-made teachers? As long as I win the competition, Mr. Treasure will have to worship old immortal son as his teacher. When that time comes, all the disciples and grand disciples of the Zhang clan will have to listen to old immortal son's instructions. I intend to let these people learn the art of surgery from old immortal son and then become medical doctors. They will be specially trained to be military doctors and paramedics. In the future, the military doctors will no longer be sent by Taichung Temple. Instead, they will be sent by the military medical department after receiving first aid knowledge on the battlefield. This way, it will definitely reduce the casualty rate of the soldiers in battle. After listening to Li Wangyu's explanation, Pai Lupi finally understood why he made such a bet with Zhang Baozong. He couldn't help but stroke his beard and smile. Zio, you little brat, you've schemed well. Since that's the case, I approve of this. After I discuss with Jijia, Xianling, and the others, I will establish the military medical department to train military doctors and paramedics. However, I'll leave the medical doctors in the military medical department to you. If you can't win against Zhang Baozong and trick those doctors, I'll settle the score with you. Hey, uncle, don't worry. I have penicillin in my hands. Mr. Treasure will definitely lose this bet. The uncle and nephew looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh loudly. The next day, in the Imperial Medical Department, Lu Shenwei and Li Wangyu used the miracle medicine, penicillin, to treat Xiao Yu's lung disease. The patients who were waiting for treatment had already heard of this. Although they hadn't seen the effects of this miracle medicine, everyone had more trust in Lu Shenwei, the Minister of Medicine of the Imperial Medical Department. After the 4th day of treatment, the number of patients who chose to seek treatment from Lu Shenwei was more than twice the number of patients compared to Zhang Baozong. This angered Zhang Baozong so much that his expression became increasingly ugly. Chapter 593. It was the same on the 5th and 6th days. Zhang Baozong's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, but there was nothing he could do. It was just like Lu Shenwei a few days ago. He couldn't possibly force those patients to come to him for treatment, right? Xiao Yu and the other pneumonia patients in Chang and City still came to the Imperial Physician Bureau for injections every day. It had to be said that penicillin was too effective for the Tang people, who didn't have any antibodies. In the future, pneumonia patients usually needed 10 days of treatment to fully recover. As for Xiao Yu and the other patients, they had only been injected with penicillin for 3 days, but they were almost fully recovered. Even the middle-aged man, who coughed the most and had given up on waiting for death, not only did his complexion look better, but he also coughed less and less. On this day, Lu Shenwei injected penicillin into Xiao Yu once more and took his pulse. He smiled, "Old Master Xiao, you'll be fine after 2 more injections." Zhang Baozong also walked over and took Xiao Yu's pulse. After a long time, the old man put down his arm and sighed. He didn't say anything and walked back. Zhang Baozong was already filled with regret. He initially thought that he would win the medical competition, but now, it looked like he was doomed. When he thought about how he would have to kowtow to Sun Simiao if he lost, Zhang Baozong felt his heart twitching. But he couldn't think of any way to save himself. Even as a famous physician, he could only sigh helplessly in the face of penicillin, a miracle medicine that shouldn't exist. On the 7th day of the competition, no one came to ask for Zhang Baozong's medicine. There was no other reason other than that some of the patients who received the penicillin injection had already recovered. Even if pneumonia could be treated in the Tang dynasty, it was still a long process. In the future, pneumonia patients had to be hospitalized for half a month, let alone in the Tang dynasty. But now, there were patients who recovered in just 4 days. This was simply a miracle in everyone's eyes. The teachers and students of the Imperial Medical Department had long since stopped crowding around Zhang Baozong. Hundreds of people swarmed around Lu Shenwei's side, attentively pouring tea and water for him and Li Wangyu. They only wished to be able to learn this miraculous medical skill. Some smart doctors even volunteered to help Lu Shenwei inject the medicine after seeing him inject it a few times. Li Wangyu was speechless at Lu Shenwei's brutal injection technique. Li Wangyu could not help but feel heartache for the patients as he watched those young doctors perform acupuncture under Lu Shenwei's guidance clumsily. What a sin! He picked up the teacup, took a sip of tea, and pretended not to hear the screams of the patients. On the 8th day, Xiaoyu recovered from his pneumonia. The people who were originally invited to test the medicine also recovered from their pneumonia. Now, everyone in Chang'an City began to talk about penicillin, the magic medicine. Legend had it that it was a magic medicine that could revive the dead. It was an elixir that the old immortal, Sun Simiao, asked for from the heavens. Li Wangyu could only shake his head and smile bitterly at these unreliable rumors. The result was that the threshold of the Imperial Medical Department was almost flattened by the patients. Even though the Imperial Physician Department only treated hundreds of officials, the number of people who were qualified to be treated by the Imperial Physician Department in the vast Chang'an City was also very large, including hundreds of officials and their families, as well as a large number of civil servants. And these patients who came to seek medical treatment were all here for Lu Shenwei and penicillin. In fact, 90% of the patients did not need antibiotics like penicillin. Even if they did, Li Wangyu and Lu Shenwei would not be willing to let them use it unless it was absolutely necessary. The amount of penicillin that Sun Simiao extracted was really small. In the past few days, most of it had been used up. Lu Shenwei kept a straight face and refused all the patients who begged him to give them a shot of penicillin even when they caught a cold. But even so, Lu Shenwei was the imperial physician of the Shangyao Bureau and Sun Simiao's eldest disciple. He was not a mediocre person. Without the use of penicillin, it was not difficult for him to cure these ordinary patients who came to seek medical treatment. Zhang Baozong could only sigh at this situation. On the 8th day, the consultation in the Imperial Medical Department ended. Zhang Baozong stood up with difficulty with the help of his disciples and walked to Li Wangyu. County Count Hu, there is no need to continue this competition. I have lost. I have lost. Tomorrow, I will go find Daoist's son and kowtow to him. As soon as these words were spoken, the disciples beside Zhang Baozong became anxious. Teacher, you can't. Daoist's son's medical skills are only on par with yours. Zhang Baozong waved his hand disinterestedly at his disciples' dissuasion. Don't say anything more. I can't even beat Daoist's son's disciple. Saying something like this will only make me laugh. Teacher, Lu Shenwei only relied on penicillin, a miracle drug. How can his medical skills be compared to teachers? Fool. Since Daoist's son was able to develop a miracle drug like penicillin, it means that his medical skills are above mine. What have I taught all of you on a daily basis? As long as you are a doctor, you must be gentle and courteous. Yes, this disciple knows his mistake. After Zhang Baozong finished lecturing his disciple, he cupped his hands toward Li Wangyu and Lu Shenwei and left with his disciple's help. Looking at the old man's skinny back, Li Wangyu felt that although Zhang Baozong was arrogant, he did not lose the demeanor of a famous doctor. The disgust he had for Lu Shenwei lessened a bit. After Zhang Baozong left, Li Wangyu and Lu Shenwei looked at each other and smiled. Imperial Physician Token, since Mr. Baozong has already admitted defeat, then there's no need to continue the 10 days agreement. Tomorrow, Brother Shenwei and I won't be coming to the Imperial Physician Bureau. Li Wangyu had been in Chang'an City for 8 days and was already impatient. Since Zhang Baozong had admitted defeat, there were only 2 days left. There was no need to continue the competition. He still needed to hurry back to Dingzhou village. When the imperial physician heard his words, he shook his head. Count Hu, you absolutely cannot. Originally, I had someone inform the patient's family that Lu Fengyu would be in the Imperial Physician Bureau for 10 days. It's only been 8 days. There are still 2 days left. How can we cancel it? Won't the patient's family find trouble with me? I asked that Count Hu and Lu Fengyu persist for 2 more days. The imperial physician was so insistent for 2 reasons. On one hand, it was as he said. It would be difficult to explain to the patient's family. On the other hand, he was unwilling to let go of this opportunity for the teachers and students to learn. Although Lu Shenwei's medical skills were still lacking compared to Zhang Baozong's, the gap between him and the doctors in the Imperial Physician Bureau was quite large. In the past few days, even without the penicillin, just Lu Shenwei's diagnosis and treatment had greatly benefited the teachers and students of the Imperial Physician Bureau. Thus, how could the Imperial Physician be willing to let Li Wangyu and Lu Shenwei leave early? In this regard, Li Wangyu could only rub his nose helplessly and nod his head in agreement. He agreed to continue seeing patients in the Imperial Physician Bureau for the next 2 days. However, Li Wangyu didn't expect that agreeing to continue seeing patients in the Imperial Physician Bureau would give him a huge surprise. Chapter 594. Li Wangyu and Lu Shenwei's consultation in the Imperial Physician Department had finally reached the last day. After sending off the last patient in the line, Li Wangyu stretched his body. It's finally over. Brother Shenwei, I will return to Dingzhou village in a bit. Do you want to come along? Lu Shenwei helplessly shook his head. I still have many things to do at the Imperial Physician Department. I took 10 days of leave and it has already been delayed. I can only wait for my rest day to go back and visit my teacher. Li Wangyu smiled and nodded his head. Being an official was troublesome, which was also the reason why he did not want to become an official. However, now that he thought about it, he could use the excuse of observing filial piety for Li Zhou. What if 2 years later, Pai Lupi forced him to become an official? Every day, when the rooster crows, he would have to wake up and go to court. He also had to deal with official matters. Just thinking about it made him feel bitter. Forget it, he would think about the matter 2 years later. There was no point in thinking about it now. Li Wangyu smiled and was about to leave when he saw another person poking his head out of the Imperial Physician Department's main hall. He was hesitating whether or not to enter. When Li Wangyu saw the person, he smiled. Wasn't this the colonel from Shi City? He and the other rich kids had gone to Shi City to drink and have fun. In the end, that bastard Chai Lingwu knocked over a candle in the middle of the night and caused a fire. Luckily, he was not burned to death. At that time, the person who came to put out the fire was this colonel. Speaking of which, this colonel could be considered his savior. Li Wangyu waved his hand at the colonel. Come in. Why are you poking your head out of the door? Are you feeling unwell? Why are you here? I remember you. You are the colonel from Shi City, right? The colonel naturally recognized Li Wangyu and immediately gave a respectful greeting. Greetings, County Earl Hu. I am the colonel of Shi City's Wuhupu. My surname is Peng and my name is Yuan Kue. Colonel Peng, thank you for putting out the fire at the Hu wine shop that day. County Earl Hu is too polite. That was my duty. There is no need to thank me. Li Wangyu said with a smile, since you've come to the Imperial Physician Department today, does Colonel Peng want to have a consultation? His words caused the colonel to hesitate for a while before he finally opened his mouth and said, this official's lower body hasn't been feeling well recently. I'm afraid that I've been infected with the venereal disease. I heard that Lu Fengyu has a magical medicine that can cure it, so, Li Wangyu was speechless. These damned fellows were all womanizing and had gotten themselves dirty. In the Tang dynasty, there were no safety measures like condoms. Serves these perverts right to be infected. Peng Yuankui could be considered his savior, so Li Wangyu naturally wouldn't sit by and do nothing. Let Lu Fengyu examine you. You bunch of bastards, can't you be a bit more honest? Li Wangyu unhappily called for Lu Shenwei to examine his body. Peng Yuankui smiled embarrassedly and didn't dare to reply. He obediently walked in front of Lu Shenwei and reached out his hand to take his pulse. He then took off his pants for Lu Shenwei to examine. Li Wangyu naturally wasn't interested in seeing a big man's bird walk. He minded his own business and drank tea. The group of teachers and students from the Imperial Physician Department were eager to learn. They all came forward to examine Peng Yuankui's condition. After Lu Shenwei carefully examined Peng Yuankui, he couldn't help but say, "That's strange. I've never seen this venereal disease before. Why is there ulceration between his legs?" The Imperial Physician and doctor from the Imperial Physician Department also nodded. Lu Fengyu is right. This doesn't seem to be a venereal disease. Hearing the doctors say this, Peng Yuankui couldn't help but tremble with fear. Lu Fengyu, Imperial Physician, can I still be saved? Don't be anxious. Let me examine you carefully first. Do you have any other discomfort on your body? Peng Yuankui hesitated for a moment before honestly replying. In the past 2 days, I've had some ringing in my ears, my vision is a bit blurry, my waist hurts, and I can't urinate properly. There are also some knots growing on my body. It seems to be ulceration. Hearing him say this, Lu Shenwei immediately had him take off his clothes. Li Wangyu was leisurely drinking tea outside the crowd. When he heard Lu Shenwei and Peng Yuankui's conversation, he couldn't help but be stunned. This disease really wasn't gonorrhea. Why did it seem like a disease that shouldn't have appeared? Li Wangyu put down his teacup and got up to separate the teachers and students gathered around Peng Yuankui. When he squeezed in to take a look, he couldn't help but be shocked by the large ulceration on Peng Yuankui's body. If he wasn't mistaken, this should be syphilis, right? Moreover, according to Colonel Peng's description, he had ringing in his ears and decreased vision. These were all typical symptoms of syphilis. In the university of his previous life, there was a health education class. In order to let the university students have a better understanding of these diseases, the teacher who taught the class had once shown the slides of these STDs for them to see. Li Wangyu remembered it very clearly because this disease was simply too disgusting. He liked to read history books. He once read that the Qing dynasty's Emperor Tongji died of syphilis. It was said that when he died, his whole body was festering. It was very tragic. But how could this be syphilis? It doesn't make sense. One must know that syphilis was not a disease that originated in China. Later research proved that this disease originated in the Americas. It was after Columbus's voyage that he discovered the Americas. His crew had an affair with the natives there and brought the disease back to Europe. Later on, when the Europeans opened up China's sea route, they also brought syphilis to China. But now, it was only 628 AD, the second year of Zhengguan, in the Tang dynasty's Chang'an city. How could there be a syphilis patient? Is this a ghost? Li Wangyu's voice was trembling. Colonel Peng, tell me honestly, how did you get this disease? This. Peng Yuankui was suddenly asked about this matter. He didn't know how to answer. Humph. You still won't tell me the truth? Let me tell you, this disease is also a type of disease called syphilis. But this disease didn't exist in the Tang dynasty. Tell me honestly, how did you get this disease? Li Wangyu's words scared Peng Yuankui so much that he knelt down. The county governor of Hu County, it was a merchant in Shi City. He invited me to his residence for a banquet. After I got drunk, I had sex with the merchant's concubine. After I came back, I got this disease. Lu Shenwei asked curiously, Zio, you said this disease is called syphilis? Is it also a type of disease called syphilis? Why have I never heard of this disease? The imperial physician on the side also said, that's right, I've also never seen any description of syphilis in the medical records. Li Wangyu opened his mouth to answer Lu Shenwei and the imperial physician's questions, but but he didn't know how to answer. He could only say vaguely, "It's hard to explain in a few words. In short, this is a very infectious disease. Brother Shenwei, quickly give Colonel Peng a skin test and prepare to inject penicillin. This disease can kill." Hearing that his disease could be fatal, Peng Yuankue was so scared that he repeatedly kowtowed, "Lu Fengyu, please save me." When Lu Shenwei heard Li Wangyu's serious words, he didn't hesitate and immediately gave Peng Yuankue a skin test and an injection of penicillin. Li Wangyu indicated for Peng Yuankue to put on his clothes and subconsciously took a few steps away from him. Although syphilis was mainly transmitted through blood, Li Wangyu always felt scared when he was too close to Peng Yuankue. "All right, for the next 10 days, go find Lu Fengyu every day to inject penicillin. Your disease can be cured, so there's no need to worry. Now, take me to the poor merchant at once. This is no small matter." Chapter 595. The narrowest part of the Bering Strait was only 35 kilometers, and the widest part was 80 kilometers. In history, the earliest record was the Danish explorer Vitus Bering. In 1728, when he was serving in the Russian army, he passed through the Bering Strait. This strait that separated Asia and North America was named the Bering Strait. In the future, Li Wangyu had argued with others about whether or not the Bering Strait could be crossed on foot in winter. After looking up a lot of information, the conclusion was that it was very, very difficult. Although the Bering Strait was frozen all year round, 35 kilometers did not sound far. It seemed that one could reach the other side in a few hours by sleigh. However, the frozen sea was not smooth. Not only would there be huge ice cracks, but there would also be frequent snowstorms. Moreover, one had to overcome temperatures of -30 to -40 degrees Celsius. Even in the future, it was difficult to cross the frozen Bering Strait on foot, let alone 1,000 years ago. Li Wangyu found it hard to imagine that someone from the Yiksha kingdom could cross the Bering Strait at this time. However, even if they crossed the Bering Strait, how could they continue south, through Alaska and Canada, and enter North America? Li Wangyu could not understand this. However, Peng Yuankue was infected with syphilis, so he had to believe it. Seeing Li Wangyu ask about the whereabouts of the Yiksha kingdom merchant, Qiqi Zhongxi could only spread out his hands helplessly. "County Earl, the Yiksha kingdom merchant only came to Taowu to trade, but he has already returned to Yiksha kingdom." When Li Wangyu heard this, he could not help but feel disappointed. Yiksha kingdom was thousands of miles away from Chang'an City. Where could he find someone? It seemed that there would be no results even if he continued to investigate this matter. Regardless of whether or not someone from the Yiksha nation had accidentally run to America, there were no clues now. Even Bai-an was a few thousand miles away. It would take at least a few months for him to arrive. How could he find someone else? Qiqi Zhongxi's concubine had been infected with syphilis by the Yiksha kingdom merchant in Taowu. It was also an accident that she was brought to Chang'an City. With his interest waning, Li Wangyu planned to get up and leave. Qiqi Zhongxi respectfully prepared to send Li Wangyu out, but after taking 2 steps, Li Wangyu suddenly turned his head and asked, "Qiqi Zhongxi, did the concubine you beat to death give her anything from the Yiksha kingdom?" Li Wangyu was still a bit unwilling. Since the concubine had served the Yiksha kingdom, perhaps they had given her something as a gift. What if there were some specialties from America? He didn't believe that the people from the Yiksha kingdom only brought back syphilis, the only specialty of the Americas. Beggar Zhongxi shook his head, replying to County Uncle, "After that lowly servant was beaten to death by me, she was dragged outside the city and buried. Apart from gold, silver, and jewelry, everything else in her room has been burned. There's nothing special about it." When Qiqi Zhongxi, Qiqi was Qiqi Zhongxi, Qiqi not, Qiqi, Cho Qiqi, yes. "County Earl, please come with me." That concubine had just returned to Chang'an from the north with the merchant caravan a month ago. She did not have any valuables with her. Qiqi Zhongxi kingdom led Li Wangyu and his group to a room in the middle of the courtyard. "This is the room that concubine used to live in. Li Wangyu pinched his nose and asked someone to open the door. He went in and looked around. Naturally, it was empty. He helplessly retreated. Just as he was about to leave, his eyes were attracted by a few flower pots in the middle of the courtyard. Li Wangyu's voice began to tremble. These pots of crops, where did they come from? Qiqi Zhongxi Kingdom did not understand. He hurriedly asked the servants in the residence before replying, County Earl, the servants said they were planted by that concubine. May I ask if there is anything wrong? Li Wangyu ignored him and directly shouted at Niu Wu and the others, Niu Wu, immediately have people surround these plants. If anyone dares to damage these plants, kill them without mercy. Yes. Niu Wu and the troops were confused by Li Wangyu's order. However, this was the first time they had seen their Langjun give such a nervous order. Naturally, they did not dare to be negligent. Immediately, some of the troops stepped forward and pulled out their sabers from their waists. They surrounded the pots of crops that Li Wangyu was pointing at and forbade others from approaching. Beggar Zhongxi was scared out of his wits by this scene. After a while, he stuttered, May I ask County Earl is there something wrong with these pots of crops? Don't ask so many questions. Niu Wu. Li Wangyu ignored him and turned to shout at Niu Wu. What orders do you have, Langjun? Niu Wu saw Li Wangyu's disposition and knew the importance of this matter. He did not dare to be negligent. Li Wangyu tore off his goldfish talisman and threw it to him, Go, take my goldfish talisman and immediately ride to Duke Lu's mansion. Have Uncle Cheng lead the Imperial Army of the Jinwu Guards to surround Huayuan Square. This matter is of great importance and cannot be delayed. Go quickly. Yes. Niu Wu took the goldfish talisman and did not dare to hesitate. He immediately rushed out of Qiqi Zhongxi Kingdom's mansion and jumped on his horse to rush out of the square. Although he did not know what had happened, since Li Wangyu was so nervous and even had Qing Yaojin lead the Imperial Army, it must be something big. Niu Wu did not care about the ban on horses in Chang'an City. He directly urged his horse to rush into the middle of the street and rushed towards Duke Lu's mansion. At this time, the gate was about to close. The Imperial Army of the Jinwu Guards had already begun patrolling the streets to enforce the night ban. Seeing Niu Wu galloping, the Imperial Army immediately stopped him. Stop. Who are you? How dare you gallop in Chang'an City? I'm a soldier from the County Count's mansion. I have an urgent matter to attend to at Duke Lu's mansion. My Langjuan's goldfish talisman is here as proof. Niu Wu raised Li Wangyu's goldfish talisman and shouted. The squad leader of the Imperial Army of the Jinwu Guards carefully checked the goldfish talisman and confirmed that it was correct. Although the squad leader did not know what the urgent matter was, since the County Count asked his soldiers to take his goldfish talisman and rush to Duke Lu's mansion, it must be something big. The squad leader pondered for a while and led his Imperial Army of the Jinwu Guards to escort Niu Wu to Qing Yaojin's mansion. Li Wangyu anxiously paced back and forth in Qiqi Zhongxi Kingdom's mansion. From time to time, he would go to the pots of crops and carefully examine them. His soldiers did not understand what these pots of crops were to make their Langjun so nervous. Qiqi Zhongxi and Peng Yuankue were even more at a loss as they stood aside uneasily. The maidservants in Qiqi Zhongxi Kingdom's mansion were chased far away and did not dare to show their faces. While Li Wangyu was waiting anxiously, the gate of Qiqi Zhongxi Kingdom's mansion was slammed open with a bang. A large group of Imperial Army of the Jinwu Guards in full armor and holding shiny weapons rushed in. Bastard, if you don't explain yourself today, you won't be able to escape this beating. When Li Wangyu heard that, he was about to explain to Qing Yaojin. When he looked up, he was shocked to see that other than Qing Yaojin, there was another person standing beside him. Who else could it be other than Pai Lupi? Chapter 596. When Li Wangyu saw that Pai Lupi actually came personally, he was somewhat surprised. Uncle, why did you come personally? Pai Lupi glared at him with dissatisfaction. Nonsense, you already had Jijia transfer the Jinwu Guards here, how could he not inform me? Quickly speak, what is it that made you transfer the Jinwu Guards here? If you don't give me a satisfactory answer, don't blame me for carrying out the family law today. At this time, Li Wangyu was no longer in a hurry. He signaled Niao Wu to lead the troops away and had the Jinwu guards chase away the group of people, including the beggar Zhongxi. Only then did he lead Pai Lupi and Qing Yaojin to the several pots of plants in the courtyard. Uncle, it's not that this little nephew is impulsive, it's just that these pots of plants are too precious. Pai Lupi and Qing Yaojin curiously looked over and saw that there were many plants in the courtyard. Among them, there were 4 or 5 pots of plants with many flowers blooming. There were white, pink, purple, and various other colors that were bright and dazzling. Oh! What kind of flowers are these? It's rare to see flowers blooming in November. It's quite beautiful. How come I've never seen this kind of flower before? Qing Yaojin curiously asked. He even reached out to grab a flower to see what it was. Li Wangyu grabbed his arm in fright. Uncle Qing, you can't touch it, this is the life of the common people. What? Qing Yaojin was so frightened by his words that his hand trembled. He asked in disbelief, you little bastard, what did you say? This is just a pot of plants, what nonsense are you talking about? Pai Lupi was also stunned. He originally wanted to reach out his hand, but he quickly withdrew it. He was prepared to listen to Li Wangyu's explanation. Uncle Qing, this little nephew isn't joking. Otherwise, when this little nephew is full, I'll ask you to bring the Jinwu guards and surround this square. Zio, speak clearly, what is this flower? Pai Lupi knew that Li Wangyu wasn't a person who fooled around. Otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed to his request to transfer the Jinwu guards and come with him to see what was going on. Li Wangyu wasn't in a hurry to answer. Instead, he asked, Uncle Qing, how much grain does the Tang dynasty produce from farming? 1 dan more than 2 dan, why are you asking this? Qing Yaojin asked. Li Wangyu nodded and continued, if there are crops that can produce 10 dan, or even more, what do you think? When he heard this, his eyes couldn't help but widen his eyes. Zio, what nonsense are you speak? 10 dan? How is that possible? How can there be such a crop? If there is such a crop, how can you Tangs thinks? But aren't you taking things for granted? You're simply dreaming. Qing Yaojin had the same attitude. Zio, what the hell are you doing? Crops produce Tang dan. If there is such a crop, I'll kneel down and let you ride me. The reactions of Pai Lupi and Qing Yaojin were within Li Wangyu's expectations. He wasn't annoyed by their questioning and just pointed at the pots of plants. Hee, Uncle Qing, don't think this little nephew is fooling around. These pots of plants can produce 10 dan per mu, or even more. This little nephew calls them potatoes. That's right, the few pots of plants that Li Wangyu saw in Qiqi Zhongxi's house were the sprouts of potatoes. As a child who grew up in the countryside, if Li Wangyu couldn't recognize potato seedlings, then he wouldn't be able to live up to his identity as a transmigrator. He didn't expect that in this era, someone really went to America and brought back a crop like potatoes. Li Wangyu even thought that maybe in Yiksha, someone had already grown potatoes, but not as a crop, but as a kind of beautiful flower. This was probably the reason why the concubine who was beaten to death by Qiqi Zhongxi planted it in a pot. Presumably, it was taught by the Yiksha merchant. As for using potatoes as ornamental plants, it wasn't unusual. Potatoes were first brought to Europe by Spanish colonists from South America. They were planted as flowers because of their beautiful flowers. During the reign of Louis XVI, the French nobles wore potato flowers as the noblest and most fashionable decoration. They even planted potatoes on the outskirts of Paris specifically for this purpose. At that time, the French also believed that eating potatoes would cause leprosy, syphilis, sudden death, and sexual mania. Some even believed that potatoes were created by witches and devils to deceive people. The French would rather starve than eat potatoes, and they called potatoes the devil's apple. These pots of potatoes were planted as flowers in Qiqi Zhongxi's house. Other than Li Wangyu, no one else knew the actual value of these potatoes. Even if his beautiful boss saw these pots of flowers, she wouldn't say anything. Because she didn't know what a potato looked like when it bloomed, and she didn't know what a potato seedling looked like. Li Wangyu really didn't expect to see potatoes in the Tang dynasty. His heart almost stopped beating when he saw the potato blossoms. In the future, potatoes were worthless, and they could be bought for a few cents per kilogram in the supermarket. But in the Tang dynasty, if potatoes could be popularized, it would be a good thing that could bring countless people back to life. Even the history of Huaxia would be changed because of this. Because he thought of the importance of potatoes, Li Wangyu didn't dare to neglect it. After he ordered his troops to surround these pots of potatoes, he immediately sent Niu Wu to find Xing Yaojin to transfer troops. After Niu Wu left, Li Wangyu didn't give up. He didn't even care about taboo, and forced Qiqi Zhongxi to lead him around the house to see if there were other things from America. But unfortunately, after turning Qiqi Zhongxi's house upside down, there were no other things that shouldn't be there except for the 5 pots of potatoes that had already bloomed in front of him. This made Li Wangyu feel very regretful. Peppers, tomatoes, sweet potatoes, cocoa beans, pumpkins. America was really a treasure trove, but it was a pity that he had to wait for hundreds of years to open the treasure trove. As for the yield of potatoes per mu, he didn't dare to say too much. In the future, the yield of potatoes per mu could reach 3,000 or even 5,000 caddies, but in the Tang dynasty, it might not be possible. But he was absolutely sure that he could get 1,000 caddies. Li Wangyu's words made Pai Lupi and Xing Yaojin stunned at first, and then they both laughed. Zio, don't make trouble. These pots of beautiful flowers and plants can produce 10 dan per mu of crops. Do you think I'm a fool who doesn't know anything about farming? Xing Yaojin patted Li Wangyu's shoulder and said, Brat, this joke isn't funny at all. Hurry up and tell me clearly, why do you want to mobilize the Imperial Army of the Chamberlain of Insignia here? Don't try to fool me with this kind of nonsense. Li Wangyu was speechless, and he silently rolled his eyes. Why didn't anyone believe him when he was telling the truth? In fact, Pai Lupi and Xing Yaojin couldn't be blamed. This kind of words, not to mention the two of them, probably no one in the entire Tang dynasty would believe Li Wangyu's words except for their beautiful superiors. Li Wangyu's expression was solemn, and he bowed deeply to Pai Lupi and Xing Yaojin. Reporting to your majesty, this subject's words are all true, and not half a word of nonsense. These 5 pots of potatoes can really produce more than 10 dan per mu of crops. Not only can they be eaten, but they are also very delicious. They can be used as a staple food to satisfy hunger, and can also be used as a dish. They are rare treasures. His serious report made Pai Lupi and Xing Yaojin couldn't help but withdraw their smiles. Pai Lupi was stunned. Zio, this matter must not be joked about. Are you telling the truth? If there is half a word of falsehood, your majesty can take this subject to prison, demote me, and punish me. When Li Wangyu said this, Pai Lupi and Xing Yaojin were both dumbfounded. Chapter 597. After a long while, Xing Yaojin murmured, Zio, did you steal the treasures of the immortals in heaven? 10 dan of grain per mu, how is this possible? Pai Lupi was also skeptical. He pointed to the potted potato flowers and asked, Zio, are you really saying that these potted flowers are the high-yield grain you mentioned? Where did you find out? Where did he find out? Li Wangyu really didn't know how to explain this. However, since Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, and the others all thought that he might be the reincarnation of an ancient great power, then he could continue to use this excuse to fool them. Uncle, I don't know. In short, when I saw these potted plants, I knew what they were called, and what they were used for. This is absolutely not wrong. Pai Lupi heard this and couldn't help but look at Xing Yaojin. They both remembered that they guessed that Li Wangyu was the reincarnation of an ancient great power. Pai Lupi didn't dwell on this issue and asked, what kind of potatoes are these? How long until they mature? After the potatoes bloom, they can be harvested in 30 to 50 days. Potatoes are not picky about the soil and can be planted twice a year. They are sowed in February and March, harvested in June and July, sowed in September and October, and harvested from December to January. Li Wangyu explained. Oh. Like rice or wheat, it bears fruit? No, since this thing is called a potato, naturally its fruit is hidden in the soil. When harvesting, it needs to be pulled out by the roots. Pai Lupi couldn't help but be curious. If it is as Zio said, why would such a precious species appear in the residence of the Bai and people? Zio, do you know where this thing comes from? Why have I never heard of it? Li Wangyu had actually thought about whether to tell Pai Lupi about the American continent. After thinking about it, he decided not to tell him about it for the time being. Anyway, the American continent was even more illusory than the Penglai Immortal Island to the current Tang dynasty. Although it did exist, it was difficult to reach, so it was better not to mention it. Otherwise, if he told Pai Lupi that this guy had a sudden impulse to sail out to explore the new world, wouldn't he have killed the crew in vain? Without enough navigation technology and ship development, it was simply unrealistic to explore the new world with the current Tang dynasty's ships like Columbus. After thinking about this, Li Wangyu roughly explained what he knew. Uncle, according to what I know, this potato was a gift from a sea merchant of the Yiksha kingdom to a concubine of the owner of this mansion, the merchant beggar Zhong Shi of Bai, and when he sailed to Bai and to do business. But I don't know where he got this potato. Chang. Where is that? Why have I never heard of it? Pai Lupi was stunned and asked curiously. In history, Pai Lupi learned about the Chang in the 14th year of Zhengguan. At that time, the king of the Lugui kingdom sent his son to the Tang dynasty to pay tribute. The Tang dynasty only learned about the existence of the Chang in the north of the Lugui kingdom from the attendant of the Lugui kingdom's tribute envoy. However, the distance between the Chang and the Tang dynasty was too far, so there had never been any communication in history. Li Wangyu explained the location of the Chang to Pai Lupi, which made Pai Lupi and Qing Yaojin speechless. It was hard for them to imagine that there was a kingdom in the distant and cold north. After no longer thinking about the origin of the potato, Pai Lupi walked around the 5 pots of potatoes a few times with his hands behind his back and said, "Since this potato is so precious, I will immediately ask the imperial army to move it away and send it to the agriculture temple. I will order people to take good care of it. In a month's time, we will know whether what you said is true or false. If it is true, I will definitely record it as a great merit for you." If it was true, Pai Lupi felt that it would not be excessive to immediately confer Li Wangyu the title of prince. In an agricultural society, food was the key to a country's prosperity. It was also the embodiment of a country's strength. Pai Lupi did not think that Li Wangyu asking the imperial army to come was inappropriate. It was natural for them to be nervous about such an important crop. Although Li Wangyu's words were without proof, Pai Lupi did not dare to fully believe it because he had not seen it with his own eyes. However, since Li Wangyu had already said so, he had no choice but to believe it. No matter what, the truth would be revealed in a month's time. Li Wangyu quickly said, "Uncle, the agriculture temple does not have any experience in taking care of potatoes. To be on the safe side, why don't you give me 2 pots and let me take care of them in Dingzhou village in case of any accidents? Uncle, what do you think?" "Okay." Pai Lupi felt that it was reasonable and naturally nodded in agreement. Under the command of Qing Yaojin, the imperial army of the Golden Guards carefully moved away the 5 potted pots with potatoes. As for Qiqi Zhongxi, whether it was Li Wangyu, Pai Lupi, or Qing Yaojin, they did not seem to have any intention of asking for his opinion. Moreover, they did not have any thoughts of compensating or rewarding him for taking away the pots of potatoes. Pai Lupi and Qing Yaojin felt that it was natural, not to mention that the owner of this house was from Baihan. As for Li Wangyu, he was dissatisfied with Qiqi Zhongxi for beating his poor concubine to death. Speaking of which, the one who had the greatest credit for discovering the potatoes was that poor concubine. However, because she followed Qiqi Zhongxi's instructions and served the Yiksha kingdom's merchants, she was unexpectedly beaten to death after being infected with syphilis. She truly deserved to die. Li Wangyu still found it hard to accept that this attitude of treating human life as nothing. He also did not feel that the concubine deserved to die. As such, he did not have any intention of rewarding Qiqi Zhongxi. After the imperial army moved away the pots of potatoes, the imperial army surrounded Pai Lupi, Qing Yaojin, and Li Wangyu and left Qiqi Zhongxi's residence like a tide. Even now, Qiqi Zhongxi, the Bainan, did not know what had happened, and he did not dare to ask. After sending Peng Yuankue away, Qiqi Zhongxi immediately ordered people to close the door. For a long time, he did not dare to take half a step out of his residence. Many years later, Qiqi Zhongxi followed the caravan and passed by a field. When he saw the blooming flowers in the field, he felt that they were very familiar. After thinking about it, he remembered that they were the same as the pots of flowers that Huxin County Count had taken away from his residence. He found a farmer and found out that these flowers were the potatoes that he and the others loved to eat the most. At this point, Qiqi Zhongxi suddenly realized what had happened in his residence that evening a few years ago. Putting aside the fear in Qiqi Zhongxi's heart, Li Wangyu was too lazy to continue staying in Cheng and city. After saying goodbye to Pai Lupi and Qing Yao Jin, Li Wangyu simply led the imperial army that was escorting the potted potatoes out of Cheng and city and returned to Dingzhou village before the city gates closed. A large group of imperial army soldiers escorting their Langjun back to the residence scared the villagers of Dingzhou village and the old housekeeper Li Heng. His beautiful superior hurriedly came out to greet him and saw Li Wangyu anxiously instructing everyone to move 2 pots of flowers into the castle. He was going to send them to the top of the castle that faced the sun to be cultivated. He also arranged for guards to guard the 2 pots of flowers 24 hours a day. His beautiful superior was naturally confused. She looked at the 2 pots of flowers for a long time and did not understand what was going on. Wangyu, what are you doing? Why are the 2 pots of flowers so nervous? Changqing, do you know what kind of plants these 2 pots of flowers are? The beautiful superior shook her head. The flowers were quite beautiful, but they were not common flowers in the flower shops of the modern era. She did not recognize them. Li Wangyu moved closer to her ear and softly said 2 words, potatoes. 2 simple words, but the beautiful superior felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She froze for a long time before looking at him in disbelief. Are you sure? Aren't potatoes in America? How did you find them? Li Wangyu burst out laughing and proudly described the events that had taken place today. Just as he was waiting for the beautiful superior to praise him, he saw the beautiful superior take a few steps back in disgust. So disgusting. You actually came in contact with a syphilis patient? Stay away from me and go take a bath. Li Wangyu was speechless. Damn, a woman with mysophobia. Chapter 598. During this period of time, Li Wangyu was in a really good mood. Zhang Baozong kept his word and really went to the Xianwei temple to kowtow to Sun Simiao. Actually, this was not an insult to him. After all, Sun Simiao was almost 90 years old and was close to becoming a famous person. Although Zhang Baozong was 70 years old, in front of Sun Simiao, he was just a kid. Previously, when he spoke rudely to Sun Simiao, the old priest was too lazy to argue with him. He just treated him like an ignorant kid. There was no choice. Living for a long time was an asset. Not to mention the Tang dynasty, even in the future, people who were 100 years old were not common. The country with the longest average life expectancy was only 82 years old. It was not surprising for the 90-year-old Sun Simiao to take in a 70-year-old disciple. Since their teacher was Sun Simiao's disciple, the disciples of the Zhang family could only kowtow to him. There was no choice. In this era, the teacher was the most important. After Li Er discussed with Qing Yao Jin, Li Jing, Qin Xiong, and Yuqi Jingda, these big shots in the military, they all felt that the ambulance soldiers that Li Wangyu had proposed that day were good things. They could greatly reduce the percentage of soldiers who were injured or even killed in battle. After all, in the era of cold weapons, most of the injured could recover as long as the bleeding was stopped and treated in time. This was not just a matter of 1 + 1 = 2. For every soldier who was injured or killed, there would be 1 more veteran soldier. The so-called veteran soldiers were just soldiers who had been through many battles and were lucky enough to survive. More importantly, this could increase the courage of the soldiers in battle. If there were immediately medics to treat an injured soldier, this would be a huge morale booster for the soldiers. The military medical department naturally did not have any accidents and started to prepare. Li Er and the other big shots in the military planned to recruit 1,000 soldiers who were somewhat literate and smart from the Imperial Army and the Magistrate Army and train them. This matter could be implemented in 3 years in Jingguan, and the initial results could be seen in 4 years. On the other hand, Li Wangyu never imagined that he would encounter a syphilis patient like Peng Yuankui in a competition with Zhang Baozong on a whim. Furthermore, he never imagined that he would be able to dig out a treasure like the potato. Potatoes were really good stuff. They had a high yield per mu and were also resistant to cold. They could be grown even in sandy soil. The land of the Tang dynasty could be used to grow wheat or rice for one season, and then potatoes for the winter. Once the potato plantation was expanded, food would no longer be a problem. At the very least, no one would starve to death during a famine. When Li Wangyu thought of stewed beef with potatoes, hot and sour shredded potatoes, potato biscuits, fried potatoes, baked potatoes, potato roast meat, these delicacies, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Damn, why didn't potatoes taste that good in the future? Even his beautiful boss couldn't help but check on the growth of the potatoes every day when she found out that the 2 pots of beautiful flowers were potatoes. She was also looking forward to the potato. As the days passed, Li Wangyu and his beautiful boss spent the winter in the Tang dynasty for the first time. However, they didn't feel cold at all. When he was building the castle, Li Wangyu was afraid of the cold winter, so he specially designed and installed many fireplaces. However, he didn't expect that they would be useless. In order to keep out the cold, he also spent a lot of money to ask the craftsmen to make many copper pipes and install them in the castle. He originally planned to connect the hot spring water from the mountain to the pipes during the winter and use it as a heater in the castle. However, he didn't expect that his efforts would be in vain. Now it was mid-December, but Li Wangyu hurried. The temperature in Chang'an was about 5 or 6 degrees. If the sun came out, even a thick coat couldn't be worn. The temperature was at least 10 degrees. This was similar to his experience when he traveled to Kunming in Yunnan in the future. Li Wangyu really didn't expect that the temperature in the Tang dynasty during the warm period would be so high in winter. Good news came one after another. On this day, Yang Quan hurried to Dingzhou village on a horse. Yang Quan, led by the old butler Li Heng, found Li Wangyu by the lake in his mansion. "Zio, you're still in the mood to fish here? Let's go to the festival quickly." Li Wangyu was stunned. It wasn't the New Year or any other festival. What was the festival about? Brother Shuqing, what festival? Harvest. The harvest festival. The rice is ripe. What? Li Wangyu didn't react for a moment. What rice is ripe? The next second, he threw the fishing rod away and jumped up. "Brother Shuqing, what did you say? The rice is ripe? Really? Huh, Zio, you don't believe me? You were the one who proposed to change the planting of rice in September. Why don't you believe it yourself? Do you know that the hundreds of thousands of people in Hu County worship you like a living Buddha? The prefectures and counties around Hu County are now regretting their decision. Ha ha ha, those bastards. That's what they get for laughing at me." Li Wangyu couldn't help but sweat when he heard Yang Quan, who was always gentle and refined, laugh like a Qing Yao Jin. He also knew that when he proposed to change the planting of rice in September, Yang Quan was the one who was under the most pressure. After all, when Li Wangyu proposed this plan, he, as the official of Hu County, supported it wholeheartedly. Although Li Wangyu promised that if the planting of rice failed, he would provide rations for the hundreds of thousands of people in the following year until the new crop was ready, Yang Quan would still be in a lot of trouble. Li Wangyu already knew that Yang Quan's promotion this time was likely to jump several ranks. He would be directly appointed by Pai Lupi as a rank 5 imperial censor and become a subordinate of Wei Zheng. However, if the planting of rice in Hu County failed, Yang Quan would be removed from his position as county magistrate at the beginning of spring. It was hard to guarantee that there wouldn't be any problems with his promotion. Li Wangyu was naturally grateful for this. Fortunately, ever since the planting of rice, it had been growing well. Those who used this as an excuse to secretly criticize Li Wangyu and Yang Quan could only obediently shut their mouths. Li Wangyu hadn't paid much attention to the rice during this time. Now that he heard Yang Quan say that the rice had ripened, he was delighted. Zio, let's go. I've been an official for many years, but this is the first time I've seen a harvest festival in the 12th month. Yang Quan pulled Li Wangyu and walked out. Li Wangyu naturally had to follow along. Not only was he happy for Yang Quan and the people of Hu County, but he himself would also benefit greatly from this. Back then, Pai Lupi's words were like gold and jade. He had clearly said that the imperial court wouldn't take the rent from Hu County this year and would hand it all over to Li Wangyu. Now that the hundreds of thousands of people in Hu County had successfully switched to rice, the rent handed over to his family would be quite a bit. According to the previous records of Hu County, that was 100,000 dan of grain. Moreover, since Hu County had switched to rice this year, the rent paid by the people was naturally rice. The price of rice was much higher than wheat. This year, the Guangzhong road was hit by a locust plague. Although the locusts were eliminated in time, the price of grain was still high. When Li Wangyu had just transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, during the second month of the second year of Zhongguan, the price of grain was 360 coins per bushel. Now, the price of grain had risen to 400 coins per bushel. However, the price of grain was different from the price of grain. The price of grain here didn't refer to the price of rice, but the price of millet, wheat, and the like. The price of millet was only 60% of the price of rice. In other words, the price of rice in Chang and today was more than 600 coins per bushel. According to this price, Li Wangyu's 100,000 dan of grain could be converted to 600,000 strings of coins. It was a terrifying price. However, before he could get the rent, there were already people who were jealous and even started to obstruct him. Chapter 599. During the Sui and Tang dynasties, there was the custom of holding a harvest festival on a large scale. Depending on the maturity of the crops, the time of the harvest festival varied as well. However, it was generally held in the 10th month of autumn. After harvesting, tasting, and storing the crops, a corresponding ceremony would be held to pray to the gods and ancestors for a smooth harvest and for a bountiful harvest in the coming year. The imperial family would also pray to the gods and the heavens on the winter solstice, praying for good weather in the coming year and for the people to have enough food and clothing. Even though there was a plague of locusts this year, the harvest festival was still held. Only Hu County did not hold one. This was very normal. At the time, the fields in Hu County were still green, so how could they hold a harvest festival? Thus, at the end of the year, when the crops were ripe, the harvest festival of the second year of Zhongguan began. When Li Wangyu and Yang Quan rode back to Hu County, they were shocked to find that the entire county had become a sea of joy. Before they even entered the county, they could see that both sides of the road were filled with people preparing to enter the county to participate in the harvest festival. The black mass of heads caused Li Wangyu to involuntarily click his tongue. He had never seen so many people outside of the train stations during the spring festival. This was the first time Li Wangyu had seen such a lively scene in the Tang dynasty. He found it quite interesting and chatted with Yang Quan on horseback. However, Hu County was only a middle county, so it was not very large. Before Li Wangyu and Yang Quan could enter the city, they were blocked at the city gates. The bailiffs hurriedly sounded their gongs, trying to make way for Yang Quan and Li Wangyu. Out of the way, what are you all doing here? Don't you see that County Count Hu and Yang Mingfu want to enter the city? Out of the way, out of the way. It would have been better if the bailiffs had not shouted. Now that they had shouted, not only did they not disperse the people, they even made the surrounding crowd even more rowdy. It's County Count Hu. County Count Hu is at the city gates. Quick, let's go. County Count Hu is there. Mother of my child, let's go to the city gate. County Count Hu Xian is there. Following which, the crowd formed by countless commoners rushed towards the city gate where Li Wangyu and Yang Quan were. Li Wangyu's forehead was dripping with sweat as he watched the dense mass of people rushing towards him. Oh my God, what are they doing? Putting aside the fact that he only had Niu Wu and a few guards by his side, even if he were to mobilize the imperial army of the Chamberlain of Jin, they would still be trampled to death. Brother Shuqing, what are you doing? Li Wangyu couldn't help but turn pale. He didn't want to be trampled to death for no reason. Even Zhao Yebai, the horse he was riding, was snorting anxiously and scratching the ground with its hooves. Yang Quan was no better than him. When had he ever seen such a situation? With so many people, if an accident were to happen, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even if they were on horseback, it would not be of any help. Even Niao Wu and the Li family's guards unconsciously gripped the hilts of their sabers. The Yamen runners were so frightened that they repeatedly sounded their gongs. Halt! What are you all doing? With so many people surging towards them, if a single person didn't abide by the rules and cause trouble, they would be drowned out by the crowd. But to everyone's surprise, when the crowd arrived in front of Li Wangyu and Yang Quan, they suddenly stopped. Everyone stared at Li Wangyu on horseback. For a long time, no one spoke, and the atmosphere became rather strange. Suddenly, a loud cry came from the crowd. This commoner kowtows to County Count Hu. Then, under Li Wangyu's flabbergasted gaze, the commoners all fell to their knees. Li Wangyu was dumbfounded by the sight of nearly 10,000 people kneeling in front of him. What was the meaning of this? Why were they kneeling to him all of a sudden? For 10,000 generations, County Count Hu, this commoner kowtows to County Count Hu. This commoner kowtows in gratitude to County Count Hu for saving our lives. This commoner kowtows to County Count Hu on behalf of my entire family of 7. This commoner's family of 9 originally thought that we could only go out and beg for a living, but who would have thought that we would have a bountiful harvest of rice this year? This commoner is endlessly grateful. This commoner kowtows to County Count Hu. Tao ancestor, please bless County Count Hu with a long life of 100 years. There were also quite a few people who didn't forget to thank Yang Quan. This commoner kowtows to County Count Hu and Yang Mingfu. Yang Mingfu, you are a good official. The cries of the common people caused the fear in Li Wangyu and Yang Quan's hearts to vanish, and they let out long sighs of relief. Following this, Li Wangyu felt his scalp go numb and goosebumps rise all over his body. He felt like an electric current was running through his body. What ability did he have to make so many commoners kowtow to him? Wasn't it just a sudden impulse that made the commoners switch to rice? Was he worthy of such praise? Li Wangyu hurriedly rolled off his horse and jogged over to an old man to help him up. Old sir, please don't, please don't. Please get up. The old man stubbornly kowtowed to Li Wangyu a few more times. Old me had many misunderstandings with County Count Hu. I thought that County Count Hu wanted us to switch to rice in the 9th month to harm the commoners. Old me was stupid and didn't understand County Count Hu's love for the commoners. Old me truly deserved to die. Please forgive me, County Count Hu. Li Wangyu's eyes also became somewhat moist. He motioned to Niao Wu to quickly help the old man up. Old sir is too serious. I was just blindly giving you an idea. If you really want to thank someone, you should thank Yang Mingfu. However, he ordered people to build water wheels for each village, cultivate rice seedlings, and supervise you all to switch to rice. His contributions cannot go unnoticed. Li Wangyu pointed at Yang Quan and said with a smile. The commoners naturally kowtowed to Yang Quan again, causing Yang Quan to become flustered. He repeatedly waved his hands. At this moment, Yang Quan, a middle-aged man who had been an official for many years, also had red eyes. At this moment, he seemed to truly understand the will of the people and the will of the people. The commoners were truly easily satisfied. Give them a mouthful of food to eat and let them pass through difficult times, and they would be unswervingly loyal and grateful. Originally, during the year of the Great Disaster, the surrounding provinces, counties didn't have much yield left. The government had already begun to prepare for disaster relief. However, because of Li Wangyu's persistence and perseverance, and Yang Quan's support and supervision, the hundreds of thousands of commoners in Hu County changed to rice in the 9th month for the first time in history. They even had a great harvest today. How could the commoners not be deeply grateful to the two of them? In front of Hu County's gate, countless commoners rose and fell. They stood up and kowtowed again. They were so busy that Li Wangyu and Yang Quan helped them up and kowtowed again. Yang Quan and Li Wangyu looked at each other and smiled bitterly. However, their hearts were filled with pride. As the saying goes, when a real man lives in this world, he must establish a great reputation. Above, he must protect the ruler. Below, he must protect the people. If it is beneficial to the country, he will die 100 deaths without hesitation. The hubbub outside Hu County's gate fell into the eyes of a group of people on a nearby hill. Chapter 600. During the Sui and Tang dynasties, there was the custom of holding a harvest festival on a large scale. Depending on the maturity of the crops, the time of the harvest festival varied as well, but it was generally held in the 10th month of the golden autumn. After harvesting, tasting, and storing the crops, a corresponding ceremony would be held to pray to the ancestors and gods, praying for a smooth harvest and for a bountiful harvest in the coming year. The imperial family would also pray to the gods and the heavens during the winter solstice, praying for good weather and for the people to have enough food and clothing. Even though there was a plague of locusts this year, the harvest festival was still held. Only Hu County did not hold one. This was very normal. At the time, the fields in Hu County were still green, so how could they hold a harvest festival? Thus, at the end of the year, when the crops were ripe, the harvest festival of the second year of Jingguan began. When Li Wangyu and Yang Quan rode back to Hu County, they were shocked to find that the entire county had become a sea of joy. Before they even entered the county, they could see people on both sides of the road, preparing to enter the county to participate in the harvest festival. The black mass of heads caused Li Wangyu to involuntarily click his tongue. He had never seen so many people outside of the train stations during the spring festival. This was the first time Li Wangyu had seen such a lively scene in the Tang dynasty. He found it quite interesting and chatted with Yang Quan on horseback. However, Hu County was only a middle county, so it was not very large. Before Li Wangyu and Yang Quan could enter the city, they were blocked at the city gates. The bailiffs hurriedly sounded their gongs, trying to make way for Yang Quan and Li Wangyu. "Get out of the way, what are you all doing here? Don't you see that County Count Hu and Yang Mingfu want to enter the city? Get out of the way, all of you get out of the way." It would have been better if the bailiffs had not shouted. Now that they had shouted, not only did they not disperse the crowd, but they also made the crowd even more noisy. "It's County Count Hu. County Count Hu is at the city gates. Quick, let's go. County Count Hu is there. Mother of my child, let's go to the city gate. County Count Hu Xian is there." Following which, the crowd formed by countless commoners rushed towards the city gate where Li Wangyu and Yang Quan were. Seeing the black mass of people coming towards him, Li Wangyu's forehead was soaked with a few drops of sweat. Oh my God, what are they doing? Putting aside the fact that he only had Niu Wu and a few guards by his side, even if he were to mobilize the imperial army of the Chamberlain of Jin, they would still be trampled to death. "Brother Shuqing, what are you doing?" Li Wangyu couldn't help but turn pale. He didn't want to be trampled to death for no reason. Even Zhao Yebai, the horse he was riding, was snorting anxiously and scratching the ground with its hooves. Yang Quan was no better than him. When had he ever seen such a situation? With so many people, if an accident were to happen, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even if they were on horseback, it would not be of any help. Even Niu Wu and the Li family's guards unconsciously gripped the hilts of their sabers. The yamen runners were so frightened that they repeatedly sounded their gongs. "Halt! What are you all doing?" With so many people surging towards them, if a single person didn't abide by the rules and cause trouble, they would be drowned out by the crowd. But to everyone's surprise, when the crowd arrived in front of Li Wangyu and Yang Quan, they suddenly stopped. Everyone stared at Li Wangyu on horseback. For a long time, no one spoke, and the atmosphere became rather strange. Suddenly, a loud cry came from the crowd. This commoner kowtows to County Count Hu. Then, under Li Wangyu's flabbergasted gaze, the commoners all fell to their knees. Li Wangyu was dumbfounded by the sight of nearly 10,000 people kneeling in front of him. What was the meaning of this? Why were they kneeling to him for no reason? County Count Hu, Marquis Hu, for 10,000 generations, this commoner kowtows to County Count Hu. This commoner kowtows to County Count Who for saving our lives. This commoner kowtows to County Count Who on behalf of my entire family of 7. This commoner's family of 9 originally thought that we could only go out and beg for a living, but who would have thought that we would have a bountiful harvest of rice this year? This commoner is endlessly grateful. This commoner kowtows to County Count Who. Tao ancestor, please bless County Count Who with a long life of 100 years. Quite a few of them didn't forget to thank Yang Quan. This commoner kowtows to County Count Who and Yang Mingfu. Yang Mingfu, you are a good official. The cries of the common people caused the fear in Li Wangyu and Yang Quan's hearts to fade away, and they let out long sighs of relief. Li Wangyu felt his scalp go numb and goosebumps rise all over his body. He felt like an electric current was running through his body. What ability did he have to make so many commoners kowtow to him? Wasn't it just a whim that made the commoners switch to rice? Was he worthy of such praise? Li Wangyu hurriedly rolled off his horse and ran to an old man to help him up. Old sir, you can't do this, you can't do this. Please get up. The old man stubbornly kowtowed to Li Wangyu a few more times. Old me had many misunderstandings with County Count Who. I thought that County Count Who wanted us to switch to rice in the 9th month to harm the commoners. Old me was slow-witted and didn't understand County Count Who's love for the commoners. Old me truly deserved to die. Please forgive me, County Count Who. Li Wangyu's eyes also became somewhat moist. He motioned to Niu Wu to quickly help the old man up. Old sir, you are too serious. I was just blindly giving you an idea. If you really want to thank someone, you should thank Yang Mingfu. However, he ordered people to build water wheels for each village, cultivate rice seedlings, and supervise you all to switch to rice. His contributions cannot go unnoticed. Li Wangyu pointed at Yang Quan and said with a smile. The commoners naturally kowtowed to Yang Quan again, causing Yang Quan to become flustered. He repeatedly waved his hands. At this moment, Yang Quan, a middle-aged man who had been an official for many years, also had red eyes. At this moment, he seemed to truly understand the will of the people and the will of the people. The commoners were truly easy to satisfy. Give them a mouthful of food to eat and let them pass through difficult times, and they would be unswervingly loyal and grateful. Originally, during the year of the Great Disaster, the surrounding provinces and counties didn't have much yield left. The government had already begun to prepare for disaster relief. However, because of Li Wangyu's persistence and perseverance, and Yang Quan's support and supervision, the 100,000 commoners of Hu County were able to switch to rice in the 9th month for the first time in history. They even had a great harvest today. How could the commoners not be deeply grateful to the two of them? In front of Hu County's gate, countless commoners rose and fell. They stood up and kowtowed again. They were so busy that Li Wangyu and Yang Quan helped them up and kowtowed again. Yang Quan and Li Wangyu looked at each other and smiled bitterly. However, their hearts were filled with pride. As the saying goes, when a real man lives in this world, he must establish a great reputation. Above, he must protect the ruler. Below, he must protect the people. If it is beneficial to the country, he will die 100 times without hesitation. The hubbub outside Hu County's gate fell into the eyes of a person riding on a nearby hill. Chapter 601. Wahahaha, Your Majesty, that brat Zio and that Yang Quan really surprised me. Planting rice in September actually succeeded? Qing Yaojin's signature hoarse voice boomed. The group of people on the hillside outside the county town of Hu County was naturally Li Heir and a group of important officials of the court. During the morning court session, an official reported that Hu County had successfully switched to planting rice. They had already begun harvesting and storing the rice. Today, Hu County would also hold a harvest festival to celebrate. When Pai Lupi heard this, his interest was naturally piqued. He led a group of dukes and officials on a patrol in plain clothes and rushed to Hu County to see what was going on. However, no one had expected to see such a scene. Tens of thousands of people kneeling and thanking Li Wangyu and Yang Quan. This made Pai Lupi a bit stunned. However, this was within reason. Compared to the people in the surrounding counties, their faces were clouded with worry. They didn't know how to survive the disaster. The bigwigs of the imperial court were already discussing the disaster relief. Not only did the 100,000 people in Hu County not have to worry about famine, but their income was even better than in previous years. The reason was simple. The price of rice was higher than that of corn. These people couldn't bear to eat refined grains like rice. After paying rent, the rice that was originally reserved for rations would naturally be sold on the market for corn. After all, corn was only 60% of the price of rice. This was equivalent to a 40% increase in income. How could the people of Hu County not be moved to tears by Li Wangyu and Yang Quan? In response to Qing Yaojin's words, Pai Lupi shook his head. Zio's way of doing things is truly difficult to fathom. On the side, Fang Xianling stroked his beard and smiled. I hope that Zio can do more unexpected things. Fang Xuanling's words are reasonable. Let's go. Everyone, enter the city. Today, we will celebrate with the people. This is the first time I've seen the year-end harvest festival. Li Er laughed heartily. He urged his horse down the mountain and led the group of big shots towards the county seat of Hu County. Yang Quan and Li Wangyu were naturally startled by the sudden appearance of Pai Lupi and the other officials. They hurriedly went up to greet them. No need for formalities. We are also here today to join in the fun. Yang Mingfu, you can go about your business. Pai Lupi was in a good mood. He smiled and waved his hand, indicating that Yang Quan did not need to be so courteous and should go about his business. The various harvest festivals were all led by the government. As the official, Yang Zwen naturally had to be present to lead the ceremony. After Yang Quan excused himself and left, Pai Lupi waved at Li Wangyu. Zio, it seems that what you said was true. Unfortunately, we did not listen to you and did not allow Guanzhong Road to switch to rice in August and September. Sigh. When Pai Lupi mentioned this matter, he felt that it was a pity. If Guanzhong Road's fields could be switched to rice in time, the officials in the imperial court would not have to rack their brains for disaster relief. Now, not only did Guanzhong Road not have to rent, but they also had to allocate large amounts of food for disaster relief. Comparing the two, Pai Lupi could not help but feel regret. He regretted that he did not listen to Li Wangyu's advice. Uncle, you can't say that. When I first proposed this matter, I was actually just trying it out. However, I was not confident. Today, I was just lucky that it succeeded. Now that I think about it, if Uncle and the other officials had agreed to switch to rice in Guanzhong Road, the consequences would have been even more serious if it failed. As they say, in order to govern a big country, one has to be careful. Uncle and the other officials were not wrong. Li Wangyu's words made Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, Zhang Sun Wuji, and the others nod their heads. These were the words of an old man. Although they were also annoyed by this matter, they did not regret it. Just as Li Wangyu said, how could such a matter be decided by Li Wangyu alone? If it succeeded, they would be happy. However, if it failed, they would be in deep trouble. A county had a population of 100,000, while the entire Guanzhong Road had a population of several million. The two were not on the same level. After the chaos at the end of the Sui dynasty, the Tang dynasty had 3.04 million households and 12 million people. Nearly a third of them were in Guanzhong Road. Chaos could happen anywhere in the Great Tang, but Guanzhong Road could not. This was also the reason why in history, after Guanzhong Road was hit by locusts, Pai Lupi immediately sent out Yufu golden silk to redeem the sold children and return them to their parents. He also issued a general amnesty to stabilize the people of Guanzhong Road. Now, because of the timely elimination of the locusts, although Guanzhong Road's yield was reduced by 60% to 70%, it was not a complete loss. The people did not have to sell their children to survive. Compared to history, it was much better. In addition, the rent for this year was reduced, and the government was preparing to start disaster relief. At least this year, Guanzhong Road would not be filled with starving people. It was a blessing in disguise. Li Wangyu naturally understood this, so what he said to Pai Lupi was from the bottom of his heart. Everyone sighed and praised Li Wangyu for being a genius. In the midst of the hubbub, someone suddenly stepped out and cupped his hands towards Pai Lupi. Your Majesty, since Hu County is about to have a bumper harvest this year, does Your Majesty's decree for Guanzhong Road to waive the rent for this year include Hu County? Li Wangyu could not help but frown. It was Wang Renyu again. He was really haunting him. What did he mean by saying this at this time? However, he did not say anything. He only looked at Pai Lupi. Pai Lupi was also stunned. He pondered for a moment before saying, I remember that I once said that if Hu County fails to plant rice this year, the rent for that county will be waived. However, if there is a harvest at the end of the year, the rent for this year will be given to Hu County Count as a reward for Hu County Count's dedication to the people. What? Did Lord Wang forget about this? Wang Renyu smiled insincerely and shook his head. No, I naturally remember. However, in my opinion, the tax for Hu County is around 100,000 shi. Now that Guanzhong Road is suffering from a disaster, the Imperial Court has to provide disaster relief and the Ministry of Civil Affairs is struggling. If there is 100,000 shi of grain, how many people can be saved? I believe that since Hu County Count did not invest in this at the beginning, supervising the planting of rice, the construction of water wheels, and the distribution of rice seedlings was all done by Hu County Magistrate Yang Quan and the Deputy Magistrate. If Your Majesty were to reward Hu County Count with 100,000 shi of grain rent, would that be inappropriate? Wang Renyu's words almost made Li Wangyu's nose crooked from anger. K, these bastards. When I said that I wanted to change the planting of rice, these aristocratic families all stood out and accused me of bringing disaster to the country and the people. Now that there is a bumper harvest, they actually want to interfere. They are not human. In reality, Li Wangyu did not plan on taking the 100,000 shi of grain rent. He did not lack money, so he was willing to use the grain to do good deeds. As the saying goes, if you are poor, you should take care of yourself. If you are rich, you should help the world. Now that Li Wangyu had money, of course he was willing to use it to do good deeds and help the people. Originally, he had been thinking about using the 100,000 shi of grain to the newly established Wangyu Charity Hall, to help the people of Guanzhong Road. However, if he donated it, it would be different from Wang Renyu stealing the grain that belonged to him. How could Li Wangyu let this old thief succeed? Li Wangyu laughed coldly. No, Lord Wang is wrong. Chapter 602. Wang Renyu sneered and glanced at Li Wangyu. What? Does County Count who think I'm wrong? Or does County Count who not want to part with the 100,000 dan of grain? I'm thinking for the common people. If County Count who doesn't want to part with the grain, that's fine. I'm just asking for the common people to share His Majesty's burden. The common people are crying piteously for food, and we have received His Majesty's favor. How can we turn a blind eye and not hear? His words sounded righteous and concerned for the common people, but Li Wangyu inwardly cursed. This kind of pseudo-moral guardian was indeed equally shameless, and the degree of shamelessness was the same. Li Wangyu was sure that if he said that he was unwilling, the aristocratic families would definitely ruin his reputation among the common people. They would say that he was rich but heartless, that he was extravagant, and that he was an evil person who was indifferent to the common people. If he was pressured by morality and agreed not to take the land rent, that would be even better. Not only would Li Wangyu have worked for nothing, but Wang Renyu would also be able to claim that he was asking for the common people. He would be able to get 100,000 dan of grain from Li Wangyu to help the common people, and he would be able to raise the reputation of the Taiyuan Wang clan. Neither side would be at a disadvantage. All he had to do was talk. All the big shots naturally understood this, and they couldn't help but secretly curse Wang Renyu for being shameless. Even Pai Lupi inwardly shook his head. He felt that the Taiyuan Wang clan's table manners were too unsightly. Qing Yaojin glared at Wang Renyu with his bell-sized eyes. However, at this moment, even Qing Yaojin couldn't say anything. After all, Wang Renyu had said that he was doing this for the common people. Li Wangyu already had a countermeasure, and he was even planning to dig a hole for Wang Renyu to jump into. However, Li Wangyu slowly shook his head. No, Lord Wang, these words are wrong. It doesn't matter if I take the land rent or not, but I can't harm His Majesty. Nonsense, what does this have to do with His Majesty? How is it not related? His Majesty is the Emperor. How can he go back on his words? Was His Majesty's reputation only worth 100,000 dawn of grain? You want His Majesty to take back his order for the sake of 100,000 dan of grain. In this way, does His Majesty's words not count? Lord Wang, what are you up to? Li Wangyu's rebuke made Wang Renyu somewhat at a loss as to how to answer. The Emperor's words were naturally the golden rule. He didn't dare to say in front of Pai Lupi that Pai Lupi's words didn't count. Wouldn't that be disloyal? Wang Renyu simply snorted coldly and said no more. Li Wangyu cupped his hands towards Pai Lupi and said, Uncle, back then you said that you would hand over the land rent in Hu County to me. Will I be able to do with the land rent as I wish? Pai Lupi stroked his beard and smiled. Of course. Zio, you don't have to worry. You deserve the 100,000 dawn of grain rent. Back then, if it weren't for your guarantee and your willingness to bear a year's worth of food for the 100,000 people in Hu County after the failure of the rice transplanting, how could there be today's harvest? Therefore, the 100,000 dan of grain rent will naturally be given to you. You don't have to worry about this. As for how you want to deal with it, that is your own matter. I and the court will not interfere. Li Wangyu bowed towards Pai Lupi as a ruler and subject. I thank your Majesty for your kindness. Thus, I will shamelessly accept the 100,000 dan of grain rent. Seeing Li Wangyu so unceremoniously accept the 600,000 dan of grain, Wang Renyu felt sick of it. However, he couldn't say anything. He could only think about how to smear Li Wangyu's name in the scholarly circles when he returned. Just as Wang Renyu was thinking, he heard Li Wangyu continue. However, I was inspired by Lord Wang's words. I feel that as a subject, I should share your Majesty's worries. Now that Guanzhong Road is suffering from a disaster, I am willing to do my best to resolve your Majesty's worries. Therefore, I plan to donate the 100,000 dan of grain to the court and ask your Majesty to use it to help the people. Pai Lupi and the others were stunned when they heard this. What was this? He was going to donate the 100,000 dan of grain? Pai Lupi couldn't help but wave his hand. Zio, you don't have to do this. No, your Majesty. What Lord Wang said just now is very reasonable. The people are crying piteously for food, and we are greatly indebted to the ruler. How can we turn a blind eye and not hear? Therefore, I am willing to donate the 100,000 dan of grain. I believe that I am not the only one who will do this. Lord Wang also thinks the same. Li Wangyu looked at Wang Renyu. Lord Wang, right? His words made Wang Renyu dumbfounded. How did he get blamed for this? Was that what he meant just now? He didn't want Pai Lupi to reward him with the 100,000 dan of grain, but he didn't want Li Wangyu to donate the 100,000 dan of grain himself. The difference between the two was too great. Moreover, Li Wangyu, this bastard, had said such nice things. What did he mean by sharing the ruler's worries? If he wanted to donate the grain himself, then just donate it. What was the meaning of dragging him into it? Wang Renyu suddenly came to his senses, and cold sweat ran down his back. He couldn't help but turn his head and glare at Li Wangyu. County Count who, you don't talk nonsense. When did this old man ask you to? He couldn't finish his sentence. He really didn't mean it that way before, but after Li Wangyu's words, it really did seem like he was the one who instigated Li Wangyu to donate the grain. Wang Renyu was being roasted on the fire. Li Wangyu didn't care about the 600,000 strings of grain and casually donated it. He even put Wang Renyu on a high pedestal. Then how could he say that he didn't mean it that way? Wouldn't that be slapping his own face? But if he tacitly agreed and Li Wangyu donated the grain, how could his Taiyuan Wang clan not donate? If it was just the Taiyuan Wang clan donating the grain, then it was fine. Donating a bit of grain wasn't a big deal. But the point was, if he were to donate as well, what would the other courtiers do? With Li Wangyu and Wang Renyu as precedents, would the others have to share the ruler's worries? Would they pretend not to see it? What was the difference between this and a company in the future forcefully distributing donations of love? In short, everyone would have to fork out their own money, but they would hate the person who suggested it. And the person who suggested it today was him, Wang Renyu. It was because he suddenly understood this that Wang Renyu felt his balls hurt. He couldn't donate the grain, but he couldn't not donate it. He was still thinking about how to dodge the question when he heard Qing Yaojin laugh. Zio's words are reasonable. Since Duke Wang said that he wanted to help the ruler resolve his worries, then this matter should naturally be done. I, old Qing, don't have that much grain, but I still have enough to donate 5,000 dan. Your Majesty, I will donate 5,000 dan of grain to help the people of Guangzhong. Qing Yaojin's words almost made Wang Renyu spit out a mouthful of blood. Wasn't this adding insult to injury? This time, he was really covered in yellow mud. Even if it wasn't shit, it was shit. Wang Renyu gritted his teeth and could only reply, Your Majesty, I am also willing to donate 10,000 dan of grain to help the people of Guangzhong. His words caused the officials to raise their eyebrows. Their eyes were filled with dissatisfaction. Chapter 603. Pai Lupi glanced at Wang Renyu and then smiled at Li Wangyu. Zio, since you have such a heart to serve the country and the people, how can I stop you? I approve of this matter. He then turned to Mitua, who had been waiting by his side, and said, Record the donations made by County Count Hu, Duke Lu, and Duke Wang. Tomorrow, publish it on the palace gate. I want the world to know about the righteous deeds of County Count Hu and the others. Yes. Mitua naturally accepted the order. Pai Lupi's words made all the officials speechless. This Pai Lupi was indeed two-faced. On the surface, he was praising Li Wangyu and the others for their contributions, but in reality, he was warning them to donate as well. Otherwise, if the palace gates were to be copied, the faces of all the officials would turn ugly. If they did not donate, wouldn't they be scolded to death by the people of Guangzhong Path? I will donate 500 dan of grain. I will donate 100 dan of grain. I will donate 1,000 dan. The officials could only donate different amounts of food to the imperial court according to their positions and the savings of their families. The officials looked at Wang Renyu with hatred. This bastard who harmed others without benefiting himself became even more so. They wanted to immediately go home and make a scarecrow and write Wang Renyu's name on it to vent their anger. One must know that not all officials were as rich as Li Wangyu, Qing Yaojin, or the aristocratic families. It was not easy to live in Cheng'an University. Many officials who did not come from aristocratic families found it difficult to feed their families. Now, they were here to participate in the harvest festival, but because of one sentence from Wang Renyu, they had to donate grain. What the hell was going on? This Wang Renyu was not a good person. Whether or not County Count Hu takes 100,000 dan of grain, what does it have to do with you? Even the few clan leaders of the aristocratic families threw a dissatisfied glance at Wang Renyu, and then each donated 10,000 dan of grain. Wang Renyu wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Today, he had really shot himself in the foot. Not only did he lose 10,000 dan of grain, but he was also hated by the officials. The gloominess in his heart almost made him spit out a mouthful of blood. Li Wangyu was actually adding insult to injury. Sure enough, Lord Wang is the most important minister of the country, His Majesty's trusted aide. Without Lord Wang's guidance and the heart of serving the people, I really wouldn't have thought of donating 100,000 dan of grain. I'm ashamed. Wang Renyu's face turned even darker. He didn't know what to say, so he simply retreated to the side without saying a word. Pai Lupi smiled. After Li Wangyu stirred things up, Pai Lupi did a rough calculation. Including the farmland rent that Li Wangyu donated, they had collected nearly 200,000 dan of grain from hundreds of officials. This was not a small number. With this, the Ministry of Civil Affairs would have no problem raising some funds to help the millions of people affected by the disaster in Guangzhong Road. Thinking of this, Pai Lupi was in a good mood. He couldn't help but tease Li Wangyu. Ziyu, since you've already spent so much, you don't have to send any more gifts for my birthday. I'll take the 100,000 dan of grain as your gift, huh? Li Wangyu waved his hand. Uncle, I've already prepared the gift. How can you not accept it? This gift is something that I racked my brains and spent countless manpower and resources to come up with. I guarantee that it will surprise you. Hearing this, Pai Lupi couldn't help but feel curious. He smiled and nodded. If that's the case, then I'll wait for your gift. But Li Wangyu hesitated. He planned to take advantage of Pai Lupi's good mood today to explain the matter of him holding back the 73 palace maids. He donated 100,000 dan of grain in exchange for Pai Lupi's palace maids. He thought that Pai Lupi wouldn't be reluctant to part with them, right? But what? Seeing that Li Wangyu suddenly stuttered, Pai Lupi felt that something was wrong. This kid might be up to something again. Uncle, but of the 300 palace maids that I brought back to practice, 73 of them were punished because they made mistakes. Uncle won't blame me, right? Hearing this, Pai Lupi didn't think it was a big deal. He casually waved his hand. Ziyu, you can do as you see fit. I've already said that if those palace maids are disobedient, you can punish them however you want. However, Li Wangyu's next words almost made Pai Lupi's nose crooked from anger. Li Wangyu lowered his voice and smiled embarrassedly. Yes. Since Uncle has said so, I'm relieved. I've already punished the 73 palace maids that made mistakes. I've punished them by marrying them to my Fu and forbidding them from ever returning to the palace. What? Pai Lupi couldn't help but raise his voice. He pointed at Li Wangyu, who had an innocent expression. What did you say? What? Uncle? But I didn't punish them properly. Those 73 palace maids were unbearably vulgar. I felt that if they returned to the palace, they would be an eyesore. That's why I punished them by marrying them to avoid sending them back to the palace and disgusting Uncle. Pai Lupi took a few deep breaths to stabilize his mood. He suppressed the urge to slap the little bastard in front of him to death. No wonder he used the excuse of rehearsing for his birthday to borrow the 300 palace maids from the palace. It turned out that he was here to ambush him. This little bastard, he wanted to learn from his 3 kingdoms, where Liu Bei borrowed Jingzhou and didn't return it. He still has the nerve to say that my palace maids are unbearably vulgar. Does he have any shame? Pai Lupi really didn't want to continue arguing with Li Wangyu. He coldly snorted and didn't say anything. He turned around and left. Mitua returned to the palace. Yes. Mitua didn't hear the conversation between uncle and nephew, so he didn't understand. Wasn't His Majesty in a good mood just now? Why did he want to return to Chang'an? However, Pai Lupi said that he wanted to go back, so he naturally didn't dare to say anything. He could only immediately order someone to bring a horse over and help Pai Lupi onto the horse's back. On the horse's back, Pai Lupi used the horsewhip in his hand to point at Li Wangyu. He angrily said, "In a few days, if I don't see the surprise you mentioned, you will go to the censorate prison to report yourself." After Pai Lupi finished speaking, he whipped the horse and left. Mitua and a group of palace guards naturally hurried to follow. Seeing this, although the officials didn't understand why Pai Lupi suddenly left, they also followed back to Chang'an. However, Qing Yaojin didn't hurry to leave. Instead, he went to Li Wangyu and asked, "Zio, what did you say to His Majesty? What made him so angry?" Li Wangyu smiled and touched his nose. Uncle Qing, nothing. Qing Yaojin raised his big hand threateningly. "Are you going to say it or not?" It's really nothing. It's just that I detained dozens of His Majesty's palace maids." Due to Qing Yaojin's threat, Li Wangyu whispered to Qing Yaojin that he secretly married 73 palace maids. Qing Yaojin raised his head and laughed. "Wahahaha, you're amazing. It's okay, I've wanted to do this for a long time, but I'm not as bold as you. TSK, others say that I'm a pain in the ass, but now it seems that this title should be given to you." Don't worry, when I go back to the censorate prison, I'll let Chumo and the others see you, wahahaha. Qing Yaojin satisfied his curiosity, laughed, jumped on the horse's back, and chased after Pai Lupi. Li Wangyu was speechless. He raised 2 middle fingers in the direction of the old hooligan's receding figure as a sign of respect. The harvest festival didn't end because of the departure of Pai Lupi and the others. Li Wangyu didn't care what Pai Lupi thought. After all, what was done, so he could do whatever he wanted. Li Wangyu chuckled and threw this matter to the back of his mind. He led Niu Wu and the troops to find Yang Quan and joined the celebratory crowd in Hu County. It was very lively. Time passed in a flash, and it was the end of the 2nd year of Zhengguan. On the 22nd of December, it was the birthday of the great emperor of the Tang dynasty, Pai Lupi. Chapter 604. Pai Lupi's birthday was the most anticipated day of the imperial court. The reason was simple, a 3-day holiday. Civil servants in the Tang dynasty had a hard time. They had a break every 10 days, which was quite inhumane. Therefore, Li Erxiang's birthday was celebrated throughout the country, and there was even a 3-day holiday, which was what the ordinary officials liked the most. Speaking of which, celebrating Pai Lupi's birthday was quite simple. It was nothing more than a banquet for the officials, meeting the envoys from various countries, and various officials sending gifts. However, Pai Lupi's descendants knew how to have fun. Not only did they celebrate their own birthdays, but they also shamelessly set their birthdays as national holidays. For example, Tang Xuanzong's birthday was set as Qianqiu Festival, Tang Suzong's birthday was set as Tiancheng Festival, Tang Xianzong's birthday was set as Tiancheng Festival, and so on. In short, Li Er's descendants could not compare to his ancestor in terms of civil and military skills, but in terms of shamelessness, they were far superior. Using the emperor's birthday as a birthday and having a celebration ceremony in the ceremony also started in the Tang dynasty. On Pai Lupi's birthday, there would be a banquet in the Taiji Palace. All officials of 4th or 5th rank and above were allowed to attend. Unlike ordinary people's birthdays, the Pai Lupi's birthday gifts were very simple. There were only 2 things, a golden mirror and a pouch. According to the old Tang book, kings and dukes present the golden mirror and pouch, and all the provinces in the world celebrate and have a 3-day holiday. The golden mirror was naturally not a mirror made of gold, but a bronze mirror. As for the pouch, it was just an accessory used to carry small items around the waist. In fact, it was a metaphor for the officials to bathe themselves in the king's grace. In other words, Pai Lupi's birthday gifts were only a few hundred bronze mirrors and a few hundred pouches. It was very pitiful. Not only did Pai Lupi not receive any gifts, but he also had to lose money. In addition to the banquet, Pai Lupi also had to participate in an archery competition with the officials. If he won, he would be rewarded, and if he lost, he would be punished with alcohol. When Li Wangyu found out about this archery ceremony, he couldn't help but feel depressed. Wasn't this king deliberately going against him? Was archery something that a jade-faced young man like him should know how to do? The archery ceremony was held in front of the Martial Virtue Hall. A target was set 90 paces in front of the palace gates for Pai Lupi and the officials to shoot. However, the archery targets used in the Tang dynasty were not circular targets. Instead, they were made of various animal skins and were called ho. When Pai Lupi shot bear skins, they were called bear marquis. When the officials shot deer skins, they were called deer marquis. On the left and right sides of the target, there were also piles of arrows to block the arrows. This was naturally to prevent officials like Li Wangyu, who were careless, from shooting arrows and accidentally injuring others. It was Li Wangyu's first time participating in this kind of activity. Everything was new to him. Pai Lupi and the officials sat in front of the Martial Virtue Hall. Taichung Temple began to play music. Everyone drank and enjoyed themselves. After 2 rounds of drinking, Mi Tua bowed to Pai Lupi and said, "Everyone, if there is a ceremonial bow, please shoot." "Yes. Yes." Mi Tua ordered. The band played again. Pai Lupi stood up, took out his bow, and began to shoot. The arrows were not randomly shot. They had to match the rhythm of the music. After 4 arrows were shot, the music and the arrows stopped at the same time. Good. Uncle is indeed a god. Li Wangyu saw that Pai Lupi's arrows were all on the bear skins. He shamelessly began to clap and praise him. However, he attracted the attention of everyone. No one agreed with him. Pai Lupi's face could not help but twitch. He pretended that he did not hear anything. He ignored Mitua and turned back to his seat. Li Wangyu was puzzled. What did this group of officials mean? Pai Lupi's arrows hit the target. This was 100% accurate. Why didn't this group of people applaud? While he was puzzled, Qing Yao Jin, the old hooligan, slapped him on the shoulder and said, "Boy, I admire you very much. When we go back, I will teach Chu Mo and his brothers a lesson." Qing Yaojin's words made Li Wangyu's face turn black. "Fuck, don't think that I don't know. You are scolding me." However, Li Wangyu was still puzzled. "Uncle Cheng, did I say something wrong? Didn't the arrows hit the target?" Qing Yaojin laughed and did not answer. He just pointed at the target and signaled him to look at it. Li Wangyu noticed that after Pai Lupi finished shooting the arrows, the captain of the Qianyo guards immediately came forward to check the target. After the captain checked, he pulled out 4 arrows and ran back to report loudly, "Your Majesty, 4 arrows, this arrow hit. This arrow is raised, this arrow is on the left, this arrow falls." Li Wangyu suddenly realized. It turned out that it depended on the accuracy. Hitting the bull's-eye means hitting the target. Raising is shooting high, falling is shooting low. So, Pai Lupi's 4 arrows only hit the target. No wonder no one applauded. Li Wangyu's face was also a little hot. This flattery, fuck, really hit the horse's hoof. It was really shameful. No wonder Pai Lupi's face was so ugly. He quickly used drinking to cover up his embarrassment. Tang Chu, this group of stubborn officials, was actually so honest. They didn't even know how to praise Pai Lupi's 100% accurate shots. That captain of the Qianyo guards, didn't you see Pai Lupi's face turn black? You still seriously said, "This arrow is raised, this arrow falls," you really don't have eyesight. After Pai Lupi finished shooting, it was time for the officials to shoot one by one. They also shot 4 arrows to the rhythm of the music. It had to be said that among the officials, there were many people who shot better than Pai Lupi. Even if the dukes and generals were excluded, there were many civil officials who were not weak in archery. Even a calligraphy expert like Ouyang Sun actually hit the bull's-eye twice. Speaking of which, his results were better than Pai Lupi's. However, if there were good archers, there would naturally be people with good craftsmanship. Li Wangyu used penicillin to cure the pneumonia patient Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu belonged to the category of extremely bad archery. He was famous among the officials. When it was Xiao Yu's turn to shoot, one person stood out from the officials and laughed at Xiao Yu. "Xiao Gong, I specially made a new poem for you today. Would you like to hear it?" Xiao Yu looked at the person who came and was so angry that his face turned black. He stomped his feet and scolded, "Ouyang Sun, you bastard, you want to humiliate this old man again." Ouyang Sun was not angry and laughed, causing Pai Lupi and the officials to also laugh. Xiao Yu and Ouyang Sun had a close relationship. The ridicule between the two was just a joke between old friends. Pai Lupi did not forget to fan the flames. "Ouyang Qin, read your poem and let us enjoy it." "Huh, naturally. Your Majesty, how about listening to my poem?" The title of the poem is to mock Xiao Yu. When Xiao Yu heard the title of the poem, he was so angry that he rolled his eyes. Needless to say, this old bastard friend wrote a poem to mock his archery. The strong wind blows the slow arrow, the weak hand controls the strong bow. Want to go high and high, should go west and go east. 10 times to the ground, 2 hands in the air. If you ask who this person is, it should be Song Gong. Song Gong was the Duke of Song, Xiao Yu. Ouyang Sun was dismissing his old friend Xiao Yu. The arrows missed, but the arrow that shot west flew east. After Ouyang Sun finished reciting the poem, Pai Lupi and the officials laughed. Xiao Yu shook his head speechlessly. He ignored everyone's ridicule and turned around to shoot. Li Wangyu also laughed with everyone. But after laughing, his face suddenly changed. Chapter 605. Li Wangyu's expression had changed because he had seen Xiao Yu's archery and thought of himself. Damn! Xiao Yu, who had been mocked by the crowd and even mocked by Ouyang Sun, had shot 4 arrows crookedly, but at the very least, they had hit the target. One of them had even barely hit the target. One had to realize that the target was 90 paces away. For an old man in his 60s like Xiao Yu to hit the target was truly not easy. But even so, Xiao Yu had been mocked by the crowd, so what about Li Wangyu? Li Wangyu looked at the target and then looked at his own small arms and legs. Fuck, he probably couldn't even draw a bow, right? After today's shooting, would there be a poem, mocking Li Wangyu for shooting, that would be passed down to the future generations for ridicule? The thought of this caused Li Wangyu's back to sweat. His eyes darted around as he tried to think of a way to escape. Just as Li Wangyu was pondering, Duke of Lu, Ho Junji, stepped onto the stage. One had to admit that Ho Junji, as a famous general of the Tang dynasty, was extremely skilled in martial arts. All 4 of his arrows had hit the bullseye, eliciting cheers from Pai Lupi and the other officials. It was clear that the title of archery today belonged to Ho Junji. Ho Junji smugly tossed his bow to a nearby Qianyo guard officer and happened to glance at Li Wangyu's worried face. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. County Count Hu, you haven't shot an arrow yet, right? Why don't you demonstrate your archery skills to His Majesty and the other officials? Li Wangyu looked at Ho Junji's smug face and felt an urge to splash the wine in his cup. This bastard, what are you so smug about? Do you dare to compete with this old man in blind archery? This old man can even use one hand. But he reacted quickly. Standing up, he clasped his hands at Pai Lupi and said, Uncle, this little nephew doesn't have the strength to truss up a chicken, so I won't embarrass myself today. Little nephew is afraid that if I knock the bow and shoot the arrow, I won't be able to hit the target. Later on, I'll have to trouble the Qianyo guards to look for arrows everywhere. That wouldn't be nice. Li Wangyu's self-deprecating words made Pai Lupi and the other officials burst into laughter. No one wanted him to shoot anymore. Ho Junji scornfully pursed his lips, and just when he was about to add a few more taunts, Li Wangyu spoke up again. Uncle, although this nephew's archery skills are not good, this nephew has recently written a new article. I wonder if Uncle and everyone are interested? Oh. Zio, you have a new work? Hurry up and read it. Hearing Li Wangyu's words, Pai Lupi's interest was piqued. Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, Zhang Sun Wuji, and the other big shots also gathered around. Ever since Li Wangyu's epigraph of My Shack was released, everyone was full of admiration for his literary talent. Hearing that Li Wangyu had a new work, how could they not be curious? Uncle, everyone, this article of mine is called Old Oil Cellar. I wrote it after hearing about an anecdote in Chang'an. Li Wangyu cleared his throat and began to recite, in the capital, there is an expert archer who is unparalleled in the world. The Duke is also proud of this. Trying to shoot in the family's garden, there is an old oil seller who is relieved of his burden and gazes at it for a long time. Seeing that the arrow is 80 or 90% accurate, he slightly nods his head. The Duke asked, do you also know how to shoot? Am I not also good at shooting? The old man said, there is no other way, but you are skilled. The Duke angrily said, how dare you shoot so lightly? The old man said, I will know by drinking oil. Then he took a gourd and placed it on the ground, covered the mouth with money, and slowly poured oil into the gourd through the hole of the money, but the money was not wet. Because he said, there is no other way, but I am skilled. The Duke laughed and dismissed him. What is the difference between this and Zhuangxing's dismembering the ox and cutting the wheel? Li Wangyu shamelessly plagiarized Ouyang Xiu's old oil cellar from the Song dynasty. He even replaced Chen Yaozi with an expert archer in the capital. After all, Chen Yaozi was from the Song dynasty. If he didn't change it, how would Pai Lupi and the others know who he was? As for whether or not there was an expert archer in Chang'an, Li Wangyu couldn't care less. After he finished reading the article, everyone was quiet, savoring the flavor of the article. Ouyang Xiu's old oil cellar had been passed down for thousands of years. Needless to say, its literary talent was great. The key was the timing of Li Wangyu's reading of the article. Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, and Ho Junji all thought that this article was written by Li Wangyu after being provoked by Ho Junji. Otherwise, how could it be so appropriate? This misled Pai Lupi and the others, making them even more amazed by Li Wangyu's talent. In just a few moments, he had been able to recite such a masterpiece. What sort of terrifying talent was this? On the side, Qing Yaojin didn't think so much, heartily laughing, "Wahahaha, what a great, there is no other way, but I am skilled. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Zio, your talent is indeed unparalleled in this world." Ho Junji instantly grimaced. Wasn't this mocking him for being a good archer and merely being skilled? The officials attending the birthday banquet couldn't help but laugh as they discussed this old oil cellar in low voices. They couldn't help but admire Li Wangyu's quick wit and talent. They looked at Ho Junji with even stranger expressions. Soft chuckles could be heard from the crowd, and the phrase, "There is no other way, but I am skilled." This made it even harder for Ho Junji to vent his anger, but he didn't have the literary talent to retort back. He could only pretend that he hadn't heard anything, sit back down at his table, and drown his sorrows in wine. Even when he was the winner of the archery ceremony and received Pai Lupi's imperial steed as a reward, Ho Junji didn't smile. He felt like all the officials were looking at him with the words "there is no other way, but I am skilled" written all over their faces. Li Wangyu didn't seem to care. Laughing and laughing, he and Xiaoyu went to receive their punishment wine and downed it. Li Wangyu's old oil cellar had made Ho Junji feel like he had swallowed a fly, but he had nowhere to vent his anger, and he was left feeling extremely aggrieved. After the archery ceremony, Pai Lupi and the officials returned to Taiji Palace to formally begin the birthday banquet. The banquet began at noon. First, the various envoys of the various provinces and prefectures offered tributes and nectar pouches to Pai Lupi. In the Tang dynasty, offering tributes was an extremely important task for the local government. The copper used to forge these mirrors had been refined several hundred times to ensure its purity, and it was known as 100 refinements copper. The craftsmen would design exquisite designs for the 100 refinements mirrors and cast them on the backs of the mirrors. Then, they would use jade shavings and gold paste to polish the surface of the mirrors until they shone brightly. The production of these 100 refinements mirrors required a great deal of time and effort, and the cost of each mirror was no less than 100 strings of copper coins. Of the tributes, the Yangzhou tribute mirror was the most famous, and it was also known as the River Heart mirror. Bai Ji had once written a poem praising the Yangzhou tribute mirror. The 100 refinements mirror is unconventional. Placed in the sun, it is miraculous and miraculous. The waves of the River Heart mirror are cast on a boat. On the 5th day of the 5th month, at noon, the powder and gold paste are polished and translucent, transforming into the water of the autumn pond. The mirror is presented to Penglai Palace, and the governor of Yang Prefecture will seal it. Li Wangyu also couldn't understand why the Tang liked mirrors so much. Moreover, in his view, these bronze mirrors were very ordinary. These tributes from various provinces were placed in Taiji Palace for the officials to enjoy and play with. In front of the River Heart mirror from Yangzhou, most of the officials were gathered to play with and admire it. From time to time, there would be waves of exclamations from the crowd. But in Li Wangyu's view, even the River Heart mirror from Yangzhou was just as so-so. It was just that the carvings on it were more exquisite. But when it came to the function of the mirror itself, these bronze mirrors were not praiseworthy. Li Wangyu even felt that if Pai Lupi used a copper basin to collect water, his appearance would be much clearer than these bronze mirrors. Li Wangyu even maliciously thought that the poor emperor of the Tang dynasty, the great and upright His Majesty Pai Lupi, might not have carefully looked at his appearance from birth until now. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu couldn't help but laugh out loud, which attracted the attention of the surrounding officials. They didn't understand what was wrong with the county earl. On the other hand, The prideful Yangzhou envoy standing to the side was provoked by Li Wangyou's laughter. Dare I ask County Earl who, is there any flaw in the river heart mirror that my Yangzhou tribute mirror can make the County Earl laugh? Li Wangyu was stunned. What the hell are you talking about? I'm laughing at myself. What does it have to do with you?
Chapter 8:12. There was a fundamental difference between a half-step supreme being and a true supreme being, but Yi Xian relied on his sword god bloodline and incomplete sword intent to fight evenly with his opponent. Break through, break through. As long as the Imperial Heavenly Sword art breaks through, it will be time for him to die. Yi Xian muttered in his heart. The sword god bloodline increased his sword skill comprehension by 50%. Yi Xian believed that he would be able to raise the Imperial Heavenly Sword art to 100% mastery in this battle. Boom! 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 Where did this kid come from? Why have I never heard of him? The Leopard Man's supreme being was very surprised. He was only a city lord, and only the royal family of the Mad Leopard dynasty knew that Yi Xian had comprehended sword intent. It was just that the news had not reached him yet. A half-step supreme being already had the battle prowess of a supreme being. If Yi Xian broke through to the supreme being level, wouldn't killing a supreme being be as easy as cutting vegetables? No matter what, I will kill this human genius. The Leopard Man's supreme being thought to himself. Imperial Heavenly Sword Art, Imperial Slash. Hegemon Slash. Their attacks collided and then dissipated. At this moment, the two had already fought more than 100 rounds, and it was hard to tell who had the upper hand. But at this moment, ding! The proficiency of the Imperial Heavenly Sword art has increased. It is now at 100% mastery, and its power has doubled. A system notification sounded. Yi Xian's lips suddenly curled up. Now, it was time for him to erupt. The Imperial Heavenly Sword art had finally reached 100% mastery. Now, Yi Xian's attacks would not be evenly matched with the Leopard Man's supreme being. Die! Yi Xian shouted in his heart and slashed out with his sword with all his strength. Imperial Heavenly Sword art, Imperial Slash. A cold light flashed and instantly dispersed the Leopard Man's supreme being's attack, and then slashed his body. Puff! The Leopard Man's supreme being's golden body was broken, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The wound was so deep that his bones could be seen. If Yi Xian did not comprehend sword intent, this Imperial Slash would probably only cause a small amount of damage. But after it was merged with sword intent, its power was much stronger than before. The Leopard Man's sovereign didn't expect Yi Xian's attack to suddenly become so powerful and was directly sent flying. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian quickly flew over. This slash, I will take your life. Yi Xian once again slashed out with his sword, aiming straight for the leopard sovereign's throat. No, slash slash. Slash slash was slash slash slashes slash was slashes slash slashes slashes slash. The sword intent is too powerful. Just the incomplete sword intent allowed me to cross a huge gap and kill a supreme being expert. Slash slash. 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 S slash. 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 Slashes slash. Slash. Slash slash, S slash. Slash. However, an attack that was infused with sword will could easily break through the sovereign golden body. It was truly a divine skill. Immediately, Yi Xian hurriedly rushed over and put away the other party's universe ring and corpse. The wealth of a supreme being expert was definitely not small. After Yi Xian took a look, he swallowed everything that was useful. The success rate of the tribulation is now 100%. Yi Xian was overjoyed. Previously, his success rate was only 80%. Now, his success rate had increased to 100%. What he wanted to do the most right now was to find a place and undergo the supremacy tribulation. Humph. Let's break through here in the Wild Leopard Dynasty. Yi Xian grinned, muttered a few words, and left the area. Just now, there was too much of a commotion, and people would disturb him. Therefore, he found a place deep in the mountains and forests to break through. Ding! Would the host like to begin the Supreme Being Tribulation? Yes. After Yi Xian answered in his mind, the surrounding heaven and earth Yuan Qi quickly gathered above his head and began to condense into tribulation lightning. I have the dragon-patterned golden armor with a 100% success rate. After the breakthrough, I will teach the wild leopard dynasty a lesson. Yi Xian was very excited. He, who was only half a step away from being a supreme being, had the strength to kill a supreme being expert. If he broke through to the supreme being level, his true energy would have a qualitative leap, and killing supreme beings of the same level would be as easy as cutting vegetables. Of course, when he condensed the supreme being golden body, the dragon-patterned golden armor would be useless. The supreme being tribulation lightning is about to descend. Countdown of 3 seconds. After hearing the notification, Yi Xian did not think too much. He would think about it after breaking through to the supreme being level. 2 seconds. 1 second. Boom. Suddenly, there was a flash in the sky, and an extremely powerful supreme being tribulation lightning struck down, hitting Yi Xian in the head. At that moment, the supreme being tribulation lightning's power was weakened by 20% by the dragon-patterned golden armor, and then it entered Yi Xian's body. Yi Xian's body was very strong. Although it was a little painful, he could still bear it. At that moment, Yi Xian could feel that the environment in his body had undergone a tremendous change. His muscles, bones, skin, flesh, internal organs, and even his brain had a qualitative leap. In the blink of an eye, his aura skyrocketed by several times. Ding! The host has successfully broken through. The host is currently at the first tribulation supreme being level. Ding! Beginning to condense the supreme being golden body. The current completion rate is 1%. Ding! Beginning to condense the supreme being golden body. The current completion rate is 2%. The system notifications rang out one after another. Yi Xian's smile became brighter and brighter. After working so hard for so long, he had finally become a supreme being. Although the first prince had survived the supreme being tribulation lightning, the supreme being golden body had not been fully condensed, so he had been easily killed by him. If the first prince's supreme being golden body had been fully condensed, his sword might not have been able to kill the first prince. Ding! Beginning to condense the supreme being golden body. The current completion rate is 10%. The completion rate was increasing bit by bit. Yi Xian estimated that it would take less than a minute for the supreme being golden body to be fully condensed. Time passed little by little. Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the mountain. However, just as he was condensing the supreme being golden body, a figure suddenly stepped into the range of his senses. That's fast. It's the supreme being of the wild leopard clan. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. It seemed that the other party was attracted by the supreme being tribulation. Although Yi Xian's supreme being golden body had not been fully condensed, it did not matter. Soon, a 2-meter-tall figure entered Yi Xian's sight. I didn't expect you to succeed in the tribulation. But from the looks of it, you haven't fully condensed the supreme being golden body. TSK, TSK. What a pity. You're going to die in my hands. The leopard man's supreme being sneered and threw a punch at Yi Xian's head. Ha! Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground and swung his wolf fang sword. Bang! The leopard man's supreme being's fist was instantly split open. The next moment, the leopard man's supreme being's head was thrown into the air. Instant kill. He originally wanted to make a fortune, but he did not expect to be killed in an instant. A sword broke his attack, broke his supreme being golden body, and cut off his head. This was sword intent. When the leopard man's supreme being realized what had happened, it was too late. Chapter 8:13. Plop. The leopard man's supreme being's head rolled a few times on the ground, and the burly headless corpse fell to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. Is this the strength of a supreme being? Yi Xian's confidence suddenly exploded. He was now an early-stage First Tribulation Supreme Being, and this Leopard Man Supreme Being was also an early-stage First Tribulation Supreme Being, but he could kill him instantly. After the Leopard Man's death, Yi Xian did not move, but just sat there quietly. After a while, the completion rate finally reached 100%. Ding! Refining the Supreme Being Golden Body completed. The system notified. Hearing this, Yi Xian slowly got up and stretched. Now, the dragon-patterned golden armor was useless. He walked over and put away the Leopard Man Supreme Being's interspatial ring and corpse. There are quite a lot of things. Yi Xian nodded with satisfaction. There were still many good things in his interspatial ring. The things he had devoured before were all heavenly treasures that could increase the success rate of his tribulation. Now, he was going to devour all of them. His aura skyrocketed. Now that I'm an early-stage First Supreme Being, devouring heavenly treasures can not only increase the strength of my true energy, but also improve the Supreme Being Golden Body. My strength is probably comparable to a mid-stage First Supreme Being. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and said in his heart. An early-stage First Tribulation Supreme Being could also be called an early-stage First Supreme Being. In the future, when he broke through to the peak of First Supreme Being, he would have to undergo another tribulation. At that time, he would have to face two Supreme Being Tribulation Lightning, and its power would be much stronger than the one Yi Xian faced just now. Now that I've broken through to the Supreme Being level, Wild Leopard Holy Dynasty, you're doomed. Yi Xian grinned, and in the next moment, he left behind afterimages as he rushed out. The Wild Leopard Holy Dynasty was stronger than the Sunflame Holy Dynasty, and there were many Supreme Being experts. Therefore, Yi Xian's current target was these Supreme Being experts. After breaking through, he had the Supreme Being Golden Body, and his speed was more than twice as fast as before. Even if he encountered a mid-stage First Supreme Being expert, he was not afraid. Half a day later, he arrived at the second big city. He directly destroyed the city gate and killed his way in. Although the Eye of Perception could sense the Supreme Being in the City Lord Manor, Yi Xian's Eye of Revelation could also see through the bodies of Supreme Beings after his breakthrough. He immediately locked onto the Leopard Man Supreme Being. Imperial Heavenly Sword Technique, Imperial Slash. Yi Xian rushed to the outside of the City Lord's mansion and slashed out with his sword. What? The Leopard Man Supreme Being had just reacted when the sword light arrived in front of him. Hiss! A head fell to the ground. Another instant kill. Weak, too weak. Yi Xian shook his head and rushed in to collect the corpse and the universe ring of Leopard Man supremacy. His cultivation base improved once again. After breaking through to Supreme Being, Yi Xian's battle prowess had increased by at least 2 to 3 times. He could easily kill Supreme Beings of the same level. Although he had never fought with a level 1 Supreme Being expert before, he was still confident. However, after breaking through, his experience points had also increased greatly, so he was on the move again. The Wild Leopard Man Dynasty had just found out that Yi Xian had infiltrated their territory. At the same time, they had also received news that many city lords had been killed. They were sending experts to surround and kill Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian's whereabouts were unpredictable. It was not that easy to catch him. He had killed his way from the south of the Wild Leopard Man Dynasty to the west, then to the north, and finally to the east. In total, he had killed 17 Supreme Being Leopard Men, which took him nearly 10 days. At the same time, he had also raised his cultivation base to the peak of level 1 Supreme Being. Given a few more days, he would be able to break through to level 1 Supreme Being. However, just as Yi Xian had killed the 18th Supreme Being and was about to leave the city in search of his next target, 3 figures suddenly stepped into the range of his senses. What powerful auras, level 1 Supreme Being experts, and 3 of them at that. Could they be the experts sent by the Wild Leopard Man Dynasty to hunt me down? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Ever since he had broken through, he had wanted to fight against level 1 Supreme Being experts. Now, it seemed that his wish would come true. So what if they are level 1 Supreme Being experts? I will kill them all. Yi Xian did not evade. He rushed out of the city and met them head-on. Heavenly Emperor Sword Art, Sword Emperor / Incomplete Sword Intent. In an instant, Yi Xian attacked more than 10 times, and all of them were aimed at the same person. The speed of the slashes was astonishing. The unlucky person had just reacted when he was hit by the continuous attacks. Boom! 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 The level 1 Supreme Being Leopard Man was sent flying. There was a big hole in his chest, and his heart was crushed. He died instantly. What? The other 2 leopard men were shocked. Wasn't Yi Xian's strength a little too strong? How dare you kill our wild leopard man dynasty's imperial consecrator? You are courting death. One leopard man's supreme being shouted. In truth, he was afraid because Yi Xian had such strength. If the 3 of them joined forces, they would have a great chance of winning, but now, one of them had died. He did not know if the 2 of them would succeed. After all, the opponent had comprehended the sword intent. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian came into contact with the 2 leopard man supreme beings. After knowing that Yi Xian had the ability to kill them instantly, the 2 leopard man supreme beings did not dare to be careless. Because if they were not careful, they would be killed by Yi Xian. Rumble. The sound of battle was louder than thunder. Yi Xian was facing the 2 leopard man supreme beings, but he did not show the slightest bit of worry. Let me see the strength of level 1 supreme beings. Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and he directly faced the claw of one of them. Boom! The claw tore 3 holes in his supreme being golden body, but in the next moment, the 3 holes began to repair. The bloodline of the divine tree of life. What? That's impossible. One of the leopard man's supreme being exclaimed. The supreme being golden body was indeed powerful, but it was extremely difficult to repair. Without using heavenly treasures or healing elixirs, it would not be able to repair itself. However, the leopard man's supreme being saw Yi Xian's wounds heal. If it was not for the blood flowing out, he would have suspected that he had not broken Yi Xian's supreme being golden body. Ha! The bloodline of the divine tree of life can even repair the supreme being golden body. Yi Xian laughed 3 times, and while his opponent was still in shock, he attacked with lightning speed. Boom! 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 A series of cold flashes flashed, and another leopard man supreme being was killed by Yi Xian. Now, the last leopard man supreme being had lost all will to fight, and he turned tail and ran. You want to leave? Yi Xian's eyes were cold. He swept to the side of a corpse and took the interspatial ring. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is currently at level 1 Tribulation Supreme Being. Breakthrough. Chapter 8:14. Die. Yi Xian's strength soared as his cultivation level increased. He looked at the fleeing leopard man supreme being and slashed with his sword. Whoosh! The speed of the slash increased, and in the blink of an eye, it swept past the leopard man supreme being's throat. Plop! The leopard man supreme being's corpse fell to the ground, and his head flew hundreds of meters away. The battle had only lasted 3 seconds, but Yi Xian had already killed 3 leopard man supreme being. Such strength was enough to challenge the royal family of the Mad Leopard Sacred Dynasty. It's just the incomplete sword intent, but it actually gave me the ability to kill an expert 1 level higher than me. Yi Xian sighed and put away the other 2 interspatial rings and the corpses. If he sent the corpses back, the Sun Flame Emperor would be scared to death. He just didn't know how much draconic luck these corpses could be exchanged for. The Imperial Heavenly Tyrant body in the Imperial Heavenly Technique relied on absorbing the dynasty's draconic luck to strengthen the Supreme Being Golden Body. If there was a large amount of draconic luck, Yi Xian's Supreme Being Golden Body might be comparable to a Supreme Being Golden Body at the peak of Supreme Being Golden Body. It's said that the Mad Leopard Sacred Dynasty's imperial capital has a second Tribulation Supreme Being. It's better not to provoke them. I'll go back and raise the level of my doppelganger. Yi Xian gave up on the idea of going to the Mad Leopard Sacred Dynasty's imperial capital and went back to the border. Previously, when he broke through the border, the Sun Flame Army had also sent troops to the border, but unfortunately, the Mad Leopard Sacred Dynasty had taken it back. Now that Yi Xian had broken through to the Supreme Being, he couldn't leave from the border. At least, he couldn't kill anyone. The Holy Verdict Union was secretive and powerful. Yi Xian couldn't guarantee that they wouldn't have some mysterious means to see him kill people. Stop! Who are you? When Yi Xian returned to the Leopard Man's Sacred Dynasty's border, someone desperately stopped him. Open the city gates. I want to go. Yi Xian didn't waste any time and directly released his aura. Supreme Being. The Mad Leopard Army's general was shocked, but he quickly reacted. The person in front of him should be the mysterious expert who had wreaked havoc in the Mad Leopard Holy Dynasty. Unexpectedly, he actually came to the border. Open the door. Otherwise, your 200,000-strong Mad Leopard Army will all become ghosts under my sword. Yi Xian said coldly. If you dare to make a move, there will be experts from the Holy Verdict Union who will deal with you. The voice of the general of the Wild Leopard Army trembled slightly. He was only a half-step sovereign with 100% of his body sealed. In front of a true sovereign, he was just an ant. Even if Yi Xian used a finger to stab him to death, he would still be able to do so. If that's the case, then I'll go back and slaughter all of your cities. Yi Xian snorted coldly. After he finished speaking, he turned around and prepared to leave. Wait. Wait a minute, the Leopard Men general called out to Yi Xian. Soon, Yi Xian passed through the border. Although the other party was a general of the Mad Leopard Holy Dynasty, when he thought of Yi Xian's fierce reputation, he still compromised. After letting Yi Xian pass, he was very nervous. If the Mad Leopard Holy Dynasty's royal family found out about this, he was afraid that he would be executed. After passing through the border, Yi Xian quickly returned to the Sunflame Holy Dynasty's border. Open the door, I'm back. Yi Xian stood in front of the city gates and shouted. A general of the city guards poked his head out, his face filled with joy. He immediately ordered people to open the city gates. General Yi, you're finally back, the general said. His current idol was Yi Xian. After all, Yi Xian had broken through the enemy's border and killed 100,000 Mad Leopard Army soldiers. He was simply a military god. Where's Senior Eagle Eye? Yi Xian asked. He didn't sense the aura of Consecrator Yang and the other two. Could it be that they went back first? Hearing this question, the general's face changed. He said, there's a huge change in the imperial capital. Someone called the 3 consecrators back. Moreover, General Yi, you must not go back. What's the huge change? Yi Xian's heart trembled, and he quickly asked. I heard that a large number of Supreme Being experts have killed their way to the imperial capital. The general replied. A large number of Supreme Being experts? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Could it be the Supreme Being experts of the foreign races who were hiding in the Sunflame Holy Dynasty? I know. Yi Xian nodded silently. Although he was told not to go back, he couldn't sit idly by. After all, he was now a first-class consecrator of the Sunflame Holy Dynasty's royal family. If it weren't for the rewards from the Sunflame Holy Dynasty's emperor, how could he have broken through to the Supreme Being realm so quickly? General Yi, before the general could finish his words, Yi Xian had already disappeared from where he was, heading towards the imperial capital. In less than a day, he directly arrived at the imperial capital. However, before he could get close, he felt a powerful aura. So many Supreme Being experts. Originally, the foreign races wanted to slowly infiltrate the Sunflame Holy Dynasty and take control of it, but they didn't expect their plan to be disrupted. Now, they want to take it by force? Yi Xian's heart trembled. At this time, there were more than 15 Supreme Being experts outside the imperial capital. Half of them were peak Supreme Being experts, and 3 of them had stronger auras. They were probably second tribulation Supreme Beings. This is troublesome. There are actually second tribulation Supreme Beings. Yi Xian's heart trembled, and he quickly restrained his aura and approached. Above the imperial capital's imperial palace. Old man, have you thought it through? Submit to the Snake Demon Dynasty, or choose to be destroyed? An expert of the Snake Demon clan asked loudly. The original form of the Snake Demon clan was somewhat ugly. Their bodies were covered in green stripes, and their eyes were very strange. Their tongues were like snakes, and they could definitely scare children to tears. However, no one cared about that now. It was a matter of life and death for the Sunflame Holy Dynasty. At this time, a group of Supreme Being experts flew out of the palace. Although there were more than 20 of them, their auras were much weaker than the 15 Supreme Beings of the foreign races. The Sunflame Holy Dynasty would rather die than submit to the foreign races. Shouted a human old man. He was the Grand Imperial Emeritus of the Sunflame Holy Dynasty, the only second tribulation Supreme Being in the Sunflame Holy Dynasty. However, he was only an early second tribulation Supreme Being. You are the old man from the Sunflame Holy Dynasty who comprehended 10% of the sword intent? Good, in that case, I will destroy the Sunflame Holy Dynasty. The leader of the Snake Demon clan nodded. Then, the group of experts behind him came forward. A great battle was about to break out. This is a matter of life and death for the Sunflame Holy Dynasty. Please give me your dragon luck. Shouted the Grand Imperial Emeritus. Immediately, the 20 Supreme Being experts behind him didn't waste any time and gave him their dragon luck. It was too late for him to refine his dragon luck, so he could only use his dragon luck to fight. There were 3 early second tribulation Supreme Beings on the other side, so he had to stop them. Don't let them succeed. Go! Shouted the Snake Demon clan's old man. He led the 14 Supreme Beings and charged forward. This time, there were only 2 Supreme Beings attacking the Sunflame Holy Dynasty. One was the Snake Demon clan, and the other was the Wild Leopard clan. Chapter 8:15. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, the 30-odd figures started fighting. If they were to really compare, the Sunfire Imperial family's strength would be weaker than the other party. Fortunately, the retired emperor had comprehended the sword intent and had even transformed it to 10% sword intent. He alone was able to block 3 experts of the same level. Seeing that the battle had started, Yi Xian couldn't just stand by and watch. He immediately joined the battle. However, he didn't fly into the sky. Instead, he ran wildly on the ground. Imperial Heavenly Sword Art, Imperial Slash. Yi Xian's speed on the ground was extremely fast. He was comparable to a peak Supreme Being expert. His attacks were even more terrifying. He could kill a peak Supreme Being expert with just a few strikes. However, the outsiders also had experts who had comprehended sword intent, so the Imperial family suffered many casualties. Whoosh! 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 Slashes flew through the air. Yi Xian looked for the outsiders that he was confident in killing. He wanted to reduce the pressure on the Imperial family's experts first. His appearance was also noticed by many people. Why is this kid back? And he even broke through to peak Supreme Being? The retired emperor recognized Yi Xian. Yi Xian actually broke through from half Supreme Being to peak Supreme Being in peak Supreme Being within a month. His talent was monstrous. Not only did the retired emperor recognize him, but the outsiders also recognized him. It's that kid. I'll capture him. An expert from the demonic snake clan noticed Yi Xian and immediately swooped down. Not good. The retired emperor's expression changed. However, in the next moment, he heard Yi Xian shout, "Come at me." In an instant, Yi Xian started fighting with the peak Supreme Being expert. The latter wasn't weak either. He could fight with Yi Xian. At this moment, "Old man, you dare to be distracted in a 1 versus 3 situation?" The second tribulation supreme being from the demonic snake clan sneered and threw a punch. Boom! The retired emperor was sent flying. However, the retired emperor's imperial heavenly tyrant body was extremely high. His golden sovereign body was extremely strong. The punch only caused a superficial wound. The emperor of the holy dynasty is indeed powerful, but you will still die today. The demonic snake clan elder shouted. The snake demon holy dynasty was strong, and he couldn't get a lot of dragon luck. So, he started to think about the low-level holy dynasties. Not only would he be able to expand the territory of the snake demon dynasty, but he would also be able to obtain a large amount of dragon luck. This old man swears to protect Sunflame with his life. Die! The retired emperor shouted as he slashed his sword at the demonic snake clan elder. The power of this strike was dozens of times stronger than Yi Xian's attack. After all, he was a second tribulation supreme venerable who had comprehended 10% of sword intent. Even an elder from the demonic snake clan of the same level would be severely injured by this attack. Unfortunately, the retired emperor was currently fighting 1 against 3. However, Yi Xian was very supportive. While the retired emperor was talking to the old man, he directly sent his opponent flying with a single strike of his sword. Die! Yi Xian swiftly swept over and slashed out with his sword. Hiss! The peak supreme venerable expert's head flew up. Although he managed to hold on for a while, he couldn't escape death. However, what surprised Yi Xian was yet to come. After killing the peak supreme venerable expert from the demonic snake clan, he suddenly heard a system notification. Ding! The incomplete sword intent has transformed into 10% sword intent. The system beep caused Yi Xian's entire body to tremble. His sword intent had broken through. When he only had incomplete sword intent, he could already kill a peak supreme venerable expert. Now that his sword intent had increased to 10%, wouldn't he be able to fight against a second tribulation supreme venerable? Immediately, he took the interspatial ring and devoured the good things inside to increase his strength. In the next moment, he directly charged into the sky. Die! Yi Xian attacked a second tribulation supreme venerable. An attack that contained 10% of sword intent was definitely enough to threaten a second tribulation supreme venerable. What? 10% of sword intent? The foreign tribe experts were shocked. The demonic snake clan elder also widened his eyes and hurriedly threw out a punch to block Yi Xian's attack. Fortunately, he had comprehended incomplete fist intent. Otherwise, he would have been hit. This guy must not be allowed to live. The demonic snake clan elder's eyes were cold. However, the retired emperor was very strong. He was able to fight against 3 of them with ease. At the same time, his sovereign golden body was extremely strong. The 3 second tribulation supreme venerables of the foreign tribe might not be able to kill him. If the retired emperor held them back while Yi Xian quickly cleaned up the rest of the foreign tribe experts, they would definitely lose. Let's go! The demonic snake clan elder shouted. They couldn't continue fighting. Otherwise, they would be the ones to die. My Sunflame sacred dynasty is not a place where you can come and go as you please. The retired emperor shouted, go after them. With Yi Xian around, it was impossible for them to lose this time. After Yi Xian saw the gap between him and a second tribulation supreme venerable, he immediately turned around and went to kill the other supreme venerables. The demonic snake clan elder's face was gloomy. It seemed that they were going to suffer heavy losses this time. A group of people fled while a group of people chased. By the time they reached the outskirts of the imperial capital, there were only 3 supremes left. They were the 3 second tribulation supremes. 9 of the 12 supreme venerables had died at the hands of Yi Xian. Yi Xian had gained a lot. Bastards, you'd better remember this. The demonic snake clan elder shouted and ran away without looking back. Stop chasing. The retired emperor stopped everyone because he knew that they couldn't catch up to the 3 second tribulation supreme venerables. After all, 2 of the 3 were from the wild leopard clan. They were extremely fast when running in a straight line. Even the retired emperor couldn't catch up to them. Then, they quickly reported the casualties. A total of 7 supreme venerables had died, including 3 members of the imperial family. This time, if Yi Xian hadn't appeared in time, the casualties would have been much more severe. Yi Xian, this old man thanks you. The retired emperor cupped his fist at Yi Xian. Senior, you don't have to do this. I'm also a revered elder of the imperial family. Yi Xian replied. Since he was paid, he had to help. Since he had accepted the revered elder's salary, he had to do something for the imperial family. He still had this bit of integrity. Let's go back and talk. After the retired emperor finished speaking, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Although his sovereign golden body was powerful, he had been hit several times by the demonic snake clan elder's fist intent. The aura in his body was extremely chaotic. The sovereign golden body was difficult to repair, so he had to treat his injuries immediately. Everyone quickly returned to the imperial palace and began to treat their injuries one after another. Yi Xian stood guard for them. Previously, when he fought with the peak supreme venerables, he had been hit several times. However, the divine tree of life had healed him quickly, so he was still in peak condition. Soon, the supreme beings of the imperial family stabilized their injuries and left to treat their injuries. Even the retired emperor did the same. The emperor of the Sunflame dynasty didn't participate in that battle. He immediately went to find Yi Xian. Yi Xian, you did a good job this time. The imperial family owes you a favor. The Sunflame dynasty emperor thanked him. Chapter 816. It's my duty. Yi Xian grinned. Then, he handed over a universe ring and said, Your Majesty, this is the spoils of war from my trip. I wonder how much dragon luck it can be exchanged for. The emperor took a look at the interspatial ring and his expression changed drastically. He looked at Yi Xian with a strange expression. The hundreds of thousands of corpses of the Berserk Leopard army were nothing. The most important thing was that there were so many corpses of supreme martial artists. However, when the emperor thought about how Yi Xian had killed a peak supreme martial artist, he didn't think much of it. Very well. I will exchange all of these for dragon luck. However, it will take a day. Come and find me tomorrow. The emperor said. All right. Yi Xian's eyes lit up and he left immediately. Dragon luck could be refined by the imperial heavenly tyrant body to upgrade the sovereign golden body. He wondered how much dragon luck he could exchange for. He was looking forward to it. After today's battle, the Emperor of the Sun Flame Empire guessed that the other party wouldn't come back so soon. However, they didn't dare to relax. They quickly used a special method to summon the supreme martial artists back. The next day, Yi Xian went to look for the Emperor of the Sun Flame Empire again. He couldn't wait to upgrade his sovereign golden body. This token contains the dragon luck you have obtained. In addition, there are 3 imperial golden pills. Consume one when you are refining the dragon luck. It will increase the speed of refining the dragon luck. The Emperor of the Sun Flame Empire passed Yi Xian a token and a brocade box. Yi Xian received the token and directly absorbed the enormous amount of dragon luck into his body. Previously, it took him half a month to refine the dragon luck. Now that he had such a huge amount of dragon luck, it would take him a long time to refine it. Fortunately, he had the imperial golden pills. Thank you, Your Majesty. Yi Xian quickly thanked the emperor. Alright, the other races could come at any time. Hurry up and refine the dragon luck. The Emperor of the Sun Flame Empire said. Yes, Your Majesty. Yi Xian nodded and left immediately. However, after he left, the Emperor of the Sun Flame Empire looked at his back and revealed a strange smile. After leaving, Yi Xian hurriedly returned to his house by the lake and closed the door. Now that he had such a huge amount of dragon luck, if he could refine it, his sovereign golden body and increase his survival ability. Imperial golden pills that can increase the dragon luck, Yi Xian take a dragon luck, you take a long time to refine the dragon luck. Refining dragon luck required time, and this royal heavenly golden pill could increase the refining speed. It was a good item. However, when the imperial sky golden pill entered his stomach, Yi Xian couldn't help but raise his brows. This was because he had heard a system notification. Soul-absorbing pill, what kind of pill is this? Yi Xian couldn't help but tremble when he saw the poison effects listed by the system. The soul-assimilating pill was a type of pill that could control a person. After consuming it, the person would be controlled and submit to something, such as the golden bell, and become a puppet. Fortunately, there were some ingredients in the soul-assimilating pill that Yi Xian was immune to. Without those ingredients, the soul-assimilating pill was just an ordinary poison to him. Otherwise, he would have fallen victim to the soul-assimilating pill's effects. Damn it, the Emperor is trying to control me. Yi Xian immediately reacted. However, he felt that something was wrong in the next moment. The Emperor gave him a different feeling compared to a month ago. Moreover, if the Emperor wanted to control him because he had comprehended the sword intent when he was only a half-step supreme, why didn't he do it earlier? That meant that the Emperor was probably a fake. The demonic snake tribe. Damn it, the Emperor was secretly killed while I was away. Is the current Emperor an expert from the demonic snake tribe in disguise? Yi Xian sorted out his thoughts. Just then. Ding! Suddenly, a crisp sound entered Yi Xian's ears. As expected, he thinks that I've consumed the pill and is trying to control me? Yi Xian's eyes flickered. He had already sensed that someone had landed in the pavilion outside the small building in the middle of the lake. The ringing of the bell just now was probably a voice used to control him. Although the poison isn't completely cured, it won't affect me. Fine, I'll expose you. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and walked out. Sure enough, there was already a figure in the pavilion outside. It was the Emperor of the Sun Flame Empire in his golden robes. Tisk, tsk, tsk. Young man, you're too naive. The Emperor grinned and continued to ring the silver bell in his hand. Yi Xian slowly walked over. The Emperor thought that he had been tricked, so he was not prepared at all. However, even if he was prepared, he was still no match for Yi Xian because he was only an early-stage supreme being. Let me expose your disguise. Yi Xian growled. He suddenly took out the Wolf Fang sword and slashed at the Emperor. A cold light flashed. Before the Emperor could react, his wrist holding the silver bell was cut off. Blood spurted out. What? The Emperor widened his eyes. He did not understand why Yi Xian suddenly attacked. Only those who had consumed the soul-absorbing pill could hear the ringing of the bell. Yi Xian walked out with a dazed expression. Was it not because he was being controlled? I didn't expect that even the Emperor would be killed by you. The real Emperor, is he dead or alive? Yi Xian quickly rushed in front of the Emperor and asked coldly. Now, the Snake Demon clan, who was disguised as the Emperor, was sure that Yi Xian hadn't been tricked. However, he didn't understand how he'd been exposed, because after refining the soul-absorbing pill, there wouldn't be any obvious signs. How did you find out? The fake Emperor widened his eyes. You don't need to know that. Let me ask you, where is the real Emperor? Yi Xian grabbed the fake Emperor's neck. The fake Emperor was only an early-stage supreme being and was weaker than him. Even if he used his hand as a sword, he could easily cut off the fake Emperor's head. Tisk, tsk, tsk. The real Emperor is already dead. I advise you to put me down. Otherwise. The fake Emperor snorted. At this moment, his severed hand had mutated. It was indeed the hand of the Snake Demon clan. Otherwise what? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Could it be that this fake Emperor still had a trump card? Otherwise, I can't guarantee the safety of your family and friends in the general's tomb. The fake Emperor's lips suddenly curled up as he said calmly. After hearing this, Yi Xian's body trembled violently. He said in shock, How did you know? You don't need to know that. Anyway, I've already sent people to the general's tomb to capture your family and friends. If you know what's good for you, obediently consume the soul-absorbing pill and serve the snake demon clan. The fake emperor said directly. Chapter 8:17. Yi Xian's face sank. He didn't expect this fake emperor to know about the general's tomb. This was going to be troublesome. His family and friends were all in the general's tomb. At that moment, he dragged the fake emperor into the house and began to control the clone. At this moment, Yi Xian's clone suddenly opened his eyes in the general's tomb. With a gloomy expression, he rushed to every corner of the general's tomb and started shouting. Yi Chong was practicing with the Wolf Fang cavalry. When he saw Yi Xian rushing over, he asked in surprise, Yi Xian, why are you in such a hurry? Father, a strong enemy is attacking. Quickly gather at the entrance of the main hall. After Yi Xian's clone finished speaking, he quickly left to inform the others. The general's tomb's defense was good, but the enemy was definitely a supreme martial artist. The general's tomb couldn't stop them. Although there was another exit, the enemy was a supreme martial artist. It wouldn't be a problem to find them. What? Yi Chong was stunned, but Yi Chong had already disappeared. He didn't dare to delay and quickly informed the others to gather at the entrance of the main hall. Very quickly, Yi Xian notified everyone, not a single one of them left out. Then, he left through the secret passage of the general's tomb. As soon as they left, the general's tomb was attacked by a supreme martial artist. A few supreme martial artists broke through the door of the general's tomb and rushed in. They quickly searched but couldn't find anyone. How did they know? Find them. One of the Supremes, Snake Charms, growled. In order to capture Yi Xian's family, they had mobilized 3 supreme martial artists. One of them was even a mid-level supreme martial artist. After Yi Xian found out about the crisis in the imperial capital, he rushed over without stopping. Although he made it in time, he hadn't merged with his clone yet. Therefore, his clone was still at 100% physical seal and only had half-formed sword intent. This kind of strength was enough to deal with an early-level supreme martial artist. However, the enemy was a mid-level supreme martial artist. If he didn't leave, he would definitely be captured. Although they left the general's tomb, Yi Xian didn't let them come out. He went up to investigate. This was because he knew that this time, he would have to sacrifice his clone and use it to attract the enemy's attention. A supreme martial artist's senses were very strong. The moment Yi Xian left the underground, his aura was immediately captured by the other party. He's here. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and slashed forward. Imperial Heavenly Sword Technique, Imperial Slash. Incomplete Sword Intent. Because he had not merged with his original body, his doppelganger only had an incomplete sword intent. The 3 supreme beings raised their eyebrows. Then, Yi Xian's attack was dispersed by Supreme Being Shi Mei, who took the lead. What a guy. Another good seedling who has comprehended sword intent at the level of half-supreme. Supreme Snake Charmer sneered. When he got closer, he realized that Yi Xian looked somewhat familiar. He took out a portrait, and realized that it was actually Yi Xian. How could it be this brat? Wasn't he supposed to be at the border? A leopard man supreme being couldn't help but ask. No, it's just that they look the same. He should be that brat's twin brother. Capture him and make him eat a soul-absorbing pill. Supreme Snake Charmer said, and immediately rushed to Yi Xian's side at lightning speed. Then, he slapped Yi Xian's shoulder. Although Yi Xian really wanted to escape, his family and friends were all under his feet. Moreover, he couldn't escape. Who are you? If you dare to touch me, my brother will definitely not spare you. Yi Xian's doppelganger shouted. As expected, you are that brat's twin brother. I didn't expect that both of you would comprehend sword intent at the level of half-supreme. Not bad. Supreme Snake Charmer took out a soul-absorbing pill and forced Yi Xian to swallow it. However, Yi Xian had the bloodline of the divine tree of life in his body, so he was immune to the soul-absorbing pill. Ding! Supreme Snake Charmer took out a silver bell and shook it, but Yi Xian didn't have any reaction. Strange, the soul-absorbing pill is useless against this brat. A leopard man supreme being said in astonishment. Although I don't know why, this brat isn't even a supreme being. Just ask the shamans of the fox charmer to charm him. Supreme Snake Charmer said, and directly took Yi Xian away. Their goal this time was to capture Yi Xian's family and use them to threaten Yi Xian. Unexpectedly, they ran into Yi Xian's genius younger brother. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital. Damn it, my doppelganger was captured. Yi Xian cursed in his heart. He turned his head and asked, "You want to use my family to threaten me? Hee, as long as you obediently submit to my Snake Charmer clan, your family will be safe." The fake emperor grinned. He didn't know that the three supreme beings had only captured Yi Xian's younger brother. He also didn't know that Yi Xian's family and friends had already passed through the desert of death and returned to the eastern continent. As for the great wilderness, there was still that strange formation laid down by that mysterious powerhouse, old immortal Tianzhu. Therefore, Qinghua and the others could only go to the eastern continent through the sea. In short, they had dodged a calamity. When Yi Xian heard the fake emperor's words, he snorted coldly and said, "In that case, you can go to hell." Rip. With a crisp sound, Yi Xian cut off the fake emperor's head. Then, Yi Xian put away the fake emperor's body and went to look for the retired emperor. When the retired emperor heard that his son had died, he was stunned for a moment. Then, he sighed repeatedly. Yi Xian hesitated because the crisis of the Sun Flame imperial family was not over yet. He didn't know if the 3-second tribulation supreme beings would come again. However, his doppelganger had been captured, and it seemed like it was going to leave the Sun Flame imperial court. He had to save it. Now, Yi Xian only had 1 advancement point. He still needed 4 more advancement points to condense his second doppelganger. Moreover, if he had 5 advancement points, why would he need to condense a third doppelganger? He might as well directly put them on the fusion stage strength. 5 advancement points could increase the strength of the fusion stage by 50%. Therefore, this doppelganger must not die. Yi Xian, go ahead. Our Sun Flame Imperial family still has the Sun Flame Great Array that has been sealed for a long time. Even if they come again, we can still hold them off. The retired emperor said to Yi Xian. In that case, Yi Xian did not argue. He had to save his doppelganger. Immediately, he left the imperial capital. His doppelganger and his doppelganger could share vision. He knew everything that his doppelganger saw, so he knew the other party's escape route. However, he didn't expect that the 3 supreme beings would suddenly knock his doppelganger unconscious. As a result, he lost track of the other party's whereabouts. F***CK, this is bad. Where are they going to leave the Sun Flame Imperial Court? Yi Xian couldn't help but curse. The Sun Flame Imperial Court was some distance away from the Fox Charm Imperial Court. Therefore, he didn't think that the other party would capture his doppelganger and bring him to the Fox Charm Imperial Court. Chapter 8:18. Now, Yi Xian understood why he was so important. It was because true geniuses only comprehended sword intent when they were half a step into the sovereign realm. If such a genius were to break through to the sovereign realm, their sword intent would increase faster than others. Thus, these outsiders wanted to control Yi Xian and nurture him into a super battle force in the future. There are many sacred dynasties around the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty. The Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty, the Raging Flame Sacred Dynasty, the Wild Leopard Sacred Dynasty. Yi Xian took out a map and looked at it. Could it be that those 3 want to go through the First Heaven Prison and head to the Heavenly Bow Sacred Dynasty? The Heavenly Bow Sacred Dynasty was on the other side of the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's First Heaven Prison. Its strength was similar to the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's. Yi Xian guessed because the 3 Supremes were heading in the direction of one of the entrances to the First Heaven Prison. I'm just trying my best. I hope they aren't too far away. Yi Xian said to himself as he headed toward the First Heaven Prison. The First Heaven Prison was filled with battles between mid-level and high-level half-step supremes. However, this place was too low-level for him. The reason why his clone had been knocked unconscious was because he had spoken too much, which annoyed the three alien paragons. Unfortunately, his clone didn't manage to find out where the three supremes were heading. Fortunately, his clone woke up a day later. When he saw the red providence above the three supremes' heads, he knew that his guess was half right. The three supremes were indeed trying to leave the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty through the Heaven Prison. However, he didn't know which Heaven Prison they were heading to. "Senior, where are we going?" Yi Xian, who was being held in Supremacy Snake Charm's hand, asked politely. "Humph. You're in a better mood now, aren't you?" Supremacy Snake Charm snorted coldly. "You'll find out soon enough." Yi Xian's clone raised his eyebrows and immediately knew. Could it be that the supreme expert of the Fox Charm clan was in the heavenly prison? "Senior, which heaven prison are we in?" Yi Xian's clone asked hastily. At the same time, he realized that only Supremacy Snake Charm was there. The other two leopard men weren't there. Number 1. After Sovereign Snake Charm finished speaking, she brought Yi Xian and landed in a deep mountain. Then, he loudly shouted, "Lord Fox! Come in." A woman's voice came from inside. Then, Supremacy Snake Charm led Yi Xian inside. In the end, they stopped in front of a small wooden house. There was another figure standing in front of the wooden house. Yi Xian took a closer look and realized that it was a female supreme of the foxes. She had the body of a human, but she had fox ears and a tail. She didn't look very old, probably under 30 years old. The Fox Charm clan was the clan that was the closest to humans among all the beast clans. At the same time, their tribe had countless handsome men and beautiful women. The Fox Charm race's supremacy in front of him was a peerless beauty. Her figure was enough to drive any man crazy. "What is it?" The supremacy of the foxes turned around and asked. "Lord Fox, I've captured a human with great potential. Please use your charm on him and make him recognize me as his master." Supremacy Snake Charm said. "Oh. A human with great potential?" Supremacy Snake Charm narrowed her eyes. She sensed that Yi Xian was only a half-step supremacy. How could such a person be recognized? Has this human comprehended incomplete sword intent? Supremacy Snake Charm asked. Supremacy Snake Charm's heart trembled. She nodded and said, "Yes, Lord Fox. He has comprehended sword intent. As long as Lord Fox is willing to help, the benefits will definitely be. You can leave. I want this human." Supremacy Snake Charm didn't wait for him to finish speaking. Supremacy Snake Charm's body trembled violently. She asked in horror, "Lord Fox, I'm afraid this isn't appropriate. I'll give you 3 breaths of time. If you don't leave, then die," Supremacy Snake Charm said coldly. Supremacy Snake Charm was at a loss for words. They had found a human genius with great difficulty. They wanted to control him, but the supremacy of the foxes snatched him away. He was only a mid-stage First Tribulation supremacy, while Supremacy Snake Charm was a Second Tribulation supremacy. He didn't have the strength to fight back. Supremacy Snake Charm immediately turned around and left. At the same time, she was thinking about how to deal with the experts of the foxes. Yi Xian's face was gloomy as he watched Supremacy Snake Charm leave. At this moment, he felt like he was a piece of merchandise. After Supremacy Snake Charm left, Supremacy Snake Charm walked in front of Yi Xian. She stretched out her hands and pressed on the head of Yi Xian's clone. "Look into my eyes." Supremacy Snake Charm's eyes suddenly changed. They turned pink. At the same time, a strange energy entered Yi Xian's eyes. "Damn it!" Yi Xian cursed in his heart. The foxes were born with the ability to charm others. They could control other races. Yi Xian's clone's realm was too low. He might be controlled. If the charm succeeded, Yi Xian didn't know if the clone would still listen to his orders. Fortunately, the devouring system was very powerful. The charm didn't work on him. How is this possible? Why didn't it work? Supremacy Snake Charm was shocked. Yi Xian's clone didn't say anything else. He was afraid that he would anger the other party and kill him. Supremacy Snake Charm didn't believe it. She tried again, but it still didn't work. Damn it. Kid, what kind of ability do you have? How could you resist my charm? Supremacy Snake Charm said in shock. How would I know? Yi Xian said coldly. Supremacy Snake Charm couldn't be bothered with Yi Xian. After thinking for a while, she muttered, "It seems that I can only hand you over to that old man." This was the first time such a situation had occurred. However, she couldn't find anything strange about Yi Xian. She could only choose to give up. Old man. Motherfucker. Yi Xian's clone cursed in his heart. At this time, his main body had just entered Heaven's Prison No. 1 and was searching every inch of the place. At this time, Yi Xian's clone suddenly took out a map and said, "Senior, may I ask where we are now?" Unexpectedly, Supremacy Snake Charm didn't say anything. She directly slapped him on the top of his head and said in a low voice, "You talk too much." Originally, she thought that she could get a half-step supreme human genius who comprehended sword intent. She didn't expect that she couldn't charm him. Therefore, she could only hand him over to a stronger fox charm expert. Yi Xian was also drunk. His clone had fainted again. This meant that he had lost his target again. It seemed that he could only find Supremacy Snake Charm, capture her, and ask for her location. I hope she doesn't leave Heaven's Prison No. 1. Yi Xian's main body thought to himself. Now that his doppelganger had been knocked unconscious, he had no way of knowing where the supreme being of the Fox Charm clan was. However, he could compare the time his doppelganger had taken with the supreme being Snake Charm's speed. The devouring system had already copied a map of Heaven's Prison No. 1. He started to search according to the two data. Chapter 8:19. Since Supreme Snake Charmer had been chased away, he must be resentful. As long as Yi Xian guarded the entrance of Heaven's Prison No. 1, he would be able to find him. Of course, there was also a possibility that he would not be able to find him because he could leave from another entrance or go somewhere else to find his clansmen. Yi Xian decided to wait for a day. Time passed slowly, but Yi Xian did not sense any Supreme Being experts. What a tragedy. It seems that my plan has gone awry. Yi Xian cursed angrily. He had been waiting for half a day. If Supreme Snake Charmer really wanted to leave from this entrance, he should have arrived by now. However, he did not sense any Supreme Being. However, just as Yi Xian was about to conduct a thorough search, a powerful aura stepped into his sensing range. He's here. Yi Xian's body trembled. The eye of perception was like a super radar that could even detect the opponent's running movements. This person was Supreme Snake Charmer. You really came. You're courting death. Yi Xian immediately rushed over. Without saying a word, he raised his hand and slashed with his sword. Heavenly Emperor Sword Art, Sword Emperor Slash. 10% Sword Intent. The slash broke through the air, its speed surpassing that of the Snake Charmer clan's expert, who was only a supreme being at the middle stage. Rip. A crisp sound was heard as one of Supreme Snake Charmer's arms was cut off. What? Supreme Snake Charmer's eyes widened. He was a supreme being at the middle stage, an invincible existence in Heaven's Prison. However, his arm was cut off by someone else. The other party was either a supreme being or had comprehended sword intent. Who is it? Supremacy Shimei looked over and saw a figure dashing toward her at high speed. Yi Xian. What? It's this guy. Supreme Snake Charmer's brain did not react for a moment. He thought that Yi Xian was the one he had just captured. However, in the next moment, he remembered that the other person was only at physique ceiling realm and had only comprehended incomplete sword intent. The Yi Xian in front of him looked exactly the same as before, but his aura was even more powerful. Most importantly, he had comprehended incomplete sword intent. By the time he reacted, Yi Xian had already rushed over with the heavenly dragon roaming steps. Facing such a powerful opponent, Supreme Snake Charmer was in despair. "I'll give you 3 breaths time." "Where's my brother?" said Yi. "He was not going to tell Yi." Was. "If I were to tell you, would you spare my life?" Utmost exalted Snake Charms paused for a moment before asking. Is to be. Supreme Snake Charmer shuddered and hurriedly said, "There's a mark on the map in my interspatial ring." When Yi Xian heard this, he hurried over and took off his interspatial ring. Then, he quickly searched for it. Sure enough, there was a mark on the map. That should be where Supreme Snake Charmer was. "If the mark is correct, I'll spare your life." Yi Xian put away his opponent's severed arm, then slapped him on the shoulder and forcibly dragged him away. This Supreme Snake Charmer was a super strong enemy to his clone, but she was nothing more than an ant to his main body. Although Supreme Snake Charmer was very upset, she wanted to see Yi Xian and Supreme Snake Charmer fight to the death. Yi Xian's speed was extremely fast, much faster than Sovereign Snake Charms. In less than half a day, he'd arrived at the mountain. "Damn it, they're gone." Yi Xian cursed when he arrived. His eye of perception did not detect anything. There was no one in this mountain. "Where did they go?" Yi Xian hurriedly asked. I don't know. I left after Lord Fox chased me away." Supreme Snake Charmer immediately shook his head. If he helped Yi Xian find his clone, Yi Xian might spare him. But now that Supreme Snake Charmer had left, he might be killed by Yi Xian. "Tell me, where could she have gone?" Yi Xian pressed. "I really don't know." Supreme Snake Charmer still gave the same answer. Yi Xian looked into his eyes and said, "If the Lord Fox you speak of is unable to charm my younger brother, where could she have gone?" "Unable to charm him?" Supreme Snake Charmer was stunned. Why couldn't she charm him? Lord Fox was a second Tribulation Supreme. How could she be unable to charm a half-step Supreme? However, since Yi Xian asked, she could only follow Yi Xian's meaning. "Find a stronger expert." Supreme Snake Charmer subconsciously said, "If she can't do it, she will definitely find someone else. As far as I know, there is only one Fox Charmer in the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty. She must have returned to the Fox Charmer Sacred Dynasty." Fox Charmer Sacred Dynasty? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Supreme Snake Charmer's words made sense. A half-step Supreme who comprehended sword intent was a hot commodity. If she was nurtured, she would be a super battle force. If Lord Fox couldn't charm her, she might give it to someone else. She was only an early second Tribulation Supreme. Yi Xian could fight with her. However, if she gave her clone to someone else, Yi Xian would be in trouble. What if an expert couldn't charm him and killed his clone in anger? Damn it, I can only go to the Fox Charmer Sacred Dynasty and see if I can intercept her. Yi Xian did not dare to delay and continued to carry Supreme Snake Charmer. If he wanted to go to the Fox Charmer Sacred Dynasty, he had to go through the Heavenly Bow Sacred Dynasty. Therefore, Yi Xian wanted to go directly to the Heavenly Bow Sacred Dynasty's territory. The first Heaven Prison was connected to the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty and the Heavenly Bow Sacred Dynasty. Therefore, Yi Xian could go directly to the enemy's entrance. The Heavenly Bow Sacred Dynasty did have a Supreme Being expert, but Yi Xian did not care so much. Although he did not have a pass, he directly opened the entrance with his cultivation base. The Heavenly Bow Sacred Dynasty and the Fox Charmer Sacred Dynasty are neighbors. How can I go to the Fox Charmer Sacred Dynasty? After arriving at the Heavenly Bow Sacred Dynasty, Yi Xian asked Supreme Snake Charmer. The Fox Charmer Sacred Dynasty is an intermediate sacred dynasty. Therefore, the heavenly bow's sacred dynasty is no match for it. The border can be crossed, Supreme Snake Charmer replied. Is that so? Immediately, Yi Xian continued on his way. The Fox Charmer sacred dynasty was an intermediate sacred dynasty. It was dozens of times stronger than the Sunflame sacred dynasty. Therefore, there were countless supreme beings there. When Yi Xian passed through the Heavenly Bow sacred dynasty and arrived at the Fox Charmer sacred dynasty, he found that the Fox Charmer sacred dynasty's border general was a second tribulation supreme. As expected of an intermediate sacred dynasty. However, aren't the humans and the alien races opposing each other? Why can the Heavenly Bow sacred dynasty and the Fox Charmer sacred dynasty pass through? Yi Xian asked in a low voice. Because the Heavenly Bow sacred dynasty's imperial family has been charmed. Supreme Snake Charmer, who only had one arm, answered. I see. Chapter 820. If that supreme being from the Fox Charm clan has passed through here, we can ask her. Supreme being Snake Charm suggested. I know. Yi Xian nodded and walked over. The general was a second tribulation supreme being from the Fox Charm clan. He sensed the auras of Yi Xian and supreme being Snake Charm, so he kept his eyes on them. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly walked over. May I ask if there was a person who looked exactly like me who passed through this trial a few days ago? Yi Xian asked. The general narrowed his eyes and glanced at Yi Xian. He shook his head and said, no. Then what about this woman from the Fox Charm clan? Yi Xian took out a portrait drawn by Supreme Being Snake Charm. It was Lord Fox's appearance. The general glanced at it and nodded. Yes, she caught a human. I didn't notice. He now understood that Lord Fox might have caught Yi Xian's twin brother. That was why Yi Xian came to investigate. Please tell me where she went, Yi Xian hurriedly asked. Hee. The general suddenly grinned and didn't say anything. Yi Xian immediately understood. He quickly took out a precious natural treasure and handed it over. After the general accepted it, he pointed in a direction and said, she seems to be going to the Lotus Heart tribe. Many thanks. Yi Xian immediately cupped his fists and left with Supreme Being Snake Charm. Fortunately, there was no war between the Fox Charm Holy Dynasty and the Heaven Bow Holy Dynasty. Otherwise, he would have to force his way through. How much do you know about the Lotus Heart tribe? Yi Xian turned around and asked Supreme Being Snake Charm. There are many tribes in the Fox Charm Holy Dynasty. However, to establish a tribe, the tribe leader has to be at least a second tribulation supreme being. It's my first time here, so I don't know much about it, Supreme Being Snake Charm said, shaking her head. At least a second tribulation supreme being, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. If Lord Fox's destination was the Lotus Heart tribe, then he would have to deal with at least 2 second tribulation supreme beings. However, his clone had been captured, so even if it was a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, he still had to charge in. It had to be said that this was really too embarrassing. He had lived for so many years, but this was the first time he had seen something like saving yourself. In order to avoid going the wrong way, Yi Xian bought a map from a passerby and rushed to the Lian Xian tribe. The Lotus Heart tribe was a small tribe. The tribe leader was only a second tribulation supreme venerable. However, there were more than 1,000 people in the tribe, including 100 supreme venerables. After Yi Xian arrived, he felt waves of aura. At the same time, he also felt the aura of his own clone. Found it. Yi Xian was overjoyed. The heavens did not disappoint those who persevered. He finally found his clone. His clone was in the Lotus Heart tribe. However, he did not sense the auras of the 2 second tribulation supremes. Strange, that Lord Fox and the tribe leader are not in the Lotus Heart tribe. Furthermore, there is only one peak supreme being Fox Orc. Yi Xian was a little surprised. However, he couldn't care less. You, take a nap first. Suddenly, Yi Xian attacked Snake Charm's Supreme Venerable, who was beside him. He slapped the top of her head, and she fell down. After that, Yi Xian placed her in a hidden place and rushed into the Lotus Heart tribe. Who is it? When he approached, a supreme venerable from the Fox Charm clan jumped out. Go to hell. Yi Xian did not say anything. He slashed with his sword and split the supreme venerable into two halves. The commotion immediately attracted the attention of the supreme venerables in the Lotus Heart tribe. An unfamiliar aura. Who is it? The peak supreme being who was in charge of the Lotus Heart tribe shouted. Then, he saw Yi Xian, who was wearing the dragon-patterned golden armor, charging towards him. You, go to hell too. Yi Xian slashed with his sword again. His attack was enough to kill a peak supreme being. However, this peak supreme being chose to block it. Boom! The peak supreme being's attack was easily dispersed by Yi Xian's slash. A cold light flashed, and the peak supreme being's head fell to the ground. Instant kill. You overestimate yourself. Yi Xian quickly put away the interspatial ring. Then, he dashed into a house. According to the eye of perception, he could sense that there was a peak supreme being guarding beside his clone. Then, he slashed with his sword across the air. Rip! The peak supreme being died immediately and turned into a corpse. Clone, wake up! Yi Xian rushed in and merged with his clone. The Gemini bloodline instantly took effect. The clone's cultivation level and sword intent were all renewed. The heavenly sword technique reached 100% mastery, 10% sword intent, peak supreme being. Not only that, after merging with his clone, Yi Xian's strength increased by 10%. Phew, it was a close call. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He had succeeded in rescuing himself this time. However, he was also lucky because the two second tribulation supreme beings were not in the Lotus Heart tribe. Then, Yi Xian, who was wearing the dragon-patterned golden armor, walked out together with his clone. The experts of the Lotus Heart tribe had already surrounded them. There were more than a dozen peak supreme being and dozens of peak supreme being. Even a peak supreme being was instantly killed by me. Are you people here to die? Yi Xian's original body said. Who are you? Why did you kill the people of the Lotus Heart tribe? A peak supreme being from the Fox Charm tribe asked. Yi Xian did not answer his question. Instead, he threw out a portrait and said, where did the person in this portrait go? The Fox Charm tribe man grabbed the portrait and exclaimed, young clan leader. Young clan leader. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. If that was the case, Lady Fox was the daughter of the Lotus Heart tribe leader. Where is she? Yi Xian asked coldly. Do you think I will tell you? The Fox Charm tribe man said with a gloomy face. But in the next moment, a slash broke through the air. Swish! Swish! Two supreme beings from the Fox Charm tribe fell. They were both peak supreme beings. Killing two peak supreme beings with a single slash was enough to intimidate the others. Not to mention, Yi Xian's attack could kill a peak supreme being in an instant. Even if these people attacked together, they would not be a match for Yi Xian. If you don't tell me, I will slaughter your tribe. Yi Xian directly attacked. A bloodbath immediately broke out in the Lotus Heart tribe. Stop, stop! The Fox Charm tribe man shouted. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian killed all the peak supreme beings in the Lotus Heart tribe. Only this man was left. I will speak, I will speak. The Fox Charm tribe man shouted anxiously. At this moment, he was the strongest person in the Lotus Heart tribe. Speak. Yi Xian put away the interspatial rings. Humans and beast men were originally in opposing camps. As long as he wanted to, he could really annihilate the entire Lotus Heart tribe and leave no one alive. Just now, he only killed the intermediate stage supreme being Fox Charm tribesman. He was already being merciful. Chapter 821. The patriarch and young patriarch brought the experts of the tribe to the White Sun tribe, the man from the Fox Charm tribe said. Bringing so many experts there. Are they going to fight? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and asked, why are they going to the White Sun tribe? Because the people of the White Sun tribe found a spiritual dream mushroom in our territory, so the patriarch and young patriarch went to ask for it, the man from the Fox Charm tribe answered. Hearing this, Yi Xian's heart trembled. He heard a familiar name. Spiritual dream mushroom. It's actually the spiritual dream mushroom, a necessary item to activate the Eye of Control. Yi Xian's heart exploded. The Eye of Control was a very powerful sky eye. Its effect was similar to the Fox Charm tribe's charm, but Yi Xian knew that the Eye of Control was definitely better than the Charm tribe. I can't believe I found the spiritual dream mushroom. I must get it. Yi Xian's eyes widened. With the spiritual dream mushroom, he could activate the Eye of Control and control Supreme Snake Charm. The Sunflame Imperial family was still in danger. If he could control Supreme Snake Charm, he might be able to find out where the 3-second Tribulation Supremes were hiding. At that moment, Yi Xian's original body and his clone quickly left the Lotus Heart tribe and rushed toward the White Sun tribe. This time, he wanted to fight for the spiritual dream mushroom with his clone. The spiritual dream mushroom was a heavenly treasure that could increase one's mental strength. It could improve one's state of mind and prevent one from going berserk easily. At the same time, the spiritual dream mushroom could also increase the Fox Charm tribe's charm ability. That was why the White Sun tribe and the Lotus Heart tribe were fighting. When Yi Xian arrived at the White Sun tribe, the two sides had already started fighting. Apart from the Patriarch and Young Patriarch, the Lotus Heart tribe had 6 Supreme Beings and 1 Peak Supreme Being. The strength of the White Sun tribe was not weak either. They also had 2 Second Tribulation Supremes. However, they only had 5 First Tribulation Supremes, which was 1 less. Shui Yuanji, hand over the spiritual dream mushroom. One of the Second Tribulation Supremes shouted. He was the Patriarch of the Lotus Heart tribe that Yi Xian was looking for. Humph, this spiritual dream mushroom was discovered by my clansmen, and you still want me to hand it over? Another man replied. He was the chief of the White Sun tribe. This spiritual dream mushroom grew in the territory of the Lotus Heart tribe. It should be mine. The chief of the Lotus Heart tribe continued. Why didn't you notice it in your tribe's territory? Cut the crap, the spirit dream mushroom belongs to the strong. The chief of the White Sun tribe was too lazy to talk nonsense. Alright, since you are courting death, I will kill you all. The tribe leader of the Lotus Heart tribe did not waste any more time. Listening to their conversation, Yi Xian thought for a moment. He guessed that the Lingmeng mushroom should be in the White Sun tribe patriarch's interspatial ring. He immediately fused with his clone, and his strength instantly increased by 10%. When the sandpiper and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. I'll cut off your left and right arms first. Yi Xian charged forward with his Wolf Fang sword in hand. Imperial Heavenly Sword Technique, Imperial Slash, 10% Sword Intent. After fusing 10% Sword Intent, Yi Xian's attack power was enough to kill a Peak Supreme Martial Artist instantly. A Peak Supreme Martial Artist didn't even have time to react before he was chopped into 2. He easily broke the Sovereign Golden Body. This was Sword Intent. The opponent of the dead man immediately reacted. However, in the next moment, a cold light flashed across his neck. Instant kill. Yi Xian quickly rushed over and took the 2 interspatial rings. His cultivation level increased by another level. The deaths of the 2 men attracted the attention of the others. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian attacked crazily with his sword again. Imperial Heavenly Sword Technique, Imperial Slash. Swoosh. Another 2 figures fell. Yi Xian obtained another 2 interspatial rings. At this moment, 2 people from both sides had died. There were only 7 Peak Supreme Martial Artists left. Who is that guy? Damn it, he must be from the other tribes. Kill him. How dare he kill my tribesman? He is courting death. Immediately, 4 Peak Supreme Martial Artists swooped down. One of them even comprehended Sword Intent. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. He attacked the 4 people crazily. After fusing, his strength would increase by 10%. Moreover, this increase was permanent. Therefore, the heavenly treasures he devoured just now were equivalent to 10% more. Swoosh! 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 Yi Xian easily killed the 3 sovereigns with a single sword strike. The remaining person was the one who had comprehended the incomplete sword intent. It's just incomplete sword intent. You are courting death. Yi Xian attacked with his sword again. He attacked his opponent with all his strength. This peak supreme martial artist from the Fox clan had a higher cultivation level than Yi Xian. Although his sword intent was lower than Yi Xian's by 5%, he was holding a supreme being divine weapon in his hand. This greatly increased his attack power. Boom! 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 Yi Xian and his opponent exchanged blows. The difference in attack power between the two was actually not big. Waves of energy surged. However, the opponent had no intention of taking the interspatial rings. Therefore, Yi Xian benefited from the 3 interspatial rings. After Yi Xian devoured the 3 interspatial rings, his cultivation level reached the mid-stage supreme martial artist shackles. If he was given some more heavenly treasures, he would be able to break through. I will show you the power of the Gemini bloodline. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly separated from his clone. His entire body was divided into 2. His original body was wearing the dragon-patterned golden armor, while his clone was showing his true face. Seeing Yi Xian suddenly split into 2, this peak supreme martial artist was shocked. In this instant, Yi Xian took advantage of his weakness. Eye of illusion. He was stunned for a moment. However, in the next moment, the 2 Yi Xian launched their attacks at the same time. The Fox clan's spiritual energy was stronger, so he quickly dispelled the illusion. However, by the time he reacted, 2 attacks containing 10% of sword intent were already close to him. Oh no! He slashed with his sword with all his might and dispersed the attack from Yi Xian's original body. However, he was cut in half by Yi Xian's clone. Dead! At this moment, Yi Xian merged with his clone again and dashed over. The interspatial rings were in his hands. Not only that, Yi Xian also obtained a paragon divine weapon this time. His strength soared again. There are 3 people left. I will kill you first. Yi Xian's clone attacked the 3 people in the sky again. His sudden appearance surprised everyone. At this time, the young clan leader of the Lotus Heart tribe finally noticed Yi Xian. How could it be him? The young clan leader of the Lotus Heart tribe was shocked. This was because she was the one who brought back Yi Xian's clone. At that time, Yi Xian's clone was only at 100% body ceiling. However, how could he be so strong now that he could easily kill a peak supreme martial artist? Moreover, how could he merge with another person? This was beyond the young clan leader of the Lotus Heart tribe's understanding. Not only that, even the other 3 second tribulation supreme martial artists did not understand. Hiss! 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 After 3 crisp sounds, the remaining 3 peak supreme martial artists of the Fox clan were all killed by Yi Xian. Chapter 822. D***MN. Where did they come from? The chief of the White Sun tribe gritted his teeth because 5 of the 11 supreme martial artists who had died were from the White Sun tribe. There were only 5 supreme martial artists in the entire White Sun tribe, and now all of them had died. Most importantly, the person who had died earlier was his own son. I want you to die. The chief of the White Sun tribe opened his eyes wide and suddenly swooped down, preparing to kill Yi Xian and his son. However, at this moment, Yi Xian had obtained the last 3 interspatial rings. Ha! Yi Xian's original body and doppelganger merged again. He looked at the chief of the White Sun tribe and grinned. Ding! The host has broken through and is now a supreme martial artist at the peak of the first tribulation. The system's notification sounded suddenly. Yi Xian's aura suddenly surged. What? The chief of the White Sun tribe opened his eyes wide and hurriedly attacked. However, at the same time, Yi Xian also attacked. Imperial Heaven Sword Technique, Rising Dragon Sword, 10% Sword Intent. Yi Xian, who was holding a supreme martial artist, directly swept his sword. Boom! The two sword auras collided and instantly exploded. However, Yi Xian was stronger in the end. After all, he had the bloodline of the sword god. Bang! The slash directly hit the chief of the White Sun tribe. Fortunately, he was stronger and did not die immediately after being hit by the sword. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of air breaking rang again as Yi Xian slashed more than 10 times in an instant. Now, the chief of the White Sun tribe did not have the ability to block, so he could only dodge. However, at this moment, don't think of running. Yi Xian glared. Forbidden Eye of Illusion. Yi Xian saw the chief of the White Sun tribe's eyes, and an invisible force penetrated into them. Bang! 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 More than 10 slashes all hit the chief of the White Sun tribe. He only took 3 slashes and was killed. When he died, Yi Xian was already approaching rapidly. The spiritual dream mushroom was in the universe ring of the White Sun tribe. However, the other 3 Second Tribulation Supremes did not dare to approach. The White Sun tribe's patriarch wanted to kill Yi Xian, but he was unexpectedly killed by Yi Xian instead. Yi Xian's strength was probably not something they could match. After all, even if the tribe leader of the White Sun tribe and the tribe leader of the Lotus Heart tribe were to fight one-on-one, it would be difficult for them to kill each other even if they fought for hundreds of rounds. Go! The patriarch and young patriarch of the Lotus Heart tribe looked at each other and quickly retreated. Now, they didn't dare to have any ideas about the spiritual dream Zoisha. Their lives were more important. As for the vice chief of the White Sun tribe, he also turned around and left. Yi Xian quickly rushed over and took off the universe ring of the White Sun tribe's chief. Ding! Eye of Control has been successfully activated. The system prompted. After hearing this notification, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up into a bewitching arc. You still want to leave now? Yi Xian quickly chased after him. This time, his target was the vice chief of the White Sun tribe because he was the closest to him. His speed on land was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he caught up with the vice chief of the White Sun tribe and launched an attack. Stop! The vice chief of the White Sun tribe was scared to death and hurriedly raised his hands to defend. However, this attack was not infused with the sword essence because Yi Xian did not want him to die. Bam! The two sword essences collided, creating a huge commotion. At the same time, Yi Xian also used the Eye of Illusion on the vice chief. The vice chief of the White Sun tribe fell into the illusion, but his mental strength was strong and he instantly broke through the illusion. However, in the next moment, Yi Xian slashed his body with his sword. Bam! The vice chief of the White Sun tribe was severely injured, and at the same time, Yi Xian took advantage of this opportunity. Eye of Control. This time, Yi Xian finally used the new Heavenly Eye. The Eye of Control could control a total of 5 people. The controlled person would obey Yi Xian unconditionally and would not have any intention of rebelling. Of course, if the Heavenly Eye bloodline evolved, the number of controlled people would increase. The vice chief of the White Sun tribe trembled. However, he was not controlled by Yi Xian yet. After all, he was the supreme being of the Foxy clan and he also knew how to charm people. However, when Yi Xian attacked him again, his will could not hold on and he was controlled by Yi Xian. Ding! Control successful. A notification sounded in his mind. Ha, I have subordinates now. Yi Xian laughed in his heart. Controlling a servant was like controlling an avatar. Immediately, he gave the vice chief of the White Sun tribe an order in his mind to chase after the 2 people of the Lotus Heart tribe. At the same time, he also went out to kill. What? the chief of the Lotus Heart tribe felt that something was amiss. When he turned around, he was shocked. The vice chief of the Lotus Heart tribe, who was being chased by Yi Xian, suddenly joined forces with Yi Xian and flew toward them. What is going on? Yi Xian was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the two people and he immediately created an avatar. How did he do it? The chief of the Lotus Heart tribe and his daughter were shocked. They stopped and looked at Yi Xian. Now, they were surrounded. Who are you? The young chief of the Lotus Heart tribe asked in horror. Hee, you kidnapped me and brought me to the Fox Charm Holy Dynasty. Can't you recognize me? Yi Xian's avatar laughed. Impossible. You were just a half-step supreme being back then. The young chief of the Lotus Heart tribe said doubtfully. I don't want to talk nonsense with you. I just want to ask you one thing. Will the two of you surrender or die? Yi Xian's avatar said coldly. Surrender or die? Hearing this, the chief and young chief of the Lotus Heart tribe looked at each other. Impossible. The two of them replied in unison. Since that's the case, I will kill the two of you and then the Lotus Heart tribe. Yi Xian did not waste any more time and was ready to attack. The two of them were shocked. Although Yi Xian's cultivation level was lower than the two of them, Yi Xian's strength was much stronger than them. If they refused, they would definitely die here. At that time, the Lotus Heart tribe would be destroyed. Wait, the chief of the Lotus Heart tribe suddenly shouted. Why? Have you changed your mind? Yi Xian suddenly stopped. In fact, he wanted to give the other party a chance. Otherwise, he would have attacked directly and would not wait for the other party to speak. What do you mean by surrendering to you? The chief of the Lotus Heart tribe asked. It means to be my servant. I will use a secret technique to control you. However, I will not change your mind. You will obey my orders unconditionally and follow me. In the future, your tribe will be stronger than it is now. Yi Xian said coldly. Control with a secret technique? The chief of the Lotus Heart tribe and his daughter looked at each other again. If they refused, they would die immediately. Even the tribe that they had developed would be destroyed. Therefore, they chose to compromise. All right, I agree. The chief of the Lotus Heart tribe nodded in agreement. If that's the case, don't resist. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he immediately used the Eye of Control on them. To clarify, ever since Yu Luo started writing, although she said that she would at least update 3 chapters a day, she has always updated 4 chapters. She has never updated less than 3 chapters. The most she updated was 50 chapters a day. Everyone can see that. Chapter 823. Even though they were told not to resist, the tribe leader and young tribe leader were still a little reluctant. After all, this was the first time they had encountered such a situation. However, when they thought of Yi Xian's strength, they gave up on resisting. Ding! Control successful. Ding! Control successful. 2 notifications rang out and Yi Xian had 2 more servants. Greetings, Master. After the chief and young chief of the Lotus Heart tribe were subdued, they followed the vice chief of the White Sun tribe and landed on the ground. They knelt on one knee and said in unison. Seeing this, Yi Xian said with great enjoyment, Rise. The 3 of them stood up and looked at Yi Xian with the same look in their eyes. That was absolute submission. Yi Xian, who was only at the peak of First Tribulation Supreme, was overjoyed to have 3 Second Tribulation Supreme martial artists as his subordinates. From today onwards, your 2 tribes will be merged and you will be called the Lianyan tribe. You will be the tribe leader and vice-tribe leader. Yi Xian said. The Lianyan tribe was named after Lianyan City, which was his hometown. The tribe leader was the original tribe leader of the Lotus Heart tribe, and vice-tribe leader was the vice-tribe leader of the Lotus Heart tribe. Yes. The 3 of them did not dare to object and nodded. Following that, Yi Xian checked the universe rings of the 3 of them to see if there was anything that could be used. After all, the three of them were his servants. It was only right for him to take the things that belonged to his servants. If he became stronger, the Lianyan tribe would become stronger as well. Therefore, he had no qualms about taking their things. At the same time, he asked for their names. The tribe leader of the Lianyan tribe was Yu Lai, his daughter was Yu Sini, and the vice-tribe leader was Gan Feng. The beast tribe was a tribe formed by the mating of humans and beasts. Therefore, it was normal for them to use human names. Yu Lai, Gan Feng, I will leave the merging of the tribes to you. Yu Sini, come with me. Yi Xian said. Yes. Yu Lai and Gan Feng replied. However, Yu Sini trembled. She was now Yi Xian's servant. Even if Yi Xian wanted her to sleep with him, she wouldn't dare to object. Gan Feng returned to the daytime tribe while Yi Xian brought Yu Lai and Yu Sini back to the Lotus Heart tribe. Yi Xian had killed quite a number of Lian Xian tribe members just now, so he didn't need to go in. He just needed to be the boss behind the scenes. Because of that, he directly left with Yu Sini and went to find that utmost exalted snake charmer. He had chopped off one of her arms and knocked her unconscious. She was hiding in a secluded place and had yet to wake up when Yi Xian returned. Eye of control. Yi Xian didn't wake him up. He immediately used the Eye of Control. In an instant, the snake demon sovereign became Yi Xian's fourth servant. Although the sovereign of the demonic snake clan was only at the middle stage of the sovereign stage, Yi Xian had other intentions for controlling him. The Sunflame dynasty was still in danger, so Yi Xian had to rely on him to find the three people. After being controlled by Yi Xian, the snake demon sovereign woke up. Do you know the location of the people who attacked the Sunflame dynasty's imperial capital? Yi Xian asked directly. Yes. The snake demon sovereign answered without hesitation. Very good. Yi Xian directly asked him to write down the location. Then, Yi Xian said to Yu Sini, charm him. After saying that, Yi Xian released the sovereign of the snake demon clan. Then, Yu Sini directly used charm on him. The Eye of Control could only control 5 people, but charm was much more than the Eye of Control. That was why Yi Xian brought Yu Sini along. Very good. Let's return to the Sunflame dynasty. Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction and immediately left with the 2 people. The snake demon sovereign and the fox demon sovereign were both very good. One of them could disguise himself even with the Eye of Revelation, while the other could charm others. This time, Yi Xian was determined to solve the crisis of the Sunflame dynasty. Immediately, Yi Xian brought Yu Sini and the snake demon sovereign out of the fox demon sovereign. Then, they passed through the heaven prison of the Tianbo dynasty and arrived at the Sunflame dynasty. Let's go back to the imperial capital first. Yi Xian thought and quickly brought the 2 people back to the imperial capital. At this time, there was a special array in the imperial capital. It should be the Sunflame array. Although there was an array blocking, Yi Xian could still sense the aura of the people in the array. Not one of them was missing. Phew, it seems that the 3 second tribulation supremacies did not attack again while I was away. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief and immediately approached the Sunflame array. Who? A human supreme being yelled. It's me. Yi Xian replied. At this time, Yu Sini and the snake demon sovereign were behind him under a black cloak. The snake demon sovereign had the ability to transform. At the same level, even Yi Xian's Eye of Revelation could not see any clues. The fox demon sovereign looked almost the same as a human, except that they had a fox tail and ears. When the human sovereign saw Yi Xian, he was overjoyed and said, "Please wait for a moment, Yi Xian." The Sunflame array was the trump card of the Sunflame imperial family. It consumed a lot of dragon luck and resources to operate, and it was personally operated by the retired emperor. Then, the human sovereign opened a passage for Yi Xian and the other 2 to enter. Did anything happen recently? After leading the 2 in, Yi Xian asked. No, the 3 second tribulation supremacies did not appear. The human sovereign shook his head. In the battle that day, the retired emperor used a lot of dragon luck and 10% of sword intent to injure the 3 second tribulation supremacies. Therefore, the 3 should be recuperating and recruiting new people to prepare for the next attack. Okay, I understand. Yi Xian nodded. At this time, a few figures suddenly rushed over from afar, and at the same time, an old voice sounded. Who opened the array? The retired emperor shouted from afar. Father, Yi Xian is back. The human sovereign replied. He was the brother of the previous Sunflame Emperor, and he was a prince of the Sunflame imperial family. Yi Xian. The retired emperor quickly rushed over with a few experts. He looked at Yi Xian with a frown and asked, how did you confirm his identity? This, the human sovereign frowned. He suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to confirm Yi Xian's identity. After all, the snake demon sovereign had the ability to transform. What if this Yi Xian in front of him was a fake, and a snake demon sovereign had transformed and entered in disguise? Not good. The retired emperor's expression changed. He hurriedly took out his weapon and said to Yi Xian in horror, You, make them take off their cloaks. Yi Xian paused. It seemed that the retired emperor was beginning to suspect him. He was also thinking about how to convince the retired emperor and the others later. Take them off, Yi Xian said calmly. Yusini and Supremacy Snake Demon did not say anything and directly took off their cloaks. Supremacy Snake Demon was fine because he had transformed into a middle-aged man. Chapter 824. It is indeed an alien race. The retired emperor immediately retreated. The Marquis was also frightened. Because of his carelessness, he had let an alien race in. This was bad. D****, prepare for battle. Someone shouted, and his voice echoed throughout the imperial city. Immediately, many supreme beings flew over. To be honest, even if Yi Xian started a war with the Sunflame Holy Dynasty, he was not afraid. With his strength, as long as he wanted to, he could kill all of them. However, he was not an alien race. Why would he kill the people of the Sunflame Holy Dynasty? Retired Emperor, they have been subdued by me. You can rest assured. Yi Xian hurriedly explained. Nonsense, how could an alien race recognize a human as their master? The retired emperor was in disbelief. That's right, you alien race. How dare you transform into Yi Xian? Don't even think about leaving today. Kill them. That is the supreme being of the Foxy clan. Be careful of her charm. Everyone shouted in fear. If that is the case, then I will offend you. Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and he turned to look at the Marquis who had let him in. The Eye of Control. Ding! Control successful. After the notification, the Marquis, who was in the early stage of the Supreme Being Level 1, was controlled by Yi Xian. He immediately knelt down on one knee and said, Greetings, Master. What? Everyone present was shocked, including the retired emperor. D****, he was killed long ago. Is this also a disguise of the Foxy clan? The retired emperor cursed. After the battle that day, 2 of his sons died. Even the Sunflame Holy Dynasty's emperor, who did not participate in the battle, was killed and then impersonated. Now, another one of his sons had been killed. He was so anxious that he was overwhelmed with anger. Just as he was about to make a move, Yi Xian suddenly cut off one of the Marquis fingers in front of everyone. The finger fell to the ground, and everyone's attention was focused on it. However, what surprised them was that the finger did not change. This meant that the Marquis was not an impersonation of the supreme being of the Foxy clan, but a real human. Charm, this must be the charm of the Foxy clan. Immediately, someone reacted. F***ck, why don't you believe me? Yi Xian felt a little helpless as he released the prince. At the same time, he explained, when the foxes use their charms, their eyes will turn pink. Did you see that? After this reminder, everyone also thought of this point. I don't think so. The retired emperor thought to himself, but he was not very sure. After all, his attention was on that prince just now. Father, the prince swallowed his saliva and hurriedly picked up his severed finger. Even he couldn't explain what had just happened. Fortunately, if the sovereign golden body of an early-stage sovereign was broken, it was still relatively easy to repair it. However, Yi Xian knew they wouldn't believe it, so he said, "Everyone, look at her eyes." After saying that, Yi Xian directly used the Eye of Control on a middle-stage supreme being beside the retired emperor. Ding! Control successful. The system notification sounded. Then, the middle-stage supreme being walked out. Yi Xian swept his sword and cut off one of his fingers. Under everyone's gaze, this finger didn't change at all. Now, they didn't know what to say. Just now, the retired emperor had been staring at Yucini's eyes. Indeed, they didn't turn pink. However, the human beside him was still being controlled. What was going on? Everyone saw it. I used a secret technique to control 2 of the alien races. With the 2 of them around, I can find the 3 second tribulation supreme beings that day, said Yi Xian. The retired emperor was still a little skeptical. He said, "Are you really Yi Xian?" "Of course I am." "Senior, you saw it just now." Yucini's eyes didn't turn pink, which means she didn't use her charm. "Moreover, I'm already at the peak of the first tribulation supreme being. My sovereign golden body is extremely difficult to repair, so I didn't test it myself." Yi Xian nodded. It was difficult for others to repair their sovereign golden body, but he had the bloodline of the divine tree of life. No matter how serious his injuries were, he could heal them. However, if he cut off his own arm, it would wither, and it would be difficult to explain. The retired emperor and the others thought about it and finally decided to believe Yi Xian. This was because Yucini, who was beside Yi Xian, was also a second tribulation supreme being. If she made a move, she could charm them and start a fight. Everyone put away their weapons. The retired emperor said, "Yi Xian, are you done with your business?" "Yes. I went to the Fox Charm Dynasty. Now, I'm back to deal with the 3 second tribulation supreme beings." After saying that, Yi Xian took out a supreme being divine weapon and threw it to the retired emperor. He said, "Senior, I'll go and find those 3 people now." After saying that, he left with Yucini and the one-armed supreme being Shi Mei, leaving behind a group of shocked people. In fact, Yi Xian could directly find the 3 second tribulation supreme beings and kill them. He just wanted to confirm the safety of the Sunflame Holy Dynasty's imperial family. He didn't expect to cause such a misunderstanding. After leaving the imperial capital, Yi Xian left with the 2 of them. Back then, he didn't have the strength to fight against a second tribulation supreme being. Now that he had the strength, he naturally wanted to take revenge. These alien races dared to target his family and friends. They deserved to die 1,000 deaths. Yi Xian controlled Yucini of the Fox Charm race, and Yucini used her charm to control Supreme Being Shi Mei. Therefore, Supreme Being Shi Mei was also one of his people. According to Supreme Being Shi Mei's intelligence, the 3 second tribulation Supreme Beings were hiding in a secluded place. Yi Xian guessed that they were recuperating while informing the experts to prepare for another attack on the imperial capital. Yi Xian led Yucini and Supreme Being Shi Mei to the rendezvous point of the alien races. This was a canyon. It was said that there was a Supreme Being sacred beast here, so no humans would come near. However, the Supreme Being sacred beast posed no threat to the alien races. I sensed it. It's really the 3 second tribulation Supreme Beings. There are also a few first tribulation Supreme Beings. There's nothing to be afraid of. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Of the 3 second tribulation Supreme Beings, 2 were from the Mad Leopard tribe, and the last one was from the Demonic Snake tribe. Therefore, Yi Xian's goal was to kill the 2 second tribulation Supreme Beings and then control the shape-shifting Supreme Being Shi Mei. Yucini, go in later. You hold off the second tribulation Supreme Being from the Demonic Snake tribe, Yi Xian said to Yucini. Yes, Master. Yu Cini nodded. It had to be said that it was a pleasure to have a beautiful fox charm race as a servant. The fox charm race was full of handsome men and beautiful women. When a beautiful woman with a fox tail called you master, the satisfaction was not something an ordinary person could enjoy. As for you, don't go in. Chapter 825. Yes. Supreme Snake Charmer nodded. Yu Cini was his master, and Yi Xian was Yu Cini's master, so he naturally had to listen to Yi Xian's orders. Alright, let's kill. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he immediately took out a supreme divine weapon and charged in. Yu Cini followed closely behind. Who's there? The supreme martial artists in the canyon sensed the two killing intents. Immediately, someone shouted. The person who shouted was a peak supreme martial artist who had just been summoned. However, he did not survive Yi Xian's attack. Rip. With a crisp sound, his head was directly chopped off by Yi Xian. Yi Xian had always been known to be invincible among those of the same level. He was also a peak supreme martial artist, so how could his opponent be a match for him? At this moment, another person rushed over. Yu Cini held a weapon in her hand and directly slashed with it. Incomplete sword intent. Rip. The mid-level supreme martial artist of the wild leopard race was instantly killed. Not bad. I can nurture her. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Those who could comprehend sword intent were all geniuses. If the heavenly treasure that he had used to devour were given to Yu Cini, she would probably be able to break through. After all, the devour system was too greedy. The items required to level up were at least 10 times more than those of the same level. The two charged in, killing everyone in sight. After all, they were all from the other races. Who is so bold? A violent roar was heard. Yi Xian recognized this voice. It was the voice of the old man from the Snake Charmer clan. He sensed that the 3-second tribulation supreme martial artists were already charging toward him. Clone. In an instant, Yi Xian split into two and attacked the two leopard men. He had seen the strength of these 3 people that day. They were not weak, and they had all comprehended sword intent and fist intent. However, this bit of strength was not enough for him. Although merging could increase one's strength by 10%, in this case, it was better to split into 2. The two Yi Xian attacked the same person crazily. What? The leopard man's supreme being sensed the immense power in front of him and immediately dodged. However, the attacks of the two Yi Xian were very scattered. After dodging a few attacks, he was struck by the Sword Emperor's slash. Boom! This early-stage second supreme being from the mad leopard race was sent flying. His wounds were so deep that his bones could be seen. Seeing this, the two Yi Xian quickly rushed over. Bastard, scram! The supreme being of the demonic snake clan bellowed and frantically punched Yi Xian. Yi Xian dodged one attack after another that contained incomplete fist intent. Your opponent is me. Yu Cini rushed over and instantly exchanged blows with the demonic snake clan supremacy. This supreme being of the demonic snake clan was a second tribulation supreme being. His shape-shifting ability was useful to Yi Xian, so Yi Xian didn't want to hurt him. He only wanted to subdue him. As for the two leopard men supremes, they weren't so lucky. Imperial Heavenly Sword Technique, Imperial Slash. Imperial Heavenly Sword Technique, Imperial Slash. 10% Sword Intent. The two Yi Xian attacked at the same time. All of their attacks were directed at the severely injured Leopard Man Supreme Being. The other Leopard Man Supreme Being wanted to block the attacks, but he couldn't block all of them. He could only watch as all of the attacks landed on his companion. Eye of Illusion. Yi Xian and his doppelganger attacked at the same time. Boom! 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 Almost all of the sword rays landed on the Leopard Man Supreme Being. In an instant, he was blasted to death. Now that one was dead, there was only one left. Oh no, run! The Leopard Man Supreme Being who was still alive changed his expression and quickly turned around. However, before that, Yi Xian used the Eye of Illusion on him again. By the time he reacted, countless attacks had already landed on him, instantly killing him. The two second tribulation supreme beings of the mad leopard race were both dead. Yi Xian immediately rushed over and collected the two interspatial rings. On the other side, Yusini was fighting the second tribulation supreme being of the demonic snake race. The latter's expression changed when he saw his two companions die. He quickly turned around and prepared to leave. However, before that, the two Yi Xian blocked his way. "Submit to me, or die," Yi Xian said calmly. "Impossible," the old man shouted angrily. He looked at Yusini and said, "You colluded with humans? The strong are respected. There is no such thing as collusion. Yusini, charm him," Yi Xian said directly. Yusini immediately did as she was told. Her eyes quickly turned pink. Seeing this, the old man hurriedly turned around. However, Yi Xian's eyes were fixed on him. Eye of Illusion. Yi Xian's sky eye was different from the demonic fox race's charm. When Yusini of the demonic fox race used charm, her eyes would turn pink. However, Yi Xian's sky eye did not react at all. It could be activated as long as he saw the other party's eyes. At this moment, the snake-like old man was besieged by Yi Xian. His state of mind was somewhat unstable, so he took advantage of the situation to enter. However, he quickly broke through the environment. In the next moment, what awaited him was Yusini's charm. You think you can deal with me, who is at the same level as you?" The old man tried his best to resist. However, Yusini was not the only one who knew how to control people. Yi Xian knew it too. Eye of Control. While Yusini was using charm, Yi Xian used the Eye of Control again. This time, the old man could not resist at all because he was using all his strength to resist Yusini's charm. Ding! Control successful. "Greetings, Master." The old man knelt down on one knee in the air. "Very good." Yi Xian smiled in satisfaction. Now, he had another servant. Including Yu Lai, Gan Feng, and Yusini, he now had 4 servants. The Heavenly Eye race's bloodline did not evolve, so the Eye of Control can only control 5 people. However, 5 should be enough. Yi Xian thought to himself. Now that he had 4 people under his control, he could control 1 more. If that was not enough, he could just remove Yusini's father, Yu Lai. After all, Yusini was in his hands, so Yu Lai would not dare to act rashly. "Tell me, how many other races are hiding in the Sunflame Holy Dynasty?" Yi Xian asked. "Not many. However, I have already found the wild leopard ancestor of the wild leopard Holy Dynasty. He is a mid-stage second venerable," the old man replied. When the old man said that, Yi Xian and Yusini were shocked. Mid-stage second venerable? When will he arrive? Yi Xian asked again. "In 1 or 2 days. The old man replied. When Yi Xian heard the old man's reply, he rejoiced that he had returned in time. Otherwise, the Sunflame Holy Dynasty would be annihilated the moment the wild leopard ancestor arrived. A mid-stage second venerable? With my strength, Yusini, and the old man, dealing with a mid-stage second venerable shouldn't be a problem." Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. With Yusini and the old man under his control, they could launch a sneak attack when the time came. "Give me the interspatial ring," Yi Xian ordered the old man before turning to Yusini. "Go and deal with the fish that escaped the net." "Yes, Master." Chapter 826. There were several other races in the surroundings, and they were all mid-stage supreme being experts. With Yusini's strength, dealing with them wouldn't be a problem. As a precaution, Yi Xian's clone also rushed out. After all, they had a plan to launch a sneak attack on the wild leopard ancestor later. Soon, Yi Xian's clone and Yusini returned with many interspatial rings. The snake old man's interspatial ring was also taken away by Yi Xian. Adding the 2 second tribulation supreme beings interspatial ring, Yi Xian's harvest was bountiful. However, he was still some distance away from breaking through. The wild leopard ancestor was the strongest expert in the wild leopard holy dynasty, so there must be a lot of good things in his interspatial ring. Hence, Yi Xian estimated that as long as he killed or controlled the wild leopard ancestor, he would be able to reach the peak of the first tribulation supreme being realm. At that time, he would be able to undergo the tribulation. However, the retired emperor had told Yi Xian that the golden dragon patterned armor could only be used during the first tribulation. During the second tribulation, the golden dragon patterned armor would be shattered by the powerful lightning tribulation. In short, the golden dragon patterned armor was useless during the second tribulation, which made Yi Xian feel regretful. Since the wild leopard ancestor had yet to arrive, Yi Xian's group of 3 waited here. A day later, Yi Xian felt a powerful aura that he'd never felt before rapidly approaching him. He's here. You too, be careful. Yi Xian said in a low voice, then stood behind Yusini. Yusini and the snake old man nodded slightly. Soon, a figure entered their eyes. Wild leopard ancestor, you're finally here. The snake old man said with a smile when he saw the newcomer. The wild leopard ancestor was taller than the average wild leopard. After all, he was the strongest expert in the wild leopard holy dynasty, and also the only second tribulation supreme being. Why is the fox charm race involved? What's the matter with that human? The wild leopard ancestor asked in astonishment. Don't worry, the reward I promised you won't be lacking. That human was charmed by her, and his aptitude is good, so we brought him along. The snake old man quickly explained. The wild leopard ancestor had heard of the fox charm race's charms, so he didn't think too much about it. However, he still asked, where are my clansmen? They've all gone to the Sun Flame Emperor's capital and are hiding in the surroundings, waiting for us. The snake old man casually replied. The wild leopard ancestor snorted. I ask for half of the reward. The wild leopard ancestor snorted coldly. I ask for half of the reward. The wild leopard ancestor coldly snorted. The snake STS Long's divine's ancestor was SST, from the emperor's STA the SS. Originally, it was half of the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's wealth and draconic luck. Now, with another half, it was 75% of the wealth and draconic luck. The wild leopard tribe's supremacy that was killed by Yi Xian also used dragon luck to improve their physique. However, Yi Xian had 10% sword intent, so their supremacy golden body was too weak. And this wild leopard ancestor was the wild leopard dynasty's boss, not an ordinary second stage supremacy. This was also the reason why Yi Xian wanted the 3 of them to join forces to launch a sneak attack. If he knew that the wild leopard ancestor would come, Yi Xian would definitely have left the 2 supremacies behind to increase their combat strength. How can I not give you a reward for coming all the way here? The wild leopard ancestor snorted. The snake old man gritted his teeth and pretended to think for a while before saying, alright, 75% it is. He originally wanted to destroy the Sun Flame Emperor dynasty and become the emperor. That way, he could collect dragon luck. However, he was now under Yi Xian's control, so he naturally pretended to agree to the wild leopard ancestor. Ha ha ha, great. The wild leopard ancestor laughed, since that's the case, let's hurry. Alright. The snake old man nodded and then rushed over with Yusini and Yi Xian. Until now, the wild leopard ancestor didn't have any doubts. When the 3 of them got close, the winds suddenly blew. Heavenly Emperor Sword Art, Sword Emperor / Heavenly Emperor Sword Art, Sword Emperor / Yi Xian suddenly split into 2. Although it was said that their strength would increase by 10% when they fused, their attacks would double. This wasn't something that 10% strength could compare with. Not only that, but the snake old man and Yusini also attacked at the same time. Die! The 4 of them had the same target. Countless powerful attacks were launched at the wild leopard ancestor. What? The wild leopard ancestor never thought that the snake demon old man and Yusini would actually attack him. Even more so, he never thought that Yi Xian would be able to create an identical person and even use 10% of his sword intent. Boom! 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 The series of attacks landed on the wild leopard ancestor. Although his sovereign golden body was strong, it couldn't withstand so many attacks. Pfft! The wild leopard ancestor's sovereign golden body was broken. He spurted blood from the attacks of Yi Xian and the other two and was instantly injured. The sovereign golden body is indeed powerful. Yi Xian's eyes widened. The wild leopard ancestor was the ancestor of the wild leopard dynasty. It was unknown how many dragons he had fished up to improve his sovereign golden body. It was already very good that they could injure him. Charm him! Yi Xian shouted. Yusini immediately understood and used her charm. The wild leopard ancestor wanted to dodge, but he was hit by Yi Xian's eye of illusion. The short moment of distraction allowed Yusini to see the wild leopard ancestor's eyes. Not only that, but Yi Xian also quickly used his eye of control. Yusini had failed to charm the old man before. Now, she used her charm to weaken the wild leopard ancestor's mental state, giving Yi Xian an opportunity to attack. The heavily injured wild leopard ancestor had to break the illusion, resist the charm, and resist Yi Xian's eye of control. However, he was still a mid-stage second tribulation supremacy. How could he be defeated so easily? I am the wild leopard ancestor. The wild leopard ancestor roared and suddenly slashed out with his sword. This was an attack that contained 10% of sword intent. And the target of this attack was Yi Xian. Humph. Yi Xian's clone also suddenly attacked. Several sword emperor slashes scattered the wild leopard ancestor's attack. His willpower is quite strong. Hit him. Yi Xian's main body continued to use his eye of control to weaken the wild leopard ancestor's willpower. However, using the eye of control continuously made his eyes a little rusty. This was the after effect of using too much eye power. The wild leopard ancestor was worthy of being a mid-stage second tribulation supremacy. He was very difficult to deal with. If Yi Xian were to deal with him alone, he would have to fight a battle of attrition. Unfortunately, Yi Xian still had two strong helpers. If you don't submit, we will join hands and kill you. Yi Xian's clone said in a cold tone. Chapter 827. If you don't submit, we'll join hands and kill you. Wild leopard patriarch's heart wavered when he heard those words. He was heavily injured and his strength had decreased by at least 40%. With only 60% of his strength left, there was no way he could escape from Yi Xian and the other two. Eye of Control. Yi Xian used the Eye of Control for the last time. He had exhausted too much of his eye power. If he didn't succeed, he would have to kill Wild Leopard Patriarch. Fortunately, Wild Leopard Patriarch was afraid of death, so he fell for it. Ding! Control successful. A notification rang in Yi Xian's mind. In fact, Yi Xian was prepared to use the advancement point on the Heavenly Eye clan's bloodline to improve the ability of the Heavenly Eye. After all, he was 2 realms away from the other party, and there was still the supremacy tribulation. But now, it seemed that there was no need for that. Greetings, Master. Wild Leopard Patriarch said respectfully as he covered his wound that was constantly spurting blood. Now, the 5 slots for the Eye of Control had been used up. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly took out a jade bottle and threw it over. The jade bottle contained his blood. He had the Divine Tree of Life bloodline, which could heal his supremacy golden body quickly. It was much better than those elixirs. Wild Leopard Patriarch caught the jade bottle and drank Yi Xian's blood without thinking. Then, his wound began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. This, Wild Leopard Patriarch, Snake Demon Elder, and Yusini were shocked. What kind of elixir was that? How could it heal his supremacy golden body so quickly? Not bad, not bad. Yi Xian was very satisfied. He felt that he had a good eye for choosing a bloodline. The sword god bloodline increased his attack power and perception by a lot. The beast god bloodline increased his attack power against the beasts. The divine tree of life bloodline recovered quickly. The Gemini bloodline gave him 2 lives. The heavenly eye clan bloodline gave him all kinds of heavenly eyes. He had now merged 5 bloodlines, 2 support bloodlines, 2 physique bloodlines, and 1 combat bloodline. The last item was the combat bloodline expansion slot. It was so expensive that even his eyes were going dizzy. It was not something that he could afford right now. Bloodlines weren't expensive, but the expansion slots were. Just the auxiliary bloodline expansion slots and the physique bloodline expansion slots were 100 million times more expensive than the former. I still have a lot of these healing pills. You all have them. Yi Xian suddenly pulled out a large pile of health potions. Right now, he was a mobile blood bank. As his cultivation level increased, the effects of his divine tree of life bloodline would also increase. However, the effects of these blood potions would be greatly reduced for those with high cultivation levels. Yusini and the others' eyes lit up. Each of them had received 100 health potions. They had made a huge profit. After seeing their gazes, Yi Xian suddenly saw a way to make money, and that was blood. Patriarch Wild Leopard, give me your interspatial ring, ordered Yi Xian. Now that Patriarch Wild Leopard was subdued, he wouldn't hesitate even if Yi Xian asked him to commit suicide. He immediately threw the interspatial ring to Yi Xian. Not bad, not bad. Yi Xian was grinning from ear to ear. As expected of the patriarch of a holy dynasty, his wealth was comparable to that of a country. After Yi Xian kept the good stuff inside, he returned the interspatial ring to Patriarch Wild Leopard. Ding! The host has obtained the shackles of the first tribulation supremacy. The current success rate is 83%. The system notified. Only 83%? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He merged with his doppelganger and glanced at it again. The success rate of the tribulation was 100%. A 10% increase in strength didn't mean a 10% increase in the success rate of the tribulation. After all, a 10% increase in strength would bring about a huge change. Protect me, I am going to undergo the tribulation. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he directly landed on the ground. Ding! The tribulation begins. Patriarch Wild Leopard and the others looked at each other and immediately landed on the ground to protect him. The yuan qi of heaven and earth began to gather rapidly. The second tribulation supremacy consisted of 2 tribulation lightning bolts. Moreover, the power of each tribulation lightning was more than 100 times stronger than the first tribulation supremacy. Yi Xian waited quietly. The dragon-patterned golden armor was of no help to him. Soon, the tribulation lightning was completed. A cold light flashed in the sky. Boom! A tribulation lightning bolt struck down and hit Yi Xian's head. Buzz! Yi Xian could hear the sound of electric current. However, with his powerful sovereign golden body, he was not afraid of the tribulation lightning. The first tribulation lightning was completed. The yuan qi of heaven and earth began to gather the second tribulation lightning. Master is really amazing. When I was undergoing the tribulation, I was seriously injured by the first tribulation lightning bolt. I was lucky enough to survive the second tribulation lightning bolt. But he actually took it so easily. Patriarch Wild Leopard said in shock. Of course. Master's future is limitless. We can also benefit from his glory by following him. The snake demon old man also quickly flattered Yi Xian. As for Yusini, she watched silently. She did not like to talk, let alone flattering others. However, she still admired Yi Xian from the bottom of her heart. Boom! The second tribulation lightning struck down and struck Yi Xian's head again. Ding! Master has successfully passed the tribulation and is currently rebuilding his sovereign golden body. Tribulation, success. The second tribulation of the sovereign golden body was not difficult for Yi Xian at all. The Imperial Celestial Tyrant body is really amazing. I feel that after my sovereign golden body is reconstructed, it might be stronger than Yusini. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and waited quietly. After a while, the sovereign golden body was reconstructed. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly looked at the snake demon old man and said, "Punch me with your fist intent." The snake demon old man was stunned when he heard this. He nodded and said, "Yes, master." Huff. The snake demon old man threw out a punch. The wind whistled and this punch landed directly on Yi Xian's body. Boom. Yi Xian was sent flying by this punch and fiercely smashed into the canyon's stone wall. Not long after, Yi Xian walked out without any injuries. This was not because the divine tree of life bloodline had healed his injuries, but because he was not injured in the first place. So strong. Yi Xian was shocked. The snake demon old man, who was at the same level as him, could not break his sovereign golden body with his incomplete fist intent. This meant that even if he stood there and let the snake demon old man hit him, the snake demon old man would not be able to break his defense. If I activate the Eye of Eternity and focus all my vital points on my eyes, I will really be an undying cockroach. Yi Xian was very excited. After activating the Eye of Eternity, the snake demon old man had to destroy Yi Xian's eyes to kill him. Moreover, the snake demon old man had to do it quickly. Otherwise, the divine tree of life bloodline would heal his injuries. However, if he did not say it, who would know that his vital points were his eyes? The shift of vital points meant that even if Yi Xian's head was cut off, he would not die. He would still be able to move after his heart was destroyed. With the help of the divine tree of life bloodline, he would heal his injuries. He was invincible. Chapter 828. A single bloodline was fine, but when all of them were combined together, it would be the best. For example, the Sword God bloodline, Beast God bloodline, Divine Tree of Life bloodline, and Gemini bloodline. Wild Leopard ancestor, does your Wild Leopard dynasty have a lot of dragon luck? Yi Xian asked suddenly. Wild Leopard ancestor paused for a moment before shaking his head. Not much. I used it to improve my sovereign golden body. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to the Sunflame dynasty personally. Alright, Yi Xian rolled his eyes. The most important thing for a dynasty was its dragon luck. If the overall dragon luck was strong, then the yuan qi in the dynasty would be more abundant, and it would be easier for those heavenly treasures to appear. On the other hand, if the dragon luck decreased, the dynasty's territory would become increasingly barren, and the strength of the country would decline. It was a pity that Yi Xian had used up a lot of dragon luck when he killed those wild leopard supremes. Otherwise, if he gathered all of it, his sovereign golden body could be improved again. The three of you, follow me back to the imperial capital. Yi Xian said. Immediately, he brought Yusini and the other two, as well as the almost forgotten first supreme being from the demonic snake clan, back to the imperial capital. The crisis of the Sunflame dynasty was finally over. Yi Xian had fulfilled his promise to the Wolf Fang general with the help of the Sunflame emperor. Now, the Nether Spirit sect was destroyed. Unfortunately, Emperor Rian was assassinated in secret. When Yi Xian returned to the imperial capital with a few servants, the retired emperor was so shocked that he prostrated himself on the ground. He had heard of the wild leopard ancestor's name, but such a ruthless person had been subdued by Yi Xian. This was too terrifying. Now that the Sunflame Emperor was dead and the retired emperor had abdicated, the position of emperor was handed over to the innocent sixth prince. Yi Xian also returned to the eastern continent to take a look. Fortunately, this time, it was a close call for him, otherwise, he would be in deep trouble. Previously, he had promised Song Suijing and Guan Yulan that he would only get married after breaking through to the Supreme Being level. Now that he had finally become a Supreme Being, he was here to fulfill his promise. After returning to the eastern continent, Yi Xian immediately found a place to build a city. Since he was of the earth attribute, building a city was very easy for him. This city was called Lianyan City. He didn't want Yi Chong and the others to go to the main continent because it was too dangerous. Moreover, as long as they had dragon luck, the origin chi of heaven and earth in the eastern continent wouldn't be too bad. Next, he used the ores he obtained to create 3,000 Wolf Fang cavalry. These 3,000 Wolf Fang cavalry all had 100% body sealing strength. The battle prowess of 3,000 physique seals at full power was very strong for ordinary people, but in fact, an early-stage supreme being would be able to destroy them all. At the same time, Yi Xian also asked the wild leopard ancestor to leave behind a martial art. It was a cultivation technique that the wild leopard dynasty's royal family cultivated. It could also be used to increase one's physique to deal with the supremacy tribulation. As for the dragon-patterned golden armor, with the devouring system, it was naturally mass-produced. The materials used to forge the dragon-patterned golden armor were rare, but it was nothing to Yi Xian. After Lianyan City was built, Yi Xian also sent out invitations to the major forces. He was a supreme being, the strongest person in the entire eastern continent. His wedding naturally had to be held in a grand manner. The news spread quickly. Although many people didn't know who Yi Xian was, when they heard that Yi Xian was a supreme being who had surpassed the void god realm, Yi Xian immediately became a name that everyone knew. Before the big day, a large number of guests had already arrived. However, Yi Xian didn't have anyone else in Lianyan City, so there were plenty of rooms. The guests this time came from all over the world, including the Sword God Palace, Beast King Palace, Warlord Palace, Empress Pirates, and so on. Not only that, those families and forces who wanted to come could also come. Yi Xian welcomed them all. These people all wanted to see the Supreme Being, so there were more than 10,000 people at Yi Xian's wedding. Even in the entire eastern continent, it was the first time that more than 10,000 guests came to attend the wedding. Tomorrow was Yi Xian's big day. At this time, in a room in the Lianyan City Lord Mansion, Yi Xian sat on the bed with a smile, hugging the shoulders of the two beauties beside him, and said, "Sui Jing, Yulan, we are getting married tomorrow. Are you nervous?" When the two beauties heard this, their faces turned slightly red, and they were extremely shy. Although their strength had reached 100% physique sealing realm, and they could call the wind and summon the rain in the eastern continent, in front of Yi Xian, they were two little girls. It was impossible to say that they weren't nervous. Yi Xian suddenly remembered that when he transmigrated, his body was only 14 years old. Now, in the blink of an eye, he was 23 years old. It was simply too fast. Most importantly, whether it was Song Suijing or Guan Yulan, they were both older than him. He actually married two beautiful women. This was something that he never expected. "Yi Xian, do you want to marry us alone tomorrow, or?" At this time, Song Suijing suddenly turned her beautiful eyes and asked softly. Yi Xian understood what she meant and immediately chuckled, "Of course, I want to marry you alone. However, when it comes to the bridal chamber, it depends on the situation." When he said this, the two girls' faces turned red again. They also didn't expect that Yi Xian's clone wasn't a puppet, but an existence similar to his original body. It just so happened that there were two of them. "Brother is also getting married tomorrow. When the time comes, we want to go through the heavenly tribulation together." Song Suijing suddenly changed the topic. Song Suijing's brother, Song Caijue, had already brought his wives over. When he was in the Great Song dynasty, Song Caijue had already married a few wives at the age of 18. Then, he met Shi Man, the princess of the Sea tribe, in the deep sea underground palace. Then, he met Lan Yu, the young master of the Battle King Palace. Therefore, Song Caijue would marry two beautiful women tomorrow, just like Yi Xian. However, there was a special main character who would be getting married tomorrow, and that was Yi Chong. The other party was naturally the first elder of the Soaring Sky Mansion, Lin Wenyue, and of course, Jiang Xinyan. Although Yi Chong and Jiang Xinyan were already married, there was no one else at that time, only the two of them. Now, the King of Tule's palace no longer had the ability to stop Yi Chong, so they had to go through the wedding ceremony again. In addition, Lin Wenyue was finally recognized, which was something worth celebrating. Father and the judge have also sealed their bodies completely. With the dragon luck that I gave you, it won't be a problem for you to go through the first heavenly tribulation. Yi Xian nodded and said. The first heavenly tribulation was difficult for those without a strong background, but Yi Xian had the dragon-patterned golden armor and a large amount of dragon luck. Chapter 829. Yi Xian estimated that Song Suijing, Guan Yulan, Song Jeju, Yi Chong, Jiang Xinyan, Qinghua, Xian Zhongshan, and the others could all break through. After tomorrow's wedding, they might as well break through together and become supremes, becoming legends in the Eastern continent. More than 10 people breaking through to supremes at the same time would definitely be passed down through the ages. After all, the famous experts in the Eastern continent were only Empty God Realm Great Emperors. Above Empty God Realm Great Emperors were half-step supremes, followed by supremes. That night, Yi Xian fell asleep with the two ladies in his arms. When the next day came, the outside was bustling with noise and excitement. Today was Yi Xian's big day, but he was very free. He only needed to make a majestic appearance on the day of the wedding. For this, he specially went to the Sunflame Holy Dynasty to capture a supreme-grade sacred beast. This supreme-grade sacred beast was called the Heaven-Mixing Scarlet Dragon. It was a red heavenly dragon, which was very suitable for this occasion. In addition, there were 3 7-colored sparrows. They were also supreme-grade sacred beasts. Wherever the 7-colored sparrows passed, they would leave behind a 7-colored rainbow, which was very beautiful. The heaven-mixing scarlet dragon was for Yi Xian himself, and the 3 7-colored sparrows were naturally left for the 6 brides. At this moment, the guests had already started to present their gifts. The people who started to present their gifts had great backgrounds. The strongest was naturally from the Sunflame Holy Dynasty, followed by the Sword God Palace, Warlord Palace, and Tool King Palace. There were more than 10,000 guests, and there were more than 1,000 forces. However, everyone was an expert, so the time taken to present their gifts was not long. With Yi Xian's wealth, ordinary things could not move him, so he did not care too much and just went through the formalities. After the gifts were presented, the guests took their seats. Then, a dragon's roar resounded in the sky, which fell into everyone's ears. Look! Everyone turned their heads and saw a giant red dragon in the sky. The dragon's roar was so shocking that everyone was shocked to the point that they could not move. What a terrifying aura! What kind of void god beast is that? Hey, you idiot! Who is the main character today? He is a supreme-grade sacred beast. Would he capture a void god beast? At the very least, it should be a quasi-supreme-grade sacred beast, right? What quasi-supreme holy beast? That must be a supreme holy beast. The guests began to discuss among themselves. Indeed, only a supreme sacred beast was worthy of Yi Xian. In order to appear more handsome, Yi Xian deliberately let the Crimson Flame Chaos Dragon fly slowly. It wasn't easy for him to show off, so he naturally had to show off a little more. When the Heaven Red Flame Dragon approached, everyone realized how big it was. One of its wings was enough to cover the entire Lianyan city. Then, 3 figures descended from the back of the dragon. They were Yi Xian, Yi Chong, and Song Caijue. The 3 grooms have arrived. The guests' eyes lit up. However, all of their attention was focused on Yi Xian. Supreme Being. That's the Supreme Being. It feels no different from us. Nonsense. A Supreme Being is also a human. Of course, he looks no different from us. However, if he wants to kill us, I'm afraid that just his aura alone can make our hearts explode. Do you see that? The people at that table are the distinguished guests of the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty. Even if the entire Eastern continent and chaotic astral ocean were to combine forces, they wouldn't be able to defeat one of them. Yi Xian and the other 2 landed and stepped into the palace that was hung with countless red lanterns. There were already many people in the palace. Lianyan City's Yi family, Shattering Cloud Sect, Shattering Cloud Pirate Group, Soaring Sky Mansion, Great Song Dynasty, Deep Sea Underground Palace, Tool King Hall, Battle King Hall, Sunflame Sacred Dynasty, Mysterious Mountain, and so on. In short, they were all directly related to the bride and groom. Among these forces, there were differences in the strength of the younger generation. The weaker ones were only at the void god realm, while the stronger ones had already reached the supreme being realm. For example, the sixth prince had just broken through not long ago. In order to not cause a commotion, Yusini and the other pagans were guarding somewhere else. Alright, let's welcome the first pair of brides. After seeing Yi Xian and the other two arrive, someone shouted loudly. Then, a rainbow-colored figure flew over from the horizon. The first rainbow-colored sparrow carried Jiang Xinyan and Lin Wenyue. Let's welcome the second pair of brides. The second rainbow-colored sparrow carried Shiman, the princess of the Sea Tribe, and Lan Yu, the young master of the Battle King Hall. Let's welcome the third pair of brides. The last rainbow-colored sparrow carried Song Suijing and Guan Yulan. Since they were all on the same side, they might as well go through the ceremony together to save themselves the trouble. The three rainbow-colored sparrows formed three rainbow bridges, dazzling the guests below. There was nothing to say about the way they made their entrance. Today was a day of great joy. There were 3 brides and 6 grooms. Song Suijing, Guan Yulan, Jiang Xinyan, Lin Wenyue, Shiman, and Lan Yu were all wearing red dresses. After they made their entrance, the eyes of everyone present lit up. A phrase appeared in their minds at the same time, a perfect match. Although Jiang Xinyan was already a mother, this time, she blushed and looked bashful. Yi Xian and Yi Chong looked at each other and immediately laughed. Let's begin the ceremony. The 6 women walked to their respective husbands. Song Suijing and Guan Yulan also stood on either side of Yi Xian. First bow to the heavens and earth. Second bow to the parents. Husband and wife bow to each other. Enter, however, at this moment. Ha 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 ha, suddenly, a strange laughter fell into everyone's ears. Yi Xian was instantly enraged. Who dared to laugh at this time? If he found out who it was, he would definitely give that person a good beating. Everyone was also shocked and began to search for the source of the laughter. Yi Xian immediately began to sense and found that no one in the entire Lianyan city was laughing. So, where did this laughter come from? What's going on? Yi Chong frowned and asked. Just as he finished speaking, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the entrance of the palace. It was a young man wearing a red and blue robe. He looked to be around 80 years old. However, when Yi Xian saw him, he was completely stunned. His eye of revelation could not see through this person. May I ask who you are? Yi Xian hurriedly stepped forward and respectfully cupped his fists. He estimated that the young man in the red and blue robe was at least a 3rd Tribulation Supreme. Get lost. However, unexpectedly, the mysterious young man glared at Yi Xian and sent him flying. How was this possible? Everyone was shocked. With just a glance, Yi Xian, a 2nd Tribulation Supreme, was sent flying. What kind of ability was this? Ha ha ha, I finally found the perfect yin-yang twin physique. Perfect, this is really perfect. Chapter 830. After hearing the words of the mysterious youth, everyone present reacted. This person came for Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song. Quick, acknowledge me as your master and become my disciple. I can make you as strong as me. The mysterious youth said eagerly. Song Suijing was too lazy to pay attention to him. She and Guan Yulan rushed to Yi Xian's side and comforted him. At this time, Yi Xian also understood that the other party was not a 3rd Tribulation Supreme. He was afraid that the other party could kill him with just a glance. Who are you? Yi Xian asked again. Fine, I'll tell you. I'm the yin-yang old ancestor. I've taken a fancy to these 2 and want to take them as my disciples. If you know what's good for you, then shut your mouth. Not just anyone can be taken as my disciple. The mysterious young man said coldly. Yin-yang old ancestor. Yi Xian quickly searched his memory, but he did not hear of this name. However, he could guess that the yin-yang old ancestor referred to the yin-yang twin physique. Song Suijing's face became extremely pale. The other party could seriously injure Yi Xian with just a glance. His strength was terrifying. If she did not obey, everyone here would die. Okay, I agree. Song Suijing was not a fool and immediately agreed. I also agree. Adjudicator Song also understood this point and hurriedly said. Ha 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 ha. After hearing the two's answer, the yin-yang old ancestor laughed again. There were actually two voices in his laughter. Sister, we finally found a perfect yin-yang twin physique. Tell me, how many years has it been? The yin-yang old ancestor suddenly said. Hearing this, the surrounding people were stunned. The yin-yang old ancestor has a sister. However, in the next moment, everyone present was frightened. The yin-yang old ancestor opened his mouth again, but it was a woman's voice. Brother, it has been 230 years. Hiss. The people present widened their eyes. The yin-yang old ancestor answered his own question. Not only that, but the 230 years also shocked everyone present. Among the people present, the oldest was only 100 years old. However, old ancestor Yin Yang had been searching for the perfect yin and yang dual physique for 230 years. How old was he? However, Yi Xian's attention was not on these 230 years, but on the voice of the Yin Yang ancestor. Not good. Could it be that the Yin Yang patriarch is a hermaphrodite? Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. He guessed that the Yin Yang old ancestor might have been two people in the past. Like Song Suijing and Song Caijue, they had the yin and yang twin physiques. Then, they cultivated some kind of technique and shared the same body. Thinking of this, Yi Xian panicked. Ha ha ha, let's not talk nonsense. You two come with me, old ancestor Yin Yang said, preparing to leave with Song Suijing and Caijue Song. Wait. Song Suijing suddenly shouted. What? Do you think that kid can see you again? Old ancestor Yin Yang narrowed his eyes and said, a mere second tribulation supremacy should be the overlord of this small place. Let's go. In the next moment, a gust of wind blew in the hall. When Yi Xian heard the voice, Song Suijing and Caijue Song had already disappeared, leaving behind a stunned crowd. No. Yi Xian got up from the ground, roared, and chased after them. However, even with the eye of perception, he couldn't find the aura of the yin-yang old ancestor. Last time, he went to the Tool King Hall to steal the bride, but this time, he was the one who was robbed. Moreover, the opponent was a mysterious powerhouse that even he couldn't resist. Yi Xian wandered around Lianyan City like a madman, but he still couldn't find the yin-yang old ancestor and Caijue Song. The people in Lianyan City were shocked. A dignified supremacy was robbed of his wife by a mysterious powerhouse. What kind of situation was this? Yi Xian created a clone and searched for them in Lianyan City for a long time, but he still couldn't find them. This was troublesome. If it was someone else, Yi Xian wouldn't be worried. However, the yin-yang old ancestor was weird. The two siblings shared the same body, which scared Yi Xian. The other party obviously didn't want Song Suijing and Caijue Song to have anything to do with Yi Xian, a country bumpkin, so they directly took them away. Damn it, what should I do now? Yi Xian cursed in his heart. He quickly used the Eye of Control to send a message to Wild Leopard Old Ancestor. Wild Leopard Old Ancestor was his servant now, so he might know something. The Eye of Control had a mysterious connection between the controller and the controlled, so Wild Leopard Old Ancestor quickly found him. Master. Wild Leopard Old Ancestor respectfully said. Immediately, Yi Xian narrated the situation. After Wild Leopard Old Ancestor heard it, his face turned pale with shock. Yi Xian, a second Tribulation Supreme, was sent flying with just a glance. What kind of strength was that? Master, I have never heard of this yin-yang old ancestor. Maybe he's an expert from a human intermediate holy dynasty. Wild Leopard Old Ancestor said. An intermediate holy dynasty? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. If it was an intermediate holy dynasty, the gap between him and the other party shouldn't be big. However, he felt that something was wrong. That yin-yang old ancestor wasn't as simple as a supreme. Right, Tianzhu old immortal. Yi Xian suddenly thought of a person. Even a supreme couldn't pass through Tianzhu old immortal's array. The sixth prince of the Sunflame Holy Dynasty and the others came from the chaotic astral ocean. Therefore, he might understand that Tianzhu old immortal was very strong. At that moment, Yi Xian's original body went to the great wilderness, while his clone went back to comfort his family. Previously, the great wilderness was a problem, but with Yi Xian's current realm, he could come and go freely in the great wilderness. However, how was he going to find Tianzhu old immortal? No matter what, he had to find the place where Tianzhu old immortal had appeared that day. The array there was still there. Yi Xian looked at the array and shouted loudly, "Junior Yi Xian wishes to see Senior." His voice was very loud. After all, he didn't know where Tianzhu old immortal was. He just wanted to try his luck. If Tianzhu old immortal didn't appear, he would go in. However, what surprised him was, "Follow the light and come in." An old man's voice came from inside. Then, Yi Xian saw a pillar of light soaring into the sky. It seemed very close, but also very far. Yi Xian was overjoyed and hurriedly thanked, "Thank you, Senior." This was his first time entering the array, but the array didn't reject him. Chapter 831. When Yi Xian found the light pillar, his whole body was boiling because his eye of perception had sensed countless auras that were stronger than him. The desolate beast tribe. How could it be? All of them are supreme beings. Yi Xian was stunned. All the beast tribe in the deep mountains had reached the supreme being realm. As he flew over, he had sensed hundreds of supreme being auras. Among them, there were quite a few that made his heart beat faster. One should know that the beast tribe didn't even have a void god realm great emperor, only a few level 9 beast kings. But now, old immortal Tianzhu is definitely not someone to be trifled with. Yi Xian swallowed his saliva and quickly landed in the light pillar. In the next moment, the scene in front of him changed and appeared in front of a small wooden house. At this moment, a white-robed old man was sitting at the stone table outside the wooden house. It was old immortal Tianzhu who had appeared that day. "Greetings, Senior." Yi Xian quickly clasped his fist. Old immortal Tianzhu looked at him and said slowly, "You're here to ask about the yin-yang old ancestor, right?" Yi Xian's heart trembled. Old immortal Tianzhu was indeed not an ordinary person. Not only could he hear his voice from so far away, but he also knew what had happened in Lianyan City. "Yes, please tell me." Yi Xian quickly said. "It's useless." Old immortal Tianzhu shook his head, "Your realm is too low. Even if I tell you, you won't be able to find it. If you want to find it, you have to at least break through to the Supreme Being realm." Break through to the Supreme Being realm. Yi Xian was frightened. No wonder he felt that something was wrong. The yin-yang old ancestor was really a super expert that had surpassed the Supreme Being realm. Then, what was the realm after the Supreme Being realm? This time, the yin-yang old ancestor came to the eastern continent because of my carelessness. Later, I will seal off the entire eastern continent and the chaotic astral ocean. Outsiders will not be able to enter as a form of protection. Old immortal Tianzhu said. Suddenly, he took out a round jade pendant and threw it to Yi Xian. "The answer is on this pendant. When your realm is high enough, you will know it. You don't have to worry." Although the yin-yang old ancestors' cultivation method is strange, their realms are too low. It won't be easy for them to merge. Moreover, one of the important conditions for merging is that the frequency of the heart and soul is the same. If they reject each other, the yin-yang old ancestor will not succeed. Hearing this, ye old immortal Tianzhu heavens. How could Judge Song and his sister compromise? Many thanks, Senior. Yi Xian quickly thanked old immortal Tianzhu. Old immortal Tianzhu didn't say anything and just waved his hand. Then, the scene in front of Yi Xian changed again. He had returned to the outside of the formation. Immortal Tian. Yi Xian was already completely shocked. He felt that old immortal Tian Ju was much more awesome than ancestor Yin Yang. But he didn't have the time to think about it. Due to the difference in realm and soul frequency, they won't become the next Yin Yang old ancestor. However, I have to hurry up and become stronger as soon as possible. Yi Xian thought in his heart and left. At the same time, his avatar told Guan Yulan and the others about what happened. As for his original body, he took Yusini and the others to the main continent. East Continent, Lianyan City. Yulan, I'm sorry. Yi Xian's avatar said guiltily. Guan Yulan shook her head and said, finding old immortal Tian Ju is more important. No one expected such a thing to happen. Yi Xian didn't go to find his fiancée, but his new wife. He had already decided that if he found the Yin Yang old ancestor, he would definitely skin him alive. Beside Yi Xian were Yi Chong and the others, as well as Shi Man and Lan Yu. The two of them had just married Song Saijue, but Song Saijue was taken away. They didn't feel good about it. Don't worry, I will bring them back. Yi Xian said solemnly. Although he felt sorry for Guan Yulan, he didn't have the mood to sleep with her after such a thing happened. Yi Xian's original body returned to the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty in the main continent. Now, he had to make a plan. I don't think I can improve in the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty and the Wild Leopard Sacred Dynasty. If I want to improve, I have to go to a mid-grade Sacred Dynasty. Yi Xian thought for a while and rushed to the First Heaven Prison. His current plan was to go to the Fox Charm Sacred Dynasty. As long as he had enough strength, he would be able to find the Yin Yang old ancestor and save Song Suijing and Song Saijue. Yi Xian returned to the Fox Charm Sacred Dynasty. When he returned, Yu Lai and Gan Feng had already integrated the Lotus Heart Tribe and the White Sun Tribe. The new tribe was called the Lianyan Tribe. At this moment, in a mountain outside the Lianyan Tribe. Master, the Lianyan Tribe has been integrated. Yu Lai knelt on one knee and reported. Very good. Here are some things that I need you to help me investigate. Yi Xian threw a few pieces of paper to Yu Lai. There were two things that he wanted to investigate. The first was the Yin Yang old ancestor and the second was the necessities for activating the Heavenly Eye clan's bloodline. These necessities were extremely rare. It was considered good to have 3 of them in the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty. After all, the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty was a low-grade sacred dynasty. Their dragon luck wasn't high. Hence, they didn't have many natural treasures. However, the Fox Charm Sacred Dynasty was different. The Fox Charm Sacred Dynasty was a mid-grade sacred dynasty. It was more than 100 times stronger than the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty. Yes. Yu Lai nodded, then left the area. However, just as Yi Xian was about to wander around to see if there was any place to train, he suddenly caught a strong aura. Who is it? Yi Xian furrowed his brows. These people seem to be heading for the Lianyan tribe. 2 mid-second tribulation supremes and 5 early second tribulation supremes. What are they trying to do? Yi Xian's expression changed. He quickly brought Yusini and the other 2 over. He was the one who built the Lianyan tribe. He still hoped that the Lianyan tribe would help him gather information. He couldn't just destroy it. At this moment, Yu Lai had already returned to the Lianyan tribe. Not long after, he sensed the powerful aura. Yu Lai, come out and see me. An old voice entered the ears of the 2,000 people in the Lianyan tribe. When Yu Lai heard the voice, his body trembled violently. He quickly flew out. So it's Lord Chao from the desolate mighty tribe. May I know what brings you to the Lianyan tribe? Yu Lai replied. I heard that you have allied with the White Sun tribe. So it's called the Lianyan tribe. The leader of the Fox tribe said with a smile, I don't care. I'm here today on the orders of my young clan leader to pick up Miss Yu. Chapter 832. The lady Yu the Fox Elder was referring to was none other than Yu Lai's daughter, Yusini. Back then, the young master of the desolate mighty tribe fell in love with her at first sight and wanted to take her as his concubine. Today, the Fox Elder was here to deliver the betrothal gifts. Yusini ran to the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty to hide from the young master of the desolate mighty tribe. "I'm sorry, I don't know where Sini is," Yu Lai hurriedly said. I heard that you and Lady Yu went to the daytime tribe together. Now you're telling me that you don't know where she is? Could it be that you're hiding her?" The Fox Elder snorted coldly. Yu Lai's heart trembled again. He didn't hide Yusini, but Yusini's current master was Yi Xian. He didn't know what to do now. "I wouldn't dare," Yu Lai hurriedly said. "I'm sure you wouldn't dare. Here's the betrothal gifts. When Lady Yu returns, you can go to the desolate mighty tribe to marry the young master." The old fox tossed an interspatial ring to Yu Lai before he entered the room. He didn't give Yu Lai any chance to refuse. After they left, Yu Lai hurriedly took the interspatial ring to Yi Xian. "What's going on?" Yi Xian was about to make a move, but he didn't expect that the enemy wasn't here to massacre the tribe. Yu Lai quickly explained the situation to Yusini. Yusini exclaimed in shock, "It's him." "Oh. The young master of the desolate mighty tribe wants to marry Yusini?" Yi Xian was a little surprised. He took the interspatial ring and took a look. There's a lot of betrothal gifts. The items in the interspatial ring were almost comparable to what he looted from the wild leopard patriarch. "Master, you mean?" Yu Lai asked. "You may be my servants, but I respect your wishes." "Yusini, what do you think?" Yi Xian asked. If Yusini agreed, then everyone would be happy. If she refused, then the Lianyun tribe would be in danger. After all, the desolate mighty tribe had a second supremacy expert. Yusini recalled the young master of the desolate mighty tribe and replied directly, "I don't want to." The young master of the desolate mighty tribe had already taken in more than 10 concubines. "Alright, since that's the case, there's only one way left. Kill them all." Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he said, "This time, the 5 of us will go and wipe out that team from before." Upon hearing those words, Yu Lai and the others were shocked. That team just now had 2 middle-stage second supremes and 5 early-stage first supremes. On Yi Xian's side, excluding Yi Xian, there was only the wild leopard ancestor, a mid-stage second venerable. As for Yu Lai, Gan Feng, Yusini, and the snake old man, they were all at the early first venerable realm. However, now that Yi Xian had broken through to the second tribulation supreme martial artist level, it was extremely easy for him to deal with a second tribulation supreme martial artist. "Alright, let's go and stop them." Yi Xian was not worried at all. He called Gan Feng and chased after them. The other party's speed was not fast, and everyone caught up with them easily. The old man from the desolate mighty tribe turned around and saw that Yu Lai had returned with a group of people. At this time, the snake old man had already disguised himself as a human, and so did Yi Xian. However, the wild leopard ancestor could not disguise himself as a human, so he could only wear a black cloak to conceal his aura. Miss you? The fox old man's eyes lit up. "Lord Chow." Yu Lai quickly greeted. "Since Miss Yu is back, why don't you follow me back to the desolate mighty tribe?" Lord Chow said. "Yes." Yusini pretended to agree and moved closer to Lord Chow. "Lord Chow, I don't think you're heading back to the desolate mighty tribe?" Yu Lai asked. "That's right. I'm heading to the water elemental tribe." Lord Chow nodded. "The water elemental tribe?" Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. It seemed like Yusini was telling the truth. Lord Chow might be heading to the water elemental tribe to deliver the betrothal gifts. "We're heading to the water elemental tribe as well. Why don't we go together?" Yu Lai said with a smile. "Sure, let's go." Lord Chow did not doubt Yu Lai's words. Yi Xian's group of 5 moved closer to Lord Chow. Since the wild leopard ancestor was not around, Second Tribulation Supremes like them were unable to attract Lord Chao's attention. However, when Yi Xian moved closer to Lord Chao, "Kill!" Yi Xian immediately ordered Yu Lai, Yu Sini, Gan Feng, the wild leopard ancestor, and the snake old man to kill. In an instant, the sound of wind could be heard. Heavenly Emperor Sword Art, Sword Emperor Slash. Yi Xian took out his supreme divine weapon and attacked an early Second Tribulation supremacy behind Lord Chao. His attack could instantly kill an opponent of the same level. Even if the opponent was one level higher, he would still be able to severely injure them. At the same time, Yu Lai, Yu Sini, and Gan Feng attacked the same person. Before Lord Chao could react, two people appeared in the air. Both of them were early Second Tribulation Supremes. At this moment, Lord Chao's group was left with 2 mid-Second Tribulation Supremes and 3 early Second Tribulation Supremes. In fact, Yi Xian didn't even need to launch a sneak attack. If he just charged over and started a fight, they would definitely win. "Yu Lai, what are you all doing?" Lord Chao was shocked to see a fellow of the same rank as him fall. But at this moment, the wild leopard ancestor had already charged over. Lord Chao was held back by the wild leopard ancestor, while the other mid-Second Tribulation Supremes was held back by Yu Lai and the others. As for Yi Xian, he started his massacre. "Bastard, how dare you attack me?" Lord Chao was furious. At the same time, he couldn't understand why the wild leopard ancestor would come to the Fox Charm Holy Dynasty. While he was angrily shouting, Yi Xian had already killed the other 3 early Second Sovereign level Fox clan experts. "The two of you, will you submit or die?" Yi Xian said coldly. "Who are you?" Lord Chao asked as he retreated. He thought the wild leopard ancestor was the mastermind, but he didn't expect it to be Yi Xian. "You don't need to know who I am. I'll ask you one more time. Will you submit or die?" Yi Xian asked again. "Don't even think about it." Lord Chao still gave the same answer. Hearing this, he didn't waste any more time and charged over. Lord Chao's strength was slightly weaker than the wild leopard ancestor, but Yi Xian was a Second Tribulation supremacy now. Even if he didn't join forces with the wild leopard ancestor, he could still kill Lord Chao. Heavenly Emperor Sword Art, Sword Emperor Slash. A cold light broke through the sky. Lord Chao was held back by the wild leopard ancestor, so he couldn't dodge in time and was hit directly. Boom! Lord Chao was hit and his body was sent flying. But in the next moment, he was blocked by the wild leopard ancestor. Heavenly Emperor Sword Art, Sword Emperor Slash. Yi Xian slashed out again and directly shattered Lord Chao's heart. Lord Chao, amid Second Tribulation supremacy, was killed by Yi Xian in just 2 slashes. Chapter 833. Upon seeing this, the other intermediate stage supreme being who was being held back by Yu Lai and the others immediately shouted, "I'll submit. I'll submit." Given the current situation, if he didn't agree to it, he would definitely end up like Lord Chao. "Very well. If you dare to resist, I'll kill you immediately," Yi Xian said coldly. He removed Yu Lai's control and used the Eye of Control on him. Yu Lai thought that it was just a simple submission, but he didn't expect it to be control. He tried to resist, but he suddenly recalled Yi Xian's words. If he dared to resist, he would be killed immediately. Thus, he gave up on resisting. Ding! Control successful. And now, Yi Xian had accepted another intermediate stage supreme being as his subordinate. "Greetings, Master. My name is Zhang Wei," the intermediate stage supreme being from the Fox tribe said. Yi Xian nodded silently. He turned to the other side and said, "Yu Lai, I'll set you free now. Don't you dare try to betray me." Yu Lai's heart trembled. He quickly shook his head and said, "I won't betray you, Master." Even though he had been released by Yi Xian's strength and means weren't something that an ordinary person could compare to. He didn't dare to betray him. More importantly, Yusini was still in Yi Xian's hands. After that, Yi Xian cleaned up the battlefield. Lord Chao was an intermediate stage second supreme being, and he even brought 2 batches of betrothal gifts with him. Thus, there were quite a few good items. Yi Xian sorted out the items and devoured them himself. As for the items that could increase one's mental power, he left them for Yucini and the others. After pondering for a moment, he decided to remove the control on Ganfeng and the Snake Elder as well. Right now, Yi Xian was controlling the frenzied leopard ancestor and the newly subdued Zhang Wei. The 3 of you will stay in the Lianyan tribe, Yi Xian said to Yu Lai and the other 2. Yes, master. Yu Lai and the other 2 nodded respectfully. Even though the 3 of them had been released, they still didn't dare to betray Yi Xian. Besides, Yi Xian had given them a lot of benefits earlier. Under Yi Xian's leadership, the Lianyan tribe's strength would rise steadily. After that, Yi Xian left with the frenzied leopard ancestor, Yucini, and the newly subdued Zhang Wei. After killing Lord Chao and the others, Yi Xian's cultivation had improved by a lot. He reckoned that as long as he could take down the desolate hero tribe, he would be able to break through, and, too. But Yi Xian had the eye of control, so he had to resort to trickery. A day later, the 4 of them arrived at the Lianyan tribe's territory. Zhang Wei, go lure the young master out, Yi Xian said to Zhang Wei. Yes, master. Zhang Wei nodded and dashed toward the Lianyan tribe. As for how to find the young clan leader of the desolate mighty tribe, it was needless to say. Of course, it was to use Yucini as bait. Yi Xian currently only controlled 3 people. Once he controlled the young patriarch of the desolate hero tribe, the next step would be the patriarch of the desolate hero tribe. Zhang Wei left, leaving Yi Xian, the frenzied leopard ancestor, and Yucini to wait for him. Before long, Zhang Wei returned with a white-robed young man from the Fox clan. Young master, Miss Yu is in that mountain, Zhang Wei said, pointing at the mountain where Yi Xian was. The white-robed young man grinned and licked his lips. He thought evilly, I thought she was so pure, but it turns out she's a slut. She even wants to lure me out. Does she want to have a field battle? He didn't think much of it and flew toward the mountain. However, as he was flying, he felt that something was amiss. There wasn't just one aura in the mountain, but 3. One of them was a mid-stage second supreme. Ambush. The white-robed young man was not stupid. He immediately reacted. But in the next moment, he was hit in the back by Zhang Wei's punch. The powerful impact forced him to fly forward. At the same time, he saw 3 figures fly out of the mountain. They were Yi Xian and the other 2. Heavenly Sword Technique, Heavenly Sword Slash. Whoosh! A slash pierced through the air and landed on the young master's chest. Oh! You're quite capable. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. He felt that the young master's sovereign golden body was stronger than the wild leopard patriarch's. Although he had held back, that sword strike had only lightly injured the young patriarch, which was really out of his expectations. Who are you? The young master of the wasteland tribe asked anxiously. You don't need to know. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes as he watched the wild leopard patriarch and Zhang Wei surround the young master. You want to kill me? Let's see if you have the ability. The young master shouted angrily and charged toward Yi Xian. You overestimate yourself. Yi Xian snorted and slashed with his sword. He had underestimated the young master's sovereign golden body earlier. Now, he attacked with his full strength. Eye of Illusion. Heavenly Sword Technique, Heavenly Sword Slash. The young master's mental state was quite strong, so he quickly broke through the illusion. However, Yi Xian's attack speed was not something an ordinary mid-stage second supreme could react to. Bam! The young master was hit again. This time, his chest was directly blasted open by Yi Xian's sword. The wound was so deep that his bones could be seen. Eye of Control. Taking advantage of the young master's injury, Yi Xian directly used the Eye of Control. However, the Fox Charm clan was able to use their charm. Their mental strength was stronger than ordinary people, so it was not easy to control them. What? You actually, the young master was shocked. However, Yi Xian's eye of control was activated very discreetly. He did not know who was behind this. He bitterly persevered. Although his willpower was firm, Yi Xian slashed out again, causing his stomach to explode as well. Do you want to die? When Yi Xian saw that the second activation of the eye of control failed, he immediately shouted in a low voice. This sentence touched the young master's heart. Who wanted to die? The third activation of the eye of control finally succeeded. The young master of the wasteland tribe was controlled by Yi Xian and became Yi Xian's servant. Heal him first. Yi Xian threw a blood potion to the young master. The young master drank the blood potion, and his injuries immediately recovered by more than half. Then, Yi Xian directly took his interspatial ring. As expected of the young master of a large tribe, he was very rich. The moment Yi Xian touched the interspatial ring, a notification sounded in his mind. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is now a mid-stage second tribulation supreme. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth rose slightly. Now, why would he be afraid of the wasteland tribe's young master? Chapter 834. You, go and call your father out. Yi Xian said. Yes. The young master of the desolate mighty tribe nodded. Although it was unkind to ask him to call his father out, the world was like that. It was already good enough that Yi Xian didn't kill his way into the desolate mighty tribe. The strong were respected. This was a phrase that all women and children knew. Soon, the young master appeared with the leader of the desolate mighty tribe. Father, let me introduce them to you. I met them when I was training outside. They want to join the desolate mighty tribe. The young master smiled at Yi Xian and the young master. At this time, Yusini was already hiding. Oh. There's a human in the wild leopard clan. The leader of the desolate mighty tribe's eyes lit up. The Fox Charm dynasty didn't treat humans as harshly as the Wild Leopard dynasty. After all, the Fox Charm dynasty controlled the Heavenly Bow dynasty and often searched for human seedlings with potential in the Heavenly Bow dynasty. Good, you did well. The leader of the desolate mighty tribe was very happy. I'll go back to the tribe immediately to welcome the two of you. Okay. Yi Xian and the wild leopard ancestor nodded and approached the leader of the desolate mighty tribe. When Yi Xian came closer, he immediately gave the wild leopard ancestor, the young master, and Zhang Wei an order. In an instant, the wind blew. The 4 second stage supreme beings attacked the leader of the desolate mighty tribe at the same time. The young master of the desolate mighty tribe knew that the leader of the desolate mighty tribe was very strong. In a few years, he might be able to pass the 3rd stage supreme tribulation. The leader of the desolate mighty tribe was shocked. He didn't expect the 4 of them to suddenly attack him. After all, one of them was his son. Boom! 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 The 4 attacks landed on the leader of the desolate mighty tribe. Even if the leader of the desolate mighty tribe had a strong supreme golden body, he couldn't withstand the 4 attacks. Most importantly, Yi Xian had broken through to the 2nd stage supreme being. Boy, I'm going to kill you. At this moment, the desolate hero tribe's patriarch suddenly shouted and charged towards Yi Xian. What? Yi Xian was a little surprised, because the sovereign golden body of the desolate mighty tribe's chief was indeed powerful. His all-out attack had only caused minor injuries to his opponent. However, Yi Xian was not afraid at all. After all, he had just heard another notification sound. His 10% sword intent had transformed to 15%. His sword intent was comprehended by sword god Ba Huang when he was an empty god realm emperor. If an ordinary person were to obtain it, they would not be able to refine it. Even if they could, they would not be able to refine it completely. Yi Xian had tried to refine it before, but to no avail. Fortunately, his devouring crystal was special enough to be devoured. The special devouring was equivalent to complete refinement. To put it simply, Yi Xian's comprehension of sword intent was extremely high. Imperial Heavenly Sword Technique, Imperial Slash. Exploding Heaven Fist. A slash and a fist shadow collided, creating a huge shockwave that almost broke all the trees on the mountain. The desolate mighty tribe's chief was not very talented, but his fist intent had transformed to 10%. Unfortunately, Yi Xian's sword intent was only at 15%. Boom! The fist intent was instantly dispersed, and Yi Xian, who contained 15% of the sword intent, directly landed on the body of the desolate hero tribe's patriarch. In an instant, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and his chest was also spurting with blood. 15% sword intent, this is impossible. The desolate mighty tribe's chief was shocked. Even he had only comprehended 10% of the fist intent, but Yi Xian had achieved 15%. Eye of Illusion. Eye of Control. While the desolate mighty tribe's chief was still in shock, Yi Xian quickly used his Eye of Heaven. You want to control me? Impossible. The desolate mighty tribe's chief began to resist, but he was already severely injured. The intense pain made his mind a little dazed. Resist? Yi Xian continued to attack. Another sword emperor with 15% sword intent landed on the desolate mighty tribe's chief. At this moment, he was already severely injured and on the verge of death. One more strike and he would probably die. You want to control me? Impossible. The desolate mighty tribe's chief shouted and continued to resist. Yi Xian had used the Eye of Illusion and the Eye of Revelation 3 times in a row. He had used up too much of his power. If the next round failed, there was no other way. Eye of Illusion. Eye of Control. However, the desolate mighty tribe's chief was too strong, so Yi Xian had to give up. Since you can't control it, then die. Yi Xian's eyes suddenly became cold, and he directly attacked. No. The desolate mighty tribe's chief was unwilling to accept this, because he had died in front of his son. More importantly, his son had been controlled by the enemy. Boom! When the sword fell on the desolate mighty tribe's chief, it pierced through his chest and killed him instantly. When his body fell from the sky, the young chief's eyes didn't change at all, as if the dead man had nothing to do with him. From now on, you're the chief of the desolate mighty tribe. Yi Xian said to the young chief. Yes, master. The young chief nodded. Then Yi Xian quickly went over and put away the interspatial ring and the corpse of the desolate mighty tribe's chief. Not again. Yi Xian was a little disappointed. He really wanted to get a heaven's treasure to open the third eye, no matter what it was. The Eye of Illusion and the Eye of Control were both related to the enemy's willpower, or mind power. However, the third eye had the Burning Eye, which could weaken the enemy's willpower. If Yi Xian had learned the Burning Eye, he would have succeeded just now. However, it was already a good thing to get so many heaven's treasures. Yu Sini, you're free now. Go back to the Lianyan tribe immediately and bring everyone here to merge with the desolate mighty tribe. The merged tribe will still be called the Lianyan tribe. Yi Xian ordered. Yes. Yu Sini nodded immediately. Now that Yi Xian had freed her, she was no longer under Yi Xian's control. However, Yi Xian had killed a second supreme master, how could she dare to disobey him? Wild leopard ancestor, Zhang Wei, you're free too. Yi Xian suddenly freed them again. With his current strength, he didn't need to be afraid of others at all, so it was better to save some space. At this moment, the only person under his control was the young chief of the desolate mighty tribe. Then, they all went to the desolate mighty tribe as guests. Go and find out the information immediately. Yi Xian ordered immediately. Yes. Zhang Yao, the young chief of the desolate mighty tribe, nodded and then left the house with a few pieces of paper. Yi Xian, on the other hand, was looking at a map in the chief's residence of the desolate mighty tribe. He found that the Bloodstone continent was really terrifyingly large. In the thousands of years that the eastern continent and the main continent were separated, the main continent's territory suddenly expanded dozens of times, which puzzled him. Chapter 835. Fortunately, there was a beautiful fox lady beside him. She was the wife of the young patriarch, Zhang Yao, so Yi Xian asked on the spot. My lord, this map of yours has a history of at least 5,000 years. Now, there are many experts in the main continent who searched for islands and gathered them to the Blood Cliff continent. The fox lady explained. Move the islands and gather them to the Blood Cliff continent? Yi Xian was shocked. Even with his current strength, he might not be able to move an island. Do you know what's the realm above the Supreme Being realm? Yi Xian asked again. The realm above the Supreme Being realm is called the three minor disasters of the Supreme Being realm. The first is the physical body, the second is the true qi, and the third is the spirit. Every time you pass one of these disasters, your strength will multiply. The fox lady said. Three minor disasters of the Supreme Being realm? Could it be that the yin-yang ancestor is in this realm? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He was only in the middle stage of the second Supreme Being realm and had only passed two Supreme Being tribulations. At this time, the young patriarch, Zhang Yao, who had left earlier, returned. My lord, there's news. Zhang Yao rushed in. Yi Xian hurriedly stood up and asked, what news? He had asked Zhang Yao to find out two things. The first was the yin-yang ancestor and the second was the item that could open the sky eye. At this time, Yi Xian hoped that Zhang Yao had news about the yin-yang ancestor. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. It's news about the crimson flame root. Zhang Yao hurriedly said. Sigh. Yi Xian couldn't help but sigh and ask, where can I find the crimson flame root? In Silverwing City. The Silverwing City's mayor recently held a martial arts competition. The Crimson Flame Root is the reward for the second place of the martial arts competition. Zhang Yao replied. The reward for the second place? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. The Crimson Flame Root was a must to open the burning eye. As long as the burning eye was opened, the success rate of the Eye of Illusion and Eye of Control would greatly increase. Then, what's the reward for the first place? Yi Xian asked again. Zhang Yao immediately replied, he wants to become the son-in-law of Silverwing City's city lord. Silverwing City's city lord's daughter is 14 this year, and she is already eligible for marriage. Hence, Silverwing City's city lord wishes to find a husband for his daughter. The wedding will be held 3 days from now. Oh. Yi Xian nodded silently. He was not interested in this 14-year-old lowly from the Fox Charm clan. What he wanted was the Scarlet Flame Root. You did well this time. Take good care of the Lianyan tribe, Yi Xian said and left. The desolate mighty tribe was quite a distance away from the Silverwing City, and with his speed, it would take him more than 2 days to reach the Silverwing City. As for that Silverwing City's city lord, he was extremely powerful. It was said that he had long reached the pinnacle of the third tribulation Supreme Being realm. If one could become his son-in-law, it could be said that one would reach the heavens in a single bound. Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song were arrested on their wedding day. This was a huge blow to Yi Xian. Therefore, Yi Xian was thinking about how to become stronger. Only with strength could one protect their loved ones. After traveling for 2 days, Yi Xian finally arrived at the Silverwing City one day before the martial competition for marriage. Tomorrow is the day of the Silverwing City's city lord's martial competition for marriage. That person is very strong, and I'm afraid many people will come to participate. I wonder if my second stage supremacy realm cultivation is enough, Yi Xian thought inwardly. He could defeat a second stage supremacy realm expert, and he should be able to exhaust an early third supremacy realm expert to death. However, if a third stage supremacy realm expert appeared, his 15% sword intent would not be able to cause any harm to his opponent, unless he could increase his sword intent to 20%. I haven't fought many life and death battles recently, so the improvement of my sword intent is slow. This time, I must train properly. It would be best if I can increase my sword intent again. Yi Xian planned. Generally speaking, sword intent and one's realm could be linked. A First Tribulation Supremacy Realm expert who comprehended 10% of sword intent was considered qualified, and a Second Tribulation Supremacy Realm expert who comprehended 20% of sword intent was considered qualified. He was currently a Second Stage Supremacy Realm expert, and he had comprehended 15% of sword intent, which was considered passable. If Sword God Ba Huang knew that Yi Xian had only comprehended 15% of sword intent, he would probably beat Yi Xian to death. After all, Sword God Ba Huang had comprehended sword intent when he was just a Void God Realm Emperor. The quality of his sword intent was very high, far surpassing the sword intent comprehended by half-step Supremacy Realm and Supremacy Realm experts. Soon, the next day arrived. At noon, Yi Xian followed the crowd and arrived at the arena where the martial competition for marriage would be held. The martial competition for marriage was divided into several rounds. In the first round, everyone had to defeat 3 opponents of the same level or a higher level to pass. In the second round, everyone had to defeat a higher level opponent. If there was no opponent of a higher level, the person with the highest level would automatically win. After these 2 rounds, the rules of the competition would be set by the Silverwing City Lord. I'm now a Second Tribulation Supremacy Realm expert. If I want to pass the selection, I have to defeat 3 opponents of the same level. However, this isn't the main point. The main point is that I'm a human. Will the other party allow me to participate? Yi Xian thought about it. He was a human, and in the eyes of the Fox Charm clan, he was an alien race. Therefore, he had another plan in mind, and that was to reap the benefits of the competition. If someone obtained the second place, he would snatch the Scarlet Flame root from the other party. Soon, Yi Xian followed the crowd and arrived at the arena in the center of Silverwing City. This arena was built by the Silverwing City Lord, and it was indestructible. There was also a formation around it, so no one would be injured if they fought inside. Yi Xian glanced around and saw that there were thousands of Supremacy Realm experts here to watch or participate in the competition. A mid-grade holy dynasty was indeed a mid-grade holy dynasty. It was more than 100 times stronger than the Sunflame holy dynasty. The number of Supremacy Realm experts in a single city was 100 times more than the Sunflame holy dynasty. Of course, most of the Supremacy Realm experts here were from the Fox Charm clan. This was a gathering of experts from countless tribes around Silverwing City. There are only a few hundred Second Tribulation Supremacy Realm experts. Yi Xian did a rough calculation. Due to the large number of people, he couldn't see how many Third Tribulation Supremacies were hidden among them. However, he did see a lot of clans. There were humans, Fox Charm Clan, Snake Charm Clan, Tiger Tribe, Giant Elephant Tribe, and so on. How terrifying! The Giant Elephant Tribe is 3 to 4 meters tall. Can the daughter of the Silverwing City Lord withstand it? Yi Xian thought evilly. At this moment, he's here. The City Lord is here. The City Lord has broken through to the peak of the Third Tribulation Supremacy Realm several years ago. I wonder if he has broken through to the Fourth Tribulation Supremacy Realm. What a powerful aura. Perhaps he has already broken through. Look, that's the City Lord's daughter. She looks so beautiful. Our Fox Charm clan isn't ugly, but this is the first time I've seen such a beautiful one. If she can. TSK, a group of people began to talk, and Yi Xian's gaze was drawn over. Eye of Revelation. Chapter 836. Yi Xian glanced at the City Lord and realized that he couldn't see through him. However, it was also because his cultivation base was too low. That was why he couldn't tell if the City Lord was a peak Third Tribulation Sovereign or a Fourth Tribulation Sovereign. However, the City Lord's daughter's cultivation base also surprised Yi Xian. She was only 14 years old, but she was already an early Third Tribulation Sovereign. She was even stronger than Yi Xian. Amazing! She has already passed the Third Tribulation Sovereign at the age of 14. It's amazing to have a strong background. Yi Xian licked his lips. Those with strong backgrounds were indeed powerful. Jiang Tianjin had tortured him to death. However, if Jiang Tianjin was compared to anyone from the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty, he was nothing. If it wasn't for the devouring system, Yi Xian would probably still be in the Heavenly Water Continent. At most, he would be at the Divine Core Realm. After the Divine Core Realm, there were still the Spirit Realm, Void God Realm, and other realms. The daughter of the Silverwing City Master had a lovely appearance. She had fair skin, big eyes, a delicate nose, and long black hair that hung down like a waterfall. 2 white fox ears poked out from her hair, and that fluffy snow-white tail of hers swayed from time to time. She looked very lovable and adorable. Right at this moment, she suddenly glanced at Yi Xian, who was standing in the crowd. Hee, the young girl from the Fox clan suddenly smiled. Her big eyes curved into a crescent shape. Her smile gave off an innocent feeling. Oh my heavens, the young city lord is smiling at me. Nonsense. He's obviously smiling at me. Get lost. Who do you think you are? The crowd immediately burst into an uproar. However, Yi Xian, who was hiding in the crowd, couldn't help but feel his heart tremble. Just now, when he was observing the young girl with the eye of revelation, she had discovered him. He didn't expect her to have such a powerful perception. The Silverwing City Governor and the young lady landed on the stage under the gazes of thousands of people. Then, the Silverwing City Governor announced loudly, "Thank you, everyone, for participating in my daughter's marriage by martial arts competition. I will first make a few points. Firstly, there is no requirement for race. Secondly, there is no requirement for age. Thirdly, even if you get first place, you might not be able to become my son-in-law. In the end, it all depends on Luolua's choice." After the Silverwing City Master's words left his mouth, everyone burst into an uproar. First of all, it was not 100% certain that he would be able to marry the young lady. From the looks of it, many people had a chance. However, they also understood that under normal circumstances, the first place still had the advantage. Alright, enough with the nonsense. Everyone should already know the rules. Who will go up the stage first? After saying those words, Silverwing City Lord led the girl away from the stage. Me first. Suddenly, a fox man jumped up. Second stage Supreme Being. No one is allowed to go up the stage, the Silverwing City Lord said. I'll do it. An early stage second Supreme Martial Artist from the Fox clan jumped up. A middle stage second Martial Saint and an early stage second Martial Saint. This was considered a challenge that surpassed one's level. If the middle stage second Martial Saint won, it wouldn't be counted. If an early stage second Supreme Martial Artist won, it would be considered as a success in the challenge, and he would pass the qualifier. In the arena battle, you can kill or admit defeat. Flying out of the array formation is also considered a loss, the Silverwing City Lord explained. This round of the qualifier wasn't that easy to pass. The spectators didn't expect a challenge that surpassed one's level right from the start. All of them craned their necks. Humph, a mere early stage second Supreme Martial Saint dares to challenge me? You're courting death. The man shouted and attacked directly. An attack that contained 10% of the sword intent was launched at the young man. I know it too. The young man from the Fox clan shouted and also slashed out with his sword. This slash also contained 10% of the sword intent. When the two Jinchi attacks collided, the man's attack was slightly stronger. Die! The man rushed in front of the young man and slashed down with his sword. See la! The young man's head flew up and he died instantly. Challenging someone that surpassed one's level wasn't an easy thing to do. The young man originally wanted to defeat the man so that he could pass the qualifier directly. However, he misjudged and his opponent was much stronger than him. TSK, he dares to go up the stage with such weak strength. He's really courting death. I thought that he had comprehended 15% of the sword intent. It's good that he died. This guy has profited. Although it doesn't count as a victory, it's good that he got a universe ring for free. The onlookers started to discuss among themselves. As he was fighting against someone with a lower level, the young man from the Fox clan still had 0 victories. Next, another 3 intermediate stage second supreme martial saints went up the stage. However, they were all defeated by the young man from the Fox clan. However, when the young man from the Fox clan fought the last round, he had already suffered serious injuries. Good, you passed the qualifier. When the Silver Wing City Lord saw that the young man had won 3 rounds in a row, he threw a token to him. Thank you, City Lord. The young man from the Fox clan quickly caught the token and rushed to a nearby place to treat his injuries. Then, the second person jumped up the stage. It was another intermediate stage second supreme martial saint. City Lord, I would like to challenge those of a higher level. The young man from the Fox clan cupped his fists and said. The Silver Wing City Lord's eyes lit up. You have guts. Good, a second peak supreme martial saint. I'll do it. Seeing that someone was going to die, someone immediately jumped up the stage. This old man from the Fox clan was a second peak supreme martial saint, 1 realm higher than the young man. Although he still had 0 victories after killing the young man, he was giving away his universe ring for free. Let's begin. When the Silver Wing City Lord's voice faded away, the 2 people on the stage began to move. This round was another challenge of a higher level. However, what surprised everyone was that the old man from the Fox clan was unable to fight back at all, 15% sword intent. That young man actually comprehended 15% sword intent. I remember now. He is the young clan leader of the Blood Flame tribe. So, he is from the Blood Flame tribe. He is going to win. The eyes of the surrounding crowd lit up. Rip. Along with a crisp sound, the young man from the Fox clan directly chopped off the old man's head. Challenge of a higher level, success. The young man kept the spoils of war and smiled at the Silver Wing City Lord and the young woman. Not bad, not bad. The Silver Wing City Lord admired the young man very much. A young man who comprehended 15% sword intent at the intermediate stage of the second peak supreme martial saint was an existence that was extremely rare even in the entire Silver Wing City. The young man from the Fox clan originally thought that he would be praised by the young woman. Unexpectedly, the young woman did not even look at him. Soon, it was time for the 3rd round. Yi Xian mixed in with the crowd and was currently calculating. If he wanted to pass the qualifier, he would have to consecutively defeat 3 people of the same level or a higher level. However, he did not want to pass this round. Therefore, he was looking for an opportunity to maximize the benefits. For example, if he went up and defeated a second peak supreme martial saint who had already won 2 rounds consecutively, he would be able to obtain a lot of spoils of war. As the battles on the stage continued, Yi Xian was also constantly sizing up the people below. He was trying to see which one of them looked rich. Right at this moment, the outcome of the battle on the stage was decided. A middle-aged man from the Fox clan had won 2 rounds consecutively. Moreover, he was a second peak supreme martial saint. This was a good opportunity for him to get on the stage. Very good. You have won 2 rounds consecutively. If you win another round, you will be able to pass. Chapter 837. This middle-aged man from the Fox clan was probably older than the Silver Wing City Lord. However, he had already comprehended 15% of his sword intent and defeated 2 opponents of the same level. Yi Xian immediately jumped onto the stage. However, at the same time, another peak second supreme being from the ferocious tiger clan also jumped onto the stage. Humph. Kid, how dare a mere second supreme being come up here? Are you courting death? The supreme being from the ferocious tiger clan coldly snorted. Since you're courting death, why don't you let me go first? Yi Xian looked at him. Alright, since you're courting death, I'll let you go first. The supreme being from the ferocious tiger clan coldly snorted. Since Yi Xian was only a second supreme being, he expected Yi Xian to be killed by the middle-aged man on the stage. At that time, wouldn't he be able to obtain another interspatial ring by killing the middle-aged man on the stage? Oh, a human actually came. How rare. The Silver Wing City Lord's eyes lit up again because he could see that this young human wasn't charmed. There were many humans in the Fox Clan Holy Dynasty, but almost all of them were charmed by the Fox Clan and then cultivated. However, Yi Xian wasn't charmed. This meant that his superior might be dead, or Yi Xian might be from another holy dynasty. Not only that, but the young girl, Luo Luo, also had her attention on Yi Xian. When Yi Xian was looking at her just now, she felt like she was being seen. That was why she glanced at him. Another one who doesn't care about his life and came to offer benefits. The middle-aged man from the Fox Clan on the stage sneered. Hee hee. Yi Xian only smiled faintly. It was hard to say who was the one offering benefits. At this time, the middle-aged man had already killed 2 people of the same level as him. It was a kill, not a defeat. He also had 2 interspatial rings in his hand, which was quite attractive to Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian had other plans this time, and that was to temper himself. The quality of his sword intent was extremely high, but his sword intent had only evolved to a 15% sword intent when he was already at the 2nd Supreme Martial Artist Intermediate stage. This was a little low. Therefore, he wanted to use this opportunity to see if he could transform his sword intent to 20%. Begin. All of a sudden, the Silver Wing City Master shouted. Swish! Swish! Before he could finish speaking, the middle-aged fox and Yi Xian had already made their move. Both of them had 15% sword intent. Although the middle-aged fox was at a higher realm than Yi Xian had the sword god bloodline and was not afraid of him at all. Boom! 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 Their sword chis collided, and chi waves surged, but they were all blocked by the array at the edge of the arena. Good lad, so you were hiding something. But don't forget, I'm from the Fox Charm clan. The Fox tribesman didn't want to waste too much of his stamina and true energy, so he directly used his charm on Yi Xian. His eyes turned pink, and an invisible force drilled into Yi Xian's mind. The Fox Charm clan was born with the ability to charm, but it didn't have much effect on people of the same race. After all, they were born with the ability to resist charms. However, Yi Xian was just a human. Under the suppression of his realm, although he might not be able to successfully charm him in one go, he could still cause his opponent to be slow. However, what he didn't expect was that Yi Xian was immune to this charm. With the devouring system, do you think you can charm me? Yi Xian snorted and directly slashed with his sword. What? The fox tribesman was shocked. His charm had no effect. How was this possible? This unforeseen event caused his reaction to be slower, and he was directly hit by Yi Xian's sword. Boom! The sword's sovereign slash, which contained 15% sword intent, slashed the fox tribesman's body and cut open a wound on his chest, causing blood to spurt out wildly. Good lad, you actually broke through my sovereign golden body. You are quite capable. The fox tribesman spat out a mouthful of blood and thought, although I don't know why my charm didn't work, you are one realm lower than me. It won't be that easy to defeat me. In fact, if Yi Xian wanted to, he could directly kill the fox tribesman, but what he wanted was the fox tribesman's wealth. Come on. Yi Xian attacked again. Not only did he want the fox tribesman's interspatial ring, but he also wanted to use the fox tribesman to improve his sword intent. He just didn't know if it would work. Smoke and dust filled the arena. This battle was unexpectedly wonderful. The people below cheered one after another. They didn't expect a human to have such high aptitude. Many people were interested in him. Of course, it wasn't that kind of interest. They wanted to charm Yi Xian and use him for their own purposes. There was still a lot of commotion in the arena. From the beginning until now, Yi Xian had already exchanged more than 100 blows with his opponent. Ding! The host's 15% sword intent has transformed into 20% sword intent. When the system notification sounded, Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. His sword intent had finally broken through. The sword deity of Bahwang's aptitude was too heaven-defying. He had comprehended sword intent when he was only an empty god realm great emperor. Such a high-quality sword intent had almost been buried by Yi Xian. Now, you can die. Yi Xian's eyes were cold as he slashed with his sword. Heavenly Emperor Sword Art, Sword Emperor Slash. Swish. This sword light easily broke through the fox tribesman's attack and landed directly on his body. Yi Xian's attack just now was enough to injure him. Now that his sword intent had transformed and improved, he could at least severely injure his opponent. Boom! The attack that contained 20% sword intent landed on the fox tribesman's body and instantly tore his heart apart. Plop! The fox tribesman was sent to the edge of the arena by this attack, but he was already dead. Yi Xian had succeeded in challenging someone of a higher rank. Swish! There was an uproar in the crowd. A young human had challenged an expert of the fox tribesman of a higher rank and had even succeeded. This is unbelievable. He actually won. TSK. That person must have fought 2 rounds consecutively and was not strong enough. That's why he was killed. Are you blind? Didn't you see the 20% sword intent in that attack just now? What? 20% sword intent? Didn't he only have 15%? He must have broken through on the spot. His aptitude is not bad. I'm afraid many people have their eyes on him. A human genius without a master. TSK. The group of fox tribesmen were discussing softly. Among them, many Third Tribulation Supremes had their eyes on Yi Xian. Once they had the chance, they would go over and charm Yi Xian. However, with the Silver Wing city governor around, they did not dare to make a move. After killing the fox tribesman, Yi Xian quickly kept his belongings and corpse. The 3 universe rings were all Second Tribulation Supremes. He had gained a lot this time. After Yi Xian kept his belongings, the Silver Wing city governor threw a token to Yi Xian and said, "Human kid, you did well. You passed." Thank you, city governor. Chapter 838. The first place has nothing to do with me. What I want is the second place reward, the Scarlet Flame Root, Yi Xian thought in his heart and immediately left. Now, he had passed the first round of the selection. In the second round, he would have to fight against a higher-level opponent. However, with his second stage supremacy realm, it wouldn't be a problem for him to enter the third round. Yi Xian roughly looked at the remaining battles. There were battles between those of the same level and those of a higher level. In the battles between those of a higher level, there were successes and failures. Soon, those Third Tribulation Supremacy Realm experts couldn't help but go up the stage. In order to pass the selection, an early-stage Supremacy Realm expert had to defeat 3 opponents of the same level. Of course, if one could defeat a middle-stage Supremacy Realm expert, he would pass the selection. However, the middle-stage Supremacy Realm experts present were all related to the Silverwing City Master. They wouldn't go up the stage. Right at this moment, a young man suddenly walked up the stage. Everyone's eyes narrowed. It was another human. Third Tribulation Supremacy. The eyes of the Tiger Tribe Supremacy who had defeated an opponent of the same level flashed. In the Fox Charm Dynasty, there weren't many Third Tribulation Supremacy Realm experts. However, those middle-stage Supremacy Realm experts could tell at a glance that this young man was being controlled. They just didn't know who his master was. Begin. The Silverwing City Master also knew that he was being controlled, so he didn't waste any time and directly said. In the next moment, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. To everyone's surprise, this young man was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he chopped off his opponent's head. Before the Tiger Tribe Supremacy Realm expert could react, his golden body was broken and his head flew up. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. How strong is he to kill an opponent of the same level in an instant? 30% sword intent. He has comprehended 30% sword intent. A Third Tribulation Supremacy Realm expert felt it and immediately shouted. As soon as the words came out, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air again. 30% sword intent? How is this possible? Among the people present, only the Silverwing City Master had comprehended 30% sword intent. No wonder he could kill an opponent of the same level in an instant. It turned out that he was so strong. Now, everyone was interested in the master behind this young man. What kind of person could cultivate such a human? How terrifying. A third Tribulation Supreme has comprehended 30% of the sword intent. This already exceeds the standard. His future is limitless, as Yi Xian thought to himself. His gaze suddenly landed on the Silverwing City Master. The corners of the Silverwing City Lord's lips curled up slightly. It was as if he had known about this all along. From the looks of it, this bewitched young man might be related to the Silverwing City Master. Or perhaps, the Silverwing City Master was the person behind the bewitched young man. Only the Silverwing City Master would have such capabilities. Yi Xian wasn't the only one who thought of this. However, no one else said anything and pretended not to know. Now, the young man had already killed an opponent of the same level. If he defeated two more, he would be able to advance. However, who dared to go on stage? There was a total of 5 seconds of silence before an old man descended from the sky. This old man doesn't believe it. It's just a mere 30% sword intent. An expert from the Giant Elephant clan landed on the arena. He was one of the middle-stage third-grade Supreme Being experts who was interested in the daughter of the Silverwing City Lord. A middle-stage third-grade Supreme Being against an early-stage third-grade Supreme Being. However, that young man had comprehended 30% sword intent, while this expert from the Giant Elephant clan had only comprehended 25% sword intent. Thus, it was uncertain who would win. Let's begin. The Silverwing City Lord didn't show any worry on his face as he casually called out. Just as his voice rang out, the two people in the arena started attacking. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged more than 10 attacks. The commotion they created was unprecedented. My Giant Elephant clan possesses boundless strength. Why would we be afraid of you? The Giant Elephant clan's Supreme Being snorted coldly in his mind. He wasn't afraid of the other party at all. Boom! 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 The two people attacked crazily, and the entire Silverwing City seemed to be shaking. Although the Giant Elephant clan's Supreme Being understood that there might be an expert behind the young man, he wasn't afraid. On the path of martial arts, if one was afraid of death, how could one become strong? Die! At this moment, the Giant Elephant clan's Supreme Being's palm-sized nose suddenly straightened. A black shadow shot out from his nose and headed straight for the young man. The young man snorted coldly. The people from the Giant Elephant clan often hid hidden weapons in their noses. He had long been on guard. Swish! That poisonous arrow brushed past the young man's ear. At the same time, the young man stared at his opponent and slashed out with his sword. Annihilation Slash. This slash was his strongest attack. After fusing with 30% sword intent, it wasn't something an ordinary person could block. The Giant Elephant clan's Supreme Being widened his eyes. He slashed down with his sword, but he didn't manage to destroy the slash. Rip! The white slash directly cut the Giant Elephant clan's Supreme Being's 3.5-meter tall body into two halves. The Giant Elephant clan's Supreme Being's golden body was as weak as tofu in front of this slash. Plop! The Giant Elephant clan's Supreme Being's body fell down on the arena. Although he didn't die, he was slashed by the young man again. The entire crowd was shocked. The strength of the Giant Elephant clan's Supreme Being should be considered above average among the third-stage Supreme Beings. However, he was still killed by the young man. This young man's backer was really not simple. Just as everyone was in shock, a person below the ring slightly curled up the corners of his mouth. Ding! Annihilation Slash has been copied successfully. Do you want to learn it? Yes. Yi Xian used his eye of revelation to copy down the powerful martial art that the young man had just executed. The Imperial Heaven Sword technique of the Imperial Heaven technique was considered powerful. However, the Sunflame Holy Dynasty was just a low-grade Holy Dynasty. The strongest person was only an early second-stage Supreme Being. Therefore, the martial art that they used was inferior in comparison. This young man might be the number one. No wonder the Silverwing City Governor said that the number one might not necessarily be able to marry his daughter. So this is the reason. Yi Xian was now certain that the person who controlled this young man should be the Silverwing City Governor. However, it didn't matter. He was going to fight for the second place anyway. Then again, the young man had succeeded in his challenge. Therefore, he had also passed this round. Then, the battle continued. Yi Xian, who was below the arena, looked on and used his eye of revelation to scan to see if there were any good martial arts. Ding! Exquisite Steps has been copied successfully. Do you want to learn it? Yes. Yi Xian found another good martial art. This Exquisite Steps had no shadow and no trace. When one walked, there was very little movement. It was considered good among the lower-grade Supreme Being martial arts. Soon, this round of the qualifiers came to an end. Yi Xian calculated that there were about 100 people who had entered the second round. Chapter 839. In the second round, the challenger had to challenge someone who was one level higher than him. Yi Xian was a mid-stage second-level Supreme Being, so he had to challenge someone who was at the peak of the second level. The Fox tribe male who passed the first round was slightly injured and knew that it would be difficult for him to challenge someone who was at a higher level. Hence, he directly shouted, "I forfeit." The second young man who passed the second round didn't forfeit. Instead, he chose an injured peak second-level Supreme Being. Previously, he had defeated a peak second-level Supreme Being, so he still won this round. However, the peak second-level Supreme Being who was named forfeited. The people present weren't fools, so many of them chose to forfeit. Soon, it was Yi Xian's turn. Most people would choose to challenge someone who was injured, but Yi Xian was different. He had already exposed half of his strength. If he chose to challenge someone who was injured, his opponent would definitely forfeit. Hence, he chose a stronger opponent. "I choose you." Yi Xian pointed at a peak Supreme Being from the ferocious Tiger tribe. "How dare you challenge me?" The Supreme Being from the ferocious Tiger tribe coldly snorted. His strength was obvious to all. He had defeated 3 Supreme Beings of the same level and only suffered light injuries. However, Yi Xian actually dared to challenge him. He was courting death. "Alright, both of you enter the arena." The Silver Wing City Lord nodded and shouted. He was looking forward to this battle. Would the ferocious Tiger tribe's expert or Yi Xian win? Yi Xian and the ferocious Tiger tribe's expert landed on the arena. The two of them were 1,000 meters apart. After hearing the city lord's command, the two of them attacked at the same time. Imperial Heavenly Sword Art, Imperial Sword Slash. Dragon Tiger shatters the mountain. The sword ray and the opponent's fist shadow collided. 2 different types of chi instantly exploded. The ferocious Tiger tribe's expert's fist intent had increased to 20%, which was exactly the same as Yi Xian's. Hence, the two of them were evenly matched. For this battle, Yi Xian had the same plan as before. It had been a long time since he fought to his heart's content. Perhaps, this battle would allow his sword intent to reach 25%. Rumble. The intense battle in the arena made the spectators very excited. Even the Silverwing City Lord was confused. Yi Xian was 1 realm lower than his opponent, his sword intent was the same as his opponent's, and his martial arts seemed to be inferior to his opponent's. Yet, he was still able to fight his opponent to a draw. This did not make sense. "Father, who do you think will win?" At this moment, the young girl suddenly asked in a low voice. "Luo, who do you think will win?" The Silver Wing City Master asked in reply. He found it slightly strange because this was the first time Luo had spoken since they had appeared. I think that human will win, Luo replied. Why? Could it be that you've taken a fancy to him? The Silverwing City Master was somewhat surprised. That's not it. My daughter's standards are high. I just feel that human seems to be very confident. Luo smiled lightly. That's right. That young man most likely has yet to reveal his trump card. He should be able to win this battle, Silverwing City Lord said, nodding. At this moment, the battle between Yi Xian and the supreme being of the ferocious tiger tribe had entered a white-hot stage. If either of them made the slightest mistake, they would most likely be struck by the other party, which would then lead to the outcome of this battle. Kid, go to hell. The supreme being of the ferocious tiger tribe suddenly shouted. A huge fist shadow suddenly descended from the sky, as though it was going to smash Yi Xian into minced meat. Humph. Yi Xian snorted coldly. This fist was extremely powerful. If he was hit by it, he would at least be severely injured. Therefore, he quickly dodged and stared. Eyes of illusion. Boom. The supreme being of the ferocious tiger tribe was not like the charming fox tribe. Their mental strength was much weaker than the charming fox tribes. Therefore, Yi Xian was able to hit him with one strike. The huge fist shadow descended and smashed beside Yi Xian. Yi Xian, however, slashed out with his sword. Imperial Heaven Sword Art, Imperial Sword Slash. Swish. A cold light pierced through the air. The supreme being of the ferocious tiger tribe stood in place in astonishment. He did not dodge or dodge. Swish. This slash directly cut open the supreme being of the ferocious tiger tribe's throat, instantly chopping off his head. Blood spurted out from his throat and splattered several meters high. If the supreme being of the ferocious tiger tribe did not use his ultimate move, he might have been able to survive for a while. Unfortunately, he was courting death. When the supreme being of the ferocious tiger tribe's head fell to the ground, everyone was stunned. They did not understand why the supreme being of the ferocious tiger tribe did not dodge and allowed Yi Xian to directly chop off his head. Even the Silverwing City Lord could not see through this scene. Was he hit by an illusion? When did that kid set up the illusion array? The Silverwing City Lord frowned. Even with his strength, he could not see when Yi Xian had set up the illusion array. Only an illusion array could make the supreme being of the ferocious tiger tribe stand there motionless like a statue, allowing Yi Xian to chop off his head with his sword. At this moment, Yi Xian had already arrived beside the supreme being of the ferocious tiger tribe and collected his corpse and belongings. A second peak supreme being was enough to establish a large tribe. The desolate mighty tribe's patriarch was also a second peak supreme being. Therefore, Yi Xian had gained quite a lot. Almost there. I'll be able to make a breakthrough soon. Unfortunately, I'm still a little short. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He had already defeated his opponent and passed the second round. However, the rules of the third round were set by the Silverwing City Lord on the spot. Therefore, even he did not know what the rules were. Little brother, you've won. Stand aside for now. The Silverwing City Lord looked at Yi Xian with an appreciative gaze and said. Yi Xian nodded silently and walked to the side. Next, it was time for the others to start their challenges. Yi Xian continued to watch. As his eye power could not recover quickly, he only skipped the battles of higher realms to watch. However, right at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared. All of a sudden, a figure flew towards him. He sensed for a moment and discovered that it was the daughter of the Silverwing City Master, Luo. Heavens, the young city lord is flying toward that human. What's going on? Could it be that the young city lord has taken a fancy to that human? How can this be? How can the young city lord be together with a human? Those with sharp eyes noticed this situation. Even the Silverwing City Lord did not expect that his daughter would do this. Didn't this mean that she had a good impression of Yi Xian? What's your name? Luo Luo flew to Yi Xian's side and asked in a low voice. Yi Xian was also shocked. His mind trembled and he replied in a low voice, Yi Xian. My name is Luo Luo. Luo Luo introduced herself. Then, she asked, how did you make him unable to move? Was it an illusion? I'm afraid I can't tell you that, Yi Xian replied directly. However, this was within Luo Luo's expectations. She paused for a moment and said in a low voice, you used your eyes to cast an illusion on him, right? Chapter 840. This question made Yi Xian tremble. This young lady from the Fox clan, Luo Luo, had a strange ability. She was actually able to discover his secret. However, Yi Xian did not answer her question. Seeing that Yi Xian did not answer, Luo Luo asked softly, do you want to marry me? This question put Yi Xian in a difficult position. How was he supposed to answer this question? No, Yi Xian replied in the end. Luo Luo blinked her big eyes. Suddenly, she patted Yi Xian's shoulder and asked, then, are you looking for other rewards? That's right. Yi Xian's answer was simple. He suddenly had a feeling that Luo Luo was even more dangerous than the supreme being from the ferocious tiger tribe. Alright, I hope you can get a good ranking. After Luo Luo finished speaking, she left and returned to the Silver Wing City Lord's side. This lass's perception is not inferior to mine. Her perception is too strong. She actually discovered that I cast an illusion with my eyes. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. As long as he obtained the Scarlet Flame Root, he would leave immediately. This was because he knew that many people had their eyes on him. Perhaps, this included the Silver Wing City Lord. The last battle of the second round was against the young man who had comprehended 30% of the sword intent. However, he did not have an opponent. Therefore, he directly advanced to the next round. After this round, there were only slightly more than 10 people left. Among them, there were a few Third Tribulation Supreme Beings. These people wanted to fight for the top 3 positions. The competition was extremely intense. Very good. The 18 of you will fight in pairs. There are only 9 people left. Suddenly, the Silver Wing City Lord grinned and said, I wonder if anyone is going to forfeit? The 18 people, including Yi Xian, fell silent. However, no one withdrew. Upon seeing this, the Silver Wing City Lord threw out 18 numbers. Yi Xian's number was the 12th. Then, the Silver Wing City Lord drew 9 numbers. Yi Xian's opponent was a second peak Supreme Being. Alright, let's fight according to this order. The Silver Wing City Lord said directly. Unfortunately, number 1 was the human youth who had comprehended 30% of the sword intent. As for his opponent, it was a peak second rank utmost exalted. Thus, that peak second rank utmost exalted directly forfeited. What a joke! This human youth had killed a third stage supreme being from the giant elephant clan. His cultivation was even lower than the human youth's, so how could he possibly win? In the second round, it was a battle between a second-level Supreme Being and a second-level Supreme Being. The third match was between a third Tribulation Supreme Venerable and a second Tribulation Supreme Venerable. As expected, his opponent chose to forfeit. Battle after battle, it was soon Yi Xian's turn. Brat, I won't give up. Kill me if you can. Yi Xian's opponent was still from the ferocious tiger tribe, a second-stage supreme martial artist. As you wish. Yi Xian's eyes lit up as he landed on the arena. The supreme being from the ferocious tiger tribe that he had just killed was courting death, which was why he had killed him. He hoped that this time, the supreme being would be able to hold on for a while. It would be best if it could allow his sword intent to transform. Under the command of the Silver Wing City Lord, the battle began. The supreme being from the ferocious tiger tribe was currently using a large blade. His attack power was extremely ferocious, and it was even stronger than the previous opponent. Unfortunately, Yi Xian's cultivation was also higher than before, so he wasn't at a disadvantage. The supreme being from the ferocious tiger tribe had fought a few battles and was injured. he had also consumed a lot of his true qi. Therefore, Yi Xian was using the eye of revelation to observe the true qi in his opponent's body. Now, this supreme being from the ferocious tiger tribe was his sparring partner. As long as the supreme being from the ferocious tiger tribe ran out of true qi, he would kill him without hesitation. Rumble. The sound on the stage was deafening, and everyone was shocked to the core. The silver-winged city lord crossed his legs and asked in a low voice, "Luo Luo, who do you think will win?" "That human," Luo Luo replied without thinking. "Then do you think he can make it into the top 3? "There are 3 third tribulation supreme venerables here," the silver-winged city lord asked again. "Then, father, can't you just do something?" Luo Luo suddenly turned to look at the silver-winged city lord. "Do something." The silver-winged city lord naturally understood what Luo Luo meant. If Yi Xian could make it through the first round, he would arrange Yi Xian's opponent so that he wouldn't have to face the other 3 third tribulation supreme venerables. However, Luolua's answer gave the silver-winged city lord another plan. "This kid doesn't seem to be here for Luoluo. If he's here for the reward, then I'll capture him and make him Luolua's servant." The marriage contest was actually just a pretense. The silver-winged city lord wanted to see if there would be anyone who was qualified to participate. This way, he could charm the other party and make them work for him. Of course, if he could find a good husband for his daughter, he would be very happy. At this time, wow! The surrounding audience suddenly burst into an uproar. When the silver-winged city lord took a closer look, his face turned pale with fright. He exclaimed, 25% sword intent? Yi Xian, who was in the arena, suddenly comprehended 25% of the sword intent and instantly killed his opponent with a single sword strike. This scene happened so quickly that even the silver-winged city lord couldn't react in time. Rip! The head of the supreme being from the ferocious tiger tribe was thrown into the air. Soon after, the corpse was put away by Yi Xian, who walked forward quickly. TSK, the sword intent of sword god Bahuang is really powerful. It transformed twice in a day. Yi Xian's heart was already bursting with joy. The standard for a second tribulation supreme was 20% sword intent. Since he had comprehended 25% sword intent, he could definitely squeeze into the ranks of the geniuses. Not only that, after obtaining these spoils, he could break through to the second tribulation supreme realm. However, he didn't break through immediately. Since he had already taken the spoils, he might as well keep them in the devouring space as a trump card. The people below the arena were so shocked that they were speechless. The difficulty of transforming sword intent wasn't any lower than breaking through. However, Yi Xian could transform twice in a day. This was enough to prove his qualifications. At this time, the silver-winged city lord's eyes were shining. It would be great if he could make such a human genius work for him. Good, continue. The silver-winged city lord shouted. Yi Xian was in the 7th round, so there were still 2 more rounds to be fought. Soon, the 2 rounds were over. Only 9 people were left. Among them, 3 were at the 3rd tribulation supreme realm. Among the remaining 6, except for Yi Xian, who was at the 2nd tribulation supreme realm, the rest were at the 3rd tribulation supreme realm. Then, the silver-winged city lord announced the order of the next round of battles. This time, it was very brutal. The 9 people would be divided into 3 groups. Each group would have 3 people. These 3 people would have to fight until the last one to be considered the winner. Of course, they could also forfeit. The silver-winged city lord immediately divided the groups. He used a method that others couldn't see through to secretly tamper with the groups. Chapter 841. Did the silver-winged city master deliberately assign a 3rd tribulation supreme being to that human genius's group? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. With the eye of revelation, he saw through the silver-winged city master's trick. Father, he saw through your trick, Luo Luo suddenly said in a low voice. Only she and the silver-winged city master could hear her voice. What? The silver-winged city master was startled. Soon after, he adjusted his state of mind and said, "The 3 groups are out." He flashed the numbers in the air for everyone to see. After seeing the situation, the people in the square burst into an uproar again. That 3rd tribulation supreme being is in trouble. He actually encountered that human genius. Won't he be killed instantly? His opponent will definitely admit defeat. That white-clothed human is too lucky. He actually only encountered 2 second tribulation supreme being opponents. It seems that he will be able to qualify for this round. At the very least, he will be ranked 3rd. The reward for the 3rd place is also pretty good. With the eye of perception, Yi Xian's 5 senses were extremely sharp. Without exception, the conversations of these people fell into his ears. However, he did not expose the Silverwing City Master's trick. Instead, he just watched quietly. However, his complexion was not very good. This was because the Silverwing City Master deliberately let him win. He probably had some kind of plan. This plan might be to charm him or to make him the son-in-law of the City Master. If it was the latter, Yi Xian could still deal with it. If it was the former, it would be troublesome. If the charm did not work, the Silverwing City Master would very likely kill him directly. Humph, I will first take the Scarlet Flame route and then leave with the crowd. The Silverwing City Master will not dare to make a move in public. Yi Xian thought to himself. The first round was between the young man who had comprehended 30% of the sword intent and the other 2 people. One of them was a 3rd tribulation supreme being, while the other was a peak 2nd tribulation supreme being. However, the 2 of them tactfully chose to forfeit. The second round was between a 3rd tribulation supreme being from the demonic snake clan and 2 peak 2nd tribulation supreme beings from the fox clan. A 3rd tribulation supreme being had passed one more supreme being tribulation than a 2nd tribulation supreme being. Their golden body was extremely powerful. If they did not comprehend 20% of the sword intent, they would not be able to injure their opponent. Therefore, the 2 of them chose to forfeit. 2. The 3rd match was Yi Xian. "Don't give up, don't give up, don't give up," Yi Xian muttered in his heart. What a joke, if he gave up, then he would lose out. Fortunately, the other 2 had reached a consensus. They wanted to kick Yi Xian out of the ring first. Yi Xian had actually predicted this, but he was not afraid of the other party at all. After all, the other party was only a 2nd tribulation supreme. The 3 of them landed on the arena and stood at 3 corners. "Let the 3rd round begin," the Silverwing City Master shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, the other 2 second stage supreme martial artists simultaneously launched their attacks at Yi Xian. A speck of light dares to compete with the bright moon? Yi Xian's eyes flickered a few times as he quickly slashed twice with his sword. Hiss! Hiss! Amidst 2 crisp sounds, the heads of the 2 overconfident supremes were chopped off by Yi Xian one by one. He really didn't know why they had the guts to enter the arena. However, Yi Xian benefited from this. After keeping the few interspatial rings, Yi Xian looked at the Silverwing City Master. Very good. The top 3 are out. The Silverwing City Master smiled faintly and said, "Since that is the case, I will announce the rankings directly." After saying that, he looked at the young man who had comprehended 30% of the sword intent and said, "You are the 1st. You are the 2nd. You are the 3rd. When he said the 3rd, the Silverwing City Master looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian was speechless. In the end, the Silverwing City Master actually decided the rankings himself. What the hell was he doing? At this time, the Silverwing City Master asked again, "If the 3 of you are not satisfied with your rankings, you can challenge me." Initially, the surrounding people also felt that it was a little unfair. However, when they heard this, they calmed down. The young man who was in the 1st place would definitely not have any objections to his ranking. In that case, it would depend on the 3rd tribulation supremacy of the demonic snakes clan and Yi Xian. I have no objections. The 3rd tribulation supremacy of the demonic snakes clan shook his head. He believed that he would not be able to defeat the young man who had comprehended 30% of the sword intent. However, Yi Xian had an objection. The purpose of his trip was the Scarlet Blaze route. The second place reward was the Scarlet Blaze route. Therefore, he had to challenge the third tribulation supremacy of the demonic snakes clan. I have an objection. I want to challenge him. Yi Xian suddenly shouted and pointed at the third tribulation supremacy of the demonic snakes clan. Wow! As soon as these words came out, the crowd immediately went into an uproar. Yi Xian was at the second tribulation supremacy realm while the third tribulation supremacy of the demonic snakes clan was at the second tribulation supremacy realm. There was a difference of 2 realms between them. Moreover, there was a gap of 1 supremacy realm between them. If it was the second tribulation supremacy realm between the second tribulation supremacy realm and the second tribulation supremacy realm, there would be a gap of 2 realms between them. However, there was a gap of 1 supremacy realm between the 2 realms. The people below felt that there was something wrong with Yi Xian's head. That third tribulation supremacy realm expert had also comprehended 25% of the sword intent. Moreover, he was 2 realms higher than the third tribulation supremacy realm expert. What ability did Yi Xian have to challenge him? Yi Xian's words made the Silver Wing City Lord tremble. The Silver Wing City Lord originally wanted to give Yi Xian a way out. However, he did not expect that Yi Xian would not appreciate his kindness. The Silver Wing City Lord paused for a moment and glanced at Luo Luo who was beside him. Luo Luo still had a smile on her face. She said softly, "Father, didn't you notice that his aura has changed?" The Silver Wing City Lord frowned. Due to the distance between them, he did not sense any changes in Yi Xian. "Luo Luo, are you saying that he has made a breakthrough?" The Silver Wing City Lord asked with a frown. "Yes." Luo Luo nodded. The Silver Wing City Lord knew his daughter's ability. Therefore, after thinking for a moment, he said to Yi Xian, "If you can defeat him, you will be ranked 2nd. "Good." Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Earlier, he had already devoured the natural treasures and broken through to the second tribulation supremacy realm. Although his opponent was 1 realm higher than him and had to undergo 1 more supremacy realm tribulation, he was still a supremacy realm tribulation supremacy realm expert. However, he was still not afraid. Since the 2nd ranked was challenged by the 3rd ranked, that supremacy realm snake demon clan expert could not refuse. Refusing was equivalent to forfeiting. "Brat, I really don't know where you get your guts from. Since you dare to covet my 2nd rank, I advise you to give up. If you die in my hands, you won't even be able to get the reward for the 3rd rank." Supremacy Realm Snake Demon Clan expert said coldly. "I can give up if you want. However, you have to give me the reward." Yi Xian suddenly cracked a joke. "You are courting death." The 3rd tribulation supremacy of the demonic snake clan landed on the arena and shouted. "What a joke! Give Yi Xian the reward? How was that possible?" Chapter 842. The spectators felt that Yi Xian should have just accepted the reward for the 3rd place. However, he insisted on challenging the 2nd place. He was simply courting death. It would be fine if he admitted defeat in the middle of the battle. However, they were afraid that Yi Xian wouldn't even have the time to admit defeat. "I hope this brat doesn't die in the hands of his opponent." The Silver Wing City Lord thought to himself. He wanted to recruit Yi Xian. Even if he failed, he could still charm him forcefully. However, it would be a pity if Yi Xian was killed by the 3rd tribulation supreme being of the demonic snakes clan. "Let's begin." The Silver Wing City Lord shouted. He was already prepared to attack. As for the reason, it was very simple. After all, Yi Xian was the 3rd place. How could he recruit him if he died? "Brat, you have no way out now. Hand over the interspatial ring obediently." The supreme being of the demonic snakes clan sneered. "You talk too much." Yi Xian couldn't be bothered to pay attention to his opponent. He directly swept his sword. He was at the second peak of the Supreme Being stage and had comprehended 25% of the sword intent. In general, Yi Xian was only one level lower than his opponent and had only undergone one supreme tribulation. This small difference could definitely be made up for with his bloodline. Swish! The slash pierced through the air. At this moment, the third tribulation Supreme Being of the demonic snakes clan finally understood why Yi Xian had the guts to challenge him. It turned out that he had broken through. You're still a second tribulation Supreme Being even after breaking through. How can your golden body be compared to mine? The third tribulation Supreme Being of the demonic snakes clan also attacked. He had also comprehended 25% of the sword intent. His attack power wasn't any weaker than Yi Xian's. Let's end this quickly. Eye of Illusion. Yi Xian glared at the third tribulation Supreme Being of the demonic snakes clan and immediately fell for it. The demonic snakes clan was different from the demonic foxes clan. The demonic foxes clan's willpower was naturally stronger than other clans. Therefore, the demonic snakes clan's Supreme Being paused for a second. Heavenly Emperor Sword Art, Sword Emperor slash. Yi Xian quickly swung his sword at the Supreme Being of the demonic snake clan. With a loud bang, the Supreme Being of the demonic snake clan was sent flying. However, a third tribulation supremacy had undergone one more supremacy tribulation. Those who could withstand the third supremacy tribulation were not ordinary people. Furthermore, after undergoing the baptism of the third supremacy tribulation, the supremacy of the demonic snake clan's supremacy golden body was exceptionally powerful. This sword strike only caused a light injury to the other party. However, Yi Xian's original intention was not to kill him. Eye of Control. The snake demon supremacy, who was still in the illusion, suddenly fell into the trap again. However, the success rate of the Eye of Control in this situation was not high. Imperial Heavenly Sword Technique, Imperial Slash. Yi Xian quickly slashed out 5 times, each strike landing on the body of the demonic snake clan supremacy, greatly weakening his willpower. Ding! Control successful. The system prompted. So what if the other party was a third tribulation supremacy? This only showed that the Supreme Being golden body was more powerful. Willpower still depended on the person's state of mind. This time, he was able to control the other party easily because the other party was not of the demonic fox clan. Otherwise, it would not be so easy to succeed. I admit defeat. The demonic snake clan supremacy, who was controlled by Yi Xian, climbed up from the arena. His chest was badly mutilated by Yi Xian's attack. Fresh blood spurted out from the wound, and it was a glaring scarlet color. The entire audience was shocked. Although Yi Xian was powerful, why was this sovereign of the snake demon clan stunned for a second like the sovereign of the ferocious tiger clan? At this moment, the Silver Wing city governor was also confused. He knew that Yi Xian had used the illusion again, but he did not know how Yi Xian had done it. At the same time, even he did not see that the demonic snake clan supremacy had been controlled. Alright, the second and third place will be swapped, the Silver Wing city governor said loudly. This was Yi Xian's plan. If the demonic snake clan supremacy died, there would be no one for the third place. Wouldn't the reward be returned to the Silver Wing city governor? That was why Yi Xian controlled the demonic snake clan supremacy. This way, the second and third place rewards would be his. Under Yi Xian's control, the injured demonic snake clan supremacy immediately began to heal his wounds. After his injuries were stabilized, the Silver Wing city governor said, "Daughter, who do you fancy? Of course, you don't have to choose from the top 3. You just have to be present." His voice was neither loud nor soft, and everyone in the surroundings could hear it. The entire arena was in an uproar again. Even if they were not on the arena, they were still qualified. Now, there were already 3 people standing on the arena. The first was the human youth who had comprehended 30% of the sword intent. The second was Yi Xian, and the third was the demonic snake clan supremacy that Yi Xian had just defeated. When the young lady from the Fox clan heard this, she deliberately swept her beautiful eyes around. Everywhere her beautiful eyes passed, there would be an uproar. However, her gaze still shifted to the arena in the end. It's him. Luo Luo pointed at a human with her slender finger. This human wasn't the genius who had comprehended 30% of the sword intent. It was Yi Xian. Wow! The entire arena was in an uproar again. One was a supremacy who had comprehended 30% of the sword intent, while the other was a second peak supremacy who had comprehended 25% of the sword intent. One was the first and the other was the second. In the end, it was actually the second place, Yi Xian. This was beyond the expectations of many people. F***ck. Seeing Luo Luo pointing at him, Yi Xian's face sank. This was troublesome. He had to obtain the Scarlet Flame Root. However, since Luo Luo had taken a fancy to him, wouldn't it be a slap to the Silver Wing City Governor's face if he were to reject her? Moreover, it would also incite public anger. After all, who didn't want to become the Silver Wing City Governor's son-in-law? Young man, Luo Luo has taken a fancy to you. What do you think? The Silver Wing City Governor narrowed his eyes and fixed his gaze on Yi Xian. Yi Xian paused for a moment before he said, I already have 2 wives at home. It's normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines, the Silver Wing City Governor said with a smile. But I am a human. Yi Xian said again. It doesn't matter. Although you and I are not of the same race, I don't discriminate. It doesn't matter whether my offspring is a human or a fox, the Silver Wing City Governor continued. Now, Yi Xian was having a headache. He hadn't found Song Sui Jing yet. He wasn't even in the mood to consummate his marriage. How could he marry another one? Moreover, if a human married a fox, unless the human's bloodline was extremely powerful and overpowered the foxes, the human's bloodline would be biased toward the beasts. He didn't want to give birth to a fox. At this moment, Yi Xian, who had activated his eye of revelation, scanned the surroundings and found that the few supremacies who were hiding in the surroundings had already moved closer to him. If he didn't agree, he would probably be forcefully captured. On the surface, the Silverwing City Lord seemed to be smiling, but if he were to forcefully seize Yi Xian in public, the people present probably wouldn't dare to say anything. Should I agree for the time being, wait for a while, and then sneak away? Yi Xian thought to himself. However, he was afraid that the Silver Wing City Governor would use his charm on him. If he didn't succeed, he would be in trouble. I am willing to take Miss Luo Luo as my wife. Yi Xian shouted in a voice that everyone could hear. Chapter 843. All right. The Silverwing City Governor smiled and said, the 3 of you, return to the mansion now. Then, under the envious gazes of the crowd, Yi Xian followed the Silverwing City Governor and flew into the distance. He must have been extremely lucky to be able to become the son-in-law of the Silverwing City Governor. Have you changed your mind? Along the way, the young lady from the Fox clan could not help but lean over and ask in a low voice. Yes. Yi Xian looked at her and nodded his head. Really? Luo Luo asked in disbelief. Really? Yi Xian replied immediately. This young lady had extraordinary senses. If he hesitated, he might give himself away. Luo Luo was still in disbelief when she heard Yi Xian's reply. However, now that Yi Xian had followed them back to the mansion, with the Silverwing City Governor around, Yi Xian would not be able to escape. Soon, Yi Xian followed behind the Silverwing City Governor and arrived at the Silverwing City Governor's mansion. I forgot to give you your rewards. At this moment, the Silverwing City Lord suddenly threw out 3 universe rings that landed in the hands of Yi Xian and the other 2. Yi Xian checked the interspatial rings and saw that there were many treasures in them. He had obtained them when he came in second place. Among the treasures, there was an item that was very important to him. The Crimson Flame Root. I finally got it. Activate the Burning Eye. Yi Xian could not help but laugh in his heart. Ding! The burning eye has been successfully activated. The system notified. Currently, Yi Xian had already activated 4 heaven's eyes. They were the Eye of Revelation, the Eye of Illusion, the Eye of Control, and the Burning Eye. Among them, the Burning Eye would be very effective when used together with the Eye of Illusion and the Eye of Control. Although the Burning Eye could not cause substantial damage to the opponent, it could cause mental damage. It could weaken the opponent's willpower, which would increase the success rate of the Eye of Illusion and the Eye of Control. Then, the Silverwing City Governor called 2 people to arrange accommodation for the young man and the supreme being of the demonic snake clan. As for the Silverwing City Governor, he personally led Yi Xian in. "Young man, what is your name? Where are you from?" Silverwing City Lord asked as he walked. "My name is Yi Xian," Yi Xian said casually. "I am from the Tianbo Holy Dynasty, but I have been training in the Fox Charm Holy Dynasty." "Oh, you should know the rules of the Fox Charm Holy Dynasty, right? It's quite strange for a human talent like you to not be charmed." Silverwing City Lord suddenly stopped and looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian shivered. The people of the Fox Charm Holy Dynasty were born with the ability to charm people, so it wasn't difficult for them to discover that he wasn't affected by the charm. Could it be that the City Lord wants to bewitch me? Yi Xian suddenly mustered up his courage and asked. He. The Silverwing City Master smiled and said, "I only have one daughter, Luoluo. I do not have any sons. If you marry Luoluo, you will be the Silverwing City Master in the future. What difference does it make if you seduce her or not?" Hearing this, the large stone in Yi Xian's heart fell. It seemed that he still had a chance to escape. At this time, the Silverwing City Lord smiled and said, "All right, talk to Luoluo. I will ask someone to arrange the wedding. You two can get married tomorrow." What? His words shocked Yi Xian. Getting married tomorrow? Did the Silverwing City Lord want to have a grandchild so badly? "City Lord, isn't this too soon?" Yi Xian said anxiously. "Too soon? If it were others, they would want to get married today. You actually think it's too soon?" "It seems like Luoluo has good taste," the Silverwing City Lord said with a smile. Yi Xian was speechless. Then, the Silverwing City Lord left quickly. Yi Xian looked at the City Lord's back and was slightly dazed. Even he couldn't see through the Silverwing City Lord's strength. Moreover, there were many crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the City Lord mansion. Yi Xian scanned the mansion with his eye of revelation and discovered that there were many level 3 Supreme Being experts. Among them, there was no lack of level 3 Supreme Being experts. "It seems like I have to leave tonight," Yi Xian thought inwardly. Suddenly, he felt an itch on his back. When he turned his head, he discovered that the Fox Clan's young lady, Luoluo, was scratching him with her fluffy tail. "What are you thinking about?" Luoluo blinked her big eyes and asked. "Nothing. Miss Luoluo, do you know where those 2 people are staying?" "I want to get to know them," Yi Xian asked. "Okay, I will bring you there." Luoluo didn't suspect anything and led the way to the guest room. Soon, Yi Xian saw the demonic snake supremacy that he had injured. The demonic snake clan's 3rd tribulation supremacy was already under Yi Xian's control. Hence, he directly handed over his belongings and the reward he had just received to Yi Xian. The Fox Clan's young lady, Luoluo, was right outside the door. To be on the safe side, Yi Xian used a slip of paper to communicate with the demonic snake clan's 3rd tribulation supremacy. He told the demonic snake supremacy that if he wasn't bewitched, he should go to the desolate Xiong tribe. After that, Yi Xian left a bottle of blood behind and left. Aren't you going to meet the person in first place?" Luoluo looked at Yi Xian and asked. "No, I feel that he is rather cold." "Forget it." Yi Xian shook his head and continued, "I have to return to the inn to get something." "Is that so? Then you can go." Luoluo surprisingly didn't choose to follow him. Yi Xian's eyes lit up and he quickly left the City Lord mansion. The Silver Wing City's city lord was preparing for the wedding, so Luoluo didn't follow him. This was perfect. Yi Xian could take this opportunity to slip away. With the second and third place rewards and the things I obtained, I'm about to reach the shackles of the second tribulation supremacy. If I get a few more things, I'll be able to pass the third tribulation supremacy. Yi Xian thought as he left the city lord mansion. Then, he quickly blended into the crowd. However, to his surprise, there were indeed people following him. They were 3 third tribulation supremacies. Sure enough, there are people following me. Humph, it's just 3 third tribulation supremacies. I can still deal with them. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and directly chose to leave the city. Sure enough, he didn't run far before the 3 people immediately caught up with him. Little brother, you're going to marry the young city lord tomorrow. Please don't run too far. A middle-aged Fox Clan man said to Yi Xian. I know. Yi Xian turned around and looked around. This place was quite a distance away from Silver Wing City. If he fought quickly, he shouldn't attract any attention. At this moment. Burning Eye. Suddenly, the middle-aged Fox Clan man, who was the leader, felt a pain in his heart. He painfully grabbed his heart. What happened to you? The other 2 people were shocked. The burning eye directly burned one's mind. This middle-aged Fox Clan man was suffering a huge mental torture. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian directly used the Eye of Control on him. Ding! Control successful. The system notified. Chapter 844. The burning eye was very effective, but it consumed more eye power than the Eye of Illusion, second only to the Eye of Control. After being controlled by Yi Xian, the pain of the middle-aged fox suddenly disappeared, followed by the second person. The person behind the middle-aged fox suddenly cried out in pain. In the next moment, he was also controlled. The last person felt very strange and quickly turned to Yi Xian, asking, "What did you do to them?" "Senior, I didn't even move. Why are you suspecting me? Besides, aren't they fine now?" Yi Xian grinned. In the next moment, he used the burning eye on the last person. Then, he used the Eye of Control. Although the 3 of them were third tribulation supreme beings, the burning eye could directly destroy the enemy's willpower through the sovereign golden body. Unless they were third tribulation supreme beings, they would definitely lose their combat strength from the pain. This burning eye is too terrifying. Third tribulation supreme beings would be in so much pain after being hit by my burning eye. It's easy for me to kill them. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. At this moment, he had already controlled 3 people. The 5 slots for the Eye of Control were just right. The 3 of you, give me your interspatial rings. Yi Xian said to the 3 of them. Yes. The 3 of them did not dare to have any objections and directly threw the interspatial rings to Yi Xian. Good. These things are enough for me to reach the peak of second tribulation supreme being. Yi Xian did not waste any time and directly devoured the things inside. Ding! The current success rate of the host's tribulation is 90%. Do you want to start the tribulation? The system prompted. No. Yi Xian immediately rejected. This time, his success rate was only 90% because his imperial celestial tyrant body had not refined the draconic luck for a long time. Moreover, his clone was not here, so the success rate could not be increased. Fortunately, the 3 of them were consecrators of the City Lord Mansion. There were some tokens that stored draconic luck in their interspatial rings. If I refine these draconic luck and use it to improve my imperial celestial tyrant body, I should be able to increase my success rate to 100%. Yi Xian thought to himself. There were still some elixirs in their interspatial rings that could speed up the refinement of the dragon luck. However, even with these elixirs, they could not increase the success rate of the heavenly tribulation to 100% within a day. So, Yi Xian chose to hide for now. The 3 of you will follow me for now. We will return to the city tomorrow. Tomorrow, I will release you from my control, Yi Xian said. Yes. The three of them nodded respectfully and left with Yi Xian. These three people were under his control. Although they didn't have much oil on them, if anything were to happen, he could still use the three of them to protect him. Yi Xian led the three away. This time, Yi Xian did not have a specific goal in mind. He only wanted to leave Silverwing City and find a place to refine his dragon fate before undergoing his tribulation. However, what he did not expect was that at dusk, suddenly, a figure quickly approached him. So fast. Yi Xian was shocked. This speed was not slower than his. He immediately stopped and watched as the figure rapidly approached him. It's him. Yi Xian was surprised because the person who came was actually the human genius who had comprehended 30% of the sword intent. How did he catch up with us? Yi Xian could not understand. There should be no problem with him. Then, the problem should lie with the three people who were under his control. He did not expect that he was the one who dug his own grave. The city lord wants you to go back. After the young man in white approached, he directly said to Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked at him and pondered. The young man in white was also a third tribulation supreme. At the same time, he had comprehended 30% of the sword intent. He could be considered a genius. The person behind him should be the city lord of Silverwing City. Therefore, Yi Xian could not guarantee that his eye of control would be effective on a person who was charmed. If it was not effective, then both sides would have to fight. I am about to undergo my tribulation. I am looking for a quiet place to undergo my tribulation, Yi Xian replied. The city lord mansion is a good place to undergo your tribulation. The young man replied. I am sorry. I have already come out. I will go back tomorrow, Yi Xian said. Since that is the case, I have no choice but to bring you back. The young man immediately took out a weapon. Let's fight. Do you think I am afraid of you? Yi Xian also took out his weapon. In the next moment, he directly used the young man's burning eyes on the young man. Ugh! The young man's body trembled violently. Suddenly, he felt an intense pain in his heart. He knew that this must be Yi Xian's method. You are courting death. The young man endured the pain and attacked. Yi Xian also directly slashed with his sword. Annihilation Slash. He copied this move from the young man. Previously, he could not use it because he was in the city. Now, he could use it to increase his proficiency. At the same time, Yi Xian also directly used the eye of control on the young man after slashing with his sword. Ding! Control failed. The system notified. As expected, it was not that easy to control a person who was charmed. After all, the young man was backed by the Silverwing City Governor. The Silverwing City Governor was at least a third Tribulation Supreme Being. There were even rumors that he had broken through to the fourth Tribulation Supreme Being level. If Yi Xian wanted to control a person who was charmed by the Silverwing City Governor, he would need to increase his cultivation base to the third Tribulation Supreme Being level. Boom! When the two sword chi collided, the young man's attack was slightly stronger. However, Yi Xian had expected this and dodged it. Ding! Annihilation Slash's proficiency has increased. Current proficiency, 20%. Ding! Annihilation Slash's proficiency has increased. Current proficiency, 30%. Ding! Annihilation Slash's proficiency has increased. Current proficiency, 40%. The system notification kept ringing in Yi Xian's mind. After a few rounds, his proficiency had increased to 70%. Not only that, but his exquisite steps had also increased to 60%. All of you, attack him together. Yi Xian ordered the three of them in his mind. Immediately, the other three launched their attacks at the young man. Although the young man had killed a third Tribulation Supreme Being expert in an instant, his soul was constantly being burned by Yi Xian's burning eyes. He was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. His combat strength had decreased by at least 20%. The other three were also third tribulation supreme beings. Therefore, their attacks were still able to threaten the young man. Not only that, but Yi Xian's strength was still increasing. Although the young man was charmed, he could still think. However, there were a few things that he did not understand. First, these three were the consecrators of the city governor's mansion. Why would they help Yi Xian? Yi Xian was just a human. He was not from the Fox Charm clan. Second, why did Yi Xian know his annihilation slash? You better retreat quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless, Yi Xian shouted coldly. Don't even think about it. Chapter 845. It was undeniable that this young man had a strong willpower. The other three had been struck by the burning eye and were in so much pain that they couldn't even fight back. However, this young man could withstand the attacks of the other four and retaliate. Of course, this was also because Yi Xian had shown mercy. Since that's the case, don't blame me for this. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he slashed out with his sword. The annihilation slash, which had been raised to 80%, pierced through the air. At the same time, Yi Xian used his sky eye again. The Eye of Illusion. After being burned by the burning eye 3 times, the young man's willpower was already very weak. The Eye of Illusion immediately caused him to fall into an illusion. Boom! Before the illusion could be broken, the young man was struck by the annihilation slash. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. What a strong sovereign golden body. I'm afraid it's comparable to a 3rd stage sovereign. Yi Xian couldn't help but be impressed. However, the burning eye was impossible to guard against. The young man couldn't resist at all. Although he could close his eyes, how could he fight with his eyes closed? At this moment, Yi Xian couldn't help but think of the young lady from the Fox clan, Luo Luo. She could actually see through the illusion that Yi Xian had cast with his eyes. It was really too strange. In fact, Yi Xian wanted to use the Eye of Control to control Luo Luo. However, he couldn't guarantee that he would succeed in one try. If he failed and Luo Luo cried out in alarm, he wouldn't be able to leave the city lord's mansion alive. After the young man was sent flying by the annihilation slash, he decided to turn around and retreat. After all, Yi Xian could control the other three to attack him, but he didn't dare to kill Yi Xian and the other three. Hence, he could only retreat. Do you think you can come and go as you please? Yi Xian used the Eye of Illusion again the moment the young man turned around. The young man fell into an illusion. Yi Xian quickly rushed over and took off the young man's interspatial ring. However, to Yi Xian's regret, the young man's interspatial ring only contained healing pills and nothing else. Forget it. I'll give the Silverwing City Master some face and spare your life. Yi Xian snorted coldly and turned around to leave. The other three stayed behind and waited for him to leave before releasing the restraints on them. Yi Xian was very disappointed that the young man could not be controlled, but there was nothing he could do. After all, the one who charmed the young man could be a 4th tribulation supreme, and he had not even passed the 3rd tribulation. The young man woke up. After being hit by the burning eye 4 times in a row, his willpower was very weak. It took him a few seconds to break through the Eye of Illusion. By the time he reacted, Yi Xian had already disappeared without a trace. This time, Yi Xian had let him go, which was a small breakthrough for him. However, he had already taken the Silverwing City Lord's possession. If he were to kill him, it would be heartless of him. If it was in the past, he would definitely kill everyone. Although the young man did not chase after him, Yi Xian still traveled for half an hour before he stopped and landed in a mountain range to rest. Those 3 people must have a tracking mark on them. That's why the young man could catch up with me so quickly. Now that I'm alone, he won't be able to find me. Yi Xian thought to himself. At this time, the sky was already dark. Even if the Silverwing City Lord were to make a move personally, he would not be able to find him. He was going to marry Luo Luo tomorrow. If he did not leave today, he would not have another chance. He reckoned that the Silverwing City Lord should be furious now. His daughter was getting married, but the man ran away from the wedding. This was a huge slap to his face. Forget it. Let's start refining the dragon luck. Yi Xian did not care too much. He swallowed an elixir and started refining the dragon luck. The devouring system was indeed good, but he still had to refine the dragon luck himself. Fortunately, he had an elixir that could speed up the refining process. Otherwise, it would take him more than a month to refine the dragon luck. This time, Yi Xian spent a full day refining the dragon luck he obtained from the interspatial rings of the 3 city lords. A day has passed. The Silverwing City Lord should be looking for me. Fortunately, I did not report the desolate mighty tribe. Otherwise, I would be in trouble. Yi Xian thought to himself. He had already released the 3 guardians of the City Lord Mansion and returned their freedom. However, the 3rd tribulation supremacy of the demonic snake clan was still in the City Lord Mansion. With the Eye of Control, he could give orders to the Supreme of the demonic snake clan. However, the Supreme of the demonic snake clan could not talk to him. This was a small disadvantage. It would be better if they could communicate directly. Forget it. Yi Xian glanced at the panel and found that the success rate of the Tribulation Transcendence had reached 100%. He immediately started the Tribulation Transcendence. The Yuan Qi of heaven and earth began to condense rapidly. Yi Xian sat quietly on the ground. The 3rd Tribulation Supreme had a total of 3 lightning bolts. The power was much stronger than the 2nd Tribulation Supreme. However, Yi Xian had a 100% chance of breaking through, so he was not afraid at all. Boom! The first lightning bolt condensed in the sky and struck Yi Xian on the forehead. Although it was painful, Yi Xian could feel that his body was changing. It was a good feeling. The second lightning bolt was still condensing. However, at this moment. Hiss! Suddenly, Yi Xian heard the rustling of grass in the wind. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and quickly sensed it. He found that a figure had stepped into his sensing range and was running toward him at an extremely fast speed. Oh no, there's someone. His expression changed and he hurriedly got up from the ground. Fortunately, his success rate was 100%. Even if he fought during the Tribulation Transcendence, it would not be a problem. At this moment, he found that the figure was a little petite and had a long tail. It was a member of the demonic fox clan. Luoluo. Yi Xian reacted. As expected, when the second lightning bolt was about to strike, a petite figure walked out of the forest. The bright moonlight shone on her face. It was undoubtedly Luoluo. You can't escape. Luoluo looked at Yi Xian with a relaxed expression. Boom! At this moment, the sovereign tribulation lightning struck. Yi Xian frowned. The sovereign tribulation lightning was not a threat to him at all. However, he did not understand how Luoluo could find him. How did you find me? Yi Xian asked in surprise. Because I left a mark on your body. Luoluo answered without thinking. Mark? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and began to recall. He remembered that Luoluo had patted his shoulder once. He immediately flipped open his clothes and found that there was a cute claw mark on his shoulder. The devouring system did not notify me. Yi Xian was shocked. This Luoluo was really not simple. You should go through the Tribulation Transcendence first. If you get distracted during the Tribulation Transcendence, be careful not to die. Luoluo suddenly giggled. Yi Xian looked at her with a fearful expression. Boom! The third sovereign tribulation lightning struck Yi Xian's head. Chapter 846. Ding! Ascension successful. Beginning reconstruction of the sovereign golden body. The system prompted. However, at this moment, Yi Xian saw Luoluo's eyes turn pink. Charm. Good girl, you actually chose to charm me when I'm reconstructing the sovereign golden body. You've got a good plan. Yi Xian exclaimed in his heart. Unfortunately, the bewitching failed. Failed? How is this possible? Luoluo exclaimed. She didn't believe it and tried to charm Yi Xian again. It failed again. It's useless. I'm immune to charm. Yi Xian shook his head. He didn't dare to make a move in the Castellan manner. However, now that they were in the middle of nowhere, why wouldn't he make a move? However, just as he was about to control Luoluo, Luoluo suddenly closed her eyes and said in a low voice, "Charm failed. Try this, master and servant blood contract." In the next moment, a scarlet array appeared under Luoluo's feet. At the same time, the small claw mark on Yi Xian's shoulder started to glow. Master and servant blood contract. Yi Xian was shocked. He had used this thing before to subdue Wei Zhentian. However, this time, it was being used by someone else. However, even charm didn't work on him. How could this master and servant blood contract work? Yi Xian felt a sudden surge of energy in his mind. It wanted to control his brain but was blocked by the devouring system. Ding! Master and servant blood contract signing failed. The other party has suffered a backlash. Do you want to reverse the signing? After hearing the system prompt, Yi Xian paused for a moment. Just as he had expected, the signing of the master-servant contract failed. However, what did reverse the signing mean? Did it mean that he was the master and Luoluo was the servant? Yes. Yi Xian tried to answer. Then, he saw Luoluo's expression change. She exclaimed, "No." However, this wasn't up to her. Ding! Master and servant blood contract signing successful. The system prompt said. Then, Yi Xian saw Luoluo's name in the object of desire column. What the F***ck, how did it become a sex object? Yi Xian was shocked. He thought that this master-servant contract had the same effect as the Eye of Control, but he didn't expect it to be an item. The young ladies of the Fox Charm clan had become sex objects. Woo, why is there a backlash? This is impossible. Luoluo immediately began to cry. Large and small pearls fell to the ground. She was extremely sad. Originally, she had wanted to become Yi Xian's master, but unexpectedly, the master-servant blood contract had backfired and she had become the servant instead. Little girl, you're playing with fire now. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He realized that this master-servant blood contract did not take up the control quota of the Eye of Control. As long as he wanted to, he could break the contract and return Luoluo to freedom. However, in the next moment, he completely dispelled this thought. No, he completely obliterated this thought. Ding! The beast god bloodline has mutated. All advancement paths have been upgraded. This time, the system notification caused Yi Xian to be stunned on the spot. The beast god bloodline had mutated? What was going on? He quickly glanced at it and realized that all the advancement paths of the beast god bloodline had been upgraded. Originally, when the dexterity advancement path was upgraded to 5, it could increase movement speed by 50%, but now it was upgraded to 6. Her strength had also increased to 2, her growth speed had also increased to 2, and all her attributes had also increased to 2. The beast god bloodline had a total of 8 advancement paths, but now, all of them had been upgraded. This made Yi Xian very confused. This little girl probably has some kind of powerful bloodline in her body. After thinking for a moment, Yi Xian came to this conclusion. The little girl in front of him was still crying. Yi Xian looked at her and said, "Come here." Although she didn't want to obey, the contract mark in her mind made it impossible for Luoluo to resist. She could only walk and cry. She was very sad. Woo, Luoluo's 2 ears, which were originally perked up, were covered by her beautiful hair because of her sadness. Her fluffy tail also naturally drooped, and she looked listless. As she cried, she walked in front of Yi Xian. Woo, don't be rash, don't cry, I didn't do anything to you. Yi Xian said with a headache. Such a cute little girl crying in front of him, his heart softened. What do you want to do? Luo Luo raised her small face and looked at Yi Xian. Ask a few questions. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and said, how did you find out that my eyes can cast illusions? Feeling. Luo Luo answered directly. Now that Yi Xian was Luo Luo's master, the latter couldn't lie, so Yi Xian believed her. Your master-servant blood contract is no ordinary master-servant contract. Where did it come from? Yi Xian asked again. He remembered that when he had subdued Wei Zhentian, he had only used an ordinary master-servant contract. This time, Luo Luo used a master-servant blood contract. I don't know, I was born with it. Luo Luo shook her head. Born with it? Is it the same as charm? Yi Xian frowned. Luo Luo still shook her head and said, no, as long as you're from the Fox Charm clan, you can charm. But only I know how to form a master-servant blood contract. I learned it after I passed the third supreme tribulation. You learned it after passing the tribulation, could it be? Yi Xian's eyes suddenly widened and said, could it be inherited memory? Yes. Luo Luo nodded obediently. This shocked Yi Xian. The ancestors of those who had inherited memory were not ordinary experts. Such experts would imprint their knowledge in their bloodline, then their descendants would also know it and it wouldn't be lost. Of course, not all descendants would have inherited memory. You actually have inherited memory, does your father know? Yi Xian asked. Yes. Luo Luo nodded. I remember that the Fox Charm clan is divided into many different clans. Which one are you? Yi Xian asked. Apart from the general clans of the Beast Charm clan, there were also different clans, such as the Ice Fox, the Flaming Sun Fox, the Heart-Seducing Fox, and so on. I don't know either. Luo Luo wiped her tears and shook her head. Alright. Yi Xian didn't ask any more questions, but he understood that the person who inherited the memory in Luo Luo's body must be very strong, perhaps even stronger than a supreme. At this time, Luo Luo raised her tear-stained face and said pitifully, can you let me go? How can I do that? If you didn't suffer a backlash this time, would you let me go? Yi Xian asked. Oh, if my father finds out, you'll die a horrible death. Luo Luo actually started to threaten Yi Xian. How would he know? Yi Xian suddenly smiled wretchedly. With a thought, Luo Luo disappeared into thin air in front of him. Ah, what did you do? Where is this? Chapter 847. Ah, what did you do? Where is this? Needless to say, Yi Xian had recalled Luo Luo back to the physical space and then released her. Now that Luo Luo was his physical space, it was much more convenient than the Eye of Control. What did you do? Luo Luo's eyes widened. She wondered if she had been hit by an illusion and ran into a foreign space. Nothing. Now that you are my servant, how should you address me? Yi Xian asked wretchedly. You, Luo Luo was about to speak when the mark in her head suddenly stirred. She could only obediently call out, Moss. Master. A normal master and servant contract could make a servant obedient, let alone a master and servant blood contract. Very good, but don't call me master. Call me young master, Yi Xian said with a smile. Young master. Luo Luo cried, then said, Young master, can you let me go? Speaking of which, we were going to get married today. Aren't you my servant? Yi Xian said, then suddenly narrowed his eyes. Or are you saying that you want to seduce me on our wedding night? Luo Luo hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded. As expected. Yi Xian snorted. Just now, he had accidentally signed a master and servant blood contract, which caused his beast god bloodline to mutate. However, if Luo Luo was still free, Yi Xian didn't know if his beast god bloodline would degenerate. It's impossible for me to let you go. Just accept your fate. Yi Xian sized Luo Luo up and said, acknowledging me as your master is not without benefits. Your current strength should have increased by 20%, right? When she heard the first sentence, Luo Luo was prepared to cry again, but when she heard the second sentence, she was surprised. Strength increased by 20%. Why? She carefully felt her sovereign golden body's strength and felt that it had increased by a lot. She clawed forward, and a claw shadow tore through space. Its power had inexplicably increased by 20%. How can this be? Luoluo stared at Yi Xian with wide eyes. Not only did your strength increase by 20%, your cultivation speed will also increase by 20%. There are many benefits to acknowledging me as your master, Yi Xian said again. Luoluo's change was naturally due to the beast god bloodline. Due to the mutation of the beast god bloodline, all advancement paths increase. To say, the growth speed and all attributes of the beast god bloodline increase, which was 20% to say, a 20% increase. You. Young master, how did you do it? Luoluo was astonished. She had never heard of anyone being able to increase their strength after signing a contract. Luoluo to say, Luoluo. He would definitely not let Luoluo go. Although it was a little heartless, this was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. If he wasn't strong enough and didn't have the devouring system, he would have been controlled by Luoluo, just like the human youth who had comprehended 30% of the sword intent. To say. Sure. Yi Xian agreed without hesitation. He was now Luoluo's master. With a thought, he could trigger the blood contract between them and kill her. Hence, Luoluo's father dared not attack him. However, before returning to Silverwing City, Yi Xian had one more thing to do. Oh. Young master, what are you looking at? Luoluo suddenly took a step back, hostility filling her eyes. Don't think too much. I am your master now. Your things are mine. Give me the universe ring, Yi Xian commanded. Luoluo breathed a sigh of relief when she heard that Yi Xian only wanted the universe ring. She was afraid that Yi Xian would suddenly become greedy and do something dirty to a 14-year-old girl like her. Here. Luoluo removed the universe ring from her finger and handed it to Yi Xian. Yi Xian took the universe ring and gave it a look. Although there were many items inside, they were not enough for him to break through to middle stage third stage supremacy. Young master, if you take everything away, what am I supposed to use? Luoluo said with some dissatisfaction. Hey, your things are mine. Don't be so calculative. These blood potions are for you. Their healing effects are much better than your recovery medicine. Yi Xian stuffed a lot of blood potions into the universe ring. Black-hearted, stingy, Luoluo muttered in her heart. What did you say? Yi Xian suddenly raised his eyebrows. You can actually hear me? Luoluo was startled. Nonsense. If you dare to curse me behind my back again, you won't have any cultivation resources left, Yi Xian said coldly. Then why are you keeping me? Let me go. I'll ask Daddy to exchange for some heavenly treasures. Luoluo blinked her pitiful eyes and said. Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. Are you willing to part with the 20% increase in strength? Oh. Luoluo fell silent again and asked, how did you do it? You don't need to know. In any case, your strength will permanently increase by 20%. If you really want to leave, that's fine. I'll let you go after I'm done using you. Yi Xian said indifferently. What do you mean you'll let me go after you're done using me? So annoying, Luoluo was very dissatisfied with the word used. She pouted playfully and walked out. I'm going back to Silverwing City to inform my father. Okay. Yi Xian nodded and followed Luoluo's footsteps. The two of them returned to Silverwing City together. Yi Xian had already broken through to the third Tribulation Supreme Realm. After the increase in agility, his speed could be said to be invincible among those of the same level. However, Luoluo's speed wasn't any slower than his. Luoluo had inherited her memories. She couldn't pass on the knowledge in her memories to others. It could be said that she was born with it. Moreover, every time she broke through, she would be proficient in the things she learned. For example, when she learned a martial art, she would reach a proficiency level of 100%. It should be the martial art that her ancestors learned. Therefore, Yi Xian was guessing what kind of bloodline Luoluo had in her body. It was actually so terrifying. The two of them rushed back at full speed. In less than 2 hours, they returned to Silverwing City. When the general guarding the city saw Yi Xian return, he hurriedly shouted, "Men, capture him!" Yi Xian's escape from the marriage was known by the whole city. He was wanted long ago. "Stop!" Luoluo hurriedly shouted. Young city lord, the third tribulation supreme realm general looked at Luoluo. "He has been charmed by me. You guys can go do your own thing." Luoluo hurriedly explained. The master-servant blood contract was different from the Eye of Control. Previously, Yi Xian could only control the people he controlled. He couldn't talk to the other people he controlled. But now, he could talk to Luoluo in her mind. It was very convenient. Yes. Chapter 848. However, in the next moment, the general discovered something. He felt that Yi Xian was not bewitched. Instead, he was in his normal state. "Alright, I said that he was bewitched. You don't have to worry too much about it," Luoluo hurriedly explained when she noticed this. This time, the general could only nod and allow Yi Xian and Luoluo to leave. On the way back to the city lord's mansion, Yi Xian could not help but ask in his mind, "I am currently lacking in heavenly and earthly treasures. Are you going to ask your father for some later? Why are you like this? You have already captured me. Are you still trying to trick my father?" Luoluo said in dissatisfaction. "How can you say that? If my strength increases, I will be able to protect you better," Yi Xian said shamelessly. "No." Luoluo's attitude was firm. Yi Xian did not say anything else. This time, returning together with Luoluo was extremely risky. After all, the other party was a super expert. From Luoluo, he learned that the Silver Wing City Lord had already passed the fourth tribulation supremacy. Therefore, the Silver Wing City Lord was a fourth tribulation supremacy and was extremely powerful. If they were not careful, they might be captured and beaten up. Of course, if the other party was concerned about Luoluo's safety, he would not act rashly. "I'll explain later." "Young master, don't say anything." When they were about to arrive at the city lord's mansion, Luoluo hurriedly said, "Got it." Yi Xian nodded. He felt helpless. Since entering the city, he felt like he had become a servant. Under Luoluo's lead, Yi Xian followed her into the city lord's mansion. With Luoluo leading the way, the Silver Wing City Lord would have no choice but to compromise. However, to their surprise, the Silver Wing City Lord was currently receiving an important guest and they were stopped by someone. "Who is father seeing?" Luoluo could not help but ask. The person who stopped them was the human genius who had comprehended 30% of the sword intent that Yi Xian had defeated. He glanced at Yi Xian and said, "An expert from the Imperial family." "Imperial family? We're in a remote area, so the people of the royal family usually don't move around here." Luoluo was a little surprised, but she didn't rush in. Instead, she waited quietly. The room where they were talking had a soundproof array formation. Even Yi Xian, who had the eye of perception, could not hear the voices inside. He could only sense two powerful auras. The aura of that expert from the Fox Charm Imperial family isn't any weaker than your father's. "I'm afraid he's also a fourth tribulation supreme," said Yi Xian in his mind. I feel like she's here to borrow someone." Luoluo replied. "Your hunches have always been accurate?" Yi Xian continued to ask. "Of course." Luoluo suddenly raised her head and puffed out her chest, looking very proud of herself. The young man at the side couldn't understand. The two clearly didn't talk, so why did they have such strange expressions? Could it be that they were using their eyes to communicate? Yi Xian and Luoluo waited outside for a while. Then, the door opened and a woman from the Fox tribe walked out. What a powerful aura! Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. The woman from the fox tribe was in her 30s. After she came out, she glanced at Yi Xian and Luoluo before she left. Then, the Silver Wing City Governor walked out of the room. When the Silver Wing City Governor saw Yi Xian, he immediately flew into a rage. He wanted to rush over and slap Yi Xian to death. Luoluo, you're back. You bastard, how dare you come back? This time, he had lost a lot of face. Father, wait, Luoluo hastily went over and grabbed the Silver Wing City Governor's arm. Then, she whispered a few words to him. Why are you speaking up for him? The Silver Wing City Governor was puzzled. Luoluo paused for a moment and secretly looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian didn't want to beat around the bush. He went straight to the point and said, Senior, Luoluo is under my control now. What? When the Silver Wing City Governor heard this, he almost rushed over and killed Yi Xian. However, he suddenly remembered that there were many ways to control someone. For example, the fox tribe's charm could only control someone. However, there were other methods that could kill the person being controlled. City Governor, you're a smart person. Luoluo tried to control me with the master and servant blood contract. However, she was unexpectedly counterattacked. Now, I can kill her with just a thought, Yi Xian threatened. You, the Silver Wing City Governor gritted his teeth in anger. He quickly asked in a low voice. However, to his surprise, Luoluo nodded. This meant that Yi Xian had really controlled Luoluo. You were supposed to marry Luoluo. Why did you run away from the marriage? The Silver Wing City Governor asked angrily. I never had the intention of marrying Luoluo. I only agreed to it to buy time, Yi Xian replied. Fine. Let go of Luoluo and I'll let you go. After the Silver Wing City Governor finished speaking, he added, I can give you whatever you want. No need. I only want her. Yi Xian shook his head and refused. You're courting death. The Silver Wing City Governor's hatred for Yi Xian soared once again. However, he did not dare to make a move. If he were to make a move, Yi Xian might not be able to withstand a single move from him. However, Yi Xian was completely capable of controlling Luoluo's life before he died. Father, listen to me, Luoluo hurriedly interrupted. These two people, one was her father, and the other was her master. It wouldn't be good for them to fight to the death. After hearing Luoluo's explanation, the Silver Wing City Governor was slightly moved. He muttered, your strength increased by 20%. Moreover, your cultivation speed increased by 20%. This is true. Luoluo nodded. Although the increase in strength by 20% was pretty good, the Silver Wing City Governor could not accept the fact that his daughter was controlled by a human. City Governor, I will not release her. I only returned to Silver Wing City today so that Luoluo could say goodbye to you. Otherwise, I would have left with her, Yi Xian said. If you dare to act recklessly, I will definitely list you as a wanted criminal, the Silver Wing City Governor said through gritted teeth. In his eyes, Yi Xian was a human. Moreover, he did not know where this human came from. If he allowed Luoluo to follow Yi Xian might use Luoluo as a shield if he were to encounter any danger in the future. Don't worry. Even if I die, nothing will happen to her, Yi Xian replied solemnly. On the way back, he had tried to get Luoluo to enter the dimensional space and let his doppelganger summon her. In the end, it was a success. This meant that Luoluo could cross space and return to the Eastern continent. However, the Eastern continent had been completely sealed off by old immortal Tianju. With the strength of Yi Xian's doppelganger, it was more than enough to guard the Eastern continent. Father, this is true, Luoluo replied softly. You are now under his control. I can't believe everything you say, the Silver Wing City Governor glanced at Yi Xian. City Governor, it's up to you whether you want to believe it or not. In any case, I will not release her, Yi Xian said indifferently. The Silver Wing City Governor was fuming with anger. If he could attack, he would definitely strangle Yi Xian to death with his tail. Luo Luo, come in with me. The Silver Wing city governor suddenly pulled Luo Luo through the door. Seeing this, Yi Xian quickly followed.